At merely 18, you shattered the tribulations of heaven, becoming the sole emperor of humanity. Yet he is referred to by many as the shame of the human race, the weakest emperor in history. In the first 3 millennia, you traversed the earthly realm, where countless battles in the snow led to the depletion of your vitality and the erosion of your lifespan. In the face of the cataclysmic chaos of a world-ending snowstorm, millennia later, you have lost the strength to fight once more, only to allow the slaughter of the innocent. Even in their twilight years, they were reduced to mere fragments by the supreme ruler of the Forbidden Zone, the Raging Shark. Fortunately, you unexpectedly activated the system and attained immortality. Yet, it is also due to your unparalleled dominance that you have secured the singular throne, resulting in the near annihilation of the human race, until you defy fate and traverse 9 lifetimes to unveil the barriers of the celestial realm. I wonder what the 3,000 Tao provinces are like. Just as you murmur to yourself, the voice of the system resonates once more. The host, as the former emperor of the previous life, possesses the ability to communicate with the celestial seal of the great Tao, thereby attaining the profound perception of the emperor, capable of understanding 9 realms. With a mere thought, your mind stirs. The divine presence transforms into something peculiar. It feels akin to re-entering the account of a great emperor from 7 lifetimes past. In the present era of the 3,000 states, as you may have surmised, the grand narrative has commenced. Within the sacred realms, remarkable prodigies traverse the world. Even the secluded lineages of the Tao witness rare, celestial seedlings ascending to prominence across various lands. One day, a proud celestial seed declared, "In this lifetime, I shall become a great emperor, a figure akin to the sovereign of the heavens. I shall never tread the path of the heavenly origin emperor." Is it referring to me? You were momentarily taken aback. After numerous sensations, you confirmed that this heavenly emperor is indeed yourself. Is this young descendant of the demon clan so arrogant? Do they not understand the principle that without comparison, there can be no harm? However, what perplexes you further is the occurrence that has transpired. You, the Supreme Emperor, discover that in certain states within the 3,000 Tao provinces, there exists a reputation for being quite formidable. Someone is explaining the reasons to their junior. Had it not been for the fact that this celestial emperor met his demise in the 9th battle, the stars would have been dusted with snow. Although he was ultimately deemed a failed emperor, known as the most ineffectual of all, regardless of public opinion, he still possessed the dignity befitting an emperor. Otherwise, he would simply be labeled as a fool. In an instant, you find yourself both amused and perplexed. Throughout history, I am the first sovereign to possess such a title, thus setting a remarkable precedent. I wonder if my esteemed lineage, the Mu family, harbors any unparalleled prodigies. Your gaze sweeps across the vast expanse of the 3,000 states, landing upon the residence of the governor of Changsheng. There, a prodigious descendant traverses the mortal realm, possessing formidable strength, diligently honing their own abilities. In solitude, the shepherd's prodigy muses, "If I were to ascend as emperor in this life, I would certainly not falter. I would undoubtedly surpass the venerable Ancestor, the celestial sovereign of the primordial era." You can perceive the veins throbbing with intensity, a fervent desire to obliterate him at this very moment. Subsequently, you behold the sacred ground of the Mu family imperial lineage, where lies a self-proclaimed divine source. His name is Mu Tong, born with dual pupils. He is the pride of the Mu family, destined to be with you for a lifetime. In the past, he was defeated by you at the Imperial Pass. His indomitable spirit still lingers in your memory. Just as you were about to withdraw your gaze, suddenly, you gasped in surprise upon spotting a round-faced little girl, endowed with a lineage of pastoral snow. Alas, she was unfortunately devoid of any innate talent for cultivation. Yet she remains undaunted, struggling amidst the mortal realm, refining her ordinary form to awaken the dormant bloodline of the imperial clan. This young girl possesses a resolute gaze, healing her wounds in a secluded mountain glade. Alone, she tends to her injuries, gazing up at the starry sky, vowing to pursue the imperial path of her ancestral ballads, entering the world with an ordinary demeanor, uncertain of how far one can journey. You find yourself filled with anticipation, and your thoughts are ever on her. Indeed, the great contest of the world, in this era, is likely to be far more tumultuous than in my own time. Your gaze is piercing. Having discovered the path above the emperor, you are equally ambitious, yearning to become the emperor of the second era. Now your physical form lies shattered, resting within the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, with only your primordial spirit remaining. Moreover, after a millennium of nurturing within the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, your cultivation barely reaches the realm of a quasi-emperor. Had it not been for the protection of the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, the chaotic flow of the Tao in the desolate edges of the universe would have surely scattered your primordial spirit entirely. I seek a vessel capable of harboring a primordial spirit. Should it be of imperial lineage, all the better. Here lies the desolate edge of the cosmos. Perhaps fortune may smile upon me in this forlorn expanse. Drifting in the desolate wilderness for 5 centuries. One day, quite unexpectedly, you reached out and pried open the coffin lid. The wooden plank before you has weathered so, yet it still stands resolute, remarkably brave. That is a fragment of the towering celestial tree, a remnant of its former glory. From a miraculous wood, it has transformed into decaying timber, yet now it shows signs of revival. It is said to flourish among mortals. Its height remains an enigma to all, yet ancient texts attest that the Jishu can reach the heavens, swaying gracefully in the realm of immortals. Even a fragment, though imperfect, is a rare treasure, sought yet elusive. No wonder it exudes such pride. Given the signs of revival, it seems that subduing it will require the presence of Eli. Upholding the principle of seizing every opportunity, you directed the ninefold celestial spirit coffin towards this sacred tree, cautiously attempting to enclose it within the coffin. The incomplete Jianmu surprisingly did not evade. Instead, it emitted a resonant, tremulous hum directed towards you. What do you buzz about? Is there some secret code you wish to convey? The fragmented hum of the Jianmu leaves you momentarily taken aback, as a melancholic sentiment rises within you. Resonance. When you clearly observe the decayed wood shavings on the imperfect wooden frame, along with the terrifying cracks, you suddenly come to a realization. Are you also a victim of disfigurement? Wait a moment. Why do I say also? It turns out to be a shared affliction. You are reminded of some unpleasant memories, and a profound hatred for the supreme of the burial earth stirs within you, a resentment that gnaws at your very core. When I ascend to the throne in my next life, I shall ensure that you are ground to dust and scattered to the winds. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying and forbidden aura suddenly manifested, heralding the arrival of a familiar presence in this realm. Your divine transformation is astonishing. How did you, an old and wretched being, suddenly manifest in this realm? Not only did old rivals arrive, but also familiar faces. A well-known figure emerged, appearing as if she were walking on lotus blossoms. Her exquisite features emanated an aura of icy elegance. The newcomer was none other than Hua Wuqing. They undoubtedly did not arrive aimlessly at this perilous edge of the universe. Thus, only one possibility remains. They too have discovered this fragmentary world tree that reaches towards the heavens. Should your current state be discovered, it is likely that the essence nurtured for a millennium and a half would dissipate, thereby severing the path to the resurgence of the great emperor's legacy. You would not wish to embark on your journey only to meet an untimely demise. Hiding within the coffin, no one can breach the 3,000 realms. The fragmented celestial tree resonates with you, not excluding any. You may enter the spatial confines of the tree with the coffin, even wielding your divine consciousness to command this fragment of the tree for your own purpose. Upon hearing these words, you no longer hesitated, compelling the ninefold celestial spirit coffin to enter the Jianmu. To your astonishment, Jianmu offered no resistance. As you extended your divine consciousness to encompass the entirety of Jianmu, you discovered its interior to be even more dilapidated, with fissures sprawling across its surface like a spider's web. Among these, 9 colossal cracks stood out, alarming in their appearance, as if they were on the verge of disintegration at any moment. The chaos it absorbs is gradually being mended, yet in light of the extent of the devastation, it is but a mere drop in the ocean. In my concealed abode of the divine wood, will I remain undiscovered? You shall be the celestial emperor, profoundly aware of the terror that the great emperor embodies. The ethereal textures of the celestial materials intertwine, revealing the essence of the path, capable of unraveling the intricacies of existence. Piercing through all veils, even if these supreme beings were to sever themselves, they would still stand as a formidable presence in this era. Their methods are not to be underestimated. The celestial tree of heaven shall beckon the ethereal beings. Even though it stands in fragments, merely a remnant, it remains beyond the gaze of the supreme beings. Moreover, you are shielded by the 90-yeared celestial spirit coffin. Now, you can truly relax, no longer in a state of panic. You sense a growing presence of formidable energy permeating this realm. You lie upon the coffin lid, murmuring softly to yourself. Then, let us observe the spectacle unfold. This object harbors profound mysteries. My divine perception is unable to penetrate its essence. This artifact is indeed fated to be connected with me. Upon encountering so many familiar faces, one cannot help but wish for a conflict to ensue, ideally escalating to its utmost intensity, culminating in a fierce struggle. Why do they remain motionless? Shall I ignite the flames of discord for you? You wield the fractured essence of the sacred tree, transforming it into a radiant beam that rushes forth towards the ultimate abyss of darkness. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present momentarily taken aback. Is this a declaration of ownership? Ha! I have always asserted that this object is destined to be mine. Without a hint of hesitation, the Supreme of Ultimate Darkness reached out to grasp the incomplete artifact. A cold snort echoed through the air. Have you, from the divine tomb, forgotten the principle of precedence? The burial ground, a realm of dominance, took action. The ninth taboo unfolded before our eyes. With a single sweep, the supreme laws from the divine realm shattered, and in an instant, all beings fell into silence. Not long ago, you were destined to engage in a grand battle with the Emperor. Today, you wish to strive for an even greater confrontation with me, yet remains unfulfilled. The Supreme of Darkness lets out a scoff, his silhouette in the mist exuding confidence and dominance. He then proceeds to crush a star beneath his might, his actions audacious and his tone filled with arrogance. Throughout history, the myriad realms and forbidden zones have refrained from mutual aggression. Are you truly prepared to disrupt this established order for the sake of this object? The ancient emperor, who had long been silent, has now spoken. The ire of both the Supreme of the buried earth and the Supreme of the deepest darkness has considerably diminished. It is evident that this ancient emperor of the demon clan holds significant weight. This infuriates you. The ancient emperor of the demon clan, Yuekong. The anger that I, the original poster, had just ignited, was extinguished by your mere words. I have heard that you possess a daughter whom you cherish deeply. If she were to emerge from the divine source in this lifetime, I would surely bring calamity upon her. Yet this breath before me must not be so easily swallowed. You soar directly towards the ancient imperial moonlit sky, emanating an enigmatic aura. Upon witnessing this scene, both the Dark Supreme and the Sovereign of Burial Soil were momentarily taken aback. As the fragmented Jinmu emanated an aura of ancient mystique, the expressions of the two transformed entirely. In the celestial expanse, the ancient Sovereign of the Moon could not restrain himself, his gaze fixated upon the fragmented celestial tree, unable to divert his eyes. In the farthest reaches, Hua Wuqing observes everything in silence. She feels a sense of unease regarding the incompleteness of the Jinmu. The atmosphere at the scene is undeniably strange. Her current prowess barely allows her to contend with the Supreme Being. Should the ultimate ascension occur, her only recourse would be to flee. Moreover, there looms before her an ancient moonlit emperor. This artifact appears to be beyond my reach. Hua Wuqi silently withdrew. At this moment, you can distinctly sense the powerful consciousness attempting to penetrate the fragmented essence of the ancient tree, yet it is thwarted from entry. Yukong Lao Deng, have your emotions been stirred? Quickly claim it as your own. I yearn to witness the snow flow like a river. However, just then, the ancient emperor of Yu Kong surprisingly withdrew his gaze. With a casual gesture, he placed the fragmented ancient tree before the Supreme of the buried earth. Indeed, your snow earth is well suited to the stillness of objects. I find it of no use to me. The sudden transformation left you utterly astonished. You find yourself in the vast expanse of the cosmos. You remain unfazed. Those who ascend to greatness are invariably extraordinary individuals. This assembly of supreme beings has witnessed the extraordinary. They are not easily deceived. Each possesses their own unique path. This object is precisely what I require, perfectly suited to my essence amidst the snowy earth. As I speak, 3 rare and exquisite materials soar forth from the burial soil, a compensation for the obstruction in my path. Chai. This object can be used to forge a unique weapon of my empire. Hua Wuqing silently accepted it, turning away without a trace of reluctance. Although this incomplete tree of heaven was her initial discovery, she yearned for it dearly. However, in the face of the present circumstances, she could not gain the upper hand. The purple crow's celestial gold could be considered a significant harvest, and she resolved to treat this wood as if it had never been found. Flowerless comforted herself, yet an uncontrollable anger simmered within her. She decided to leave it here in the burial soil, waiting for the day when she would become an emperor in this life and personally reclaim this treasure. Watching Hua Wuqi walk away with unwavering resolve, you find yourself at a loss for words. Hua Wuqi, where has your pride gone? Compete with the grave soil for it. At that moment, the supreme of the burial earth reached out to grasp the fragmented branches of the ancient tree. You rise directly from the ninefold celestial spirit coffin. A profound astonishment glimmers in your eyes. An inexplicable sense of clarity permeates your heart. It is akin to fertile soil, the resonance of the great path, the lamentation amidst the snow. Is this not precisely what I have longed for? The burial earth tore open a rift in space. With a single step, he found himself in a forbidden realm. A surge of secret delight welled up within him. At the moment he grasped that piece of wood, he felt as though he had leapt into the snow-laden earth. It was a welcoming embrace of hope. The perception of the burial master and the flower of eternity is akin to one another. As an innate spirit of the sage, he sensed the aura of the celestial spirit emanating from this piece of wood. The forbidden graveyard is known as the Emperor's Burial Mountain. It is rumored that this place is the final resting place of an ancient sage emperor. Subsequently, a self-destructive pride took possession of this land, transforming it entirely into a mysterious forbidden zone among the 33 states. In a fleeting moment of returning to the burial ground, dozens of ethereal breaths awaken, stirring a subtle tremor within your heart. The forbidden realm of the dead has endured for millions of years, its profound essence astonishingly deep. This is also why emperors throughout the ages have sought to pacify the forbidden zone, yet all ultimately met with failure. Though the great emperor may dominate an era, when confronted with the onslaught of numerous equals, even the mightiest fists cannot withstand the multitude of feet, resulting in a retreat in disgrace. The burial soil returns to the dry cave, and I eagerly retrieve the fractured timber. After a thorough examination, I cannot help but exclaim, the ancient monarch of the moon sky rightly believed that this object complements my snowy soil. His reasoning is indeed profound. The ancient monarch of the moon sky truly deserves the title of a great sage among the demon race, adhering to the established principles. Although this piece of timber is decayed and unremarkable, if it can thrive in my snowy soil, taking root and sprouting in due course, it may become the most formidable weapon in my possession. This could potentially be a great opportunity, utilizing this object, perhaps enabling me to glimpse a fragment of the celestial realm. Burying the earth, he no longer hesitates, placing the shattered timber amidst the snowy soil. In these 100,000 years, he has reaped abundant rewards, transforming the snow-laden ground into one of his prized possessions. Burying the earth does not disdain the chaos of the apocalypse, but he simply holds little regard for the snow essence gathered by the tumult. He revels solely in the embrace of the imperial snow. For countless millennia, a forbidden zone lay in wait, where one would engage in confrontation with several formidable emperors, personally vanquishing 2 of them, while also encountering an unconventional seeker of enlightenment. All these achievements were nurtured within the embrace of the snow-laden earth. Thus, this place has become the sanctuary of your growth. The golden essence of snow flows with an exuberant vitality, This is the snow essence of an unconventional seeker of enlightenment. The imperial snow harbors a legacy of the great lineage. This magnificent emperor, in his lifetime, was renowned throughout the ages. Yet, he was unexpectedly ambushed by the treacherous forces of the earth. Here, each droplet of snow possesses the power to quell an unparalleled grand doctrine. You dance with fervor upon the lid of the coffin, proclaiming your grand aspirations. Rest assured, I shall leave not a single drop for you. The shattered Jianmu stands silent, no longer rejoicing in exuberance. The earth beneath bears witness, and in my heart there lies a quiet joy, a fervent anticipation. If the snow-laden scholars nurture the Jianmu, should I ascend, it may well be that I carve a singular path of my own. Time swiftly passes, and a millennium has elapsed. The sensation of observing one's own consciousness has completely vanished. You suddenly open your eyes, which gleam with a hint of madness. 1,000 years have passed. Old tomb, do you know how I've spent this millennium? Throughout this millennia, you resemble a guardian of an unparalleled beauty, whose allure is nothing short of exquisite. Yet, you remain confined within a celestial coffin, feigning ignorance, unable to wield her magnificence for your own. Your heart yearns in silence, while you can only watch helplessly. In the present day, the once silent old bidding has finally risen from the depths of obscurity. The opportunity has at last arrived. Yet, upon further reflection, while the supreme may have already established themselves, every great emperor possesses their own clandestine tactics to evade being ensnared in schemes. It is prudent to exercise caution and vigilance. You gradually wield control over the fragmented essence of the ancient trees, absorbing the celestial snow from the soil. This process has endured for 750 years. Emerging from the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, this time, you no longer conceal your ambitions. In the realm of snow, the imperial snow seems to rejoice and cheer, yearning to be ensnared. Through the ancient tree, you condensed it into a single droplet, a process that took an entire 5 centuries. Another 5 centuries have passed. You open your eyes, glimmers of divine light emanate from your gaze. The realm of the quasi-emperor's third heaven. In the previous life, the emperor Shuo ruled with unparalleled might. Yet before I could fully refine the essence, I find myself stepping into the realm of the quasi-emperor's third heaven. Had I known this would be the case, I would have arrived in the snow-laden burial ground in this manner. During the final battle, I should have fought with him for a few hundred years less, preserving more snow for my neck to lay upon the snowy earth for him. At this moment, the shattered divine tree began to absorb the nutrients from the snowy soil, undergoing a transformation. The once scarred divine tree experienced a remarkable restoration, though not flawless. It was no longer as unsightly. Within the tree itself, the 9 terrifying fissures gradually nurtured by the principles of nature were slowly mending. In my previous existence, I nurtured my spirit with the essence of the imperial snow, and, subsequently, I restored this celestial tree with otherworldly materials. Should you ponder upon this, you may vaguely discern the path to becoming an emperor in this life. Your gaze is resolute, and your heart brims with anticipation. Yet, the extent of Jianmu's restoration fills you with quiet trepidation. A single drop of the emperor's neck snow and the fragmented Tao principles shall completely seal this fissure. Suckle with fervor, leaving not a single drop behind. You exert your utmost effort, the great 9 quantities. This segment of timber appears to be slender, resonating with your sense of urgency. The steed gallops at full speed, making contact with the snow-laden earth, as enigmatic patterns of divine lines pervade the atmosphere. Once again, 5 centuries have elapsed. Within the snowy earth, a profound tranquility has enveloped the land. The ethereal entities within have been entirely absorbed by the tree of creation. As the final drop of the precious golden snow liquid was consumed, the second fissure within the tree of creation was irrevocably sealed. You struck the coffin lid in discontent, exclaiming, "Old Deng, this is insufficient. The meager offerings in the snowy soil are far from adequate." Subsequently, you proudly displayed your lips, your yearning visage resembling that of a famished beast. A piece of timber soared forth from the snowy realm, concealed by the assistance of the ruler, beginning a sweeping onslaught. In the depths of the burial soil, within a sacred source, A four-legged creature suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze filled with urgency and disbelief. Who has plundered my vital land? You observe in the shadows, witnessing this creature's descent into madness. Memories of the past flood your mind, and you begin to speculate about the lineage of this being. In the annals of the 3,000 states, there once existed an ancient Chilean emperor. It is reasonable to surmise that this creature is a descendant of his lineage. The ethereal essence of the Supreme awakens from the depths of the burial earth. Clearly, the frenzy of this being's revival has captured the attention of the Supreme. You are aware that evasion is futile. Hence, there is no need for pretense. What do you call yourself, you four-legged creature? A block of celestial wood descends from the heavens, striking forcefully upon the forehead of the four-legged beast. Lingu felt his head spinning as if the world was turning upside down, having been struck by a piece of rotting wood. He touched the swelling lump on his forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of indignation rise within him. He roared in frustration. How infuriating! Before the echoes of the voice had faded, the splintered wood came crashing down once more. A significant bump emerged upon Lingu's forehead. This time it struck precisely at 7. You nodded in satisfaction. The snow vein is impure. It is impossible for Chengdi to ascend to the throne. Yet if one seeks to stand out, I shall offer my assistance to you. After accomplishing all of this, you transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. For the great motion and stillness of tide is 7. A supreme being has already taken notice of this place. It is not that you fear being apprehended, but rather, your resources for repairing the wooden fragments are still significantly lacking. At this moment, Lingu lay in a deep pit, clutching his head, his eyes filled with hatred. He unleashed a powerful move, the shaking father technique, calling upon his father as foes approached. Uncertain of how much time has elapsed, you murmur softly to yourself. Almost there. It's time to cease. Just as you prepare to return to the embrace of the earth beside old Deng, a sudden gasp escapes your lips, for you have sensed a familiar presence. It is he. This is an old acquaintance from the same era as you. In the fierce battles of the Snow War at the Thousand Emperor Pass, they may have been rivals in the struggle for supremacy, yet you consistently overshadowed them. Subsequently, after this individual failed to ascend to the throne, they vanished into the myriad states of the realm. In the era of the Empire, you sought his essence, yearning to rekindle the brilliance of bygone acquaintances. Yet your efforts proved futile. This individual seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. One can only ponder how this elusive figure has concealed himself within this forbidden burial ground. The once proud and solitary silver spear, king of the white deities, now reduced to mere survival amidst the sovereigns of the forbidden realm. Time is indeed a formidable entity. It allows beings to vanish quietly and without a trace. It has the power to soften the edges of the proud. Meanwhile, one must keep their mind in constant motion. Is there any way to accompany him on his final journey? This place is indeed a grand formation, the great array of divine performance. It first drains vitality, and then evolves its path for self-realization. What a ruthless method devised by Cohen. In other words, the White God King has been ensnared here, enduring torment for nearly 10 millennia. How has he survived for such an extended period? The original poster lived for 7,000 or 8,000 years after ascending to the throne. Indeed, you are a remarkable prodigy of our era, having endured for over 10 millennia while remaining alive. Your ability to persevere for such an extended period and sustain the spark of life is truly astonishing. Do you possess some extraordinary secret? After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to repay malice with kindness. He stealthily absconded with the 2 most crucial stones from the Grand Formation. These stones are no ordinary objects. They are perfectly suited for nourishing the construction blocks of the technique. All I can do is this: the remainder must rely on your own efforts. As the sensation of weightlessness envelopes you, you awaken to an increasingly ethereal presence. Swiftly, you rush towards the location of the ancient burial soil. This time, you do not conceal even a fragment of your energy. In fact, you unleash the essence of the celestial wood to its fullest extent. Ancient one of the burial soil, a grand gift approaches. Who could it be? that has stealthily taken away my meticulously prepared materials for crafting weapons? Oh, my poor child, destined to meet the mighty emperor of the celestial strings, now resting in this desolate grave. Yet even the gravestone has been uprooted. The gravestone of my descendants has also been removed. How despicable! Even the coffin of my esteemed ancestor has been dismantled. What a lamentable situation! Who could perpetrate such an act? Have the thieves of the emperor infiltrated the forbidden zone? In an instant, the entire burial ground's forbidden zone descended into utter chaos. Everyone was in search of the harbinger of disaster that had infiltrated their sacred domain. I could see a piece of timber sweeping through our restricted area, ultimately retreating deep into the heart of the burial ground. A supreme aura descends. The burial earth awakens from slumber. He gazes upon the visitor, whose divine presence is anything but benevolent. The ancient emperor of the Qilin. Both you and I belong to the realm of the forbidden, and we are well aware of the unspoken understanding between us. How could one arrive unannounced? What pretense do you assume? Return all that belongs to my child in the realm of spirits. Return all that belongs to my child in the realm of spirits. Otherwise, even if I reach the pinnacle of transcendence today, I shall confront you. The ancient emperor of the Qilin is filled with rage, clutching a bell that jingles in his grasp, unleashing radiant beams of divine light. Buried in confusion, he remained perplexed. He could not fathom what wind the ancient emperor of the Qilin was stirring. After being dormant for 7 long years, awakening to find himself accused of ravaging the gardens of your descendants, how could I be so shameless? Could this accusation be any more ludicrous? His consciousness swept across, revealing the sight of Chigu, with his back turned, picking up celestial leaves from the ground to stuff into his mouth. Growing increasingly irate, he exclaimed, "Do not slander me. Your descendant's garden has clearly been devoured by him alone. Just look, his head has sprouted horns, and his snow-white veins have become even purer. Are you mocking me for my son's impure lineage?" The ancient Kirin emperor trembled all over, gritting his teeth, for this was a taboo subject in his heart. Lin Gu is indeed not a pure-blood descendant of the snow vein, but rather the offspring of another spirit beast. This has become a source of shame for the Qilin clan, leading to years of ridicule directed at him. After he ascended to the throne, this matter became a taboo that could not be spoken of. The bell in the hands of the ancient emperor of Qilin danced gracefully. As the blade's radiance surged forth, it effortlessly leveled the mountain peak. You have transcended. When I bury the earth, it is molded from clay. This time, I shall witness whether your ancient bell of the Qilin is formidable, or if my snow-laden earth holds greater power. Grains of fine dust suspended in midair, obscuring the sky and sun. Yet, in the instant the snow dust appeared, the burial soil fell into a trance. Where has my imperial might gone, leaving my snow dust devoid of its grandeur? What has become of the spirit I cultivated above? And what of the imperial snow I placed within? The burial earth exudes the essence of the soul in 3 chambers. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, dozens of formidable auras descended from the outside. Esteemed guests, your arrival is most opportune. Hasten to adjudicate this matter. The ancient Kirin emperor, without a hint of deliberation, flattened my tranquil domain and unjustly accused me of plundering the precious garden of his progeny. Zantu has now lost the will to engage in battle. He only wishes to resolve this matter peacefully and return to investigate what truly transpired in Shuatu. You have even stolen the gravestone of my child. Return to me the coffin lid. Though it is crafted from the ancient wood of the great avenue, it is not surprising for one of your supreme stature. The younger generation accuses you of having swept away all the materials for their alchemical creations and Taoist soldiers. I have come specifically to demand justice. Faced with the questions of the supreme being who had taken countless lives, the burial warrior found himself at a loss for words, utterly unable to articulate a response. Buried beneath the surface lies his ambitious nature. Such demeanor undoubtedly conceals ulterior motives. When the initial agreement was made to enter the Forbidden Zone, I voiced my dissent. Some have begun to stir the pot, while others seek to fan the flames, eager to exacerbate the situation. At that moment, the burial ground's Forbidden Zone trembled. A beam of light surged into the heavens, enveloping all beings with unparalleled Taoist rhythms. A resounding voice pierced the tranquility of the desolate land, its echo surpassing the tumult, causing stones to tumble throughout the forbidden zone, as if a chaotic thunderstorm had abruptly descended. In a peculiar cosmic realm within the 3,000 Tao states, Hua Wuqi suddenly opened 7 pairs of eyes. Within those enchanting orbs lay an unmistakable astonishment. I had thought that all beings of the same era had perished, yet to my surprise, you still exist. It truly is a delightful revelation. The silver spear of the world, the white God King. You have failed in your quest for the throne. Unexpectedly, you have chosen an alternative path. Had Mugo still been alive, it is likely that you would engage in another fierce battle to determine supremacy once more. The forbidden zone of the burial ground. The silvery radiance began to gradually converge. A spear of pure silver hovered in the air. Beside the silver lance, a figure clad in white stood suspended, silver light intertwining upon their form. Within their eyes, a fervent divine brilliance surged, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation in those who beheld it. Though there are not 3 essential elements to prolong a life, it is still arduous to conceal the relentless passage of time. I initially believed I would be ensnared within the confines of the burial ground, yet unexpectedly, the formation was dismantled, allowing me to comprehend the essence of the heavenly Tao. Regrettably, I have merely embarked upon this path, and should these great emperors reach the pinnacle of transcendence, I would still be unable to contend with them. The White God King relinquished his desire for vengeance and prepared to depart from this forbidden domain, intending to fortify his own path. However, just as he was about to leave, he beheld a being within the forbidden zone, voraciously gnawing at the garden. The White God King was incensed. The snow vein of the ancient Qilin Emperor once. The ancient Qilin Emperor had confined me, intending to use my foundation to mend his own path. Has the snow vein of this ancient Qilin Emperor awakened? Its prominence has reached such heights it cannot be allowed to remain. The White God King, already a formidable adversary of the ancient Qilin Emperor, saw no reason to hold back. He summoned his silver spear and struck with unerring swiftness, like a meteor, piercing through the forehead of the ancient Qilin. In the realm of Jinmu, you are also taken aback. The White God King, this peculiar being, has remarkably attained enlightenment in an unconventional manner and has managed to exist for such an extended period. It is indeed due to the presence of a singular, extraordinary entity, the unwanted. Is it merely one unwanted? Has it truly granted you an extension of life for an entire cycle? What significance does this hold? I harbor not a shred of envy. In my previous existence, I traversed the vast expanse of 3,000 realms, yet I did not encounter even a fleeting shadow of the unwanted. What astonishes me further is that this individual, not even an emperor, possesses the unwanted by their side. Unbeknownst to you, you have already begun to grind your teeth in frustration. He may have found an unconventional path to enlightenment. Perhaps it is also related to the divine. As the earth is buried, I shall not falter in my endeavors against you. Dare to provoke me? Your gaze, like that of a 3-eyed beast, swiftly fixates on the offspring. As the ancient Emperor Qilin unleashes his divine might, the celestial pathways tremble, and the snow-capped peaks churn violently. The very heavens and earth, along with the mountains and rivers, writhe in turmoil, all lamenting in unison with his seething wrath. Who could have imagined that he, once ensnared within the confines of the Forbidden Zone, utilized the Grand Formation to analyze the foundation of the White God King, in an attempt to mend his own path of enlightenment, would ultimately be extricated from such confines, and moreover, embark upon an unconventional path to transcendence, venturing down a road that defies the heavens? It is time for you to unceremoniously shatter my tranquil silence. The burial earth has witnessed everything, observing the ancient emperor of the Qilin suffer damage. In his heart, he feels an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. At this very moment, the divine chains of order came crashing down upon him with a thunderous clamor. Endless celestial pathways span the heavens, surging like a tempestuous sea, piercing through the ancient and modern realms alike. The burial of the divine beings undergoes a profound transformation. The stone figure emerges from the depths of the earth, its roar reverberating through the mountains and valleys. As the starry river collapses, submerging the sacred chains of order imbued with the principles of the Tao. Could it be that the ancient ruler of the unicorns has indeed perceived the thoughts within my heart? Yet, with a fierce and unyielding roar, he exclaimed, "Ancient Emperor Qilin, who among your descendants wields that silver spear? How dare you lay your hand upon me? Have you lost your sanity? Everything originates from you." The secret art in hand evokes astonishment among the other esteemed beings present. The ancient Emperor Qilin does not refrain from seeking a confrontation with the divine king for the sake of his successors. Rather, he is torn by his own choices. It is solely because the burial soil harbors what he desires. Burial earth, did you clandestinely disrupt the formation and release the white god king? In the shadows, the fire spirit sovereign once more spoke, and with each utterance, the flames were stoked. Upon hearing these words, you felt a surge of joy. Although this fire spirit sovereign was not particularly virtuous, in this moment of clarity and beauty, the enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the ancient Emperor Qilin cast his divine perception and, as anticipated, discovered that the grand array he had meticulously arranged was missing two rare array stones. He chose silence, eschewing any further discourse. The brilliance of the bell shimmered with an extraordinary luster, seemingly awakening the long-buried ambition of his past, a fervent desire for snow. Strike if you dare. Fear is not your companion. The grand clash reaches its zenith. Buried deep within the hearts of warriors, the sunny disposition of the gate entwines, nowhere to unleash the pent-up emotions. Even the temper flares. In a fleeting moment, the two engage in a chaotic struggle within the restricted zone. Please, cease your conflict. You are both sovereigns of the restricted zone, endowed with unparalleled might. Continuing this way will only squander the precious resources of our burial grounds battlefield. Burying the earth is but a trivial matter. In this instance, the fault lies with you. A simple acknowledgement of the mistake will suffice. Hasten to return all that has been taken away. Let us consider this matter resolved. We shall not dwell excessively on it. Qilin, ancient emperor, though your descendant has perished, it is my understanding that a fragment of his divine essence has been extracted and preserved by you, bestowing upon him the possibility of resurrection. You all shall not engage in further conflict. Upon hearing the admonitions, the supreme of the buried earth truly felt a surge of indignation. He shouted, "I have not committed any of these deeds. Why must I bear the blame? Behold, our benevolence has been met with ingratitude. Buried in the earth, oh, buried in the earth. You have interred me in the imperial forbidden zone, bringing calamity upon us, even inciting internal strife and war. Could it be that you are a spy sent from another forbidden zone?" The words of the fire spirit resonate once more, striking deeply at the heart. I too shall ascend as a great emperor. How could I tarnish my dignity by yielding to the trivial? Do not hurl baseless accusations with your reckless tongue in the face of the valiant and indomitable ancient emperor. Even the bravest warriors find their resolve shaken by sharp words. I have no desire for subjugation. Instead, I yearn for the utmost elevation. In a fleeting moment, the majesty of the emperor manifests abruptly. Enough. Everyone, cease your actions. I have discerned the truth of this matter. Suddenly, a voice devoid of warmth resonated. The ancient Emperor Qilin and the others, including Zhang Tu, halted in unison. This skirmish was effortlessly extinguished. The numerous supreme beings nearby ceased their chatter, all awaiting the revelation of the truth. Even the fire spirit supreme, who had previously stoked the flames of conflict, fell silent, adopting a demeanor of utmost propriety. Who is it, interfering unnecessarily? Your heart is filled with doubts, and you're quite displeased. A chilling atmosphere permeates the entire forbidden zone as a coffin floats in midair. In an instant, a chill enveloped you entirely. You swiftly concealed yourself within the depths of a 9-layered celestial coffin, securely fastening its lid. The overwhelming sense of peril dissipated completely. Who, then, is this individual? The first interred in the forbidden zone of the burial ground. Since his departure, Burial Emperor Mountain has borne his name. He has brushed against the path of the transcendent, one of the great taboos of the world. The one interred in the Emperor's tomb is indeed this person. Within the confines of the forbidden zone lies a profound taboo. A wave of astonishment surges within you. This individual has existed for at least 300,000 years. Suddenly, a thought crosses your mind, recalling the earlier request made to the sovereign to search for the imperial measure. The sovereign mentioned that there are corpses within the emperor's tomb. Could it be referring to this? At that moment, the wooden block was seized. Xing Dao's voice slowly emerged, revealing that it was he who had orchestrated the entire scheme. Chapter 9. The ancient emperor of the moonlit sky bears the blame. The tragic supreme of the Forbidden Zone. The coffin lid of the forbidden existence, known as the Emperor of Burials, trembled ominously, its chilling voice plunging one into an abyss of cold dread. Was a piece of wood? The supreme of buried earth furrowed his brow. The growth rate of this wooden fragment astonished him. Even as it absorbed the imperial blood within the blood soil, he never doubted its integrity. He believed it was on the verge of rejuvenation, beneficial to him, aiding him in glimpsing the path beyond the Emperor's realm. Yet, this taboo existence of the Forbidden Zone claimed that the wooden piece was the source of chaos. This left the Supreme of Buried Earth perplexed, eager to refute. Indeed, it was this very object that seemed capable of concealing its presence, overturning the coffin lids of our esteemed elders. Someone had witnessed it stealing away my son's gravestone. Additionally, vast quantities of precious materials, rare within our Forbidden Zone, revered as celestial materials in the outside world, have been wholly consumed by this entity. The voice of the ancient Emperor Qilin echoed. My son's medicinal fields were plundered as well. His heart seethed with fury. Were it not for the face of the taboo supreme, he would have already taken action again to avenge his son. Let the old fool of buried earth bleed. Buried earth felt the urgency, still obstinately insisting on an explanation, firmly asserting that his wooden piece bore no relation to the matter. After all, this wooden fragment had absorbed all the imperial blood from his blood soil, rendering it devoid of power, reduced to mediocrity. He could not afford to lose the wooden piece, just as he could not afford to lose the burial ground of the Forbidden Zone. At that moment, the coffin in the sky bore glaring blood streaks. Intricate runes inscribed upon it formed slender threads, seemingly awakening the very essence of the Forbidden Zone. Wang Ling could distinctly sense that as this hidden taboo existence within the coffin stirred, the laws governing the entire burial ground of the Forbidden Zone intertwined, faintly revealing a nebulous realm of reincarnation, severing the connection between the Forbidden Zone and the 3,000 avenues of the world. The laws of the Forbidden Zone bore no relation to the grand pathways of the 3,000 states. They were shrouded in mystery. Wang Ling murmured thoughtfully. Meanwhile, scenes of the wooden piece rampaging through the Forbidden Zone reflected in the sky. Wang Ling could not help but marvel. To what height had this taboo supreme ascended? If it were to fully transcend, it would rival the peak prowess of the Supreme of Ling Tian. The system provided an answer, and once again, Wang Ling was left astounded. It seemed that the depth of the Forbidden Zones across the 3,000 states surpassed his expectations. How could this be? As the laws delineated the actions of the wooden piece, the countenance of the Supreme of Buried Earth turned an ominous shade. At this juncture, he could no longer weave any lies. Everyone present had felt the implications. The Supreme of Buried Earth had once clashed with the ancient Emperor of the moonlit sky. Yet the moonlit sky had returned this object to him. The Fire Spirit Supreme reignited the flames of discord. Upon uttering these words, the gazes directed at the Supreme of Buried Earth transformed entirely, now laced with a hint of murderous intent. The Supreme of Buried Earth's heart raced, and he turned to the smug Fire Spirit Supreme, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Though the old man's words were unspoken, they subtly hinted at his connections with the ancient Moon Emperor. One esteemed individual stepped forward, unable to contain his indignation. Are you a spy sent by the divine tomb into my burial grounds Forbidden Zone? This noble had a past grievance with the ancient Moon Emperor. His progeny had once contended with the Emperor's daughter, only to meet a tragic end. Now interred in the burial ground, with his gravestone removed. Analyzing the situation, his suspicions were not without merit. If memory serves, when the Burial Earth Sovereign ascended to power, he had also launched attacks on the Forbidden Zone, yet had never set foot in the divine tomb. As more and more sovereigns began to voice their accusations and doubts, the Burial Earth Sovereign felt a rising dread. After a moment of contemplation, He gritted his teeth and declared, "My loyalty to the burial ground's forbidden zone is beyond reproach. I fear I have fallen victim to the schemes of that old rogue, the ancient Moon Emperor. This object has eluded my comprehension, and I have been ensnared." He lamented, "If there is anyone who has suffered the greatest loss, it is I." As he illuminated the blood soil, the assembled sovereigns beheld a dim and lifeless expanse of dust and gravel, devoid of any sovereign fluctuations. The divine might that once resonated had faded. The blood soil, stripped of imperial essence, resonated with his inner turmoil. He cursed the ancient Moon Emperor 100 times in his heart, recognizing the duplicitous nature of the man who had knowingly gifted him this peculiar wooden artifact, intending to instigate chaos within the burial ground's forbidden zone. "Ancient Moon Emperor, you wretched old man, you have forged an enmity between us." The burial earth sovereign felt increasingly despondent. He had not erred in his assessment. This time, he had indeed suffered the most grievous losses. With a wave of his hand, he cast the wooden piece towards the crowd, gritting his teeth and stating, "Since this object is the source of our troubles, you all may take action to compel it to reveal the stolen treasures. Is it not yours? Can you not exert control over it?" One sovereign questioned, "Is it truly so?" The burial earth sovereign nodded. "To be candid, this object possesses an extraordinary origin, making it exceedingly difficult to refine." Curiosity arose among the crowd as they began to investigate. Within the constructed wood, Wang Ling could distinctly sense dozens of sovereign consciousnesses attempting to penetrate the wooden piece, only to be thwarted. For caution, he retreated back into the ninefold immortal spirit coffin, seeking refuge. Indeed, the sovereigns of the burial ground's forbidden zone were now intrigued. The ability to obstruct sovereign scrutiny was indicative of an extraordinary item. The burial earth sovereign exhaled with relief, holding onto a glimmer of hope that they might devise a means to resolve this troublesome wooden artifact swiftly, thus allowing him to recover some imperial essence and mitigate his losses. This object is difficult to scrutinize. It seems to possess an impenetrable layer of grand principles. One sovereign murmured. Another sovereign could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "Damn this wooden piece! Return my son's coffin lid." The void erupted with a thunderous roar, a terrifying phenomenon that caused the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder. This supreme being, endowed with unparalleled divine strength, extended both hands and struck forward, intent on utterly shattering the decaying wood. Bang! The supreme beings before him focused intently, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This was an ancient supreme, once invincible across 2 epochs. It is difficult for ordinary mortals to fathom the extent of such overwhelming power. Boom! Surprisingly, the decaying wood did not shatter. Instead, it radiated a brilliant golden light that pierced the very skies. The supreme was taken aback. What manner of object can withstand my assault? The fractured timber had once swayed in the celestial realm. Some among the supremes recognized it, sighing with a gaze full of yearning. Indeed, it had swayed in the celestial realm. I can sense a familiar aura. At that moment, the coffin, which had remained still, emitted a tremor, and the forbidden entity within spoke once more. With a whoosh, in an instant, the coffin arrived before the piece of timber. This object contains its own domain, strikingly similar to our forbidden zone. What? With the explanation from the forbidden supreme, all the supremes present were filled with astonishment. In other words, within this object lies a miniature forbidden territory. If that is the case, could there be celestial beings within? The burial earth supreme was equally intrigued, fixated on the sight. Danger! 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 An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Wang Ling. It appeared that this forbidden entity might also be capable of entering the timber. His coffin is the 3-life divine coffin of the celestial realm, a treasured artifact of the great sect. Though it is in a state of disrepair, it still retains a trace of celestial resonance. Chapter 10. The suppression of the coffin, a great taboo, a great terror, a great cause and effect. His coffin is the 3-generation divine coffin from the celestial realm, a treasured artifact of the grand sect. Although it is severely damaged, it still retains a trace of celestial aura. The system provided an explanation. Wang Ling suddenly comprehended that his ability to enter the interior of the Jianmu block was likely related to the ninefold celestial spirit coffin. Furthermore, the three-generation divine coffin, which lay within the forbidden zone of the burial site, also possessed a trace of celestial aura, suggesting the possibility of accessing the inner sanctum of the Jianmu block. The esteemed ones retreated, clearly aware that this forbidden entity, lying in repose, possessed astonishing abilities. This mysterious Jianmu block could only be entrusted to him. Did they wish to usurp his territory? He could not allow that to happen. The Jianmu block held immense significance for him. It was not something he could relinquish easily. Rest assured, the ninefold celestial spirit coffin has never been shattered. Suppressing the three-generation divine coffin is well within my capabilities. Is that so? Wang Ling pushed aside the coffin lid. Waiting idly is not in my nature. I must take the initiative and escape the confines of the burial site's forbidden zone. This time, he had gathered a wealth of insights and needed to enter seclusion to digest them thoroughly. Perhaps I can venture into the interior of this Jianmu. The forbidden entity began to hum, having already caught a glimpse of a corner of the Jianmu, sensing some divine resonance akin to that of his coffin. This so-called resonance was the shared aura within the Jianmu that mirrored the essence of his coffin. Moreover, he harbored ambitions. If their energies could collide, intertwine, and ultimately merge, it might lead to a complete revival of the celestial aura within his coffin. For him, that would be a tremendous opportunity. The path to ascension would then be opened, and the legendary road to becoming an immortal would not be too obstructive for him. He had established a forbidden zone, and, as its sovereign, he was privy to many secrets of this world. Some esteemed ones entered the forbidden zone merely to survive, while others sought the path beyond the emperors. Yet, some were driven by the elusive yet tangible road to immortality. Open for me. The swirling mists of darkness roiled, and many legendary underworld beings emerged, beginning to assist in transforming this magnificent Jianmu into a realm of the dead. From the depths of the swirling black clouds, an enormous head emerged from the coffin, reminiscent of a rare, colossal creature surfacing from a shadowy abyss. The multitude of esteemed ones was astounded, and the beings within the forbidden zone were stunned. Was this the most forbidden existence within the zone? Was this the might of the sovereign of the forbidden zone? His overwhelming presence instilled fear in all. He extended his massive claws, intent on shattering the divine resonance of the Jianmu, exuding ferocity and confidence. His coffin had been refined into an unparalleled, malevolent spirit. Wang Ling observed everything within the Jianmu block, and even though he had once been an emperor, he remained profoundly shaken. Your coffin is insufficient. Having resolved not to wait idly, Wang Ling initiated his offensive. Otherwise, if the Jianmu block were breached, it would only become more fragmented, rendering his nurturing within the burial site's forbidden zone futile. Charge! Do not falter. Lightning intertwined upon the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, beginning to disperse the dark, ominous mists. Thunder and lightning, the epitome of supreme yang and unyielding strength, exude an overwhelming dominance. The celestial phoenix, intricately carved upon the nine-layered immortal spirit coffin, suddenly let out a piercing cry, its entire form enveloped in blazing flames, sending forth a torrential wave of heat that swept across the surroundings. With wings unfurled, it soared high, subduing all malevolent spirits in its path, reducing everything to ashes. A coffin emerged forcefully from the sacred wood, crashing down upon the three generations of divine coffins. The remnants of the celestial formations glimmered and rumbled, adorned with dense runes, successfully obstructing the impact. Yet, despite this defense, damage was inevitable. With a resounding crack, a corner of the three generations of divine coffins was shattered, teetering dangerously close to overturning. What could this be? Such a fragmented piece of sacred would conceal an entire coffin within. What else lies hidden within a coffin? The supreme beings exchanged murmurs, eager to launch an offensive, yet hesitated. The mysterious nature of this coffin deterred them, and with the master of the forbidden zone remaining inactive, they refrained from acting recklessly. Meanwhile, within the three generations of divine coffins, the forbidden entity could no longer remain still, emitting a foul odor from its decaying hands. It clawed at the coffin lid, its eyes flickering like ghostly flames, observing intently without making any move. Clearly, the prior aggressive action had instilled a sense of caution in this forbidden being. Yet, Wang Ling understood his limitations, relying solely on the ethereal aura of the nine-layered immortal spirit coffin. Indeed, the master of the Forbidden Zone appeared contemplative, although his 3 generations of divine coffins bore damage. He still gleaned insights in that fleeting moment. He noticed blood staining the coffin, blood that seemed to belong to a fallen celestial spirit. It was terrifying, a forbidden essence that instilled dread within him. He dare not linger. No longer hesitating, Wang Ling seized the moment, propelling himself and the sacred wood out of the Forbidden Zone. All eyes were fixed upon this scene, refraining from pursuing him, for the earlier spectacle had left them astounded. More importantly, the master of the Forbidden Zone had not acted impulsively. Nearby, the sovereign of Burial Earth felt a lingering unease, deepening his resentment towards the ancient emperor of the moon. The presence of a coffin within the sacred wood was extraordinary, nearly toppling the master of the Forbidden Zone's 3 generations of coffins. To conceal such a forbidden object within this sacred wood, it was utterly terrifying. This item represents a profound taboo beyond my grasp. That old rogue of the moon must have uncovered something, intending to bring about my ruin. Alas! As the 9-layered immortal spirit coffin receded from view, the master of the Forbidden Zone remained motionless, merely heaving a sigh before resigning to a state of inertia. Only a faint voice echoed through the air. This object is a forbidden entity, beyond our comprehension. It harbors great terror and an extraordinary origin. There are profound consequences, to be avoided at all costs. The 3,000 states brimmed with mystery, yet he had yet to thoroughly discern their depths. Not to mention the suspected fallen celestial spirits. He understood the importance of discernment, realizing that it was prudent to steer clear of these entanglements, lest he face repercussions. Is this truly how it ends? What of my son's medicinal garden and the materials required to reconstruct his divine form? The ancient Qilin emperor, dissatisfied, bore a bell upon his head, his aura cascading like a waterfall. This time, he suffered significant losses and was filled with anger. The coffin of the elder from my clan requires remeasurement. The supreme beings shared the same grievances. I must erect a new monument for my son, which necessitates a plethora of materials. This matter surely warrants an explanation. After the Lord of the Forbidden Zone departed, the Supremes chose not to leave, instead encircling the Supreme of Buried Earth, each displaying an unfriendly demeanor. Esteemed ones, I too am a victim. The Supreme of Buried Earth felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Decades of scheming reduced to ashes. My losses are the most profound. The voice of the instigator resonated once more, flames billowing forth, infused with a palpable irritation. Ultimately, this predicament arose because of you. Shouldn't you provide some compensation to the esteemed Supremes? The Supreme of Buried Earth glared at the smug flame, Spirit Supreme, amidst the flames, pondering what else this insufferable being could do apart from fanning the flames. Yet, despite his ire, he understood that he must bear this burden. For failing to offer some form of restitution would render this matter impossible to resolve. At this juncture, he could not afford to make too many enemies, lest he seek revenge against the old rogue Yukong in the future. He turned to glance at the cave abode, making a painful decision, and closed his eyes in despair. In light of this, esteemed ones, feel free to take whatever you desire from the treasures of the cave. Consider it your compensation. Chapter 11. The Awakening of Celestial Rhythm. Reflecting the Heavens. The Path of the White Divine King. The Mixed Pattern Origin Stone. Such a colossal piece. This object is perfectly suited to serve as a gravestone. It belongs to me. Some supreme beings began to indiscriminately select. This massive mixed pattern origin stone has been taken away by me. Although the burial soil supreme has closed his eyes, his mind is acutely aware, cursing incessantly within. This enormous piece is sufficient to serve as gravestones for your entire clan. The true solar water, the Tai Xian turtle shell, all essential materials for the reconstruction of my son's body. The ancient Kirin emperor, wearing a grim expression, turned to leave. True solar water is essential for me to comprehend. Does your son require the Tai Xian turtle shell? Ah, old Kirin, do you intend to mutate your illegitimate son once more, draping him in a turtle shell? The burial soil supreme seethed inwardly. Suddenly, the ancient Kirin emperor snorted coldly, whirled around, and seized a piece of celestial wood. This item I also require. The burial soil supreme opened his eyes, witnessing the ancient Kirin emperor's acquisition. His countenance darkened with foreboding. It was a piece of Xian immortal dragonwood, imbued with primal vitality, born of the convergence of heaven and earth, a true dragon's companion, harboring an abundance of life essence, a treasure that is rare and elusive. This was what he had reserved for himself, a legitimate fund for his coffin. This piece of eternal azure gold, it is now mine. This voice was particularly grating, unmistakably emanating from that instigator. Even more infuriating was the Fire Spirit Supreme's remark. Had it not been for my continuous pacification of the esteemed ones, your plight today might have been far worse. The burial soil supreme abruptly turned, his eyes blazing with fury. Is this a tribute to the innate fire spirit? The Fire Spirit Supreme chuckled. Ha ha ha. Calm down. You are merely the earthen spirit of earth. Once the last harsh voice faded completely, the burial soil supreme was genuinely enraged. He gazed at the empty cavern, his heart beginning to bleed. All of these were my treasures amassed over countless millennia. Gone, all gone. Every plan has come to naught. What calamity have I wrought? It is you, all because of you. Moon Sky, ancient emperor, you shall pay dearly for this cunning scheme. I will return the favor tenfold. Meanwhile, in the divine tomb, Forbidden Zone, the Moon Sky ancient emperor was gazing thoughtfully in the direction of the burial soil Forbidden Zone, sensing someone attempting to transcend, to peer into his essence. To transcend merely to gaze at him? One wonders which esteemed being has lost their senses. This operation, inscrutable. The Moon Sky ancient emperor's hair radiated a celestial aura, capable of suppressing all beings. A disturbance in the great Tao suggests significant events may unfold in the burial soil Forbidden Zone. Someone is achieving an alternative path. Yet there are other elusive presences, difficult to probe. Each Forbidden Zone possesses its unique barriers, making it challenging to discern reality from illusion unless one is present. Perhaps it relates to the burial soil supreme. He has obtained the shattered tree of creation, which may yield some results. In the depths of the moonlit ancient emperor's realm, the grand cosmic tapestry of destiny was being woven. After an intricate divination, a subtle smile graced his lips as he felt a connection, albeit faint, to the supreme of the burial earth. In the past, he had presided over the construction of the divine wood, refraining from participating in the ensuing struggles. Ah, the burial earth, it seems you have reaped significant rewards. Indeed, this is a profound grace. The moonlit ancient emperor ventured into the heart of the divine tomb, pausing before an unparalleled source of divine essence, where he beheld a breathtaking maiden within. A rare expression of fondness illuminated his countenance. I have paved the way for you, my child. In this lifetime, you shall re-enter the world and ascend to emperorhood without concern. As the ninefold celestial spirit coffin departed the confines of the burial grounds, it tore through the fabric of space, arriving in an unknown cosmic wasteland, drifting amidst the chaotic laws of the universe. The King of Tombs remained cautious, opting to lay still within the coffin, wary of any lingering taboos from the burial site that might pursue him. He began to reflect on his journey, recognizing it as a worthwhile endeavor, a means of venting his frustrations. He pondered whether the old man of the burial earth was seething in rage. The tale spoke of the moonlit ancient emperor as a benevolent figure. Yet, Wang Ling perceived a profound complexity within this ancient sage, shrouded in an enigmatic veil. Far from the simplicity he seemed to embody, his affection for his daughter, however, was palpable. Before Wang Ling's ascension to emperorhood, the emperor's daughter, Changsheng, had also emerged, embarking on her own path to imperial glory, only to provoke a great saint of a celestial sect, leading to her untimely demise at the hands of a protector. The moonlit ancient emperor, in a fit of rage, obliterated the entire sect with a single strike. Yet, Changsheng had suffered damage to her foundational path, rendering her unable to breach the imperial threshold, thus retreating to the forbidden zones. After Wang Ling's ascension, he had heard whispers of the ancient sage's ruthless side, as he ventured into 3 forbidden zones in search of remedies to restore his daughter's foundational path. It was likely that in this lifetime, Changsheng would once again manifest, destined to attain enlightenment and emperorhood. 5 centuries passed as Wang Ling lay dormant within the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, until he discovered a patch of floating earth nestled in the depths of chaotic laws. This place was perilous, teeming with divine beasts born from the laws themselves, and mysterious shattered stone carvings that exuded an aura of death and danger. It was a genuine forbidden zone, where even the supreme beings would hesitate to tread. Wang Ling inquired about the origin of the divine beasts, and the sovereign merely indicated a connection to the enigmatic celestial beings. Without the protection of the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, he would not have dared to step foot in this realm. He refrained from further questioning. After all, he had yet to achieve the feat of a second ascension to emperorhood. Contemplating too much without the strength to pursue such inquiries would be a drain on his intellect and energy, ultimately yielding no fruitful results. Within the divine wood, 2 fissures had begun to mend. Observing the gradual closure of these cracks, Wang Ling promptly cast aside the collected coffin planks, tombstones, and even boxes containing rare materials. "Now it is my turn," he proclaimed, placing a drop of golden imperial blood before him for meticulous examination. Within this blood flowed the essence of a unique path seeker, resilient and formidable, invoking a sense of reverence. Regrettably, he ultimately did not ascend to the status of a great emperor, failing to discover the path ahead, and thus fell into the forbidden zone. The blood of an emperor is indeed terrifying, particularly the golden blood of this unconventional ascendant, which is difficult for Wang Ling to suppress with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of quasi-emperor. At this moment, a resonating hum emanated from the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, as the fire phoenix revived once more, subduing the golden blood and preventing its tumult. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ling commenced a fervent process of refinement. After 5 centuries, the golden blood had gradually dimmed, and the fragmented pieces of the divine tree had consumed all the materials. With 2 fissures now mended and the shattered patterns restored, Wang Ling's soul grew robust as golden light swirled around him, and his Tao power surged like an ocean. The fire phoenix let out a mournful cry, and a celestial dragon spiraled through the skies, ethereal energy swirling amidst the immortal mountains. Some wielded black chess pieces, transforming daylight into darkness, while others, with white pieces, rendered the night colorful, reminiscent of the auroras from a previous life. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Ling beheld this extraordinary scene and could not help but marvel, an omen reflecting the myriad heavens. From whence did this phenomenon arise? He discerned its profound mysteries. The desolate edges of the universe were exceedingly enigmatic, harboring countless mysterious Tao principles and orders within the chaos, eluding comprehension. It was merely due to his refinement of a drop of imperial blood that the celestial resonance within the ninefold celestial spirit coffin had awakened, intertwining with the complex and mysterious Tao principles of this realm, thereby delineating a vast cosmos. Observing the distant, god-devouring beast quivering in fear upon the ground, Wang Ling felt that the world, transitioning from white to black, and then to color, might have genuinely existed. Suddenly, a domineering intent of a spear rippled through the desolate universe, prompting Wang Ling to hastily log into the Emperor account, utterly astonished. The White God King. Goodness! You old rascal, daring to traverse the perilous edges of the cosmos right after your unconventional ascendance. Truly audacious. As he spoke, the long spear in the White God King's hand seemed to gain additional enhancement, and he could faintly perceive 2 chess pieces, one black and one white, spinning at the spear's tip. As the spear danced, white transformed into black, and black morphed into color, rendering the very fabric of existence hazy. The divine might was terrifying, exerting pressure upon all beings, instilling fear in their hearts. Alas, wasn't this the very evolution of my own omened world? How could the White God King seize such a tremendous advantage? Although Wang Ling was astounded, he could not deny the formidable talent of the White God King, which was indeed remarkable. If it could be said that in his earlier unconventional ascendance, he could only contend with the Supreme, now, armed with the newly comprehended spear techniques, he possessed the strength to challenge an emperor. Though a seemingly small step, this advancement was equivalent to crossing a vast chasm in his cultivation. With the immortal elixir before him, he could safeguard himself from death within the forbidden zone and further his unconventional path. Behind him lay the reflection of the myriad heavens, allowing him to gain insights into the methods of evolution, propelling him further along his unique journey. Was this fellow truly walking upon fortune? How could such a thing be? Wang Ling felt a surge of frustration as the god-devouring beast wailed pitifully, seemingly pleading for mercy. Wang Ling understood that this was all due to the celestial aura's overwhelming pressure that had just illuminated the heavens, instilling fear in them. "Go bite him," Wang Ling commanded with a wave of his hand. The devouring beast manifested with a fierce countenance, continuously transforming within the laws of the Tao. At that moment, the White God King suddenly rose, gazing at the vanishing phenomenon with a look of reverence. Upon witnessing the appearance of the devouring beast, his expression changed drastically, and he hastily spoke, "I bear no ill intentions. I merely passed by. I beseech you, senior, do not take offense." "Pass by? What a convenient excuse," Wang Ling retorted. Dissatisfied, "You, old man, casually claim to have passed by and thus acquired a great opportunity for me? It truly makes one envious." How to bite fiercely. The White God King was acutely aware of his predicament. Although he had embarked on an unconventional path to enlightenment, he still felt the oppressive weight of the cosmic laws in this realm. Having consumed the elixir of immortality, he glimpsed certain secrets within it. Over the past few centuries, he had traveled through the myriad Tao states in search of a more distant path. Today, it seemed he had found it. The White God King clenched his teeth, as if resolutely making a decision. He bowed towards the swirling mist of celestial essence, saying, "Senior, you are able to reflect the grand vistas of the celestial realm. I, the White God King, am willing to follow your teachings." "Follow? Come back." Wang Ling immediately commanded the released, devouring beast, his expression turning peculiar. "Good heavens, you, the White God King, wish to follow me." Chapter 12. Establishing a New Doctrine. The arrival of mysterious causality. The reappearance of ominous portents. The devouring divine beast surged forth with ferocity, only to suddenly turn and retreat with a howl, its eyes betraying a fierce malevolence. It pondered, this individual could not possibly be virtuous. Who, in their right mind, would lay in a coffin while perpetrating malevolence? How dare this wretched being conceal himself within such confines? The White God King sheathed his spear, boldly gazing into the ethereal mists that shrouded the enigmatic presence. Yet he gleaned not a hint of clarity. This only solidified his conviction that within the treacherous outskirts of the cosmos, he had stumbled upon a monumental opportunity. I once learned that the illustrious Emperor Ling Tian, who astonished the 3,000 realms, vanished from these very cosmic fringes, seemingly having grasped the secrets of immortality. Once a prodigious scion of the Haizhou lineage in the 3,000 realms, the White God King returned after a millennium of suppression in the Forbidden Zone, yearning to revisit his ancestral home and peruse the ancient texts of his clan. Alas, a millennium had wrought profound changes. What was once a magnificent family sanctuary now lay in ruins, a mere shadow of its former grandeur. The clan members had evaporated into the annals of history. After a moment of sorrow, the White God King attained enlightenment. The path of righteousness is devoid of compassion. Only transcendence remains. He resolved to embark anew on his journey, seeking the path to immortality. Wandering the cosmic wasteland for 5 centuries, he uncovered numerous traces of emperors. Amidst a chaotic expanse, he discovered the bloodstains of an emperor, remnants of a cursed realm where the blood of the sovereign was shed, instilling dread in the hearts of those who encountered it. A single blood mark at the periphery compelled him to halt. The fact that even Emperor Ling Tian left his blood here was nothing short of terrifying. After achieving his own form of enlightenment, he had once held an arrogant disposition, convinced that his every gesture could dominate all beings. Yet in this moment, trepidation gripped his heart, rendering him hesitant to advance further. While meandering through the cosmic wasteland, he also sought the traces of the celestial origin emperor. Indeed, it was that very individual who, through sheer luck, ascended to the throne. The mere thought of this name transformed the expression of the white god king into one of profound complexity. This individual had once been both adversary and ally. Regrettably, the cycle of celestial fate is merciless. I remain, yet he has departed. Ultimately, he was a fortunate emperor, lacking true strength, subjected to humiliation by the Forbidden Zone, and branded as the weakest emperor in history. The white god king murmured to himself, contemplating, had he ascended to the throne in that lifetime, he would certainly have risen to greatness, never to face the pitiable fate of the celestial origin emperor. If Wang Ling, resting within the nine-tiered immortal spirit coffin, were privy to the thoughts of the white god king, he would undoubtedly laugh in exasperation. You are oblivious to the treachery of the world. As the white god king gazed upon the surging celestial essence, his resolve to pursue his destined path intensified. After so many years in the cosmic wasteland, how could he forsake such a fortuitous opportunity? He must. Follow me. Wang Ling, lying within the nine-tiered immortal spirit coffin, felt anything but tranquil. Instead, he found the situation quite amusing. He pondered what expression the white god king would wear upon discovering that his destined follower was none other than himself. It seems that following me will ultimately prove to be his fortune, Wang Ling whispered, his thoughts already set. Thus, today, let us establish a new doctrine. It shall be named Heavenly Court. Wang Ling, filled with ambition, had heard tales of an ancient heavenly court in the celestial realm, though its destruction remained shrouded in mystery. Today, he resolved to establish a new heavenly court. While the heavenly court was deemed a taboo, Wang Ling thought to himself, what fear can a man possess when bolstered by a system? As he drifted through the chaotic cosmos, unable to assist, he declared to Bai Shun Wang, if you wish to follow, then follow. Just remember, I named this the heavenly court. Upon hearing these words, Bai Shun Wang, who had lived for thousands of years, suddenly lifted his head, a distinct buzz resonating in his mind. The name of the heavenly court was terrifying. He hesitated, pondering whether joining would invite overwhelming karmic retribution. Wang Ling was uncertain about the consequences Bai Shun Wang might face. However, at the moment he proclaimed the establishment of the heavenly court, he felt an unsettling detachment of his very soul. The remnants of the divine tree cracked with a resounding snap, revealing an additional fissure. A chill ran down Wang Ling's spine. Was the karmic weight truly this immense? In that instant, he felt as if countless beings from the depths of the chaotic cosmos were staring, their ethereal eyes lurking in the shadows, intent on devouring his soul. Regret washed over him. The karmic implications of founding the heavenly court seemed far greater than he had anticipated. It was as if dark entities were breaching the boundaries of reality, their singular aim being him. An ominous presence enveloped the desolate expanse. As the divine beasts transformed by the laws dissipated into mere specks of light, offering no resistance, Wang Ling shouted, "Can be retracted." Yet, his pleas were in vain, as the figures emerging from chaos showed no signs of hesitation. Wang Ling resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Swiftly, he embraced the fragment of the divine tree and nestled within the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, expertly sealing it shut. "It's your turn, system brother." The system's voice echoed. Yet his actions did not falter. Just as the gnarled, sinister hands descended, the celestial resonance of the ninefold celestial spirit coffin ignited. Amidst the ethereal mist, dragons soared and phoenixes danced, revealing extraordinary phenomena. A resplendent celestial platform emerged from the supreme celestial mountain, while countless stars, each radiating 7 colors, twinkled like fleeting meteors. Vast, dark matter encroached upon the starlit expanse, Yet the seven colored paths exhibited celestial grace, their power unfathomable. 7. Celestial sovereigns, whispered an almost imperceptible voice. The dark matter receded, and the seven-colored stars shattered in the firmament. The shadowy figure was blurred, its mere presence inducing a sense of vertigo. When tranquility returned, only the lingering celestial resonance echoed across the starry sky, alongside the shattered laws narrating the bizarre scenes that had just unfolded. What have I witnessed? Wang Ling was astounded, acutely aware of the chilling contact of those withered hands upon the ninefold celestial spirit coffin. And the earlier phenomenon appeared reminiscent of a bygone celestial realm. The figure within the scene appeared even more terrifying, seemingly a celestial being of transcendent status. Wang Ling speculated that the ninefold celestial spirit coffin might be connected to this enigmatic sovereign. Fortunately, the causal threads this time were suppressed, allowing Wang Ling to breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, there was another who was far more astonished. The White God King, the second witness, clutched his chest, blood spilling from his lips, while his shattered artifacts lay around him, causing him deep distress. Merely casting a glance at that silhouette had led to such a devastating backlash. In that fleeting moment, the White God King had felt the heavens and earth shatter, an explosion of myriad colorful celestial lights surging forth, as if a tumultuous tide had engulfed him entirely. Despite his power being comparable to that of an emperor, he found himself rendered so vulnerable. Could this truly be the path beyond the heavens? The White God King murmured, his gaze growing ever more resolute. The road to enlightenment and ascension was fraught with peril, a journey where 9 out of 10 perished. I wish to join the heavenly court, he proclaimed with fervor. Wang Ling opened the coffin lid, allowing the sacred tree to absorb and restore its power, remaining silent as he observed the potential consequences of the White God King's desire to join the celestial court. Unfortunately, after a prolonged wait, he witnessed the White God King consuming vast quantities of medicinal herbs and drawing in spiritual energy, restoring his peak strength. Yet still no ominous beings emerged from beyond. Was the consequence of this fate solely his? Doubt lingered in Wang Ling's heart, yet he could not verify it at present, leaving it for future resolution. Thus, henceforth, you shall be a member of the heavenly court. Wang Ling finally responded, and the White God King, brimming with ambition, wielded his silver spear with increased ferocity amidst the desolate corners of the universe, capable of collapsing entire starfields. His cultivation ascended back to the 8th layer of the semi-emperor realm, and he had spent 5 centuries absorbing the celestial essence in this mystical domain. After 500 years, the White God King's spear resonated with the echoes of a true dragon, its black and white hues becoming increasingly solidified. This fellow seemed to have become no less formidable than I was at my peak. Wang Ling clenched his teeth, recognizing the White God King's rapid advancement and extraordinary comprehension. Throughout history, those who took alternative paths to enlightenment had left indelible marks upon the annals of the 3,000 Tao states. The heavenly court is my destiny. The White God King's gaze was unwavering, contentedly caressing the divine spear in his grasp, listening to the gentle whispers of the divine dragon. His heart filled with ambition. How many sovereigns might I be able to slay? Chapter 13. The Bloodshed of the Apocalypse. A heroic radiance. Truly it is you. The White God King felt a surge of battle intent within his heart. Yet, in the next moment, as he polished his spear, a sense of melancholy and regret washed over him. In this life, he had achieved enlightenment in a unique manner, standing unrivaled in his era. Alas, no one had ascended to the throne of emperor in this age, leaving him without a worthy opponent. My prowess may not yet rival that of the celestial emperor, but if the primordial emperor were still alive, I might yet overcome him, the White God King murmured, his indomitable spirit unwavering. Boom! The principles at the edge of the universe stagnated, and from the depths of chaos erupted a fierce aura, as if it sought to invade the 3,000 realms. The great avenues of the 3,000 realms began to wail in sorrow, a sentiment that was both palpable and heart-wrenching. The White God King, having attained enlightenment in an extraordinary fashion, could distinctly sense this emotion rippling outward. Lying within his coffin, Wang Ling felt the weight of this emotion deeply, his eyes betraying his fury, bloodshed of the apocalypse. The intensity of the disturbance was terrifying. The crimson light illuminated the entirety of the 3,000 realms in an instant. Stars within the void began to be devoured, darkness encroaching upon all. The sun, which had risen steadily in the east, was now obscured by shadows, vanishing from sight. A colossal blood moon slowly ascended from the west, casting its crimson glow upon the entire sky filled with stars. The red of blood enveloped the 3,000 realms. Good heavens, what is this ominous phenomenon? Some newly initiated cultivators, unburdened by knowledge, pointed excitedly at the blood moon above, speculating, is a rare treasure about to emerge? It is the bloodshed of the apocalypse. Others murmured, their faces etched with concern. According to ancient texts, the bloodshed of the apocalypse had not manifested for ages. Why had it suddenly appeared now? This was a great sect, newly established merely 3,000 years, inheriting the legacy of an unparalleled ancient order, with some foundational strength. At this moment, the elders gathered, gazing at the blood moon in the sky, seeking ways to respond. I have perused ancient texts that record the bloodshed of the apocalypse as a calamity for all living beings. Even the mightiest sects cannot escape its grasp. Yet, by employing secret incantations and striking the sacred bronze gong, one could repel the darkness and restore the sun to its brilliance. Nonsense. That is merely the method of the celestial hound devouring the moon. Let us try, for it is still a secret incantation. This gong is rumored to be a treasure of a quasi-emperor. Who knows, it may yet prove effective. As time flowed inexorably forward, the world of cultivation saw successive generations rise and fall. Apart from those great sects with lineages extending over 10,000 years, it was rare for anyone to glimpse the truth behind the bloodshed of the apocalypse. A voice emerged from a sacred ground of a lineage that had endured for millennia, communicating through secret arts. The calamity of the 3,000 realms has returned, yet no emperor has yet arisen among us to safeguard them. Do those within the forbidden zones not feel compelled to act? In this era of great paths contending, do they not fear the repercussions when an emperor rises to seek retribution? Alas, they remain unfazed. Was it not in such a manner that our own primordial emperor met his demise? Within the esteemed Wang family of the 3,000 Tao states, an elder of near imperial stature gazed upon the starry sky, now tainted with crimson hues. His thoughts drifted to the fall of their ancestor, Wang Ling, despite a lifetime of battles, bore the title of the weakest emperor in history, leaving him with a profound sense of frustration. Are we to remain passive in the face of our impending doom? Even if we unleash our full potential, we would merely become fodder for their insatiable hunger. What can we do? Have you forgotten? 50,000 years ago, a celestial holy land mobilized to eradicate the forbidden zones, only to witness the demise of 100,000 adherents within those treacherous boundaries. An example was raised, ancient texts were unearthed, revealing a chilling account, the annihilation of the grand teachings. What a harrowing reality. Fortunately, in each cataclysmic upheaval, they only ravaged one of the 3,000 Tao states. Yet, that one state still harbors billions of souls. Shall we simply stand by and watch them be devoured? From the depths of the Holy Land, a figure stirred with fury, awakening from the divine source, intent on pushing against the tide to pierce through the crimson shroud that enveloped the 3,000 Tao states, seeking to illuminate even the faintest glimmer of hope. They beheld a lone warrior defy the odds, his blade severing a blood-red star. His form withered as he burned through his very essence to dispel the darkness shrouding their realm. However, an unforeseen calamity struck. A chain of order descended from the heavens, instilling a bone-chilling dread among the beings of the 3,000 Tao states, an indescribable fear that threatened to extract their very souls. Limbs severed, bodies mangled, yet not a single drop of blood fell, all siphoned away by the chain of order. He had failed. The great teachings, The inhabitants of the Holy Land began to lament. In this age, no great emperor exists, and the masses are mere sustenance. They found themselves powerless to resist. Clinging to a faint hope that these exalted beings might choose to spare their state, that a fellow traveler might perish instead of them. That was the legendary Wu Xiong, an ancestor of our clan. Within the ancient tomes left behind by our Tianyuan emperor, there were handwritten accounts of him, a figure from the era of the supreme Ling Tian, long thought to have perished. Yet he has chosen to emerge in this lifetime. Members of the Wang family sighed. Wu Xiong was once a dazzling figure, yet he encountered the unparalleled Ling Tian emperor. Had he chosen to bide his time in this life, perhaps he too could have ascended to emperorhood. The ancestral emperor once proclaimed, "Until the forbidden zones are eradicated, the bloodshed shall not cease. If I become emperor, I shall obliterate the forbidden zones." The round-faced little Yu had shed some of her childishness, her countenance now imbued with determination. Upon hearing the young girl utter such words, the Wang family members refrained from mockery, instead reassessing her with renewed anticipation. Everyone knew that little Yu was a mortal body, yet she defied the heavens on her path to invincibility. In recent years, she had outlasted all her contemporaneous kin, becoming one of the most radiant figures within the Wang family. Ascending the path of invincibility as a mortal, she became a legend spoken of throughout the cultivation circles of Changsheng. Meanwhile, in a small world at the fringes of the universe, Hua Wuqi was awakened by the mournful cries of the great Tao's laws. She gazed into the distance, fully aware of the impending events about to unfold across the 3,000 Tao states. Hua Wuqi remained composed. Though she possessed supreme power, she knew that against the transcendent supremacy, she could only face defeat. Her ambition was straightforward, to ascend to the throne in this lifetime. Thus, the chaos that engulfed the 3,000 Tao states could not disturb her composure. Only by becoming an emperor could she safeguard the lives within the 3,000 Tao states. Even should she face defeat like Wang Ling, she could still protect the beings for millennia. She murmured, her resolve unwavering. However, at that moment, a familiar aura emerged from the desolate fringes of the universe. Hua Wuqing exclaimed in astonishment, "White God King, he is not dead? Has he attained enlightenment in an extraordinary manner?" A silver-scaled dragon shimmered, its ethereal form tearing through the rift in space. The White God King turned his gaze towards the place where the celestial melody had vanished. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I, the White God King, traverse the 3,000 Tao states without tarnishing the celestial court's reputation." With that, he stepped into the spatial rift, arriving above the cosmos of the 3,000 Tao states. The silver spear, resembling a dragon, reflected shades of black and white, its tail adorned with mottled colors, instantly capturing the attention of the great sects, holy lands, imperial clans, and various forbidden zones, as well as all living beings. To outsiders, the White God King appeared to walk leisurely. Little did they realize that each step placed him miles away. Upon halting, a broken blade materialized in his hand, a remnant of the formidable blade left by Wu Xiong. He sought the shattered blade from various corners of the 3,000 Tao states. "Esteemed elder's relic, today I shall wield this broken blade to strike down the Supreme. In honor of your spirit." The White God King lifted his gaze, the spear-wielding dragon cleaving through the dark fissures. A ray of light illuminating the 3,000 Tao states anew, shattering the crimson stars and rendering the blood moon colorless. He proclaimed his identity. "I am the White God King, hailing from the Celestial Court." Chapter 14, A World-Shattering Battle. The eyes of the world are upon us, yet we are met with brutal retribution. "I am the White Divine King, hailing from the Celestial Realm." The figure emanated a radiant glow, shrouded in mystery, appearing even more resplendent against the backdrop of blood and darkness. All living beings were filled with astonishment. This was a supreme being, exuding an aura potent enough to contend with the darkness. With a mere wave of the hand, it cleaved through the stars and rent the fabric of space, casting a flicker of light upon the myriad creatures of the 9 provinces. Hope was rekindled. Though the 3,000 Tao states lacked an emperor, They were still under the protection of a supreme being. Who could this illustrious figure be? When did the 3,000 Tao states boast such a personage? As he announced his identity, claiming to be from the celestial realm. Could it be that true immortals exist in this world? Draped in white, wielding a silver spear, an elderly man with a handlebar mustache reminisced, continuing, "My ancestor was once a prodigy of the era of the heavenly origin emperor. Before the imperial pass, suffered a grievous loss of cultivation at the hands of another. Upon returning to our clan, he lost his will to cultivate, succumbing to a life of indulgence, ultimately passing away in despair. Before his demise, he left behind a sealed manuscript. Was my ancestor truly so flamboyant?" exclaimed a clan member in astonishment. "How impertinent! Do you understand nothing? My ancestor acted for the prosperity of our clan. Throughout these millennia, countless extraordinary sects and sacred grounds have perished. Why has our clan, despite its weaknesses, endured? There's a reason for this." After admonishing the clan members, he commanded them to retrieve the withered manuscript and unveil its contents. It boldly proclaimed, "This individual delights in white garments, wielding a silver spear, known as the White Divine King. I was once a transcendent prodigy. Now, with many descendants, surely there will be those who surpass my bloodline. If any descendant ascends to the throne, they shall avenge me." The elderly man trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In a panic, he tore the manuscript asunder, exclaiming, "Today, the White Divine King emerges to rescue the countless souls of the 3,000 Tao states. He has rendered great merit and bears no enmity towards our clan." The White Divine King? The celestial realm? The name of the White Divine King is inscribed in the ancient texts of many great sects and sacred grounds. Yet the title of celestial realm has long been forgotten, leaving all beings in astonishment. Some great sects questioned, the celestial realm? When did the 3,000 Tao states acquire such a forbidden zone? Ancient texts recount a time when there existed a celestial realm, which subsequently shattered and vanished without a trace. Individuals began to reminisce about the ancient records, sighing in lamentation, as if filled with regret. Those capable of ascending to the throne often consider themselves the heroes of their time. Had they been born in that era, perhaps they too could have achieved immortality. Alas, now they could only sever a piece of themselves, hidden away in the forbidden zone. The celestial realm, such a distant name, a time when immortals roamed the earth. We, concealed within the forbidden zones, each seek the path to transcendence in our own manner. The master of the forbidden zone awakened, his voice reverberating within its confines. The celestial realm. How intriguing indeed to re-establish the celestial realm. Who possesses such audacity? Do they not comprehend the vast consequences of such an act? A voice, hoarse and cold, echoed with a chilling sneer, hinting at the presence of formidable taboos. As former invincibles, they suppressed several eras and opened forbidden zones, yet they dared not name it Heavenly Court. Indeed, the thought of such a name never crossed their minds. If the White God King were to establish a Heavenly Court, his journey would be short-lived. Should he join the Heavenly Court, his path would likewise become constricted. Numerous voices echoed around him, clearly indicating that the Supreme Being's clandestine scrutiny stirred the vibrations of the Tao, resonating with his grand path, which the White God King perceived in its entirety. He stood proud, a dragon transformed into a spear, the colors of black and white beneath his feet. He offered no explanation, merely scoffing in disdain. "How could you understand the path I tread?" In the darkness, a tall figure lingered amidst the starry river, gaunt and ethereal. With hands that grasped a star, he casually consumed it, as if swallowing a mere pill. The name Heavenly Court, such a distant memory. In my earlier days, I stood amidst this starry expanse, as proud and fierce as you, a beacon among the multitude. For an ordinary person, 10,000 years may seem merely the ripening of wheat, an eternity. Yet for those who have attained the Emperor's realm, it is but a fleeting moment. I have yet to discover the path beyond the Emperor. Thus, I severed myself, entering the forbidden zone in anticipation of a favorable opportunity. However, time has flown. The road to immortality remains elusive, while my vitality has waned. He sighed deeply. In the White God King, he saw no remorse. only an insatiable thirst for life. This time, instigating the chaos of the bloodied apocalypse could replenish my fading essence. I believed my emergence would be secure, yet I did not anticipate your audacity to obstruct me. The Supreme, being from the forbidden zone of the Divine Tomb, had long sensed the emergence of alternative pathfinders in the 3,000 Tao states. Not solely, but when the White God King took an alternative path, the Supremes of the 3,000 Tao states all became aware. It was a resonance from the Great Tao. The Emperor from 90,000 years ago, Wang Ling relogged into the Emperor account, preparing to observe the unfolding events. The Emperor from 90,000 years past. An answer formed in Wang Ling's mind. He was a star beast emperor, rumored to have emerged from the cosmic chaos. In that era, he rose among the prodigies, relying on his innate gift, devouring. His cultivation was centered on the law of consumption, having devoured countless stars and stellar cores on the path to emperorhood. Within the 3,000 Tao states, there existed a desolate state known as Sha state. The starry sky here was littered with sand. Legends tell that 90,000 years ago, this place was a prosperous Ling state, until one day, it fell victim to a dark invasion. Ancient texts recount fragments of a colossal beast paw that obscured the entire Ling state sky. 500 years later, it became a land of sand, renamed Sha state. All living beings vanished, giving birth to peculiar entities, unseen yet taking form from the sand, becoming phantoms of earth, steeped in resentment. After the star beast ascended, he was known as the Starry Sky Emperor. Wang Ling had once investigated. The Starry Sky Emperor did not live a second life, but rather faced a significant upheaval in the twilight of his first, robust years. Based on subtle clues, it was discerned that he was on the verge of entering a second life when the imprint of the Great Path was forcefully stripped away, compelling him to sever his own flesh and enter the Forbidden Zone. Wang Ling believed that the transformation of Lingzhou into Shazhou was inexorably linked to him. The White God King also harbored suspicions regarding these matters. He spoke, "You are merely a discarded soul of the Great Path. No, I should say you are a beast." He coldly added, "You are not worthy of being called human." The hands that grasped the stars lingered in the air. The Supreme of the Starry Sky gasped in astonishment. "D," he bellowed, fury igniting within him as he crushed the stars in his grasp. With a roar, his beastly claws surged forth, carrying the traces of the Great Path, threatening to sever this space and envelop the White God King within. With a resonant hum, the long spear in the White God King's hand emitted a battle cry. In an instant, its brilliance erupted, the alternating black and white radiance tearing through the void, transforming this place into an endless black hole. In that moment, the entire sky collapsed, morphing into a terrifying abyss, becoming a chaotic expanse at the universe's edge, where countless god-devouring beasts howled in anguish. The Supreme of the Starry Sky, his face a portrait of disbelief, began to retreat frantically. Yet, the White God King advanced rather than retreated. The spear transformed into a dragon, its tail shimmering with 7-colored radiance, determined to slay this Supreme here. This tale's brilliance was unlike anything found in the realms of the 3,000 states. The Supreme of the Starry Sky's greatest strength lay in his physical form, continually clashing with the White God King, as thousands of traces of the Tao struck him, leaving indelible marks. With his vitality already waning, facing this alternative pathfinder in their prime left him increasingly powerless. This was a source of great frustration for him. After all, he had once been an emperor, recognized by the Great Path, whereas alternative pathfinders were merely seen as a haphazard collection of the unacknowledged. White God King, do not overstep your bounds. To kill me is no simple task. Should I ascend to my utmost, today you may find the stars drenched in your own blood. The Supreme of the Starry Sky furrowed his brow, realizing the dire situation. He had not anticipated this alternative pathfinder to be so formidable, particularly that silver spear. With its interplay of black, white, and vibrant hues, emanated an inexplicable resonance of the Tao that left him astounded. Blood should be spilled by you, Supreme of the Starry Sky. The White God King grew ever more valiant in battle, vowing to slay his Supreme and cement his name. He raised his arm, wielding the silver spear to sweep away all obstacles, obliterating the forsaken stars, the sharp tip akin to a terrifying blade, glistening as it struck the supreme of the starry sky. Countless blossoms of blood erupted in the air, staining the vast expanse crimson. Yet this was not the end. He imbued the spear with Tao principles, instantly allowing the Tao patterns to spread, a soaring dragon's song twisting the void, rending the heavens. As black and white light pierced through one of the Supreme's shoulders. The Supreme of the starry sky cried out in agony, struggling to summon a layer of brilliance that enveloped his form, infused with a trace of divine energy, ultimately managing to deflect the spear. In that instant, divine light erupted in all directions, and the clangorous sound echoed like thunder and lightning. In a vast expanse of the 3,000 states, the myriad beings could only behold the swiftly shifting clouds in the sky. Occasionally, like a bolt of lightning, the ethereal shadow of a colossal beast would manifest, accompanied by the presence of a divine guardian wielding a spear. Such extraordinary phenomena prompted fervent supplications, as they yearned for this savior to dispel the encroaching darkness and quell the bloodshed of the apocalypse. From the grand teachings and the formidable sanctuaries emerged powerful entities, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They spoke in unison. I have glimpsed a silver spear, fierce and unstoppable, subduing the darkness and blinding my sight. I witnessed a drop of supreme blood fall, piercing not only through the celestial expanse, but also through my very path, rendering my future cultivation futile. The celestial realm descended into void and desolation, leaving the world-destroying sovereign at a loss, filled with frustration. Though we dwell in an era devoid of emperors, we are graced with an alternative path for transcendence, one that rivals that of the great emperors. And it is none other than our own human kin, a true blessing for the 3,000 states. Sighing, they lamented, if only the heavenly origin emperor had possessed such valor in those days. Meanwhile, the Emperor Wang Ling, sensing a shift, abruptly rose from his coffin, feeling an intense sting, as if lashed by a whip. With fury, he declared, "So, you dare to disturb the dead? Do you possess any manners? Reveal your identity. In my next life, as an emperor, I shall ensure you face retribution." It was merely a junior from the Yu Hung sacred land, albeit a quasi-emperor. His life was nearly at its end. Wang Ling, in resignation, could only scoff. A junior buried in the earth, with eyes veiled, can only indulge in empty words. Within the various forbidden zones, many sovereigns stirred with ambition. The sovereign of the buried earth, tempted by the prospect of seizing opportunity, contemplated intervention. Should he act now? Amidst the chaos, he could reap significant rewards. Yet, he hesitated, fearful of potential hunters lurking behind him. In the divine mausoleum, the moonlit ancient emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the stars. With a disdainful smile, he remarked, this celestial emperor, in his quest for a second life, slaughtered countless beings in a state, only to be forsaken by the great Tao's heavenly seal. Such actions are indeed contemptible. Clearly, he had no intention of offering assistance, while the other sovereigns, each nursing their own thoughts, dared not make the first move. The White God King, brandishing his spear with a momentum that carved celestial scars, instilled fear among the onlookers, thereby deterring many sovereigns from intervening. As the silence deepened and no aid materialized, the already scarce sovereign blood began to drip into the void. Facing the White God King's relentless advance, the celestial sovereign, filled with rage, prepared for a swift confrontation, declaring, "If you force my hand to the utmost, then let it be as you wish. You are but an alternative path to transcendence, and I shall show you the true might of an emperor." Chapter 15. The cataclysmic thunder subdues the supreme. One is subjected to a gruesome demise, while the other retreats into seclusion. The supreme of the starry sky begins to unleash a fury, a force that overwhelms all beings suddenly surges forth. An extreme elevation. The celestial principles scatter across the heavens like countless stars. The essence of the great Tao flows, and a formidable will descends. The void shatters like fragile glass with a resounding crack, and a dark aura spreads in all directions, a sinister mist enveloping it, concealing a terrifying entity within. The white god king's eyes blaze like lightning, piercing through the ominous fog to behold the true form of the being. It is an imperial beast, exalted to the pinnacle of ascension, adorned with a single blood-red horn that glistens. Its eyes, the size of stars, burn a vivid crimson, its body cloaked in impenetrable Chilan scales, appearing utterly indestructible. Its forelegs are as robust as towering pillars, yet one bears a grievous wound, having been pierced. The Supremes who have severed their own flesh can momentarily reach this peak of ascension, briefly regaining the might of their former emperors. You force me to reveal my true form. You have every reason to be proud. The voice reverberates like thunder in the ears, igniting the white god king's battle spirit. At last, the moment has come for a glorious clash. The white god king's blood surges. It is time to test the depths of his true power, and the Supreme of the starry sky serves as his chosen whetstone. With a booming sound, a vortex materializes in the void, summoned by the great Tao's heart to eradicate the aberrant beings. Waves of terrifying energy have the power to effortlessly crush even the most formidable Supremes, and ominous thunder begins to brew. The Supreme of the starry sky glances upwards, aware that even with his robust form, once he reaches full ascension, he will be unwelcome under the rules of the great Tao. Therefore, he must slay the white god king before the laws descend, swift and decisive. The 3,000 grandmasters of the Tao seek to witness the confrontation, while the Supremes of the Forbidden Zones focus their attention on this place. This uniquely enlightened white god king possesses immense strength, capable of forcing a Supreme from the Forbidden Zone into a state of full ascension, a feat worthy of pride. One Supreme proclaims, a Supreme in full ascension possesses unparalleled imperial power. The white god king's unconventional path cannot withstand this. Not necessarily. Another Supreme counters. The white god king's spear carries an elusive Tao rhythm, instilling a sense of unease. Deep within the forbidden burial grounds, a forbidden entity awakens from its coffin, its withered hands resembling gnarled roots resting upon the 3 generations' divine coffin. The familiar aura stirs a response from the coffin, and its eyes flicker with an ethereal light. Is it the essence of immortality? Restlessness takes hold. It does not wish to remain dormant, seemingly poised to take action. Yet suddenly, it senses something, gazing into the depths of the void, perceiving a substance that fills it with trepidation. Violet thunder. This time, the laws of the great Tao arrive with greater swiftness and intensity. It chooses to retreat, lying back within the 3 generations' divine coffin, closing its eyes and feigning indifference. Fearful of being drawn into the fray, the Forbidden Supreme opts for a state of repose, while the King of the Tomb cannot remain still in the 9-fold immortal spirit coffin. He rises, gazing longingly at the imprint of the great Tao, where the faintest trace of his own path still lingers. A colossal vortex swirled with violet lightning, adorned with intricate patterns resembling thunder upon the 9-fold celestial spirit coffin. In that moment, Wang Ling was struck by an overwhelming sensation, as if the faint imprints within the heavenly heartmark could disrupt the laws of the great Tao. Others, as the tempestuous lightning within the vortex intensified, the feeling in Wang Ling's heart grew ever stronger. Why delay any further? Let us strike down the Supreme of the starry sky without hesitation. Upon uttering these words, the violet lightning surged dramatically, expanding into a colossal manifestation that illuminated the heavens, akin to a radiant sun of thunder shining in the void. Above the expanse of 3,000 Tao states, the immense figure of the starry sky, Supreme, loomed ominously. Heavy as a mountain, its scales morphing into countless blades of light capable of cleaving the very fabric of existence. You shall be the first Supreme I subdue. The white god king's spear resonated, reverberating throughout the cosmos, repelling the onslaught of light blades. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of silver, akin to a comet streaking across the firmament, leaving an indelible mark of brilliance in the hearts of the onlookers as it hurtled towards the starry sky Supreme. Boom! The heavens erupted, the void fracturing into shards. The energy of the Tao coalesced into an oceanic expanse. Stars burst into brilliance amidst the celestial spectacle, a breathtaking phenomenon that sent shivers down the spines of the witnesses. The starry sky supreme was taken aback, astonished that the white god king could engage him. The unblemished emperor, so boldly, exhibiting no intention of retreat, growing ever more valiant as the battle raged on. The confrontation captivated the attention of the spectators from the 3,000 Tao states. Is this the battle of emperors? It is utterly astounding. A disciple of a great sect, adorned with unparalleled celestial materials upon his eyes, observed the earlier clash, which transpired in the blink of an eye. The power of the Tao resonated across thousands of miles, leaving his vision impaired. Yet he felt no frustration. Rather, he was elated, comforting those around him with the words, "This is the battle of emperors. My strength is insufficient, and I have suffered a backlash. This is the nature of causality. Most importantly, our human race possesses an unconventional pathfinder, who stands not beneath the unblemished emperor." Simultaneously, Supremes from the Forbidden Zones watched with keen interest, some unable to contain their excitement, beginning to conspire in whispers. Eager to take action, an unconventional pathfinder, not inferior to the unblemished emperor, he carries great fortune, seemingly having discovered the path once severed. The White God King. If I were to intervene discreetly, perhaps I could seize some of his fortune. His blood, too, rivals that of the unblemished emperor. The White God King, sensing the looming danger, became increasingly aware of the eyes upon him, urging him to conclude the battle swiftly. His silver spear suddenly swung horizontally, merging colors of the rainbow and black and white, imbued with unparalleled killing intent and harboring terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the silver spear approached the starry sky supreme, the heavens erupted with a sudden onslaught of violet lightning. Indeed, it fell with an overwhelming force. The speed was so swift that even the White God King could not react in time. The horrifying violet lightning descended from the vortex of the great Tao, forming a dazzling purple pillar of light that enveloped the starry sky supreme. What transpired? I had only just achieved a sublime elevation. How could the laws of the great Tao descend so swiftly, according to the experiences of other supreme beings? The ultimate sublimation has enabled me to wield various divine arts and secret techniques, and as long as I strike quickly in my own flesh, I can remain unharmed. The violet thunder which can bind me. What on earth is happening? This is entirely different from what I envisioned. Ah, why the disparity in treatment? The starry sky supreme roared amidst the violet thunder, his colossal form pierced by the electric fury, arcs of lightning enveloping him, shattering his scales and scorching his flesh. He sought to resist, only to discover that his entire body was ensnared. Soon, the tempest of thunder vanished without a trace, leaving not even a wisp of ash in the void. It was as if the violet thunder had never existed, and the starry sky supreme had never appeared. The sudden turn of events transpired with alarming swiftness, leaving the watching supremes of the Forbidden Zone in a state of disquiet. It seemed that the laws of the great Tao had shifted. Could it be that we are no longer free to pursue ultimate sublimation? It felt as though a sword hung precariously over our heads, an unsettling presence. Achieving ultimate sublimation to become a flawless emperor could obstruct the descent of the great Tao's laws within the Forbidden Zone. The starry sky supreme had once transformed Ling Zhou into Sha Zhou. He had been stripped by the laws of the great Tao, forsaken by the mark of the Tao, and compelled to strike himself, unlike us. Regrettably, the starry sky supreme estimise was both frustrating and without merit. Had he engaged the White God King and worn him down, we might have been able to strike from the shadows, causing this unconventional pathwalker to spill blood in the void. Now that opportunity has slipped away. We can only observe him from the shadows, biding our time. The voices from the various forbidden zones grew increasingly faint, while the beings of the 3,000 Tao states cheered and spread the news. Though there is no emperor in this world, there are still unconventional pathwalkers who can protect the myriad beings of the 3,000 Tao states. The White God King battled the world-ending monstrosity, ultimately dispelling the dark mists. apart from the supremes of the Forbidden Zone and a select few who could glimpse the truth. Ordinary cultivators could only perceive fragments of the phenomenon, which they began to disseminate. The White God King's divine spear summoned the thunder, effortlessly subduing the apocalyptic monster within the boundless sea of lightning. The White God King is immensely powerful, vanquishing that world-ending beast with ease. Upon the White God King's emergence, the monster that instigated the apocalypse, realizing its defeat, was filled with dread and, guess what? It self-destructed in a desperate act of apology. Wang Ling, logged into his previous Life Emperor account, was left speechless by the words of a white-bearded storyteller in the bustling Xuangu city of Central State. The rumor became increasingly absurd. From his observations, although the White God King displayed remarkable strength in this battle, had he sought to vanquish the Starry Sky Supreme, he too would have suffered grave injuries. The White God King's victory in this battle earned him acclaim across the 3,000 Dao states, and he gained a significant insight. At this moment, he realized he could use the mark of the Dao to disrupt the laws of the great Dao, as long as they dared to pursue ultimate sublimation. He would dare to catalyze the accelerated descent of the thunderous laws. He beheld the intricately carved patterns within the layers of the ninefold immortal spirit coffin, where the violet sea of thunder exuded an air of intimidation, depicting a colossal beast attempting to soar but being engulfed by the lightning. The scene of the Supreme Star being slain bears a striking resemblance to the carvings above. It appears that the grand rules of the 3,000 Dao provinces conceal profound secrets, and the ninefold celestial spirit coffin has become increasingly enigmatic. Wang Ling murmured that these secrets could only be unveiled once he attained sufficient power after his reincarnation as an emperor. In future conflicts, the beings of the 3,000 Dao provinces would remain unafraid. Can you guess why? Because that apocalyptic monster flees at the sight of the White Divine King. This reminds me of a dear old friend. Suddenly, the storyteller shifted his tone, sighed, and left the audience in suspense, prompting a chorus of requests for more. As treasures and rare materials were tossed onto his table, the white-bearded storyteller squinted, his weathered face creasing like a withered chrysanthemum. This old friend happens to be the former emperor of our 3,000 Dao provinces, the Heavenly Origin Emperor. Why the Heavenly Origin Emperor? Because when faced with the bloodthirsty monster, he fled faster than anyone else. Ha ha! Wang Ling's expression darkened, more somber than the paint on a coffin. Feeling quite offended, a fiery sensation coursed through him. Damn it, he had been insulted once more. It was as if even lying down was a cause for injury. What was even more infuriating was that many in the crowd began to echo the praises, only serving to elevate the image of the White Divine King further. Little did they know, the White Divine King was currently engulfed in his own isolation. Chapter 16. The Suspected Trace of the Great Emperor. Draw the essence from this woman. The White God King was enveloped in solitude. Although this battle had brought him fame, the supreme being who instigated the apocalyptic bloodshed was not vanquished by him. He had vowed earnestly to contend with the imperishable Great Emperor, to test the true measure of his strength. But unexpectedly, the Supreme of the Starry Sky perished in his ultimate ascension. He circled this expanse of starlight, keenly observing, hoping to discover a trace within the realm shrouded in purple lightning. The anguished roar of the Supreme being echoed in his ears as he grappled with confusion. Moreover, he had learned from ancient texts that those who achieved the pinnacle of ascension would only encounter ordinary thunder. The purple lightning was a sight he had never witnessed before. He pondered when he might finally engage the imperishable Great Emperor. Nonetheless, the name of the heavenly court had resonated throughout the 3,000 states. As he mused, he traversed the area enveloped in thunder, searching through the void, when suddenly, a surge of insight struck him. He sat cross-legged in meditation. The White God King remained in stillness for 5 centuries, his eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment, disbelief, and incredulity. Had he uncovered a trace of the great Emperor Tianyuan within the remnants of the lightning? Could it be that Wang Ling had not perished but had transcended to his second life in a different manner? No longer composed, he sprang to his feet, gazing at the starry sky, as if he could perceive the operation of grand laws and the celestial seals descending, radiating across the 3,000 states. The white god king shook his head. Indeed, the bloom of the path flower, the celestial seal, had re-emerged, devoid of the imprint of the great Emperor Tianyuan. Yet, why did traces of his path linger in this purple lightning? The white god king seemed to have an epiphany and vanished into the void. He recalled a figure named Hua Wuqi, a peer of his era. To his knowledge, before Wang Ling's final battle in his twilight years, he had crossed paths with Hua Wuqi. Thus, Hua Wuqi might possess some knowledge regarding Wang Ling's circumstances. However, he was unaware of Hua Wuqi's whereabouts. After all, at Hua Wuqi's level, comparable to a supreme, he could fashion a small world anywhere within the 3,000 states or even the desolate edges of the universe. Hidden within such a realm, as long as he did not provoke others or reveal his essence, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to locate him. Meanwhile, on the fringes of the universe, Wang Ling was gradually restoring his cultivation. The fissures of the fragments of the tree of creation had successfully repaired the fourth crack, and much of the imprint of the path had been erased. Now that the great contest of the world had commenced, Wang Ling observed that the prodigies of the 3,000 states were beginning to emerge, their invincible forms blossoming across various regions, instilling both awe and admiration. Having experienced the epic of great contests, Wang Ling understood that if this momentum continued unabated, the blooming path flower of the celestial seal would inevitably catalyze the emergence of the imperial gateway. At that juncture, the true battle for enlightenment would unfold. Thus, Wang Ling felt a pressing urgency, a sense that time was slipping away. He needed to devise a means to expedite the restoration of the tree of creation fragments, as this was the key to his second ascension. Upon contemplating this, Wang Ling ceased his pretense, allowing the fragments of the Jinmu to drift through the desolate expanse of the universe, greedily absorbing all that they could perceive. Another 5 centuries passed, and the Jinmu fragments found themselves suspended in a void of celestial stars, ceasing their wanderings. Here, the rich essence of primordial water spirit flourished, inciting an unprecedented frenzy within the Jinmu fragments as they yearned to drain every drop of its vitality. Wang Ling felt a surge of joy. The nourishing water spirit would revitalize the Jinmu fragments, enabling a profound restoration. Situated within the microcosm of the Jinmu fragments, he summoned all his strength to assist in this endeavor. As he observed the 5th fissure within the Jinmu microcosm begin to mend, he felt a renewed vigor. Just as he was poised to exert his full effort on the 6th fissure, an abrupt disappearance of the primordial water spirit's essence ensued, leading to an inexplicable collapse of the surrounding realm, revealing a small world beneath. From a distance, this world appeared to be missing half of its sky. Whose hidden domain could this be? Wang Ling quickly grasped the situation. He was aware that an entity comparable to a sovereign was shaping a small world within the 3,000 Tao states, subsequently sealing its divine source, biding its time to emerge and contend for the path to emperorship. Utilizing his previous life's imperial account, he began to observe, and the sight left him utterly astonished. It was her. Had he inadvertently drained her lair along with the Jinmu fragments? Simultaneously, Hua Wuqi sensed the impending danger. Awakening from her sealed divine source, she surveyed the shattered remnants of her small world, her expression darkening with a chilling resolve as she prepared for battle, appearing outside her domain. Was a sovereign from the Forbidden Zone encroaching upon her territory? Hua Wuqi snorted. This suspicion was not unfounded, for there had been sovereigns who sought to pave the way for their descendants, emerging from the Forbidden Zone to scour the 3,000 Tao states and the desolate cosmic fringes for powerful beings within their sealed divine sources. Yet, upon viewing the object before her, she was momentarily taken aback. The wooden fragment appeared strikingly familiar. Even its aura evoked recognition. What struck her most was the droplets of primordial water spirit essence cascading from the fragment, as if it were surreptitiously indulging in a feast, leaving its lips uncleaned. It was now certain that this wooden piece was the very one she had lost in the desolate cosmic fringes, once taken by the Earth Burial Sovereign. How it had returned to the desolate expanse and floated before her remained a mystery. Truly, fate had intertwined their paths. Hua Wuqi gazed at her ravaged small world. caught in a moment of uncertainty between laughter and tears. However, one thing was clear. She had to swiftly restore this realm, or risk drawing the attention of the sovereign from the forbidden zone, which would place her in grave peril. With a casual wave, countless celestial materials surged forth, and from her small world emerged a jade vial, from which flowed primordial spiritual water that began to rapidly mend her realm. This spectacle made Wang Ling's eyes redden with envy. How many treasures had this woman concealed? Feeling the Jianmu fragment's eagerness, Wang Ling forcefully restrained it, thinking, perhaps by accompanying her into the small world, we can glean even more. The restoration of the small world progressed swiftly, and Hua Wuqi exhaled in relief, seizing the Jianmu fragment to return, eager to avoid any delays that might expose her presence. At that moment, a terrifying aura tore through the void, and Hua Wuqing's expression changed drastically, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Have I, at long last, been discovered? Hua Wuqing, you have concealed yourself so adeptly. I have scoured 3,000 realms, yet found no trace of you. The White God King emerged from the rift in the void. Were it not for the sudden manifestation of your Tao rhythm, which enabled me to successfully capture it, I would have been utterly incapable of locating your hiding place through mere conjecture. He bore no intent for battle. Clad in white attire, devoid of weaponry, he resembled a scholar instead. The White God King regarded his old acquaintance, whose face was etched with a fierce determination, and offered a wry smile. You have not changed one bit, still so proud and untainted by the world. There is no need for such enmity. I come not to provoke, but to inquire about certain matters concerning the tomb of the heavenly sovereign. The tomb of the heavenly sovereign. Hua Wuqing furrowed her brow. Although much time had passed, the visage of the tomb remained vividly imprinted in her mind. This was a man who stirred a complex array of emotions within her. Indeed, the White God King sat cross-legged in the void. As if performing a magic trick, he retrieved a jug of wine and drank it down. His gaze, profound and unwavering, fixed upon Hua Wuqing as he inquired, do you not feel that the sovereign still lives? Chapter 17. The Great Secret Unveiled. The distinction between the suspected emperor, the supreme, and the alternative path to enlightenment. Hua Wuqi took a slight step back, creating distance from the White God King. After all, this individual had traversed an alternative path to enlightenment and possessed the capability to subdue the supreme of the Forbidden Zone. Although he bore no apparent will to fight, she could not afford to let her guard down. In that bygone era, prodigies from the 3,000 Tao states surged forth like a flood, yet few reached the terminus of the imperial barrier. The White God King was one of her adversaries from those days. Their fierce clashes over the path to enlightenment had stained the cosmos with blood. When she heard the White God King's words, Hua Wuqi was momentarily taken aback. But soon a realization dawned upon her, and her cold features broke into a smile. I once believed that Wang Ling had cast an indelible shadow upon me. It appears, however, that the White God King bears a similar burden. The battle at the imperial barrier had captivated the attention of the world. Standing at the edge of the imperial barrier, she had tread upon the corpses of her foes, and only a handful of contemporary prodigies remained. Among them, the weakest was undoubtedly Wang Ling. Yet, it was he who ultimately ascended to the throne of the emperor. To claim that her heart bore no shadow would be disingenuous. After all, Wang Ling had perished for several millennia, and the alternative path of the White God King still sought him, even believing him to be alive. It seemed the weight of his inner turmoil outweighed her own. Do you still harbor resentment over past events? Wang Ling has long since departed this world, and his demise was indeed tragic. Why linger on such memories? Hua Wuqi interceded on Wang Ling's behalf, for he had already transcended, no longer existing in the realm of the living. She urged him to release the shadows in his heart, lest they become an obsession that might impede his path to the supreme Tao. In truth, her words were also directed at herself. The passage of countless years can wash away all traces, and the shadows within her heart would surely dissipate. In this life, she was confident in her ability to attain the status of emperor. The White God King's purpose for visiting today was straightforward. He sought traces of Wang Ling. Yet, he did not anticipate being struck by Hua Wuqi's words. The memories he had long buried resurfaced, brought forth by her mention. I, the White God King, have vanquished countless prodigies on my path to invincibility, yet the weakest among them, Wang Ling, could ultimately ascend to the throne? By what right? The White God King retrieved a flask of wine and downed its contents in one gulp, suppressing the tumult within his chest. Had he truly perished? Indeed, in his later years, he had been ambushed by the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone, his imperial blood staining the stars, leaving behind nothing but remnants of his bones. It was a pitiful fate. Hua Wuqi nodded. She had been aware of the final battle and felt a pang of sympathy, recalling its brutality. To emphasize the tragedy may serve to temper the White God King's ire. I once discovered a trace of Wang Ling's path in the 3,000 Dao states. I suspect he seeks to live a second life through an alternative means. The White God King did not deceive Hua Wuqi, expressing his thoughts candidly, for the number of their shared acquaintances from that era was scarce. Your conjecture, though not entirely unfounded, is quite far-fetched. After all, one who ascends to the status of an emperor must possess extraordinary means and hidden cards that defy comprehension. However, Hua Wuqi has personally experienced the reign of the great emperor in the royal mausoleum, witnessing everything with her own eyes. She shook her head, declaring, "Your assumption is utterly implausible. It cannot be." The White God King refrained from pressing further, having already gleaned the answer he sought from Hua Wuqi, deeming it unnecessary to linger any longer. Furthermore, this woman perpetually exuded an aura of vigilance, her demeanor pristine and untouchable, making it exceedingly difficult to rekindle old sentiments. I have forged my own path through an alternative way of enlightenment. In this lifetime, I shall not partake in the contest for the title of emperor. The words of the White God King brought a quiet sigh of relief to Hua Wuqi, akin to receiving a soothing balm for her troubled heart. Yet, this revelation also birthed a sense of perplexity within her. Why? In her perspective, the current White God King, having embarked on an alternative path, could rival the unblemished emperor. Should he garner the acknowledgement of the great Tao, he would undoubtedly ascend to the heights once reached by the Ling Tian emperor, embarking on a path that defies fate itself. With a wry smile, the White God King confessed, to be candid, I once endeavored to resonate with the great Tao's celestial seal across the 3,000 Tao states, only to be met with rejection. Attempting further communication felt akin to inviting divine retribution. He later came to a profound realization within the 3,000 Tao states. Only one emperor recognized by the great Tao may emerge in a single era, and cultivators who tread an alternative path are similarly unwelcome by the celestial seal. Reflecting on the disdain he faced when he initially sought to connect with the great Tao seal brought him a sense of helplessness. Under the prevailing regulations of the 3,000 Tao states, those who pursue alternative paths hold a slightly elevated status compared to the supreme beings who have severed their own destinies. For the first time, Hua Wuqi grasped this hidden truth, her heart stirred with a newfound understanding of the 3,000 Tao states. She inquired, so after choosing the alternative path, is there no longer a possibility of becoming an emperor? Not at all. The White God King raised his head, gazing into the void with a fierce determination. There are still paths beyond the alternative path. For instance, I can now stand on par with the unblemished emperor. If I were to confront the great Tao head-on one day, perhaps I too could ascend to the ranks of emperors. He possessed a clear awareness of the path he intended to traverse. Turning to look at Hua Wuqi, his eyes blazed with renewed fervor. You are no longer my opponent. Yet in this lifetime, your chances of becoming an emperor are the greatest. I look forward to your ascent to the imperial threshold, achieving the status of an emperor. Once you attain the title of unblemished emperor, I shall seek you out for a duel. Hua Wuqi felt a spark ignite within her as well. However, she could not deny that the White God King now exhibited an invincible demeanor. In her current state, she was indeed no match for him. To conquer him, the only remaining path lay in becoming an emperor. If I can ascend to the rank of emperor, I shall surely trample you underfoot. Hua Wuqi's pride remained unyielding, her demeanor as cold and aloof as in days of yore. She returned to her small world, bringing with her the precious piece of Jianmu. Holding this object in her hands, she scrutinized it closely, Her consciousness was obstructed, revealing an aura of mystery, yet was remarkably sturdy and possessed astonishing defenses, capable of shielding her own being. In the fragmentary realm of Jianmu, Wang Ling gazed upon the small world of Hua Wuqi, a realm transformed by her extraordinary powers into an irregular expanse of shattered stars. The majestic mountains of the primeval wilderness stretched endlessly, their grandeur overwhelming, with towering cliffs and colossal trees dotting the landscape. These mountains, of unparalleled magnificence, reached skyward, while the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, occasionally resonating with the thunderous echoes of the great Tao, rivaling the most revered ancient sections. It was indeed an exceptional place, where cultivation could yield results with minimal effort. Wang Ling felt a surge of admiration. Soon, he discovered the source of this vitality. At the pinnacle of the small world hung a celestial river, cascading downwards, its melodious flow exuding vibrant life. Jianmu was exhilarated, yearning to bask in its essence. A whole river of innate nourishment. Wang Ling mused, pondering what great fortune Hua Wuqi had encountered to transport such a reservoir of primordial vitality to nurture this ancient divine soil of a small world. Do you still wish to drink? How insatiable you are! Hua Wuqi, having followed closely, arrived beside Jianmu. She gazed at the life-giving waters and remarked, I am originally of the innate Xianfeng Dao body, and I thought this river of innate nourishment would be of no use to me. Yet, unexpectedly, through my transformation, I have successfully cultivated a vibrant small world. In this realm, it seems time flows more slowly, and one can swiftly nurture divine essence. Wang Ling scrutinized Hua Wuqi from a close distance, noting that time had left no trace upon her visage. Her skin was as radiant as flowers blooming in early spring. Her remark about slowing the passage of time likely referred to this very phenomenon. As for her mention of divine essence, Wang Ling was taken aback. The innate nourishing waters flowed forth in abundance, rivaling the depths of a forbidden domain. So much? Hua Wuqi, do you intend to linger through countless lifetimes? Chapter 18. The Second Tao Soldier. The Ancient Palace of Xuandu. The supreme head of the ancient stars. Wang Ling found himself awestruck in this small world. He had not anticipated the profound depth of Hua Wuqian's resources, which harbored an abundance of treasures. It was no wonder that he was determined to ascend to the throne of the emperor in this lifetime. At the same time, he reached a conclusion. One should never underestimate anyone. Who could have imagined that the resources of Hua Wuqian alone could rival those of a grand holy site? Though we are old acquaintances, we stand as rivals on the path to becoming emperors. Wang Ling articulated this with earnestness, unaware that he had already invited trouble into his domain. He restrained the insatiable Jianmu, instructing him to perform with measured actions and to avoid excessive recklessness. Nonetheless, even under such restraint, Jianmu swiftly mended the sixth crack within the small world, leaving Wang Ling both astonished and impressed. Observing the profound foundation of Hua Wuqian instilled a sense of urgency within Wang Ling. He absorbed the essence of divine sources to elevate his cultivation. One man and one tree, their roles were distinctly defined, and their pace was swift and adept. Boom! The 9-layered celestial spirit coffin radiated an extraordinary brilliance as Wang Ling's cultivation ascended once more. His eyes opened, adorned with swirling Tao patterns. The 9th layer of the semi-emperor realm. I must refine the second Tao soldier. Should I ascend to the throne of the emperor in this lifetime, I can enable the second Tao soldier to withstand the lightning tribulation, condensing immortal Tao patterns and giving rise to consciousness, thus becoming a significant ally in my imperial journey. The existence of Tao soldiers is paramount. Across the 3,000 Tao states, though many emperors have fallen, numerous unparalleled sects, grand holy sites, and imperial families retain their emperor soldiers. The presence of these weapons is akin to a self-sacrificing supreme being. It is for this reason that these illustrious sects and families endure through millennia. Indeed, there was once a supreme being from a forbidden zone who unleashed chaos upon the world. Though the emperor fell, the Tao soldiers, Sensing the protective will of the emperor over the beings of the 3,000 Tao states, would still emerge autonomously to combat the supreme being from the Forbidden Zone. My first Tao soldier has shattered and scattered across the desolate edges of the universe, lost to oblivion. Wang Ling cast a retrospective glance, lamenting its fate. He had already drawn a conclusion regarding the choice of the second Tao soldier. Wang Ling logged into his emperor account, directing his gaze towards a certain location within the 3,000 Tao states. It was a shattered ancient star, resembling a severed head from a distance, eliciting an involuntary shiver. Upon this shattered ancient star, amidst swirling sands and a haze of murderous intent, stood an ancient palace, exuding an aura of antiquity and possessing overwhelming pressure, accessible only to those of semi-emperor might. Ordinary individuals would not even meet the threshold to enter, risking annihilation by chaotic currents. In days past, Wang Ling had ventured into the depths of the cosmic wasteland in search of the elixir of immortality, yearning to live a second life. Though he failed to find the elixir, he inadvertently discovered this ancient palace. In pursuit of this artifact, he sustained injuries that damaged the root of his Tao, contributing to his waning vitality. Upon discovering the ancient palace, it was in a state of decay, yet it bore traces of celestial charm, seemingly a residence of the divine. Its creator remained a mystery, but it was profoundly damaged, astonishing in its grandeur. I took possession of it and named it the Ancient Palace of Xuandu. Placing it upon this ancient star for nurturing, millennia have passed, and it appears to have borne fruit. Should I traverse the thunderous tribulations once more, I shall attain the second imperial weapon, subduing all existence. In his leisure, Wang Ling often observes the movements of the prodigies across the 3,000 states. From the divine ridge, a maiden emerges, resplendent in her beauty, embodying her father's aspirations, determined to shine brilliantly in this life, leaving behind an unparalleled legacy. He also glimpses, in the distant barbarian state, a seemingly benign bald monk, his visage radiating compassion, chanting sacred mantras. With a single punch, he vanquishes a holy-level barbaric beast, and with a deft kick, he dispatches a rival of equal standing. Amidst the terrified gazes of onlookers, he shyly smiles and declares, "Amit Ba, this little monk possesses some knowledge of martial arts." In the desolate outskirts of Mingzhou within the 3,000 states, a rift in the void opens, revealing the tormented souls of the opposing Shazhou region. Taking form from the sands, relentlessly assaulting in an attempt to breach the barriers and transform Mingzhou into a realm of unrestrained revelry. From within the void, a city is hoisted aloft. Upon closer inspection, one sees a figure materializing with a divine form, bearing the weight of all beings. He confronts the sandy specters with a proud smile. With my support, who dares to cross the threshold? Simultaneously, a man marked with the character for sin upon his face, bearing the stigma of lowly blood, breaks through the barriers of the sin state and enters the grand world of the 3,000 states, undeterred by the scorn of outsiders. His gaze is resolute as he murmurs, "As long as I can ascend to the throne, there shall be no one of lowly blood in this world." Wang Ling witnesses numerous prodigies, extraordinary talents beginning to walk among mortals, even as some engage in clashes, delineating their hierarchies. The prospects of the grand era are awe-inspiring, with an increasing number of prodigies vying for ascendance to imperial status. He wonders if the Wang family possesses any celestial seedlings. Within the imperial lineage of the Wang family, the sealed Wang Tong awakens. Born with dual eyes and extraordinary phenomena, he is a scion of the imperial bloodline. His cultivation and talent formidable. In the Wang family, little Yuerer is not to be underestimated. Having traversed the 3,000 states in her mortal form, she has achieved unparalleled quasi-imperial status. Each step she takes evokes many associations. Rumors suggest she might be the reincarnation of an ancient mortal emperor, revered as the little moon of the Wang family. The first act of Wang Tong upon his emergence is to seek out Wang Yu. The ancestral heritage of the Wang family stirs from its sacred grounds, rushing forth to intervene, fearing a conflict may arise between these two scions. Wang Tong gazes into Wang Yu's dual eyes, seeking to pierce through any illusions, yet he finds nothing amiss about her. The world whispers that you, Wang Yu, are the reincarnation of the ancient Tian emperor, but all I see is you, yourself. You are the little moon of the Wang family. Should there truly be a reincarnated spirit within you, reveal it to me, and I shall assist you in dispelling it. Wang Yu smiles lightly, playfully responding, I've been waiting for you to emerge from the divine source. To be honest, there have been several occasions where I stood before your divine source, wishing to awaken you for a duel. Now, we can finally engage in a grand battle. Behind her, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A resplendent full moon hung high in the sky, its luminescence reflecting upon the ocean's surface, illuminating the night with ethereal beauty. Ah, these are indeed the essence of my lineage. Wang Ling felt an immense pride, for this was his descendant, nodding in approval, his heart swelling with gratification. My cultivation has ascended to the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, and now I await the restoration of the Jinmu fragment. Soon, the imperial barrier shall be unsealed. The grand contest of this era approaches its conclusion. The focus must now shift to the Second Legion, as the Xiandu ancient palace possesses sufficient Tao energy, yet it yearns for the resonance of the Xian Huang essence. Without hesitation, he resolved to bring forth the Xiandu ancient palace. On this day, within the Liangzhou of the 3,000 Tao provinces, celestial bodies began to plummet from the heavens, tearing open the sky with a rift. The formidable power of the Tao shattered the starlit expanse, as a colossal star materialized, suspended in the air, exuding an overwhelming pressure that obliterated surrounding celestial bodies. From a distance, this star appeared remarkably peculiar, prompting the eminent sect of Liangzhou to stir, believing a fortuitous opportunity had descended. They sought to gain advantage, and several great sages emerged, gazing into the void. It bore resemblance to a head. No longer delaying, they hastened toward the star. However, the supreme pressure descended, and the chaotic Tao immediately fragmented them into mere remnants, forever embedded upon this desolate star. This unprecedented event sent ripples of shock throughout the world, until a quasi-emperor powerhouse ventured forth to investigate. Ultimately, the Tao was damaged, its vitality severed, leaving it withered and extinguished. He imparted a warning to future generations. This star is suspected to be the head of a deceased supreme being. Only those above the quasi-emperor realm may approach. Such pronouncements ignited a considerable uproar, sparking discussions among countless powerful beings. This celestial body, thought to be the head of a fallen supreme, raised questions of its origin. Who possessed such might to slay a supreme and cast it into the cosmos? If it were indeed a supreme's head, it would undoubtedly harbor unparalleled treasures or enigmatic legacies. Alas, only those above the quasi-emperor may enter. Ordinary quasi-emperors would merely meet their demise. Many who sought fortune among the first level of quasi-emperors found their lifespans severely diminished. It seems this opportunity is beyond our reach. Yet, the emergence of this ancient star presents a splendid opportunity for the extraordinary prodigies of the 3,000 Tao provinces, the unparalleled seedlings of immortality. In no time, the ancient star, transformed from the supreme head, became the most fervent topic among the elite. Just as they speculated, the unparalleled prodigies of the 3,000 Tao provinces flocked toward this ancient star, eager to seize opportunities to bolster their strengths in preparation for the impending imperial barrier battle. Chapter 19. The Supreme Secret Realm. A gathering of talents. This is my territory, and I am a master. The treasures within the ancient celestial bodies are firmly within my grasp. All of you step aside. A booming voice, reminiscent of thunder, reverberated through the air as a formidable tiger, as imposing as a mountain, arrived, its fierce visage bared in a menacing snarl. He was a quasi-emperor, boasting considerable strength and an overwhelming presence, intent on subjugating all beings and claiming this ancient celestial realm as his own dominion. This tiger, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast, ruled over the boundless wilderness, a supreme sovereign in its own right. Recognizing him, some began to retreat, clearly intimidated by the ferocity of this tiger, unwilling to challenge him. Amitabha, this ancient celestial realm now appeared to be a land without a master. granting everyone the right to enter. Suddenly, an unexpected voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a young monk seated cross-legged amidst the starry expanse, not far away. Seeking death, the tiger, accustomed to absolute dominance, rarely faced opposition and was irked by the monk's defiance. He believed in speaking little and fighting much, and with a mighty step akin to a colossal pillar, he sought to crush the young monk beneath his foot. Yet, the young monk remained motionless, chanting sutras, enveloped by an aura of profound principles. As if wielding a secret Buddhist technique that offered astounding defense, repelling the tiger. He continued to chant, seemingly engaged in a form of spiritual salvation. The quasi-emperor tiger, now enraged and humiliated, found himself vulnerable, muttering, "Are you saving yourself? To save others is also to save oneself. Amitabha, since the benefactor is unwilling to reason, I." The young monk possessed some knowledge of martial arts. The monk sprang into action, radiating a luminous aura, as a powerful manifestation of principles materialized in the sky, descending as a colossal hand. With a resounding thud, it struck down, sending the tiger plummeting like a meteor. Before the tiger could regain his senses from the shock, he found himself enveloped in a myriad of Buddhist light, his mind inundated with scriptures that he could not dispel. Moments later, the young monk produced a miniature version of the tiger, now resembling a docile kitten, devoid of its former ferocity. Emerging from the land of ancient Buddhas, the inheritor, suspected to be a reincarnation of a forbidden ancient Buddha, emanated an aura of dread. The ethereal beauty of Changsheng, who had emerged from the divine tomb, was striking, captivating many as they gazed, nearly losing themselves in her allure. Yet, some regained their composure, redirecting their attention to the young monk, their expressions turning ominous. Changsheng, hailing from the divine tomb, possessed the ability to perceive secrets hidden from ordinary mortals, lending credence to her words. This young monk, with formidable strength, had effortlessly subdued a beast king bearing the bloodline of a divine beast, posing a significant threat on the path to becoming an emperor. Such public declarations were strategic, aimed at casting him as a target of collective disdain. Yuan Tao, upon witnessing the imperial city, cast a dismissive glance at Changsheng, disregarding her entirely. What of her charm? Merely a fleeting beauty, a mere skeleton of allure. A woman? Ha! She would only slow my pace. As for the young monk, he smiled proudly, exuding an air of solitary confidence. Young monk, I shall tread upon the bones of the fallen on this ancient star, and you must follow closely to enlighten them. A man bearing the character for sin etched upon his visage appeared. He was named Lin Zhe, a figure of solemnity and gravity. Beside him stood a formidable ancient queen hailing from the Forbidden Zone, who smirked coldly. I have heard that you are Lin Zhe from the Sin Blood Province, a lone warrior who has breached the walls of a great sect. Should you serve as a vassal in my burial grounds, I could assist you in ridding yourself of your tainted bloodline. Lin Zhe remained unperturbed, offering no reply to her words. The expression of Lin Gu soured. He had been resurrected by his supreme father through immense power, rapidly advancing in cultivation with a pure bloodline, truly standing out this time. Emerging from the Forbidden Zone himself, he sought to claim the fruit of emperorship in this era. Feeling overlooked, especially by one of such lowly sin blood lineage, a flame of indignation ignited within him, compelling him to act. However, those around him urged restraint. His strength is formidable. We would struggle to gain the upper hand. We must conserve our strength to navigate this ancient star. With a huff, Lin Gu suppressed his fury, yet his tongue remained sharp. It is evident you are no honorable person who etches their name upon their face. Is the imperial family of the Wang clan here to join the fray? A wave of astonished gasps arose as the crowd beheld the galloping Lin horses, heralding a grand display, suggesting deep-rooted heritage. Nevertheless, Lin Gu's mood darkened, particularly with the arrival of the Wang clan, as he cast a grim look upon the Lin horses. To possess a trace of Qilin blood, yet be reduced to mere steeds. How disgraceful. The Lin horse exhaled a breath of warmth, lowered its head to groom its hooves, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Gu. In that moment, It sensed the pressure emanating from the bloodline, suffocating in its intensity. As a mount, it was adept at discerning emotions and naturally understood the disdain reflected in Lin Gu's gaze. It felt aggrieved. To seek recognition in the Qilin clan, you disdain our impure bloodline. Yet when you serve the imperial clan as mounts, you deem us a source of shame. Alas, the contradictions are too burdensome. Who is he? It seemed he bore a particular disdain for our Wang clan. Wang Tong approached, sensing hostility and filled with curiosity. He suspected Lin Gu's origins were tied to the forbidden Qilin ancient clan, which had walked the world 5 centuries ago with haughty pride, even slandering our clan's emperor, whom I had once bested in combat. Wang Yu offered an explanation. Wang Tong nodded, understanding the source of the animosity. It all made sense now. Fear not. If he dares to continue slandering our emperor, we shall jointly subdue him and cast him into the latrine, sealing his fate forever. Upon uttering this, he noticed Wang Yu's lack of response and turned to find her captivated by Changsheng's beauty. Wang Yu remarked, "She is truly enchanting. I find her utterly captivating." Wang Ling, ensconced in the ephemeral world of Hua Wuqi, beheld her feminine grace as she bathed in the celestial river, an image that lingered in the mind. At this moment, as an ancient star appeared in the starry sky of Liangzhou within the 3,000 Dao provinces, numerous factions converged, with many prodigies and celestial seedlings vying for dominance, transforming the once tranquil Liangzhou into a bustling spectacle. After emerging from his meditative retreat, Wang Ling was astonished to find his hidden star realm had become a tourist attraction, with countless visitors eager to pay their respects. This ancient star indeed manifests as the head of a supreme being. During the era of the first emperor, it was transported to this location through extraordinary powers to nurture the ancient palace of Xuandu. They believe it to be a realm of unparalleled secrets, yearning to seize its opportunities. Such realms frequently materialize across the 3,000 states, and with each emergence, they bring forth treasures, celestial materials, ancient texts, and elixirs, drawing countless individuals in pursuit. There was even a time in the central region when a precipice appeared, marked with the bloodstains of emperors. Some claimed to have seen what resembled the body of an emperor floating within the chasm. A near immortal, on the verge of demise, attempted to seize a chance, only to become a mere skeleton upon the cliff. Shortly thereafter, the precipice vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. However, Wang Ling understood that some of these unparalleled realms were remnants of ancient, once mighty sects that had fallen into decay, revealing themselves after millennia as their seals weakened. Others were small worlds, comparable to supreme beings, that had encountered disturbances suddenly appearing in this realm. The most enigmatic of all are the unparalleled realms situated at the fringes of the cosmos. Recalling these, Wang Ling could not help but feel a chill. During his previous ascension to emperor, he had once encountered a secret realm in a desolate part of the universe, where sinister entities seemed to dwell. As he approached, an eerie sensation enveloped him, reminiscent of the underworld, sending shivers down his spine. Now that he was here, he would allow them to witness his second army. Wang Ling was quite generous. The ancient palace of Xuandu also held opportunities, albeit accompanied by peril, for any intruders who perish. Their demise would only serve to augment the malevolence of his second army. After all, on the path to becoming an emperor, they were all rivals. Suddenly, a tumultuous change unfolded on the ancient star. A colossal palace erupted from the gaping hole in the forehead of the supreme head, its grand structures reflecting against the starry sky like a mirage. What powerful Tao rhythms! An aura of unparalleled principles circulated. I shall take the lead. Unable to contain themselves, some rushed into the ancient palace. Amitabha, I share a bond with the Buddha. Our Buddha possesses a grand hall of great heroism, a young monk declared, his eyes crinkling with joy as he entered with his little tiger companion. How amusing the little monk was. Yuan Tua, holding an imperial city aloft, pointed towards the ancient star. This relic clearly resonates with me. This ancient palace is destined to belong to my imperial city. This grand hall is rightfully mine. In this life, I shall surely become an emperor, Lin Gu proclaimed with great pride. accompanied by a black bear who nodded in agreement. Though many prodigies exist in this world, Lin brother, your rivals are few. This time, your ascension to emperor is assured. Since Lin Gu had embraced his pure bloodline and his prominence emerged, he relished such words. If I become an emperor, I shall be the most formidable emperor in existence, on par with my father. How embarrassing to be compared to the weakest of the heavenly origin emperors. As Lin Gu uttered these words, he approached the ancient palace, only to be struck dumb with disbelief as he found himself repelled from the premises. No matter the method employed, he could not gain entry. His companion, the black bear, inquired with confusion, Lin brother, why are you merely wandering about outside? Why not enter? Lin Gu watched as the black bear effortlessly stepped into the grand hall. A simple act akin to strolling through a garden, and his frustration surged. My younger brother can enter, yet I cannot? What is the meaning of this? Wang Ling, you have been placed on the blacklist, and you shall also face the wrath of divine retribution. Chapter 20 of Vision. The great moon illuminates the past and present. Upholding the glory of the ancestors, a grand reward awaits. Emperor Cheng? Is he truly putting on such an act? Whether Wang Ling knows if this pretense will invite heavenly retribution is uncertain. But he is well aware that a figure as prominent as Lin Gu is bound to attract such wrath. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Upon discovering that Lin Gu could not enter, the black bear sovereign was filled with delight. He stood tall and proud, declaring, I initially believed you hailed from the Forbidden Zone and possessed genuine prowess, which is why I treated you with respect. Yet, it seems you are merely a hollow shell. Lin Gu, with a darkened expression, found himself unable to enter the ancient palace, drawing the attention of many who were eager to witness his embarrassment. Even his usual sycophants, who followed him closely, began to overstep their bounds, infuriating Lin Gu. In a fit of rage, he channeled all his strength to strike against the barriers, desperately attempting to force open a passage to redeem himself. However, whether through his innate divine abilities or supreme techniques, he posed no threat to the ancient edifice. All his offensive power was absorbed by the barriers, making his strikes feel akin to punches against a cotton surface. As the gaze of an increasing number of onlookers bore down upon him, Lin Gu's face flushed with shame. He began to doubt his own capabilities. Was it you who just insulted the great emperor of my clan? Wang Tong and Wang Yu had approached him unbeknownst, their eyes blazing with a fierce light, their expressions unfriendly. Wang Tong's eyes erupted with divine radiance, burning fiercely with formidable might. His fighting spirit surged, resembling an unparalleled battle sovereign, his aura as tumultuous as crashing waves. Behind Wang Yu, strange phenomena blossomed. A great moon suddenly reappeared. Wisps of dark lunar energy rose, enveloped in ethereal mist, as if ignited by an otherworldly flame. Do you still wish to make a move against me? Lin Gu spoke coldly, though internally he was in a state of panic. After all, Wang Yu alone was a formidable opponent, and with the addition of Wang Tong, a being endowed with dual vision, he felt overwhelmed and realized he was certainly outmatched. To insult the great emperor of my clan, such an offense deserves retribution, Wang Yu declared coldly. Since her initiation into the path of cultivation, the great Emperor Wang Ling had been her spiritual beacon, guiding her through adversity and granting her the qualifications to contend for the title of emperor. She thrust her hands forward, forming intricate seals, as if orchestrating the celestial movements of the sun, moon, and stars. In the cyclical passage of time, the great moon remained eternally in the firmament, radiating divine brilliance, its surface like a mirror, revealing fleeting glimpses of myriad scenes. The more distant the images, the more potent their power, as if capable of subduing all realms. The great moon illuminates both past and present. With a display of unparalleled divine prowess, she struck without mercy, intent on making Lin Gu bear the consequences. Wang Tong furrowed his brow slightly. This secret technique indeed bore ties to the legendary emperor of the Dark Moon. He glanced at Wang Yu, his expression tinged with concern. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, and before the great moon, lightning descended in a tempest of divine wrath. She had grown mightier than she was 500 years prior. Lin Gu let out a wail as he was struck by the lightning, his body scorched. and he hastily evaded, instantly retreating thousands of feet away. He cast a glance at the charred remnants of a half-body, steeling himself before swiftly severing it. Fearful of the residual thunderous power imbued with the ancient temple's doctrines, the enormous form instantly unleashed a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Lingu, disregarding the potential mockery of onlookers, turned and fled, aware that any delay could jeopardize his very life. Should Wang Yu and Wang Tong insist on detaining him, he would be compelled to resort to his supreme secret technique, although it would be a matter of great shame to resort to such measures in front of so many. At least his father's presence could secure his survival. After all, having faced death once, he understood better than anyone the invaluable nature of life. The great moon still harbored terrifying thunder. Wang Tong's gaze shifted to Wang Yu. Her expression transformed. Lin Gu's prowess was commendable among the numerous prodigies. Yet he had been effortlessly subdued by Wang Yu, leading him to suspect that his previous victory over her was merely due to her holding back. Can I claim no connection to this? Yet, Wang Yu bore an expression of innocence. The thunder had arrived too abruptly for her to be implicated. She practiced the great Yin technique, and with a full moon already embodying considerable Yin energy, the sudden emergence of thunder was incongruous. Observing Wang Tong's skeptical demeanor, Wang Yu, unable to provide further explanation and disinterested in doing so, simply stated, "They have been in the ancient temple for some time. We must hasten." The two exchanged a glance, no longer delaying, and promptly entered the temple. However, at the very moment they stepped within, an anomaly manifested. Ethereal figures of celestial beings swirled around them, and the path glimmered with radiant light. Those who had entered before them could not help but feel a pang of envy. When they arrived, there had been no such phenomena. Instead, danger lurked in the shadows, a perilous ambience. As they entered, the celestial figures danced around them. The path was illuminated, and anomalies flourished. Was there a feeling akin to returning home? Wang Ling, reclining within his coffin, chuckled softly. The younger generation of the clan understands the importance of upholding the glory of the ancestors. They shall be rewarded. Although the uniquely enlightened White Divine King had gained strength sufficient to rival the Imperator Wuk, he remained humble, traversing the desolate fringes of a universe in search of the place where he had once ignited his celestial resonance, hoping to gain insight and perhaps encounter that esteemed elder for guidance. Suddenly, he halted, settling into a lotus position, parting the cosmic pathways, plucking stars with his hands, and engaging in profound calculations within the flowing river of time. This ancient temple harbors mysteries. Rising, he effortlessly tore open a rift in the cosmic path, concealing himself in the void, undetectable to any observer, gazing down upon the ancient celestial bodies transformed from the heads of the supreme beings, or more precisely, upon the ancient temple atop those celestial bodies. Such a secret place holds no value for me. He shook his head, murmuring, "Yet I have indeed deciphered a trace of qi belonging to Wang Ling, circulating within this ancient temple." He resumed his calculations, yet the more he delved, the more elusive it became, fading into obscurity, until he beheld members of the Wang imperial clan traversing the ancient temple. He couldn't help but ponder. Could that trace of qi I previously discerned be the bloodline power of the Wang imperial clan? It must be the only explanation. He smiled wryly, pondering whether, as Hua Wuqing had remarked, Wang Ling had indeed met his demise. Could it be that I have overthought this matter? Nevertheless, the younger generations of the Wang family possess remarkable fortune. While traversing this ancient palace, they have managed to acquire numerous treasures. Shortly after he departed, Hua Wuqing sensed something and promptly exited her small world, her objective singular, the ancient star. Indeed, while others sought the enigmatic sanctuary of the ancient palace, her aim was fixated upon this supreme cranium. I detected a resonance akin to my own essence. This ancient star must belong to a predecessor. Since it has transformed into a star, it is likely that within its core lies the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal that I so desperately require. A rare smile graced her lips, a reflection of her joy. The Xianhuang Phoenix crystal held immense significance for her, she had occasionally emerged from her realm solely to seek this artifact. For possessing it would empower her techniques exponentially. Should she ascend to emperorship, it could facilitate a profound transformation of her innate Xianfeng Dao body. Thus, this indeed represented a grand opportunity for her, one that she could not afford to overlook. At the very moment she departed, Wang Ling turned to the Jinmu block, stating, "No need for pretense, nor for acting." Before he finished his words, the Jinmu block, seemingly driven by madness, voraciously absorbed the entire stream of innate water spirit essence into its small world. Wang Ling sat atop the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, basking in the innate water spirit essence, gliding upon it as if in a boat, relishing the experience. As the innate water spirit essence was devoured with fervor, the seventh fissure within the Jinmu block was unexpectedly mended. The eighth fissure was repairing at a visibly astonishing pace, a speed that left one in awe. The smile that had adorned Hua Wuqing's face shifted to his own. Observing the diminishment of the innate water spirit essence in Hua Wuqing's small world, he noted the dwindling spiritual energy. The unparalleled divine source that had once thrived lost its luster, and the towering trees began to wither rapidly. The vibrant life force transformed into desolation, rendering the entire realm as if it had endured an apocalyptic event. Upon Hua Wuqing's return, she would undoubtedly be left speechless. Chapter 21. The path of a young emperor is full of trials, guarding the ancient palace as brothers. As numerous prodigies entered the ancient palace, they began to comprehend the reasons behind the great sage's halt and the bloodshed of the semi-emperor. The chaotic Tao principles morphed into ferocious beasts lurking in the shadowy recesses of the ancient palace, baring their fangs, ready to hunt at any moment. Occasionally, the mindless guardians of the palace would strike, unleashing formidable divine abilities upon them. The assembled prodigies, all of exceptional lineage and vast experience, recognized among the guardians those who had once made a name for themselves in the 3,000 Tao states. Although these individuals had not ascended to the status of emperor, they had shone brightly in their era, possessing the power to suppress entire regions. Now, however, they had lost their minds, reduced to mere palace guardians. This served as a dire warning to the prodigies that the origins of this ancient palace were increasingly enigmatic and terrifying, necessitating utmost caution. Within the palace, a mural captured the attention of the Emperor City, Su. The mural depicted a celestial map, featuring a galaxy composed of stars, alongside various formations crafted from constellations, all meticulously arranged. My Emperor City is in dire need of a celestial map. This one shall be mine. At the moment Yuan-Toa reached out, the Big Dipper within the mural suddenly shimmered, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself ensconced within the celestial map. Is this celestial map alive? My intrigue has only deepened. My Emperor City shall be your ultimate sanctuary. Once I achieve the Tao and ascend as emperor, I will forge you into an imperial weapon. As the cosmos revolved and time twisted, the celestial map appeared to shrink incessantly. How fascinating. You have successfully captured my attention. Yuan-Toa sensed the anomaly, but was unperturbed, amplifying the Emperor City to colossal proportions, rivaling the stars, shattering the surrounding constellations. He aimed to forcefully rend the celestial map apart, his lips constantly uttering, "Subdue, annihilate, shatter." The fragmented stars coalesced once more, and the torn void swiftly mended. Before long, Yuan-Toa realized he was ensnared, standing upon the seven stars. Two peculiar constellations on either side erupted with explosive force, instilling awe. Above him, a blazing sun would rise, only to be replaced by a colossal moon bathing him in silvery light, subjecting him to a duality of ice and fire. His incessant chatter had now dwindled to a precious few words as he discerned the secret of the celestial map. Clenching his teeth, he dared not draw breath, quietly contemplating an escape from his torment. Wang Ling observed everything with keen interest, reveling in the sight. This celestial map was peculiar, akin to a living entity brimming with vitality, seemingly a coordinate inscribed upon discovering the ancient palace. Once, an emperor-level figure had pierced into the celestial map, unveiling its extraordinary nature. The more one spoke, the more it would shrink, becoming increasingly adept at ensnaring its captors. In essence, it harbored a disdain for loquaciousness. He also noted that a young monk was surrounded by several guardians of the same realm, while a small tiger cat nestled in his arms, its neck drawn in with fear. Yet the young monk remained calm and composed, effortlessly navigating the peril. The 8-character mantra shimmered with golden light around him, cascading like a golden waterfall, enveloping him in a protective embrace. The guardian of the ancient temple, unexpectedly moved by the scriptures, regained a fleeting moment of clarity. Yet, instead of choosing to escape the ancient sanctuary, he became increasingly frenzied in his attacks, murmuring, becoming a guardian, stepping onto the path of immortality, aiding you in avoiding countless years of detours. Wang Ling observed the young monk with a discerning gaze. Is he the reincarnation of a certain ancient Buddha, seeking to transcend and become an emperor once more in this life? He seems to tread a path akin to mine. The misfortunes of this reincarnated Buddha are lamentable. Had he existed in another era, his chances of becoming an emperor would have been substantial, assuredly becoming the protagonist of an epic. Yet in this life, he is unfortunate enough to encounter Wang Ling. A black bear, having endured numerous trials, arrived before a wall, brimming with excitement. The wall bore an array of marks, scars from blades and axes, palm imprints, and a claw mark that dominated much of its surface. Each trace exuded a sense of profound rhythm, the claw mark seemingly left by an ancient and fearsome beast, igniting a flicker of hope for enlightenment. Suddenly, a colossal claw emerged from the wall, chilling the black bear to its core, even stirring it about, draining its lifeblood. The once robust bear was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, rendering the scene both eerie and tragic. Shortly thereafter, a guardian appeared, bestowing life upon the deceased bear, enabling it to rise once more and join the ranks of the guardians. The path to emperorship is fraught with peril. Yet here in the Xiandu ancient palace, camaraderie is found. The black bear, now dazed and devoid of spirit, began to mutter as it aimlessly searched through the ancient palace, seeking like-minded companions for physical transcendence. Wang Ling had once proclaimed his grand ambition within the confines of the Jinmu block world, vowing to exact revenge upon the daughter of the moon sky, ancient emperor. He intended to set a more challenging trial for Changsheng. Yet to his astonishment, before he could act, he witnessed her burst forth from a hidden chamber within the ancient palace, spewing blood and appearing gravely wounded. Though guardians pursued her, he knew that her power was on par with the supreme, rendering these guardians no match for her. More intriguingly, she did not evade their assaults, but rather absorbed them, leaving him perplexed. Changsheng had emerged several times, vowing to attain the path of emperorship, yet each time, her foundation had been compromised before the gates of imperial ascendance could open. This woman harbors great secrets, and not merely one. Wang Ling gazed at Changsheng. Her unparalleled beauty was blinding, captivating in every regard. Among those in the ancient palace, the most fortunate appeared to be Wang Yu and Wang Tong of the Wang imperial clan. Along their journey, they witnessed numerous prodigies becoming guardians of the temple, while they themselves traversed as if in a realm devoid of threat, untouched by any assaults. Strangely, the guardians seemed oblivious to their presence, even granting them a passageway. This sensation left them feeling uneasy. The more they experienced this, the more they suspected ulterior motives, fearing they might fall into a greater trap. Thus, after collecting some ancient treasures of value, they chose not to delve deeper into the palace. They became the first prodigies to exit the ancient palace, yet even so, they garnered substantial rewards. Hua Wuqing arrived at the ancient star, not focusing on the palace, but instead delving directly into the depths of the celestial body. Guided by the innate resonance of her Xianfeng Dao physique, she swiftly discovered the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal nestled within the head of this colossal entity. The fiery red crystal emitted a melodic cry, and as Hua Wuqing reached out to touch it, a formidable force surged forth, causing a powerful tremor. She seemed to resonate in unison, a harmonious collision stemming from the same essence, with sounds and visions that appeared to emerge from a distant past, vague, yet imbued with the compelling essence of time. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, displacing numerous stars in the starry sky of Liangzhou. This wind tore through the vast expanse, and many witnessed as the supreme, ancient star seemingly opened its eyes. With a resounding crash, towering trees on the ancient star collapsed, and the sprawling mountains disintegrated as if made of paper, instantly reduced to ash. The void twisted, peaks crumbled. This tumultuous wave was terrifying, akin to the upheaval of oceans, causing the entire Xiandu ancient palace to tremble violently. Wang Ling observed as Hua Wuqing successfully obtained the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal, and a spark of understanding ignited within his gaze. Years ago, when he discovered the ancient palace, it was severely dilapidated, and he pondered what could be used to nurture it, eventually stumbling upon this supreme head. At that time, his path was already impaired, making the relocation of this supreme head quite arduous. Yet now, it appeared to be rather accommodating. Are you engaging in a transaction with me? To nurture the Xiandu ancient palace for millennia, while aiding you in the quest for a person of similar essence, and subsequently delivering the crystallized Xianhuang Phoenix crystal to her. Chapter 22. Upon returning, the sky has fallen. The heavens and the earth are in disarray, inducing a sense of nausea. Initially, there was a semblance of awareness, yet the gravity of the situation did not fully register, as he lacked the strength to ponder further due to the damage sustained by the Great Path. Now, witnessing the awakening of this supreme head, he realizes he has been ensnared in a scheme. Although he has not suffered loss, he has been compelled into a transaction. Is it the mystical Phoenix crystal, born from the supreme head, or has someone slain this supreme being, deliberately cultivating this unique crystal from her extraordinary Tao body? A more horrifying conjecture surfaced in Wang Ling's mind. If this were indeed the case, it must be acknowledged that anything emerging from the chaotic edges of the universe is formidable and should not be underestimated. The enigmatic expanse of the universe's periphery conceals countless secrets, elusive even to one of his stature. If I can ascend to the status of an emperor across 9 lifetimes, all these questions would find resolution. Perhaps it is not necessary to wait until the 9th lifetime. If I can attain the title of emperor repeatedly in each lifetime, as my strength increases, I should be able to unravel these mysteries one by one. Wang Ling mused, his plans crystallizing, his goals becoming ever clearer. Meanwhile, the supreme head was in violent upheaval, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that sent reverberations throughout the stars, culminating in a sudden explosion. A tremendous force surged forth, causing the myriad stars in the cosmos to tremble dangerously on the brink of collapse. Should all the stars fall, the devastation would be immense, akin to an apocalyptic bloodbath, likely bringing calamity upon all living beings in Liangzhou. Numerous renowned sects and sanctified strongholds across the 3,000 Dao provinces had sensed the impending catastrophe, hastily tearing through the void to arrive in this star domain, employing their formidable powers to quell the trembling stars and restore the displaced celestial bodies to their rightful orbits. Many prodigies who had emerged from the ancient palace also joined the fray, taking action to safeguard the lives of Liangzhou's inhabitants. They tread upon the path to emperorhood, their hearts still harboring goodwill towards all beings. After averting the fall of a star, Hua Wuqi felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the increasing number of powerful beings intervening. If the calamity akin to an apocalyptic bloodbath had arisen due to her presence, leading to the annihilation of all Liangzhou, it would have haunted her as a mental demon on her path to becoming an emperor. Now that she had acquired the mystical Phoenix crystal, she hoped to return and engage in profound reflections and calculations, wishing for her strength to advance, thereby increasing her chances on the road to emperorhood. However, when she shielded her aura and tore through the rift in space to return to her small world, she was left in a daze. The once majestic trees stood withered, the once verdant mountains lay desolate, and the abundant spiritual energy that had thrived was now so thin it was nearly intolerable. With a shift of her form, she arrived at the end of this small world. There, she beheld the parched river, the primordial waters that once flowed like the heavenly river now absent, not a single drop remaining. The divine essence she had prepared for herself had lost its radiance and sanctity, rendered into useless refuse, causing her heart to ache. Fortunately, she had some reserves hidden away, a small consolation amidst her misfortunes. I have only been gone a short while. How has this small world transformed so drastically? Hua Wuqi murmured to herself, a look of disbelief crossing her serene features, her mind flooded with memories of a time when life flourished vibrantly and vitality abounded. Did I inadvertently shatter an ancient star, inciting the backlash of this diminutive realm? Is there an underlying cause at play? Her expression turned icy as she settled into a meditative posture, swiftly engaging in a process of deduction. Soon, she detected a faint aura, and following its trail, she ultimately discerned the source. It was it. The fragment of the world tree shimmered with brilliance as she grasped it, her body's intricate patterns beginning to awaken. Captivating and remarkable. Release my body, woman. Wang Ling, concealed within the coffin, observed up close as Hua Wuqing incessantly caressed the fragment of the world tree. Her movements fluid and meticulous, evoking a sensation akin to being teased, yet powerless to resist, which left him quite irritated. It was indeed a wondrous object, its hardness intensifying. After a prolonged examination, Hua Wuqing felt no anger. Instead, she regarded herself as unexpectedly fortunate to possess a treasure. Despite her current prowess, rivaling that of the Supreme, she still could not penetrate the depths of the world tree fragment. In her heart, plans were already forming. She intended to indulge in it further after ascending to the throne of an emperor in this lifetime. Her singular thought was to await the opening of the imperial gate, embarking on the path to emperorship. Before long, Hua Wuqing discovered a river of spiritual veins, which she then positioned within the small realm. The continuous mountain peaks were revitalized once more, and the suspended river in the sky began to radiate ample spiritual energy in all directions, allowing the myriad beings within the small world to awaken anew. The scene of flourishing life re-emerged, and a smile blossomed on Hua Wuqing's face, prompting astonishment from Wang Ling within the coffin. This woman's smile was akin to that of a siren. The Xianwang Phoenix crystal was unveiled, and the entire small world resonated with the cries of celestial phoenixes as abundant spiritual energy transformed into phoenixes soaring through the heavens, scattering delicate droplets of light. Harnessing the power of the Tao, Hua Wuqing initiated communication, and with a thunderous roar, her body trembled violently, as if the heavens and earth were colliding. Her vital essence surged chaotically, and a trace of aura emanated from the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal, a terrifying force potent enough to rend this small world asunder. Hua Wuqing's countenance shifted in horror. She had not anticipated such a dreadful power to be unleashed. She immediately withdrew, halting her exploration, fearful that her newly constructed small world might once again face ruin. This Xianwang Phoenix crystal was no ordinary item. It contained the essence of the primal chaos of heaven and earth. The Xian represents the color of the heavens, while Huang signifies the hue of the earth. The essence of heaven and earth, birthed from the dawn of creation, is the quintessence of the cosmos. The ninefold immortal spirit coffin also resonated with an ethereal rhythm. Sensing the disturbance, during Wang Ling's reign as a mighty emperor, he had once encountered a trace of this essence in the 3,000 Tao states, pursuing it for a millennium, only for it to vanish, remaining beyond his grasp. The White God King had once possessed an elixir of immortality, aiding him on an unconventional path to greatness, allowing him to rival the unparalleled emperor. Now, with Hua Wuqing possessing the Xianwang essence, one could only ponder the path she might tread. Wang Ling grunted, dismissing any sense of jealousy. However, he was relieved that the 9th fissure within the world tree fragment was nearly mended, and the entire piece began to emanate divine radiance. Observing Hua Wuqing's burgeoning strength, he felt compelled to hasten his own progress. It was time to part ways with her and seek a desolate corner of the universe to cultivate the fusion method. Wang Ling mused, the imperial gate is on the verge of opening. Time is not on my side. With a swift motion, the world tree fragment transformed into a streak of light, rapidly tearing a rift in the small world. How rebellious, siphoning away my innate, radiant essence. and then expecting to depart without consequence. Is there such fortune in the world? In a moment of astonishment, Hua Wuqi resolutely struck, wielding a jade sword that shimmered with crystalline brilliance, cutting through the vast expanse, radiating with an ethereal glow, as if imbued with the immortal light of the celestial. She understood well that this Jianmu block was shrouded in mystery, its depths inscrutable, concealing profound secrets. With the release of her most formidable weapon, she aimed to retain this elusive Jianmu block that sought to abscond with its ill-gotten gains. Wang Ling, however, had no desire for prolonged conflict. The ethereal resonance of the ninefold immortal spirit coffin rippled within the Jianmu block's miniature world, bestowing an enhancement upon it. As if it had ingested a potent elixir of immortality, its effects surging rapidly. Most crucially, this elixir was inexhaustible. With a resounding clash, the two collided. The jade sword was sent flying, leaving no trace upon the Jianmu block. Seizing the opportunity, it surged toward the boundless void of the universe. Hua Wuqi swiftly positioned herself before the jade sword, tearing open the rift and resolutely pursuing. Yet, upon gazing into the vast cosmos, she was filled with exasperation. Stamping her feet in frustration, Wang Ling, sensing her plight, felt an inexplicable satisfaction arise within him at her misfortune. Chapter 23. The Integration Method Forging the True Self. The Majesty of the Emperor. The Imperial Gate opens. Wang Ling, in a state of exuberance, journeyed to the desolate edges of the universe. After a century of relentless searching, he finally discovered a fragmented and secretive realm of chaos suitable for concealment. The 3,000 Dao provinces underwent transformations. The celestial seals of the great Dao cascaded like waterfalls, while chains of order swayed in every direction. Throughout the 3,000 Dao provinces, extraordinary phenomena occasionally manifested, displaying images akin to mirages. Among these visions, celestial prodigies tread upon the bones of the fallen, drenched in blood upon their path to emperorship. Furthermore, ancient ferocious beasts devoured the bones and blood of these prodigies, revealing an extreme brutality. Wang Ling observed a familiar scene. Once noble rivals contending for the imperial gate, exuding a righteous aura that commanded reverence, had unexpectedly plummeted into an abyss of madness on their journey to becoming emperors, returning as bizarre and bloodthirsty specters, wreaking havoc across vast expanses. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of Hua Wuqi, the White God King, Wang Ling, and others that they were vanquished. Thus, the manifestations reflecting in the 3,000 Dao provinces were indeed authentic. They were remnants of the paths once traversed by the prodigies of the Imperial Gate. As one who had endured this journey, Wang Ling comprehended that these phenomena heralded the imminent opening of the Imperial Gate. Boom! The ninefold celestial spirit coffin seemed to resonate with Wang Ling's thoughts, beginning to tremble within the secret realm, exuding celestial melodies that enveloped him, much like a devoted guardian. Boom! The void of the universe suddenly emanated a terrifying and unparalleled wave of energy as a grand hall tore through the skies, creating rifts and arriving at the desolate edges of the cosmos. The dilapidated ancient hall, undeterred by the chaos of the Tao, surged upward, its intentions clear as it approached the exterior of this chaotic secret realm. Wang Ling guided it back, the hall revolving above him, cascading millions of beams of radiant light. A piece of divine wood emerged, and Wang Ling settled cross-legged upon the coffin, opening his eyes to behold the spectacle before him. Everything was prepared. He began to form hand seals, evolving the integration method. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The patterns upon the divine would transformed, as if delineating the meridians of a human body. Cracks reappeared upon the wood, threatening to shatter, while strange black lines emerged, seemingly influenced by an overwhelming and terrifying will. Could this power be the secret behind your impending destruction? Wang Ling whispered, yet his resolve remained unwavering. By molding wood to shape the Tao body, may it assist me on the path to emperorship in my second life. The Xiandu ancient hall sensed Wang Ling's determination, commencing its spiral within the chaotic secret realm. The celestial chart within the hall bore ancient star formations as his protective guard, while walls etched with Tao traces extended colossal claws, tearing through the void in an attempt to sever the divine wood's path. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial essence of the ninefold celestial spirit coffin surged forth, vast as the ocean, beginning to obstruct the terrifying will from the shadows, placing the black line in a precarious position, attempting to defy the heavens. The origin of the divine wood was enigmatic, steeped in great causality. Shaping it into a Tao body evidently posed a greater challenge than acquiring the corpse of a grand emperor. Yet, the more formidable the challenge, the more Wang Ling felt compelled to attempt it. He eagerly anticipated the steps his own path to emperorship would take after shaping the Tao body with the divine wood. As for causality and its repercussions, he would be defying fate to tread the path of a second life. Why would he concern himself with causality? If causality were to manifest, so be it. Splash! The walls, marred by countless traces, shattered abruptly, while the colossal claws returned only to be severed in the void. The ancient celestial formation within the star map trembled, as if this was not to be defied. Wang Ling gritted his teeth, tirelessly evolving the incantation in his hands, achieving a perfect integration of the law. At last, the cracks on the fragment of the sacred tree mended, the dark lines severed and vanished without a trace. Patterns resembling the human form emerged. Now was the moment. Wang Ling, no longer hesitating, resolutely merged his spirit into it, his flesh and blood becoming increasingly pure. Rising to his feet, he radiated an aura that pervaded the 8 desolations. This was a tall and imposing physique, with thick black hair cascading over his shoulders. As he swung his fists, the entire secret realm trembled under the strain, violently shaking on the verge of collapse. His unique constitution boasted extraordinary defenses. He stepped out of the secret realm, standing firm amidst the chaotic torrents of the Tao, striking the waters of the central flow, his body unscathed, comparable to the sanctified body that had been severed from the path. Wang Ling inhaled deeply, feeling a profound satisfaction with his physique, which had now been reinforced. Compensating for his previous weaknesses, he was confident. Now, relying solely on his physical prowess, he dared to challenge the supreme beings who could sever themselves within the forbidden zones. If he were to ascend as an emperor in this life, even an ordinary supreme being might be easily subdued. 300 years had swiftly passed. Wang Ling raised his gaze, observing that the extraordinary phenomena of the 3,000 states had entirely vanished, and a grand city emerged from the mist of the starry sky, bustling with voices. Clearly, during these 3 centuries, the imperial gates had opened, and the city welcoming the emperors manifested within the 3,000 states. Many from these states flocked to the city, eager to witness the imperial battle of this generation. Within the city, some had even established gambling houses, placing substantial bets on who would ascend as emperor in this life. Holding the imperial city, Yuan Tua entered the gambling house, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he produced a treasured artifact to wager on himself, declaring, "Once I ascend as emperor in this life, I shall personally retrieve it." Such audacious confidence left many speechless. Wang Ling logged into the account of the first emperor, noting that numerous prodigies had appeared within the imperial city. Some seemed hesitant, their hearts burdened with doubt, intimidated by the reflections of the extraordinary events in the 3,000 states, afraid to take the final step. Yet others, with heads held high, boldly embarked upon the mysterious and perilous ancient path through the starry sky, resolute in their determination to reach its farthest end. "It is time for me to tread the ancient path of the stars and journey to the other side of the cosmos," he murmured, stowing away the 9-tiered celestial spirit coffin in the Xiandu ancient palace. With a single step, he arrived in the city in the blink of an eye. Shortly after his departure, the footsteps of the white god king halted in the shattered secret realm. He deduced the traces of the path, his eyes gleaming with increasing delight. A predecessor once graced this place, igniting supreme celestial resonance. The remnants of this celestial essence are enough for me to gain insight. Not wishing to miss this opportunity, he began to meditate, pursuing the ethereal and elusive essence of celestial energy. In the distant confines of the sacred tomb, Qing summoned her courage and spoke into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Father, I have sustained injuries within the ancient palace, and my foundation on the path to greatness has shown no signs of recovery for centuries. In this lifetime, I am unable to ascend to the Emperor's gate, and it seems I am destined to be estranged from the path of the Emperor. I have disappointed you, dear father. Do not fret. I have long prepared for this, came a voice from the depths of the Forbidden Zone as a small jade vial floated forth, pouring forth a golden liquid that bathed the surroundings in a resplendent light, pure and ethereal. Qing felt the damage to her foundational path being mended, yet her heart was devoid of joy, and her countenance remained stoic. She addressed the depths once more, her voice hoarse. It appears that Father has already paved the way for my ascension to the Emperor. If that is the case, I shall not disappoint your expectations, nor shall I falter on my own path of transcendence. She pressed her lips together, choosing not to shy away from her fate, for a new resolve had taken root within her. In this moment, an unprecedented desire to become an emperor surged within her. Perhaps, through such an ascension, she could truly reclaim her destiny. Chapter 24. The Guide to the Great Path. Mutual Harm. The ancient road of the starry sky. Wang Ling arrived at the city of Diguan, where the throngs of people bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. He paused before the ancient road of the starry sky, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he revisited this familiar place. Another prodigy had arrived, a figure seemingly unknown, with no discernible origin amidst the 3,000 Tao states. An elder who prided himself on his vast knowledge, possessed the cultivation of a great sage, and had touched upon the threshold of quasi-sainthood. His murky old eyes sparkled as they scrutinized Wang Ling, only to ultimately shake his head. Speculations arose. Who could this individual be? Perhaps a son of a great holy land, yearning to tread the path of emperorship in this lifetime. Yet, his hesitant demeanor suggested a lack of resolve, and he dared not venture into the perilous ancient road of the starry sky. To shy away from the ancient road, yet aspire for the recognition of the great path's celestial seal, to ascend to emperorship, such aspirations were sheer folly. Truth be told, I sense within this person a vast reservoir of vitality. There may be a glimmer of hope for enlightenment. Shall we take a gamble? I merely suggested a faint possibility, and you wish to wager? Do you wish for me to lose my very last garment? Infuriating. Cursed be your head. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Wang Ling chuckled silently, and then turned to see an old acquaintance. Beside the ancient road of the starry sky, in a pavilion, sat a man named Ning Wushuang, who is currently indulging in wine, with 2 platters of meat laid out on the stone table, savoring the feast. Noticing Wang Ling's gaze, Ning Wushuang waved. Brother, are you hesitating to enter the ancient road of the starry sky? Upon seeing Wang Ling take a seat on the stone bench, he personally filled Wang Ling's cup, cheerfully adding, Do not feel embarrassed. The path to emperorship is fraught with countless bones and is perilous indeed. 15 prodigies have already chosen the path of retreat. 15? So many? Wang Ling's hand, which held the wine cup, paused momentarily. He mused to himself. The celestial seal of the great path possesses remarkable means, adept at instilling fear, continually manifesting phenomena across the heavens to deter many. Brother, I observe your abundant vitality, and it seems we share a bond. Why not stay and become a guide with me? I am Xiandu. Wang Ling introduced himself, careful not to reveal his true identity, fearing retribution on the path to emperorship. If the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone were to discover him, he would surely act against him. Ha ha! Brother Xiandu, becoming a guide will save you countless years of detours. Although Ning Wushuang laughed, his eyes were filled with bitterness. Wang Ling remained silent, lowering his head to finish his drink in one gulp. This was the path Ning Wushuang had chosen. Thus, he must bear the consequences. Once, Ning Wushuang, true to his name, was unyielding and unparalleled. Yet after facing peril on the ancient road of the starry sky and narrowly escaping death, his resolve crumbled, leading him to choose the path of retreat. He had once proclaimed, to become an emperor is to live longer. Becoming a guide of the Diguan can also ensure a long life. Indeed, serving the great path and becoming a guide of this city does promise prolonged existence. Wang Ling, having ascended to emperorship in his previous life, had uncovered the secrets surrounding the city of Diguan. Yet this city reflects upon the 3,000 provinces only once every 10 millennia. Should a supreme emperor, who has transcended the mortal realm, defy the heavens to experience a second life, this city would only emerge once every 20,000 years. Throughout these 20 millennia, as the harbingers of transition, they have remained in a deep slumber. I must express my gratitude to an old acquaintance. Ning Wushuang observed a colleague, filled with pity and sympathy, who had lived through the era of the celestial emperor Ling Tian. The prolonged slumber had rendered their gaze dull and lifeless. Upon hearing him mention the words old acquaintance, an ominous premonition stirred within Wang Ling. The celestial emperor, Wang Ling, you have only lived for 8,000 years since your ascension, which has caused my premature awakening by 2,000 years. Ning Wushuang poured his wine onto the ground, his words flowing ceaselessly. I heard you met a tragic end. Your imperial blood spilled across the starry skies, your bones shattered to dust. Wang Ling felt a surge of dissatisfaction, muttering within, "Is this how you show respect?" Ning Wushuang. Just then, a familiar figure appeared, poised to step onto the ancient path of the stars, but was called to a halt by Ning Wushuang, who stood excitedly, waving his hands. Hua Wuqing initially intended to ignore him, but upon recognizing an old friend, she turned and entered the pavilion, casting a surprised glance at Ning Wushuang, frowning as she questioned, "How are you still alive?" Ning Wushuang, feeling struck and suffocated, replied with melancholy, "To speak frankly, I truly wish for death. As a servant of the great Tao, life and death are no longer within one's control. It is too sorrowful to express." Hua Wuqing's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Wang Ling from head to toe, her expression filled with hesitation. This man, though smiling, somehow appeared as if he deserved a beating. During their first meeting, the flower fairy observed him keenly, questioning his manners. Wang Ling spoke, his appearance having changed. As long as he did not acknowledge his identity, others would likely fail to recognize him. His body, fused from the essence of the divine tree, had masked his aura, yet Hua Wuqing managed to perceive something, which surprised him greatly. Indeed, Ning Wushuang expressed his delight at reuniting with an old friend, opening up the conversation. "It has been 18,000 years since we last met, yet you are still an old acquaintance. Have you perhaps changed in character over the millennia, now favoring those with a vigorous spirit?" Upon hearing this, Hua Wuqing's gaze sharpened, her demeanor becoming unfriendly. Nevertheless, Ning Wushuang continued unabated. "I thought I would never see you again," lamenting that in the previous life, it was not you who ascended to the throne. "It is a pity. I sigh for you." Yet it is all Wang Ling's fault. He typically remains silent and inconspicuous, yet ultimately commits acts that shake the heavens and move the earth, seizing your chance at ascension. Hua Wuqing felt a heaviness in her chest, as the shadows of the past resurfaced in her heart. At that time, I could only blame my shattered Tao heart, turning back midway and failing to reach the other shore to witness that moment. 18,000 years have passed. Do you realize that? This is my lament. Ning Wushuang's journey is not yet concluded. With a hopeful gaze, he lifted his head to look at Hua Wuqing and implored, "Fairy Hua, as a witness, could you enlighten me on the events that transpired in the end?" As he poured the wine, the sound of flowing liquid mingled with their conversation. "Come, let us drink and talk. Please recount the tale in detail." A shadow loomed over Hua Wuqing's heart, inducing a sense of suffocation. She unleashed her Taoist weapon, the jade sword soaring into the air, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that captured attention. Who dares to act against the esteemed guide within the imperial pass? The elder, who referred to himself as Baixiaoxing, gazed into the distance and explained she was nearly a woman of the emperor. After piercing Ning Wushuang's chest, Hua Wuqing's voice turned icy as she commanded, "Go and inquire with Wang Ling." Ning Wushuang's body rapidly mended, unharmed by the Taoist weapon strike. Hua Wuqing furrowed her brow, observing the profound Tao rules within him, and with a cold snort, she chose not to linger further, turning away to tread upon the ancient path of the stars. Alas, after 18,000 years, his actions remain so brutal. Old acquaintances, yet she seeks to turn me into a memory. Silenced, he gazed sorrowfully, rubbing his chest and sinking into a brooding drink. Upon Hua Wuqing's entry onto the ancient starry path, a graceful figure emerged. Qing reappeared, resolutely choosing to traverse the ancient path of the stars, marking a long absence of an empress from the 3,000 Dao provinces. An ancient guide, having witnessed the ages, expressed optimism for this woman from the divine tomb. Wang Ling, too, took note of her, murmuring within, her foundational Dao has been restored. She truly harbors the ambition for enlightenment in this lifetime. Yet, what secrets lie between her and the benevolent Emperor Yukong? This cup of wine is quite special. Wang Ling rose to bid farewell to Ning Wushuang, preparing to embark on the ancient starry path towards enlightenment. Alas, alas, Ning Wushuang stood, attempting to dissuade him, gesturing toward the distant steel. The inscriptions bore the names of those who entered the ancient path this time. Amidst Ning Wushuang's intervention, 2 more steel shattered. This signified that 2 prodigies had already perished within the ancient path of the stars. Look how perilous it is. More souls have been lost in the ancient path, becoming wandering spirits. Brother Xuandu, I find you quite agreeable. I sincerely advise you to reconsider. Among the many prodigies who step onto the ancient path from the Imperial Pass, only a fraction survive to reach the other side. The Wang family has 2 more prodigies emerging, their brilliance overwhelming. Should you encounter them, you might not be their match and could be crushed. Ning Wushuang's words were harsh. He felt an urge to strike him. Wang Ling pondered. Having endured torment for 18,000 years, it would be hard to envision what lay ahead. Observing Wang Ling's resolute spirit, Ning Wushuang sighed, "Drink this cup, and consider it a farewell, for it is likely you shall not return." Wang Ling, at a loss for words, found this man increasingly absurd as he openly cursed him. Yet he did not exhibit anger. Instead, he gazed at Ning Wushuang with a pitiful expression, stating, "I aspire to traverse the path of immortality across 9 lifetimes. There is no need for your pity." Chapter 25. The Ancient Star Domain. A celebration turned tragic. The fisherman reaps the rewards. Wang Ling stepped onto the ancient path of the stars, inscribing his name upon the stone tablet before him. Xuandu. Many were astonished by this city, having presumed he lacked the courage to tread the celestial road. Yet soon, murmurs of despair echoed among the crowd. Having remained unrecognized in the 3,000 states for millennia, he was destined to meet a fate of shattered stones and a dissipated life, making it exceedingly arduous to etch his name into the annals of the Starry Road. What was his name again? Ah, it hardly matters, for he shall not escape the celestial path. The odds for Xuandu were astronomical. Who would wager on him? In the casino, a betting pool was established, only to result in dismal outcomes. No one placed their bets, causing the odds to soar ever higher. Regardless, such audacity was commendable. Ning Wushuang raised a cup from afar, calling out to Wang Ling's retreating figure. "Should you wish to retrace your steps, remember to seek me out. The guide has reserved a place for you." He then entered the casino. "I shall place my bet on him." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he cast down 10 Jin of source energy. Turning, he wagered a staggering 100,000 Jin of source energy on Wawaki, the one with the highest probability of victory. The final deadline had arrived. The ancient path of the stars allowed entry, but no exit. Several guides stood above the imperial city, their voices booming with authority, issuing stern warnings. Should anyone dare intrude, they shall be slain. Should any engage in combat within the imperial gate, they shall be eradicated. Once, they had been brilliant paragons of their realms, possessing formidable strength. Now, they served as the obedient custodians of the great path, faithfully executing its rules. The imperial war had officially commenced. The imperial city buzzed with the presence of great sects, their ancient legacies evident. Though they had aged, they still reveled in the excitement, particularly for the millennia-spanning imperial war, eager to witness the ascension of the great emperor and to pay homage. Many gathered, all of them formidable beings, at least great saints, pooling their strengths to forcibly tear open a corner of the celestial path, vigilantly observing the events unfolding amid the ancient stars. The great sects, sacred lands, and imperial clans also congregated within this city, their anticipation palpable. Our sect's holy sun gazed down upon the masses, transcending the mundane, exuding the aura of an emperor. This was an ancient sect existing for 30,000 years, known as Ancient Immortal Cliff. Their lineage was profound, their heritage deep, hidden within the 3,000 realms. Remaining indifferent to worldly affairs, a venerable establishment. They had long remained recluse, disillusioned by the last era's Emperor Tianyuan. Yet the brilliance of the current age's great path bloomed ever more radiantly, prompting them to contend. The holy son of their sect, filled with ambition and lofty aspirations, vowed to attain the emperor's path, aiming to stand alongside the great Emperor Ling Tian. They beheld the holy sun on the ancient star road, single-handedly vanquishing an ancient ferocious beast, and as the astonished gasps of the crowd filled the air, smiles of pride adorned the faces of the elders within the sect. However, those smiles soon froze. From the depths of darkness emerged a divine chain, piercing through his wrist bone, amidst the holy sun's lamenting cries. He was drawn into the endless night, his fate uncertain, likely to become sustenance for some lurking predator. You rejoiced too soon on the ancient star road. One must never celebrate prematurely. A seasoned traveler spoke, letting out a sigh. Fellow cultivators from the ancient immortal cliff, are you still entranced by the splendor of your era? Do not remain in seclusion. Venture forth and behold, for the times have irrevocably changed. This statement elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, yet it bore a kernel of truth. The inhabitants of ancient immortal cliff, their faces darkened with indignation, yearned to chastise these younger generations. After all, we have stood for over 30,000 years, enduring the test of two great emperors without faltering. What right do you have to mock us? However, when the guide's gaze turned towards them, their thoughts were swiftly extinguished. Look, an extraordinary spirit intends to hunt, someone exclaimed, prompting many powerful beings to fix their gaze upon the spectacle. Wang Ling returned to this place, where the obsidian night loomed like a fearsome abyss, filled with eerie howls that echoed through the air, sending chills down his spine. This was the starry ancient path, a lost realm of ancient stars, having witnessed the passage of countless eons, and buried within it lay the bones of innumerable prodigies. A celestial genius has fallen, their blood staining the starry ancient path, becoming a ghostly presence here. An extraordinary spirit, concealed within the remnants of an ancient star along the starry ancient path, emitted a series of glowing illusions using primordial secret arts, laying a trap to ensnare passers-by, only to be unexpectedly vanquished. That was the awe-inspiring sword of the stunning swan, a jade blade cleaving through the heavens, not only absorbing the glowing light, but also shattering the ancient star itself with its formidable might. Wang Ling sensed a familiar Tao manifesting with overwhelming power. He recognized this individual. It must be Huawuk. This spirit was no weakling, possessing above-average strength among the celestial geniuses. Yet alas, he had chosen the wrong target for his hunt. Had it been a novice traversing the starry ancient path, they might have fallen prey. But Huawuk was a seasoned traveler, alert and vigilant. Suddenly, from the inky expanse of the night sky, a vine materialized, akin to an octopus, playing with a star as if it were a ball, and it fixated on Huawuk. This was an ancient being long extinct in the 3,000 Tao states, now lurking within the lost, starry realm, committing malevolent acts, devouring all it encountered to fuel its own growth. The starry ancient path remained as perilous as ever. Wang Ling lamented the necessity for caution while traversing the treacherous ancient star domain, ever wary of the hidden assault from rival geniuses. Even Huawuk, despite his prior experience on the starry ancient path, found himself ensnared once more. This lost ancient star realm was not static. Rather, it evolved continuously over millennia. And who could fathom what bizarre and terrifying entities might emerge? Wang Ling swept past Huawuk, observing him fiercely engaged in combat with the ancient vine, their struggle intense, with droplets of sap flowing through the starry expanse, tainting everything they touched and sapping vitality. He had no intention of intervening. After all, each person has their destiny. If Hua could not contend with this ancient vine, he surely lacked the qualifications to ascend to emperorhood. Yet, Wang Ling did not depart. He stood by, a silent spectator. This behavior puzzled onlookers, one of whom remarked, "What is Xuandu up to? Is he seeking an opportunity to strike against Hua, aiming to suppress the greatest adversary on the path to becoming an emperor?" Even Hua Wuqing held a similar sentiment. Unexpectedly ensnared by the ancient vine, she intended to swiftly sever it and escape, yet upon noticing that Xuandu remained stationary, merely observing the battle, she could no longer contain her frustration. "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to take advantage of my struggle with the vine to strike at me?" "Do not misunderstand, Fairy," Wang Ling replied earnestly. "I merely wish to admire your graceful presence from this vantage." However, Hua Wuqing was incensed. This man already struck her as insufferable. Since he lingered by her side, she might as well include him in her retribution. Her Tao was resplendent, emanating an immense divine radiance from within. As her magical prowess surged, the distant sound of a phoenix's cry could be faintly heard. With a flourish, her Tao soldiers transformed into myriad sword lights, their formidable might not only confronting the ancient vine, but also targeting Wang Ling. "How ferocious!" Wang Ling remarked. Boom! His eyes ignited with divine light, his blood surging like an ocean. His extraordinary physique seemed to rival that of a saintly body, which was thought to be long extinct. He raised his hand to withstand the myriad sword lights, neutralizing the imminent danger. A gasp arose from within the imperial city. Such formidable physical strength. It reminds me of that rare constitution. Is he a saintly body? Some speculated, but others corrected. The path has been severed. He is not a saintly body, merely an exceptionally robust body in the prime of life, with abundant vitality. Explanations were offered, presenting plausible answers, with many concluding he was merely a formidable physical cultivator. Yet, doubt lingered among others, sensing the situation was not so simplistic. However, as they observed Wang Ling retreat, their doubts began to dissipate. They shook their heads, saying, "It appears he possesses some self-awareness, recognizing he is outmatched and opting to avoid confrontation." Ah, indeed, this individual has some self-awareness. How could he dare provoke the fairy? Seizing the opportunity, Hua Wuqing did not tarry. Her jade sword radiated with myriad auspicious lights as it clashed with the vine repeatedly, the sap scattering across the starry sky amidst the brilliance of her Tao soldiers. Ultimately, she uprooted the peculiar vine entirely, casting a deep glance at Wang Ling. As if wary of his potential interference, she was keen to avoid wasting time and prioritized her journey. Wang Ling, however, had no intention of intervening. He had resolved to minimize his actions on the ancient starry path, aiming to avoid revealing even a hint of his energy, lest he attract pursuit, which would be undesirable. His singular objective remained to successfully reach the other side of the ancient starry path and attain enlightenment as an emperor. The ancient vine's trunk was prime material for crafting artifacts, and the exquisite fruits it bore could extend the life of a quasi-emperor by 2 millennia. He returned to the battlefield, gazing in the direction Hua Wuqing had hurriedly departed, calling out, "You run so swiftly. Have you no interest in your spoils? Such treasures could entice the great sex." Silence enveloped the starry expanse, with no response. Without hesitation, he gathered everything into his possession, critically remarking, "I understand you, Hua Wuqing, are a little heiress, but is such wastefulness truly necessary?" Chapter 26. The Abyss of Demonic Spirits. The void well, the boundless sea, the supreme Qilin emerges. The onlookers in the city were left in a state of astonishment. What audacity! Was he merely spectating, or was he attempting to intimidate others? Seizing the opportunity while others were drained and cautious, and then swooping in to claim the spoils? Many minds were filled with questions. Yet, there were also those who envied him. Without lifting a finger, he managed to acquire numerous treasures, such as that vine fruit, capable of extending the life of a quasi-emperor by 2 millennia. Many among them were nearing the end of their lives, naturally envious of such prospects. Wang Ling, having tasted the sweetness of fortune, was in no rush to traverse the treacherous path ahead. Instead, he leisurely journeyed along the ancient starry road. occasionally encountering crises. He effortlessly subdued them, maintaining a steady and secure passage. This left many in disbelief. While others advanced over the blood and bones of their adversaries, he, in contrast, followed in their footprints, steadily progressing step by step. Some stood in shock, astonished by Wang Ling's audacity. Could there truly be such a person in this world? He had not engaged in battle, did not race against his foes, yet advanced on the path to emperorship by treading upon the paths forged by others. Would his resolve remain unscathed? This was a former saint of an ancient sect whose blood surged with indignation, rising in fury, feeling utterly frustrated. He had once contended fiercely on the road to enlightenment. Although he ultimately failed in his quest for emperorship, he considered himself broad-minded, willing to fight or retreat, refusing to live in a cowardly manner, and would never resort to such tactics. Alas, why had he not thought of such an approach? Why insist on clashing head-on, leading to his stagnation at the first threshold? Someone smacked their forehead, witnessing Wang Ling's actions, their eyes lighting up with inspiration. He too was among the gifted, having traversed the ancient starry road in a blaze of glory, competing fiercely with others, only to be severely injured and forced to retreat, his path to greatness hindered. Just as he concluded, he sensed several gazes upon him. Indifferent to their scrutiny, he remained optimistic, believing Wang Ling could indeed reach the other shore. Wang Ling ascended the account of the former emperor from the last life, clearly perceiving the scorn directed at him by the people of the city. However, he paid no heed. Achieving emperorship was his ultimate goal, and he feared not the trivial gossip of others. Moreover, and most crucially, although he resided within this ancient starry domain, he could discern the movements of all. In the ancient starry road, to set foot upon the celestial shore, one must surpass three formidable thresholds. The first threshold, the abyss of demonic spirits. The second threshold, the void well. The third threshold, the boundless sea. The young monk, riding a fierce tiger, enveloped in the radiance of Buddhism, had successfully crossed the abyss of demonic spirits and arrived at the void well. Gazing into the well, he confronted the demons within his heart, which suddenly transformed into a Buddha, reciting sutras as if to offer him salvation. From a distance, it appeared that the young monk was engaged in self-redemption, a truly terrifying sight. Even more alarming was the fact that hidden in the shadows, other prodigies were preparing to strike, and not just one. It was evident that they had taken Changsheng's earlier words to heart, believing the young monk to be a formidable foe on the path to emperorship, and were intent on uniting to eliminate him. The young monk opened his eyes, imbued with the supreme seal of Buddha, ensnared by the void well, and simultaneously ambushed by three adversaries, a pressure that was almost unimaginable. A fierce tiger pounced, desperately entangling one foe, clearly having significantly improved his prowess under the illumination of Buddha's light. With a resonant clang, his Taoist weapon manifested, a demon-slaying pestle buzzing with power, transforming into a radiant beam of Buddha's light, actively striking towards one of the attackers. Another assailant leaned in, yet a rare ancient Buddha appeared above his head. The man exclaimed, "You are indeed the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha." Unfazed by the apparition, he unleashed his mystical arts, even resorting to the use of supreme secret techniques. With a thunderous roar, the space around them erupted, the battlefield fracturing into chaos, as three figures were sent hurtling backward, blood staining their lips. The young monk, enveloped in the mantra of the 8 characters, radiated like a transcendent Buddha, his divine light illuminating the surroundings with unparalleled sanctity. This fierce battle laid bare his full strength. The combat raged on. Regarding the performance of this monk, who was suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, Wang Ling felt no surprise, merely noting the stylishness of the tiger-riding stance. Qing had indeed been concealing her true capabilities. Wang Ling observed her as she fought valiantly, effortlessly dispatching several lost demonic creatures and ruthlessly exposing hidden elites, her actions cold and decisive. Among the lost demons were former ancestors of her kin, whom she personally eliminated with even greater ferocity, leading Wang Ling to perceive that she was venting her emotions. She truly advanced upon a path paved with blood and bones. Meanwhile, Lin Zui from the Sin state perished in the first barrier, plunging into the abyss of demonic spirits, stripped of his sanity. Burdened with the hopes of Sin state, he seemingly fell victim to a curse, inadvertently wandering into the shadowy realm upon entering the first barrier, a place known to Wang Ling as the lair of demonic spirits. Wang Ling sighed, lamenting that his fate seemed predestined. Those who aspire to alter the rules of the great Tao are inevitably forsaken by its protection. Lingu also entered the ancient path of the starry sky. Wang Ling traversed an expanse of 100,000 miles, stepping into the void and arriving at a battlefield. Lin Gu was engaged in a fierce battle with a demonic spirit when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning to gaze into the distance, he spotted a human cultivator observing the fray with a smile, sending a shiver of dread and irritation through Lin Gu. He believed this individual harbored intentions to attack him, his nostrils flaring with anger. Having entered the first barrier, he was entangled with 3 demonic spirits, exerting every ounce of his strength to slay 2, leaving just 1 at its end. Yet, at this moment, an enemy loomed nearby, causing him great distress. What if this person seized the opportunity to ambush him? He was already exhausted, certainly not a match for any foe. While engaged in battle, Lin Gu split his focus to probe, "Are you coveting the treasures I have obtained? My friend? If you desire them, I can share half." Wang Ling shook his head and replied earnestly, "You misunderstand. I am merely here to observe the battle. Continue your fight. I shall not intervene." He gestured toward the nearby demonic spirit, stating it is at its end, on the brink of demise. "I trust you as far as I can throw you." The more he spoke, the less Lin Gu believed him. In fact, he felt that this detestable human cultivator was concocting schemes, preparing to strike. After all, human cultivators are the most cunning and despicable. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately refrained from attacking, deciding to forego the treasures, and as he departed, he left behind a fierce proclamation. "Human cultivator, I shall remember you. The grudge of today's ambush will surely be repaid." Wang Ling appeared innocent, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned grievance, exclaiming, "Are you truly unwilling to take these? What a pity. If you do not want them, I shall gladly accept all." He approached, effortlessly delivering a punch that dispatched the last of the demon spirits. However, the 3 lost demon spirits yielded a considerable bounty, though most had long been tainted by demonic blood in this starry domain, requiring meticulous cleansing before they could once again radiate their former brilliance. "Curse the human cultivator. I shall personally eliminate you and reduce your body to ashes." Lin Gu seethed, nostrils flaring with heated breaths, his chest rising and falling erratically. Witnessing Wang Ling collect all the treasures only fueled his anger. Yet, at that moment, a pair of colossal hands reached out from the abyss, binding him entirely, emanating an overwhelming demonic aura that was terrifying, revealing a power comparable to Hua Wuqing, seemingly on par with the Supreme Being. Blood, demon, true spirit. How did I encounter this ghastly entity? His expression turned pale with horror, feeling suffocated, teetering on the brink of death. In his moment of despair, Lin Gu invoked his unique secret technique. "Father, save me." With a tearing sound, this ancient star domain was forcefully rent apart, revealing a figure enveloped in radiant divine light, adorned with a bell atop his head that clinked melodiously. The might of the imperial weapon surged forth, threatening to collapse the very heavens. It was a supreme being from mysterious, forbidden zone. The bell atop his head reminded me of the great Kirin Emperor recorded in ancient texts. He had chosen to intervene and rescue this descendant, even at the cost of revealing his identity. Was Lin Gu truly that significant? A great power pierced through the truth and voiced it. Members of the Kirin clan in the imperial city gasped in astonishment, some moved to tears. It turned out that a powerful being still lived within their clan. They rejoiced, rushing to share the news. The ancient Kirin Emperor remained indifferent to these matters, solely focused on Lin Gu's fate. After repelling the colossal hands, he decisively retreated with Lin Gu. Even Wang Ling couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate Lin Gu was to have such a father. Yet, he grew wary, realizing that the protective Kirin Emperor harbored grudges. He might seek an opportunity to strike against him. Chapter 27. The moon falls into the well. Do you truly believe I am here to mediate? Wang Ling felt a surge of vigilance as he transformed into a radiant arc, swiftly crossing the abyss of demonic spirits. After waiting for a moment and confirming that the ancient Kirin Emperor had not reappeared, he finally exhaled in relief. Yet, he opted not to advance, instead choosing to rest in the safe zone between the abyss and the void well. Which one to up to? Having reached the precipice of the void well, why does he hesitate to proceed? Is he unaware that among the surviving prodigies, he is the last to lag behind? The formidable little monk has already been drenched in blood, transforming into the blood monk, and has entered the boundless sea. Within the imperial city of Diguan, some have caught wind of the little monk's movements, speculating that his chances of becoming an emperor are the highest. A voice exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that a Buddha emperor is about to emerge from the 3,000 Tao states? Perhaps it would be better if not. I prefer not to be enveloped in sutras daily. Let a female emperor rise instead. I yearn to witness her magnificent reign. Someone immediately countered this sentiment. In stark contrast to Wang Ling, it seems to affirm the adage that comparisons breed pain. Is it possible that he deliberately chooses to lag behind the crowd? Have you forgotten? He has always followed in the footsteps of others. I thought he would rise, but perhaps I was mistaken. In the betting house, the odds for him have soared to an astonishing 10,000 to 1. Brothers, should we consider placing a bet? Never mind. Betting on Xuandu would be excessive. With his consciousness enveloping the entire ancient star domain, Wang Ling slowly stood up only after confirming that no one lingered behind him. The little monk, now the blood monk, donned a blood-stained robe, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. He is formidable, having escaped the void well, his gaze resolute and solid, his entire demeanor transformed. Having awakened completely, the fierce tiger he rode has also regained its normalcy, seemingly shrouded in a murderous aura, trembling in silence. No longer daring to advance in the boundless sea, he patted the tiger beneath him and halted, as if awaiting something. Meanwhile, within the second layer of the barrier, Wang's little Yuera arrived before her own void well, gazing into it to see a different reflection of herself. Her round face had vanished, replaced by another visage, leaving her momentarily stunned. The great emperor of the Tian. Sensing something, Wang Tong turned to glance, his pupils constricting as he regarded Wang Yu with wariness. He inquired, "Are you truly the reincarnation of the great emperor of the Tian? You are still my Wang family's little moon." Wang Yu nodded, then shook her head, replying, "I do not know." Wang Tong fell silent for a moment before continuing. "If you require assistance, I shall do my utmost." "No need. I have risen with a mortal body on the path to invincibility, unexpectedly acquiring the legacy of the great emperor of the Tian. If I ascend to emperorhood, will I still remain myself?" She pondered deeply. "I do not know who I will become, but I am certain that, at least for now, I can choose who I am." A smile of relief and determination spread across Wang Yuyuan's face as she turned to Wang Tong and declared, "In this lifetime, I shall not pursue the path of enlightenment. You now have one less adversary on your journey. I hope that you, young ancestor Wang Tong, will succeed in your quest for ascension, thereby continuing the illustrious legacy of our Wang family as emperors." With that, she willingly plunged into the abyssal well, where a peculiar full moon was reflected. Upon closer inspection, this moon appeared to shift, sometimes taking the form of a crescent, at other times a half moon, and then reverting back to a full orb. Wang Tong approached the abyssal well, his eyes shimmering with extraordinary phenomena, seemingly capable of discerning the illusions of the world. Should he transcend to emperorhood, it was said he could effortlessly perceive all the laws of existence, gaining insights into myriad paths wherever his gaze fell, evoking admiration from all. Yet at this moment, he found himself unable to comprehend the nature of the abyssal well, feeling disheartened and powerless. Had the little moon of the Wang imperial lineage fallen into the abyssal well? This news swept through the realms like a tempest, wielding tremendous destructive power and influence, resonating across the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states. The members of the Wang imperial family shut their eyes in anguish, unwilling to contemplate further. In the gambling halls, anguished cries echoed, as many believed her chances of becoming an emperor were significant. Yet now she lay entombed at the second barrier, having not even reached the shores of the ancient starry path, a reality too difficult for many to accept. However, she had not perished. She was in a state of self-purification. Wang Ling approached, observing the moon's transformations within the well, as Wang Tong's grayish-white pupils turned to black. Unable to penetrate the identity of the visitor, he remained cautious, as if facing a formidable foe. Yet, an inexplicable sense of connection lingered, one he could neither articulate nor fully grasp. Are you suggesting their consciousnesses are in conflict? Who will prevail? Who can predict such a thing? Wang Ling finally turned his gaze to Wang Tong, this contemporary prodigy of the Wang family, who still needed to address him as little uncle. Once, he had failed in his own quest for emperorhood, and now it seemed he still harbored resentment, having always believed himself far superior. Alas, in this life, it shall be I who becomes the emperor. Wang Ling smirked and departed, having discovered a fortunate opportunity he wished to seize. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Ling furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, this individual's temperament is quite eccentric. Two abyssal wells emerged in the same region, colliding fiercely, each unwilling to yield. Hua Wuqi, brimming with arrogance, encountered the aloof Yuan Tuo. One wielded the imperial city, while the other brandished a jade sword like a radiant rainbow. They stood their ground, igniting a fierce battle. A tall figure emerged from a mist, his captivating gaze enthralling all, as an imperial city oscillated in his grasp, booming with relentless power, unleashing a formidable assault. I do not appreciate the presence of another as proud as myself. Yuan Tuo, consumed by self-admiration, unleashed his fury, vowing to subdue Hua Wuqi, rendering the heavens and the universe devoid of color, as the supreme principles within the imperial city rippled, dimming the starlight significantly. In silence, Hua Wuqi stood unwavering, her strength rivaling that of the supreme. Bolstered by the imperial city, her resolve was unyielding, and the very name of the city signified her unwavering heart towards enlightenment. She dared not be careless. Her eyes burned with intensity, her entire being thrumming with energy akin to a celestial spirit. You are worthy of my utmost effort. After acquiring the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal, she had entered seclusion for profound contemplation. Over the course of several centuries, she had made significant progress, solidifying her path and, most importantly, bolstering her confidence in her ascension to emperorship. As for the piece of Jinmu wood, she could not locate it now. However, once she achieved her imperial status, effortlessly she would deduce its whereabouts. Within the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao provinces, where could it possibly hide? Yet, just as the two were poised to unleash their full power in a battle of unparalleled magnificence, they unexpectedly halted their movements simultaneously and turned their gazes toward the distance. Wang Ling let out a sigh. Have I arrived too early? It is you. Who are you? Hua Wuqi and Yuan Tuo spoke in unison. Wang Ling awkwardly waved his hand. I am merely a passerby, here to observe the battle. Please continue. Treat me as if I were invisible. Internally, he chastised himself for arriving too soon. He genuinely hoped for a fierce clash between the two, one that would shatter mountains and split the stars, leaving them both grievously injured, ideally to their demise. Such would lessen the contenders on the path to emperorship, sparing him the need to intervene on the ancient shores of the starry expanse. Are you out of your mind? Hua Wuqi could no longer contain herself. Fury blazed in her gaze, her lips glimmering, on the verge of uttering curses. Do you know him? Yuan Tuo inquired, puzzled. A most irritating individual. Hua Wuqi's countenance was as frigid as frost. Her eyes, like black jewels, radiated an icy disdain. Yuan Tuo furrowed his brow. If that is the case, why don't we both strike together and subdue him first? What do you think? Excellent. Hua Wuqi nodded in agreement. Is this for real? Wang Ling was taken aback, assuming a defensive stance. Yet, after a prolonged silence, he realized the three of them stood there, suspended in the cosmos, each refraining from action, wary of one another, each harboring their own intentions, reluctant to let anyone seize the opportunity. Wang Ling recalled a saying, a triangle possesses stability. Yuan Tuo was the first to withdraw, casting a glance at the void well. As expected, I remain unaffected. I shall proceed ahead. I await you at the third tribulation. His gaze was intense, evidently. This battle was inevitable, merely postponed. Not fighting anymore. Wang Ling chuckled bitterly, wondering how he had become the mediator between them. What a pity to miss out on treasures. He lamented internally, recognizing the tenacity of Yu and Tuo's resolve. For the void well had no sway over him. A formidable adversary deserving of respect. Wang Ling, how are you still alive? Suddenly, he heard Hua Wuqi's voice behind him. Her tone so loud it compelled him to halt. The emotions she expressed were complex, a blend of anger and astonishment, but overwhelmingly, it was fury. Wang Ling thought, has she discovered my true identity? Chapter 28. The Boundless Sea Crossing Technique. Related to the great Emperor Ling Tian. Hua Wuqing gazed into the void well, where she beheld the shadow that should have vanished. Now, the well reflected the figure of Wang Ling, indicating that Hua Wuqing had never truly let go of him in her heart. It appeared that her inner demon had always been him, rooted in the events of yesteryear. She murmured to herself, realizing that she had no other path to tread. Only the final road of attaining the imperial Tao remained. Should she fail in her quest for the throne, her inner demon would likely intensify, jeopardizing her resolve. It seemed that the incident from years past had left a profound impact on her. Wang Ling sighed in relief. He had feared that Hua Wuqing had uncovered his concealed essence through some extraordinary means, thereby discerning his true identity. How alarming. Next, he contemplated peering into the void well to confront his own inner demons. He recalled his first encounter with the well, where he had seen a modern version of himself clad in casual attire. Now, returning to the same spot, he began to reflect, only to find himself utterly taken aback. The dim, eerie atmosphere was punctuated by chilling sounds, and whispers occasionally echoed through the mist, instilling fear. Suddenly, a specter drifted silently by. Wang Ling stared at the scene reflected in the void well, astonished, as if he were unwittingly starring in a horror film. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend the situation. In his first life, he had appeared in modern attire, and now, in the second life, a ghost had quietly passed. Could there be a connection between the two? Why did your inner demon not transform into a specter sooner, thus activating the system? The system's voice abruptly resonated, and Wang Ling suddenly grasped something, nearly losing composure. The answer lay here. The earlier connections were merely his overthinking. Reflecting on this matter, he could not help but curse the system's ancestors. If he were to fail in his second life's pursuit of the imperial throne, this inner demon would likely amplify infinitely. Why haven't you left yet? He retorted to Hua Wuqing. You haven't left either, she countered. Hua Wuqing, while not wishing to overshadow others, was unafraid of confrontation. This time, she intended to proceed with caution and thus arrived late at the ancient starry path. She only aspired to navigate steadily, overcoming the 3 trials of the ancient starry path to reach the other shore and contend for the emperor's Tao fruit. Yet now, she realized that this fellow, Xuandu, was similarly cautious. In an instant, Hua Wuqing felt compelled to retreat slightly, shielding those around her. However, something felt amiss upon turning. She discovered that someone else was also guarding her. How outrageous! Xuandu, could you not be so cowardly? Hua Wuqing's face grew frosty, unwilling to prolong the encounter with this man. Without further delay, she chose to step into the 3rd trial. As she departed, she remarked, You remind me of an old acquaintance. The visage of Wang Ling surfaced in her mind, and she hastily added, a deceased person. Was she cursing him to become a departed soul as well? Wang Ling smiled silently as he watched her step into the 3rd heaven. He too chose to follow closely behind, maintaining a measured distance from Hua Wuqi. This only intensified Hua Wuqi's displeasure, who inwardly remarked, He is becoming increasingly like that insufferable fellow from the first era. Soon, the two of them resumed their journey along the ancient starry path, arriving at the boundless and mysterious sea of boundlessness, stepping into its depths. The sea of boundlessness was enigmatic. Its waters neither roiled nor surged. Instead, they lay as tranquil as a mirror, defying reason and appearing quite peculiar. Upon entering the sea, they noticed that all previous travelers had ceased to advance. Hua Wuqi felt perplexed. Despite the dangers lurking within the sea, such as sea monsters, their prowess, comparable to the supreme, should suffice to navigate through and swiftly reach the other shore. Wang Tong, upon seeing Hua Wuqi, explained, "After a millennium, the world has transformed, and so has the sea of boundlessness. It seems that the path ahead in this era has been severed." Changsheng, delicately twirling her hair, revealed a smile that could bewitch, and said, "I once came across records in ancient texts sealed by my father, suggesting that this ancient star domain may be the work of a legendary figure from antiquity. The first trial, the demonic abyss, tests the cultivator's strength. The second trial, the void well, tests the cultivator's resolve. The third trial, the sea of boundlessness, has suddenly become defined, as noted in the ancient texts, to cross to the other shore. A sacrifice of blood is required." Upon hearing this, both Yuan Tuo and Wang Tong furrowed their brows, showing signs of potential conflict. Clearly, they were stirred. Being unparalleled prodigies, they were ready to fight if blood was indeed required for sacrifice. Hua Wuqi, expressionless, seemed disinclined to involve herself, retreating quietly and unobtrusively shielding those around her. Wang Ling had already positioned himself protectively in front of Hua Wuqi. He glanced at Changsheng, reflecting, "This woman's beauty is not only captivating, but her intentions are equally treacherous. She seeks to incite strife with mere words." Wang Ling had previously traversed this ancient star domain during the reign of Emperor Cheng. While crossing the sea was indeed necessary, it was not without means. One could only surmise that after the passage of time, the methods of crossing had been concealed somewhere. To speak of true boundlessness? Wang Ling gazed down at the water beneath his feet, his gaze deep but unable to discern the bottom. Perhaps the true boundlessness referred to this unfathomable sea. He speculated that the method of crossing must lie within the depths of the sea. In this place, where the heart is boundless, so too is the sea. The blood monk, stroking the tiger's head, seemed to pierce through the illusions of this realm. Having slain so many, his countenance grew increasingly serene, and amidst his speech, the echoes of Buddhist chants resonated, giving him an ethereal presence. In the depths of the sea, the supreme principles emerged, forming a strange and mysterious domain. The method we seek to cross must be submerged within the ocean's depths. Inspired, Wang Tong immediately activated his to investigate further, then nodded emphatically. "The blood monk speaks true. I have seen peculiar principles in the deep sea." What peculiar principles? "Before the grandeur of my imperial city, all shall crumble." Yuan Tuo let out a cold snort, taking the lead as he plunged into the sea in search of the method of crossing. "You foul monk, are you seeking revenge for my schemes against you?" Qing cast him a sidelong glance, huffing in discontent. This blood-soaked monk was undoubtedly his greatest adversary during his ascension to the throne. Wang Tong, unwilling to lag behind, also immersed himself in the ocean. With his innate double pupils, he believed he could discern the principles of the Tao before the others, and thus grasp the method of crossing first. "Amitabha, dear Qing, you overthink." The blood monk turned to Wawaki and Wang Ling, earnestly inquiring, "Esteemed benefactors, it is now certain that the method of crossing lies within these waters. Why do you not set forth to seek it?" "Master, you may proceed first." Wawaki and Wang Ling spoke in unison. The blood monk, with a chant of Amitabha, smiled and declared, "I have already comprehended the method of crossing, and need not venture deeper into the sea." "Have you truly found the method of crossing? Then why do you not journey to the other shore?" "I merely sensed that some may be ensnared in confusion, and thus I chose to remain here to guide you, not wishing to witness any unwarranted conflict arise." Wang Ling was taken aback. He began to grasp the underlying intention of the blood monk, whose words, though noble in appearance, were in truth a means to exact revenge on Qing for past grievances at the Xiandu ancient palace. Wawaki, skeptical, inquired, "Is the young monk jesting with us?" The blood monk remained silent, and suddenly, a Bodhi fruit appeared before him. Swallowing it whole, he radiated a divine light, with the principles of the Tao blooming around him like lotus flowers. Then, he vanished from sight, leaving only his voice echoing. "The young monk awaits you on the other shore. The path to enlightenment is never solitary." Can a reincarnated ancient Buddha be so arrogant? Wawaki felt a surge of indignation and proudly retorted, "The cultivation gained through reincarnation is not truly one's own. It cannot compare to my steady progress, step by step." Such words seemed rather bitter. Did the flower fairy have a lemon tree at home? Wang Ling laughed heartily, and, before Wawaki could unleash her wrath, his figure disappeared into the depths of the sea. "Ah, Xiandu, I have endured you for long enough." Hearing the ripples of Tao patterns behind him, the ocean's surface was violently disrupted, creating a profound chasm. Wang Ling responded, "May this boundless sea drown the flower fairy, thus quenching the flames of your fury." Accompanying this was an even more terrifying surge, as if supreme sword light brushed past him. In an instant, Wang Ling traversed 100,000 miles, reaching the depths of the ocean in mere heartbeats. He reached out to touch the chaotic principles, which shimmered brilliantly in his hands, transforming into drops of light. "I once pursued the traces of the Celestial Emperor. It is certain that the Celestial Emperor had once lingered here, as I do now. Whether he ventured deeper remains unknown." Chapter 29. The qualification for enlightenment is confirmed. A thrilling battle. It turns out you are the true adversary. With a resounding flourish, a blossom of the great Tao unfurls in the deep sea. It is Wang Tong, the first to comprehend the method of crossing, radiating with a brilliance that pierces the heavens, earning the recognition of the great Tao and successfully reaching the other shore, thus obtaining the qualification to become an emperor. Wang Tong, a prodigy of his generation, shatters myriad laws with his dual pupils. He is the first to attain the qualification for emperorship, much to Wang Ling's lack of surprise. Now imbued with the aura of enlightenment, he stands resplendent like a celestial deity against the starry sky of the other shore. Having successfully crossed the boundless sea and been acknowledged by the flower of the great Tao, two individuals have now acquired the qualification to become emperors. In this era, 5 blossoms of the great Tao have bloomed, signifying that only 5 may receive its recognition. The city of Emperor Gate is abuzz with the happenings across the starry expanse, with many feeling a pang of envy, wishing to take their place. Is it possible that the Wang family will produce another emperor in this lifetime? Witnessing Wang Tong's attainment of enlightenment, the members of the Wang imperial clan emerge from their sorrow, each brimming with excitement. Nearby, the esteemed sacred grounds and ancient sects gnash their teeth, unable to contain their jealousy. Should another emperor arise from the Wang family, their name would echo eternally across the 3,000 Tao states, wielding immense influence. Look, another has gained the recognition of the great Tao flower and reached the other shore. Is that the flower fairy? I knew she could do it. The envoy Ning Wushuang, indulging in wine and meat within a pavilion, gazes at the 10,000 gene of source in the gambling den, her smile betraying her delight. As a contemporary, Ning Wushuang has witnessed the formidable prowess of Hua Wuqing firsthand. Being endowed with the innate Xianfeng Tao physique, she grows stronger the closer she approaches death. Brother Xuandu, you have remarkably persevered through the 3rd barrier of the boundless sea. I am truly impressed, Ning Wushuang whispers. If fortune favors you and you survive, remember to return that 10 gene of source to me. Clearly, since Wang Ling embarked upon the ancient path of the starry sky, his performance has been lackluster, drawing scorn from others who have never witnessed his strength or made a name for himself in the 3,000 Tao states, rendering him a figure of derision. His odds have now soared to 20,000 to 1, and the solitary 10 gene of source in the gambling house shines conspicuously. The enigmatic Changsheng from a mysterious realm has also attained the qualification for emperorship, reaching the other shore. A great commotion arises in the city of Emperor Gate, capturing the attention of many. They brandish an assortment of peculiar signs, evidently a group enamored with beauty, captivated by Changsheng's transcendent charm. Meanwhile, in the distant confines of the sacred moon's forbidden zone, the ancient emperor of the moon emerges from the depths, standing with hands clasped behind him, gazing into the void, seemingly witnessing the events unfolding on the ancient path of the stars. My daughter, in this lifetime, you shall surely become an emperor. Even your father can wait no longer. The ancient emperor of the moon murmurs, his hair bristling like golden needles. Yet upon closer inspection, one can discern that the roots of his hair have turned brittle and yellow, lacking nourishment, indicative of his advanced age and waning vitality. He is confident that in this life, Changsheng will ascend to the throne, for over the years he has been paving the way for him, forging benevolent connections amidst the myriad forbidden zones of the 3,000 realms. Changsheng, it is said that you're the most cherished daughter of that ancient being, and in this life, you have remarkably succeeded in reaching the other shore, even gaining the acknowledgement of the blossom of the great Tao. Splendid. In the burial grounds forbidden zone, a chilling and ominous voice resounded. You once plotted against me, causing me significant losses, leading me to deplete my resources. Thus, I shall ensure your schemes come to naught. Now, is it only I and Yuan Tuo who have yet to receive the recognition of the great Tao's blossom? Yuan Tuo has vanished without a trace, as if he has disappeared into thin air. Could it be that he has encountered a terrifying existence and perished in the boundless sea? Wang Ling harbored suspicions. The boundless sea is not as serene as it seems, but rather fraught with peril lurking beneath its calm surface. Ancient sea beasts conceal themselves in the shadows, and the terrifying Tao manifestations of the deceased who have fallen into the sea lurk, ready to strike. On his journey here, he had already been ambushed by a shattered Tao soldier. It wielded a massive blade, not of mundane origin, imbued with a terrifying Tao that once reigned over a star domain, clearly a remnant of a fallen prodigy. Yet at this moment, the blade radiated boundless dark energy, having developed its own intelligence under the nurturing of the boundless sea, hunting those who intrude. Wang Ling, with his formidable physique, clashed with the cursed blade, his gaze sharp and radiant, seizing the maleficent weapon as it vibrated incessantly. With a resounding clash, the cursed blade shattered, cast aside as if it were nothing. Wang Ling sensed the call of the great Tao's blossom. If he wished, he could comprehend the methods of crossing and set foot on the other shore. Yet he chose not to do so, continuing his journey deeper into the boundless sea. Within the boundless sea, there appeared to exist a realm, separated from the outside world. As he pressed on, he discerned certain signs. Delving further, silence enveloped the area, an aura of death pervading the surroundings. The seawater here differed from that outside. If one did not resist, their body would float, controlled by an eerie Tao. Astonishingly, when he logged into his previous life's Emperor account, his consciousness was severed from all connection. Wang Ling reached out to grasp the threads of the Tao, uncovering the truth, muttering to himself, "This truly forms a self-contained realm. How astonishing! It can sever all consciousness. Even an emperor cannot perceive it. Does this still belong to the 3,000 realms?" As Wang Ling wondered, he discovered city after city in this deep-sea domain, all in ruins with no discernible history. Upon closer inspection, he found everything within the cities remarkably intact. The pedestrians on the streets retained their appearance from before death, their expressions devoid of any terror, now frozen, utterly lifeless. It was as if a sudden calamity had befallen them, leaving no time for reaction. It resembled a world abruptly silenced. Indeed, the former Emperor Ling Tian had once graced this place. He discerned a faint trace belonging to the Emperor Ling Tian, an imperceptible mark that would have eluded detection had he not been intimately familiar with the emperor. This realm seemed to still belong to the 3,000 Tao states, as the attire of its inhabitants bore a striking resemblance to that of the 3,000. Yet, the exact location remained a mystery, as the ancient texts from the 3,000 Tao states offered no accounts of such a place, akin to the enigmatic laws that shrouded various forbidden zones within those states. Had he inadvertently entered an unknown forbidden territory? Wang Ling cast a glance back at the pristine cities. If his conjecture held true, the implications were terrifying. Just imagine, possessing the power to effortlessly annihilate a forbidden zone while preserving it intact. What a formidable strength that would be. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. The cities here were peculiar. As Wang Ling traversed the boundless sea, amidst the myriad threads of fate, he still managed to trace a hint of the Emperor Ling Tian. He arrived at a precipice and gazed upon the distant cities, realizing they were interconnected, forming a grand formation. At the very center of this formation lay a deep, dark cavity, alternating in shades of black and white, resembling a watchful eye. A chill ran down his spine, for the direction in which this eye gazed was unmistakably towards the 3,000 Dao states. The trace of the Emperor Ling Tian vanished before the eye. Seemingly having entered it, Wang Ling halted in his tracks. Despite his curiosity and the sense that immense secrets lay within, he lacked the strength to investigate further. He resolved to return only after attaining the status of emperor, to unveil the mysteries hidden here. Suddenly, a colossal city loomed overhead, casting a shadow that churned the tranquil sea into a massive whirlpool, rushing towards him. "Yuan Tua, are you planning to strike at me?" Wang Ling's blood surged, his physical prowess surging forth to withstand the assault of the imperial city. Yuan Tua materialized from afar, exuding arrogance, his gaze laced with disdain. "On the path to becoming emperor, we are destined to be adversaries. This confrontation is merely a prelude." The last bloom of the Tao flower remained, and having entered the boundless sea, he had employed various methods, yet failed to comprehend the art of crossing the river, which left him vexed. Thus, the final bloom must be fiercely contested. By subduing the individual before him, the last Tao flower would be his. What audacity! Wang Ling's fist radiated with supreme Tao power, his blood essence fully unleashed in this moment. To speak truthfully, he had long awaited this opportunity to unleash his full strength. In this realm of the sea, isolated by the bizarre laws of the Tao, no one could discern their struggle, making it an opportune moment. Divine light surged in his eyes, and radiant patterns erupted from his being, the terrifying intent of his fist causing the surrounding cities to tremble. With a single punch, the very laws of this place quaked, forcing Yuan Tuo's imperial city to stagger backward. He had thought Yuan Tuo merely a cat, yet discovered instead a lurking tiger. He had unwittingly hunted down a formidable opponent. Yuan Tuo was utterly astonished, completely unprepared for the revelation that this individual, who had consistently followed in the footsteps of others, could manifest such terrifying prowess. The sheer strength of his physical form was already comparable to the legendary sacred body. A surge of battle intent erupted from his being, his methods transcending the ordinary. A divine power connected to the imperial city descended once more, striking with an overwhelming might. Excellent! Wang Ling laughed heartily, relishing the opportunity for an uninhibited battle today, which brought him immense joy. Yuan Tuo, a paragon among many prodigies, was the perfect opponent to test his physical strength. The two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging blows before the enigmatic gaze of the onlookers. In this realm, they unleashed their might, shattering several cities, leaving fragments of stone floating throughout the ocean. In the shadows, some tainted Tao soldiers, who had initially been poised to strike, withdrew in fear upon witnessing the ferocity of these two warriors. They chose to retreat, wary of becoming collateral damage in this titanic conflict. Yuan Tuo's eyes widened in disbelief, shock filling his gaze as he wiped the blood from his body, his disheveled hair betraying any semblance of composure. The imperial city in his hands lay in ruins, ravaged by Wang Ling's domineering combat style. Regret began to seep into him. He had stumbled upon a formidable adversary, and now escape seemed impossible, leaving him trapped in a precarious position. "Do you possess any further techniques? If not, it is my turn." Wang Ling had gauged Yuan Tuo's strength and had positioned himself accordingly, preparing to conclude the battle. With a resounding boom, an ancient palace hovered above Wang Ling, radiating supreme vitality and emanating auspicious light, intricately carved with an air of antiquity. Yuan Tuo was taken aback, pointing at the palace with a hint of panic in his expression. This ancient palace once graced the skies of Liangzhou in the 3,000 Dao provinces, regarded as a secret place. "I never imagined it would belong to you." He recalled the palace vividly, having entered it once before, only to be ensnared by a celestial map within, and upon finally escaping, he discovered that many prodigies had perished within its confines. "So, you are the formidable adversary on the path to becoming an emperor." Chapter 30, a spectacular reenactment, self-destruction of the Taoist warriors. The last one standing is him. Yuan Tuo was profoundly shaken. This individual had used the ancient palace's secret grounds as a fade, leading countless prodigies to their demise. A scheme so intricate it sent shivers down his spine, making him acutely aware that he was no match for his opponent. Come forth, guardian of the ancient palace. If Wang Ling were to glean Yuan Tuo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly remark that he was overthinking. Wang Ling issued an ultimatum with unwavering resolve, vowing to suppress Yuan Tuo, who held the imperial city in his grasp. Ensure, save me. In this critical moment, Yuan Tuo unleashed his ultimate move. He was not prepared to embrace death. With ambitions of becoming an emperor still alive within him, should he fall to the hands of the Xuandu in this life, he would simply wait for the next to tread the path of sovereignty once more. Thus, he began to summon assistance, revealing that he had formidable protectors standing behind him. What? Could it be the call of the father technique? Wang Ling's expression turned peculiar. Incredulity etched on his face as he observed the 3,000 Dao provinces hold their own backgrounds. Not to be underestimated. With a thunderous roar, a power capable of obliterating myriad paths tore through the fabric of the void, and a fearsome giant hand abruptly materialized. It was precisely aimed, penetrating the boundless sea, intent on snatching Yuan Tuo from Wang Ling's grasp. What an appalling force! Who is this protector? And for whom do they come? Many speculations could be made, especially since only Yuan Tuo and Xuandu remained unrecognized by the flower of the great Dao. Within the imperial city of the city gates, numerous powerful beings speculated fervently, with many attempting to pierce through the mists of uncertainty to gain clarity, only to howl in agony as they suffered backlash. Forcing oneself to glimpse what should remain unseen led to a depletion of essence, severely damaging their foundational Dao. Unbeknownst to them, two individuals were in peril, prompting a protector to intervene and seize one. It could only be Xuandu. Yuan Tuo was immensely powerful, capable of crossing to the other shore with ease. Upon witnessing the emergence of that colossal hand, a smile graced Yuan Tuo's face as he boldly proclaimed, "Xuandu, we shall inevitably clash again. When that time comes, I shall forever suppress you. Is that so? I grant you the opportunity. There is no need to wait. Let us battle now, and I shall subdue you." Wang Ling laughed heartily, unaware that Yuan Tuo lacked the divine perception of an emperor, thus unable to perceive the unique nature of this realm, distinct from all others. At the moment the giant hand descended, the laws of the Tao erupted with a brilliant divine light, intricate and mysterious patterns intertwining to impede the invading forces. Boom! The massive hand crumbled in place, its brilliance scattering like droplets in the deep sea, a rare failure of the special summoning technique. How could this be possible? Yuan Tuo was astonished. He had sensed that the laws here were unlike any other. Initially, he believed it to be an ideal hunting ground, only to discover that these laws possessed a boundary power, an absurdity that rendered it his prison. Let me be the guardian of the palace. Never. Yuan Tuo contemplated fiercely, suddenly glancing into the distance, as if he had found a glimmer of hope for survival. He clenched his teeth and charged fiercely towards those piercing eyes. Wang Ling, having deciphered his trajectory, had already predetermined that he would become the guardian of the hall. How could he allow him to step into the enigmatic orb as he desired? The ancient palace of Xuandu surged forward, intent on subduing him completely. In this critical moment, Yuan Tuo, without a moment's hesitation, activated the imperial city to withstand the impending assault. The crumbling imperial city was evidently no match for the onslaught and could not endure for long. With a fierce resolve, Yuan Tuo detonated the Dao soldiers. Suddenly, the imperial city collapsed into countless fragments, unleashing an unfathomable wave of explosive energy. This city had been fortified with intangible essence, strong and formidable, but now, as the 5 elemental energies erupted, all treasures and celestial materials were reduced to mere ashes. Wang Ling felt as if an ocean were surging towards him, overwhelming every inch of his being. He braced himself against the onslaught, yet the multitude of dust and debris striking him was painfully intense. Yuan Tuo was indeed ruthless, willing to sacrifice the Tao soldiers to ensure his own survival. Observing you when Tuo vanish into the mysterious orb, Wang Ling refrained from pursuing him. Such a secret place could only be entered by someone of imperial stature. Without the Tao soldiers, Yuan Tuo's fate within was already sealed, perilously close to death. If he had fled, let it be. He had merely found someone to explore this strange domain first. Not having recruited Yuan Tuo as the guardian was a source of regret. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall return to investigate this place. Wang Ling traversed the boundless ocean and simultaneously began to communicate with the flower of the Tao. Seeking the method to cross, a petal descended from the heavens, capturing the attention of the gathered multitude. Within the city of the Imperial Guard, observers noted this extraordinary occurrence. The flower of the Tao had blossomed. Who had attained the qualification for emperorship this time? It was hardly a mystery. It must surely be Yuan Tuo. Wang Ling, it seemed, had lost his chance. Having not heard from him for so long, it was likely he had perished in the boundless ocean. Meanwhile, on the other side of the starry expanse, the blood monk, Changsheng, Wang Tong, and Hua Wuqi were all intrigued, curious about the identity of the final individual to attain the status of emperor. As the divine light dissipated and the newcomer was revealed, they were, to varying degrees, taken aback. How could it be you? Hua Wuqi furrowed her brow slightly. Ba, it appears this monk underestimated you. My benefactor, you possess considerable prowess. The blood monk remarked with a smile. Ching cast a deep glance at Wang Ling and suddenly inquired, Did you suppress Yuan Tuo? Wang Ling felt an intense urge to silence this troublemaker, who seemed intent on inciting conflict. If he were to admit it, the attention of the other four would surely be drawn to him. What did it signify to have subdued an unparalleled prodigy? The implications were unmistakable. He would likely face the combined force of all four. Wang Ling did not wish to be outmaneuvered at such a critical juncture. With a feigned expression of surprise, he retorted, Has Yuan Tuo been subdued? Who could possibly subdue such a prodigious talent? Was it you, Ching? After all, you possess the essence of the forbidden zones. Me? Ching instantly felt the weight of their scrutiny, her mood darkening in an instant. Heavens! As Ning Wushuang beheld Xuandu receiving the recognition of the flower of the Tao, thereby acquiring the qualification for enlightenment, he could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet in astonishment. Xuandu, you are truly formidable. He somehow managed to persevere until the very end. Ning Wushuang's gaze shifted to the Tianjin source at the gambling den, his heart racing. Could it be? 20,000 times. He quickly shook his head, suppressing this ludicrous thought. Xuandu had been inching forward cautiously. It was likely that his strength was the weakest among them. Even with the qualification for enlightenment, he might be the first to falter, devoid of any opportunity. In his view, the one destined to ascend to the throne of the emperor would still be Hua Wuqi. How could it possibly be him? Where had Yuan Tuo, the one who propped up the imperial city, vanished? Had he perished? Not yet. His steel remained unshattered, suggesting that he was trapped somewhere. It seemed Yuan Tuo was ensnared, unable to comprehend the path of struggle, while Xuandu serendipitously garnered the recognition of the flower of the Tao. Observers began to analyze the situation. This Xuandu has surprisingly made it to the end. If he can do it, perhaps I can too. I vow to seek out a shard of divine source, to choose slumber, and when the next imperial gate opens, I shall do the same. The actions of Wang Ling reignited hope in the hearts of many elderly individuals who had long approached the twilight of their years. They eagerly prepared to emerge in the next life and seize the opportunity for greatness. However, their descendants were less than pleased. The divine source was already scarce, and their clan's reserves were minimal. The elders began to compete for the divine source, leaving their progeny with little prospect. They longed to voice elders. Please do not push yourselves too hard. Make some room for the younger generation. Suddenly, the flower of the Tao began to bloom, filling the sky with golden radiance, akin to a grand display of fireworks, resplendent and beautiful. What event was unfolding? The battle for imperial ascendance was finally about to commence. An elder spoke up to explain, their eyes fixed on the myriad of divine light and principles above. These principles were not to be underestimated. A single one could vanquish a quasi-emperor. Thus, it was both magnificent and perilous. All beings across the 3,000 Dao states gazed upwards, observing the extraordinary phenomenon. On the other side of the starry cosmos, the blood monk, Changsheng, Hua Wuqing, Wang Tong, and Wang Ling paused to witness. They finally beheld, at the end of the golden brilliance, a vortex within which patterns flickered in and out of visibility, with countless principles cascading down. That was the celestial seal of the Tao. Regardless of who it may be, as long as one could endure the baptism of the thunder tribulation and successfully merge with it, they would become the emperor of this era. Chapter 31. The Supreme Battle. The Guardians emerge. An astonishing turn of events. No one made the first move. They all stared intently at the heart of Heaven Imprint, which descended amidst a swirling vortex of myriad laws. Wang Tong and Hua Wuqi, as seasoned individuals, possessed the resolve of enlightenment and a yearning to rectify past regrets. The blood monk chanted Amitabha, his thoughts obscured, leaving others uncertain of his true intentions, yet he increasingly exuded an aura of fearfulness. The most resolute among them was undoubtedly Changsheng. Her gaze was steadfast, determined to ascend to emperorship and break free from the shackles that bound her. Wang Ling could not feign indifference, since the twilight of his previous life, when he was ambushed by a supreme from the Forbidden Zone and met a bloody demise beneath the stars. He had endured in the ninefold immortal coffin, step by step reconstructing his body, all to tread the path of a second ascension to emperorship, to become an immortal through 9 lifetimes, achieving eternal invincibility. If he could attain the emperorship in this life, it would signify a crucial advancement. Though their states of mind varied, their aspirations were unified. "Father, have you not always claimed to have paved the way for me?" Changsheng mused inwardly, gazing at the coveted heart of Heaven Imprint. At the moment the myriad rays of light faded, she surged forward first. Boom! The supreme power of laws began to coalesce, forming an expanse of boundless thunder, crashing down with such velocity that it threatened to obliterate all existence. The terrifying might caused the very fabric of the world to tremble, instilling fear in all. Undaunted, Changsheng plunged into the tempest of thunder, her form shattered and reconstituted, a fearsome spectacle. She cried out, "I shall break these chains. None shall impede me." Beside her, a Taoist soldier began to spiral, a bronze ancient vessel continuously exuding celestial mist to counter the thunder. Aware that her master was at a critical juncture, the vessel's cloud patterns emerged, positioning themselves beneath Changsheng as if to bolster her speed, urging her to forge ahead against the supreme thunder and reach the heart of Heaven Imprint sooner. Yet, it underestimated the annihilating power of the Grand Thunder. Crack! A fissure appeared upon the bronze vessel, unable to withstand the onslaught. Now was the moment. Wang Tong seized the opportunity, intent on surging forward while Changsheng was weakened by the thunder's grasp. Changsheng frowned. Her current state, ensnared by the thunder, rendered her vulnerable. The approach of someone seeking to reap the fruits of her labor would be considerably easier. Wang Tong's eyes flickered with shifting brilliance as he sought to unravel the truths and principles of the supreme thunder, hoping to find an unobstructed path within its tumult. Young scion of the Wang imperial clan, should you retreat now and relinquish your claim to emperorship, I shall spare your life. But before he could step into the thunder, a voice echoed from beyond the starry expanse. The resounding laws of the Tao manifested, obliterating myriad paths, revealing a towering figure, his hair standing on end, exuding an extraordinary majesty. This was a supreme from the divine mausoleum, none other than Changsheng's father, the ancient Emperor Yukong. He nodded towards Changsheng, signaling her to proceed. Then, he turned to face Wang Tong, delivering a slap that sent him hurtling backwards, the air knocked from his lungs, blood spewing forth. As anticipated by all, Changsheng dared to be the first to face the thunder tribulation, undoubtedly possessing her own means of assurance. Throughout history, the Emperor's battle has always seen the intervention of a supreme being, and this occasion was no exception. However, None expected that this ancient moon sky emperor would act with such decisiveness, standing like an immovable mountain, blocking the path of all. Were they truly to be obstructed in this manner? If they retreated today, their resolve to attain enlightenment would shatter. No longer hesitating, the crowd surged forward. It is crucial to note that while the ninth heaven of the semi-emperor approaches the supreme, it ultimately remains distinct. This seemingly minor gap in cultivation is, in truth, akin to an insurmountable chasm. From antiquity to the present, only a select few have managed to breach this divide, excluding those who have already severed their path, such as the formidable Saint Body, who can withstand it with sheer physical prowess. The White God King is among them. After his unique attainment, he successfully crossed this chasm, becoming a being on par with the supremes of the Forbidden Zones. Younglings, if you seek your demise, do not blame me. The Moon Sky Emperor chuckled lightly, effortlessly battling four opponents, dominating the fray with an air of tyranny. Wang Ling no longer concealed his might, unleashing a torrent of physical power to clash directly with the Moon Sky Emperor, drawing his attention. You, young one, possess some interest. I shall deal with you first. The jade sword of Hua Wuqi soared through the air, surrounded by myriad sword lights, yet was easily brushed aside by the emperor. The blood monk remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the emperor's ascent, opting to defend rather than attack, which incited Wang Tong's ire, who shouted that the little bald donkey was hiding his strength. Moon Sky Emperor, do you truly believe you can bully my human race, that there are no supremes among us? A silver spear sliced through the void, imbued with world-destroying power, aimed directly at the Moon Sky Emperor. The White God King emerged from the rift of the void, having sought the celestial essence in the cosmic wilderness, gaining further insights and advancing his strength, determined to suppress the ancient simian with a single thrust. Clang! The Moon Sky Emperor's physique proved resilient, the spear merely dislodging some of his fur without breaking his skin. Clad in white, the White God King stood amidst the starry expanse, choosing this critical moment to step forward, vowing to protect the talents of the human race. White God King, you have already transcended. Do you still wish to meddle in this imperial battle? Do you intend to oppose my divine tomb? The Moon Sky Emperor brushed aside the fallen fur from his shoulder, his gaze aflame with fury, fixating on the White God King. You among the Forbidden Zones are equally transcended. You, Moon Sky Emperor, have also suppressed two eras. Are you not likewise intervening? The White God King smiled and continued. Why not strike a bargain? You withdraw, and I shall also retreat, allowing those recognized by the flower of the Great Path to continue their contest. The Moon Sky Emperor glanced at the struggling Changsheng. If he were to retreat today, his daughter's path to becoming an emperor would be severed. This was a scheme that had been in the works for millennia. It could not be allowed to fail. He harbored no intentions of letting any of these younglings escape, having long been prepared. Esteemed ones, it is your turn to take action. Buzzing, the heavens trembled, as if the very fabric of the universe were about to unravel, when yet another supreme being emerged from the void, evidently having lain in wait for a considerable time. Had the White God King chosen not to intervene, he too would have remained dormant. This figure hailed from the city of the undying, and upon his arrival, an aura of death suffused the atmosphere, reminiscent of one just emerging from the depths of the abyss. Cloaked in swirling black mist, he exuded an unsettling presence. He was the supreme of the Shadow Puppet sect, originating from mysterious and formidable religious order known for its disciples who roamed the 3,000 Dao states, collecting the souls of the deceased. He was a prodigy within the sect, having reigned as an emperor over 100,000 years ago and defied the natural order to live a second life. The imperial weapon he wielded was a soul-forging banner. Upon his arrival, he nodded towards the ancient Moon Emperor, saying, "Old Monkey of the Moon, today I shall take action. Do not forget the promise you made. Rest assured, as long as my daughter ascends to the throne, you shall be permitted to emerge from the city of the undying and gather souls in your banner throughout the 3,000 Dao states." Upon hearing this renewed promise, the Shadow Puppet Supreme let out a sinister chuckle, drawing forth a fiery iron chain from the void, its clattering sound sending shivers through the very souls of those present. You young ones are so united. Come, Let us forge an eternal brotherhood within my soul-forging banner. With that, he hurled a chain towards them. This time the blood monk, who had been on the defensive, took the initiative amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A spectral figure suddenly appeared behind him, reaching out to intercept the iron chain as it approached. The blood monk opened his eyes, seemingly transformed. His voice shifted from gentle to a deep, resonant tone, imbued with a hint of joy. Shadow Puppet Emperor, we meet again. The ancient Buddha behind him grew more solid, extending his palm forward to unleash a Buddha seal against the Shadow Puppet Supreme. It is you, you ancient wretch. How is it that you still haunt this realm? It has been 120,000 years. How do you still find me? The Shadow Puppet Supreme appeared taken aback by the emergence of this ancient Buddha. As the ancient Buddha manifested, the young monk's power surged, transcending the barrier that had once separated him from true enlightenment. He recalled the events of 120,000 years ago, when the Shadow Puppet Emperor roamed the world collecting souls but encountered a formidable adversary who continually guided the souls to rebirth, accruing immense merit, and ultimately achieving Buddhahood. Afterward, when the Shadow Puppet Emperor ascended, this ancient Buddha also achieved an alternative form of enlightenment, known as the Buddha of Rebirth, with both maintaining a rivalry that led to perpetual conflict. However, rumors had long suggested that the Buddha of Rebirth had already passed into nirvana. Thus, it was unexpected to witness his return in such a manner, once more confronting the Shadow Puppet Emperor. The Wang family, steeped in ancient texts preserved since the era of the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation, had unearthed this knowledge upon his own emergence, leading him to reflect, a tinge of shame washing over him. I had misjudged him earlier and even berated him as a bald monk. He did not deceive us. Indeed, he is a beacon, guiding and safeguarding others. As Wang Ling pondered these thoughts, Hua Wuqi had already dashed into the boundless sea of thunder, intent on attaining the path to becoming an emperor. Wang Ling initially intended to rush forward, but a sudden tremor in his heart revealed a connection to the great Tao's celestial seal, causing him to slow his pace and proceed leisurely. Wang Tong, having suffered a fatal attack from a supreme being, found his foundational path to the Tao irreparably damaged, rendering him once more unable to pursue the road to emperorship in this lifetime. Yet, undeterred and resolute, he persisted, striving to breach the obstacles and reach for the celestial seal. However, he was met with the relentless principles of the Tao, striking him with such force that resistance became futile. The Tao soldiers buzzed ominously, their forms fissured and on the verge of shattering. In this lifetime, I am ultimately fated to miss the path to emperorship, he lamented, reflecting on the journey that had transformed into a mere illusion, leaving his heart filled with regret. Before him, two women surged ahead with remarkable fervor, particularly Changsheng, who was on the verge of touching the celestial seal. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure remained utterly unfazed, leaving Wang Tong bewildered, having been severely weakened by the supreme onslaught, and now struck by the principles of the Tao. His soldiers fracturing, he could not comprehend why she, brimming with vitality and extraordinary power, hesitated. Unable to contain himself, Wang Tong shouted, "Are you here merely to spectate? Do you not see these two women fervently rushing forward, one of whom is about to become an emperor? Why are you still dawdling? Have you given up without even engaging in battle?" Despite his own diminished combat capabilities due to his damaged foundation, his vocal strength soared as he continued to exhort, "You should charge forward and partake in the contest." His words resonated in Wang Ling's ears like thunder, prompting him to deliver a sharp slap to Wang Tong's forehead, exclaiming, "Silence." In the wake of Wang Tong's astonished gaze, he was flung away, ejected from the battlefield, and crashing into an ancient star, creating a sizable cavity in the iron-formed celestial body. Having been so thoroughly incapacitated, yet still yearning to advance, did you truly wish for death? Wang Ling regarded this junior, a member of the Wang family, and chose to respond with virtue rather than vengeance. However, just as his words fell, a terrifying presence descended upon the starry expanse once more. Yet another supreme being had arrived. Wang Ling mused, "Indeed, there are still hunters lurking in the shadows, and it is an old acquaintance." Upon recognizing the newcomer, The moonlit ancient emperor's expression brightened with joy. Burial Earth Supreme, are you here to assist me? Splendid. Chapter 32. 1,000 years of schemes in vain. I desire to ascend as emperor in this life. Who dares to stand in my way? The current situation is dire. The supreme shadow puppet is ensnared by a former adversary, a turn of events that caught him completely off guard. He underestimated this monk, who, unexpectedly, is yet another vessel of the ancient Buddha of rebirth. The ancient Buddha has been liberating the souls within the soul banner, inciting the supreme shadow puppet to fury. He swung his iron chains with force, aiming to draw the Buddha's spirit into the soul banner, subjecting it to eternal torment, destined to be entwined with this rival for all eternity. Fortunately, I have already conferred with numerous sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones, ensuring that no one would intervene as I gently ascend to the throne. The ancient Moon Emperor has laid many paths for Changsheng, and with the arrival of an ally, her chances of becoming emperor have increased significantly. How could he not feel elated? Supreme Burial Earth, have you come to repay the favor of the ancient gift of the Jinmu Wood? A great blood river flows behind him, rippling within the Burial Earth Supreme's sanguine waters, an unmistakable reminder of the favor he recalls vividly from years past. Ancient Moon Emperor, today I have come to repay you. The thought of his own coffers ignited the Burial Earth Supreme's impatience. He clasped his hands together, causing the blood soil to coalesce rapidly. Mysterious runes erupted with unparalleled might, swiftly forming a great mountain that collapsed a portion of the void, descending upon Changsheng with tremendous force. This was his secret technique, the mountain emblem. Changsheng, amidst the thunderous baptism and entangled with Hua Wuqing, sensed an incoming threat. Looking up, she saw a mountain emblem tearing through the Tao principles, plummeting from the heavens. With a gasp, she found herself already at her limit. Now, faced with the mightiest strike from the supreme ruler, the overwhelming force of the Tao left her unable to resist. Blood sprayed forth, and sorrow etched itself upon her exquisite visage. With her foundation shattered, she yearned to become emperor, even harboring thoughts of patricide, desperate to break free from her shackles. Changsheng's words were shocking, as though she had accepted her fate. Clearly, there existed a secret between the ancient Moon Emperor and Changsheng unbeknownst to others. This abrupt change left the ancient Moon Emperor momentarily stunned, his voice rumbling like thunder. Burial Earth Supreme, could you be their spy? Upon hearing the term spy, the Burial Earth Supreme seemed provoked, intensifying his assault. Despite Changsheng's damaged Tao foundation, he did not relent, intent on annihilating her completely. Boom! The legendary imperial weapon re-emerged. An ancient disc resembling a full moon, radiating celestial light. It was the Tao weapon of the ancient Moon Emperor, rumored to have been retrieved by an old ape who wandered into a secret place and fished it from a well. Since then, it had accompanied the old ape through countless battles, enduring thunderous tribulations and achieving unparalleled status as an imperial weapon. Now sensing its master's urgency, it hovered above Changsheng, cascading millions of rays of Tao light to obstruct the blood soil, shielding her thoroughly. As the shattering of Changsheng's Tao foundation resonated, the ancient Moon Emperor's heart bled. He felt a chilling despair wash over him, his limbs turning cold, struggling to accept the unfolding reality. Thousands of years of plotting, all for the purpose of seeing my daughter ascend as empress. Yet, as time turned, this time, the closest she had ever come to that destiny has ended in failure. In a fit of rage, an ancient ape materialized in the starry sky, its eyes resembling crimson stars, arms outstretched, shattering the void and pounding its chest in a display of unparalleled fury. The old ape had gone mad. The white god king retreated, opting to observe rather than engage. Today, the sovereign of buried earth, we shall either perish or prevail. Even if it demands the utmost transcendence, I shall vanquish you. Who fears whom? Let us battle. The sovereign of buried earth snorted disdainfully. Though he spoke boldly, he hastily retreated, for his objectives had already been achieved. You old ape, I have already avenged myself. Why would I risk my life against you? He stowed the blood-soaked earth and vanished into the void, eager to reach the forbidden zone of the burial ground. The moonlit ancient emperor howled at the heavens, his face flushed with fury, teetering on the brink of eruption. I am old, my vitality waning. The opportunity will not arise again. He cast a sorrowful glance at the delicate Changsheng in his grasp, his countenance betraying deep sadness as his hands trembled. Sovereign of buried earth, you have thwarted my plans. You truly deserve to die. In the depths of the cosmos, two mighty forces clashed. It was evident that the sovereign of buried earth had failed to escape, intercepted by the moonlit ancient emperor. Both engaged in a brutal struggle, their Tao soldiers swelling, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that caused a portion of the universe to collapse. Old bald donkey, your very presence vexes me. The Yin puppet sovereign unleashed a torrent of vitriol at the benevolent living Buddha, having long been ensnared in weariness. Yet, bound by a pact with the moonlit ancient emperor, he persisted without retreating. However, with Changsheng's failure to attain enlightenment and the moonlit ancient emperor embroiled in combat with the sovereign of buried earth, he saw no reason to uphold the agreement any longer. Thus, he withdrew the iron chains, tore open a rift, and vanished into the void, returning to the city of immortality. Yin puppet sovereign, I have searched for you tirelessly. Now that I have discovered your city of immortality, will you not extend an invitation to your old friend for a visit? The living Buddha inquired with a compassionate smile, following closely to the city of immortality. Old bald donkey, are you attempting to block my path? Sensing a disturbance, the Yin puppet sovereign's terrified voice echoed through the starry expanse. You truly are an unrelenting specter. In an instant, the world fell into an eerie silence. Hua Wuqi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings while enveloped in thunderous light. Wang Ling stood immobile, unfazed, logging into the account of the first emperor, aware that various unknown sovereigns within the 3,000 Dao regions were stirring restlessly. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Wang Ling had voluntarily abandoned the path of enlightenment. Crushed upon the ancient celestial body, Wang Tong felt an imbalance within. If it were me, I would have struck immediately to suppress Hua Wuqi. How infuriating! Why must I be the one to suffer damage to my foundation? He lamented upon the desolate star, his heart heavy with sorrow, wishing only to trade places with Xuandu, lamenting that it should have been him suffering the loss of his foundation. The White God King cast a glance at Wang Ling, also believing he had relinquished his efforts, bowing his head as he stood in the void, surveying the 3,000 provinces. I shall protect your path. This gesture had a profound impact, causing the previously agitated sovereigns to fall silent once more. However, one figure remained restless, lurking in the shadows. As Hua Wuqing relinquished her worries, she devoted herself to confronting the terrifying thunder tribulation that descended upon her. Surrounding her was a fiery phoenix, emanating a resounding cry, yearning to break through the final barrier and traverse this daunting chasm. However, the closer she drew, the more fearsome the power of the thunder became, threatening to shatter the tribulation bearer amidst the tempest of lightning. The White God King, observing from a distance, felt a lingering trepidation. Though he had achieved enlightenment through an unorthodox path, now standing shoulder to shoulder with the great emperors, he still harbored a heart yearning for the Tao, a lingering regret within. Yet he understood that should he step into the tempest, he would face an even more terrifying onslaught from the laws of the great Tao. Look, the flower fairy is on the verge of ascension to emperor. Within the city of Emperor's Gate, the powerful beings perceived a glimpse of the battle for ascension and began to converse among themselves. Remarkably, Xiandu had also reached the final stages. As they reflected on Xiandu's journey through the ancient roads of the starry sky, their minds erupted with disbelief. How could one, merely treading upon the footsteps of others, arrive at the final threshold? They noted that Xiandu dared not approach even a fraction closer, evidently paralyzed by the awe-inspiring tribulation of the ascendant emperor. They observed Wang Ling seated nearby, seemingly witnessing Hua Wuqing's impending enlightenment. A middle-aged quasi-emperor, brimming with vitality and combat prowess, had also entered the ancient starry road, but was dissuaded by the terrifying spectacle within. He had closely monitored Wang Ling's movements, watching him cleverly navigate and successfully reach the shores of the starry expanse, acquiring numerous treasures along the way, which left him feeling quite envious. finally seizing the opportunity. He coldly scoffed, "Ultimately, you tread the path of others to reach the other shore." Such opportunism has led to a lack of true Tao heart and insufficient strength to withstand the heavenly tribulation. His words resonated with the majority, who echoed their agreement, commenting, "What business does he have here? Is he truly just an observer?" The crowd continued to critique, fixated on Xiandu, convinced that they too could succeed from that vantage point. Just as attention peaked, Wang Ling rose, gazing skyward as the great Tao, celestial seal from his previous life, began to communicate with him. He boldly proclaimed, "Come at me." Boom! The terrifying sea of thunder suddenly shifted, actively striking towards Wang Ling amidst the thunderous tribulation. Hua Wuqing sensed a profound connection. Drawing nearer to the celestial seal of the great Tao, her heart swelling with uncontainable excitement. In this life, have I finally attained the status of emperor? Yet just then, the surrounding tribulation dissipated, and the great Tao celestial seal, which had seemed so close, abruptly receded. She was left in shock, exclaiming, "What has happened?" Chapter 33. The contrast is striking. A dominant confrontation. Amidst the tumultuous skies, Hua Wuqing sensed the retreating figure of Lei Qi, shrouded in terrifying lightning, and the ominous presence of Xuandu. To her astonishment, it was this infuriating individual. Her silver teeth ground together with a resounding clatter as she resolutely took action, intent on reclaiming the grand celestial seal that was slipping away. How dare he confront me with such arrogance? It would be a wonder if he were not struck by lightning. Within the imperial city, formidable beings observed the scene with clarity, mocking the audacity of Xuandu. They deemed his pride as the catalyst for the displeasure of the celestial laws, which had summoned the divine retribution to engulf him. This aura, Wang Ling, where has it vanished to? Hovering in the void, the white divine king, surveying the expanse of the 3,000 Tao states, felt an instinctive tug, swiftly settling into a meditative posture. With hands forming intricate seals, he sought to channel the faint, elusive essence. Yet, he was ultimately too slow. As he peeled back the layers, he encountered an obstruction. It was a wall, composed entirely of the celestial laws, impervious to his scrutiny. Rising to his feet, the white divine king redirected his focus onto Wang Ling. Filled with intrigue, he mused, "This person is shrouded in mystery." Meanwhile, Wang Ling remained blissfully unaware of the attention directed towards him. Even if he had known, it would have mattered little, for his sole ambition was to ascend to the throne of the emperor once more and swiftly merge with the celestial heart seal again. A torrent of blood energy surged skyward, overwhelming the sea of lightning as Wang Ling, with sheer physical prowess, clashed against the fearsome electric arcs, shattering them one by one. His striking presence, robust and formidable, drew the gazes of many. It was as though he could shake the very peaks of Kunlun. With outstretched hands, he grasped the lightning, traversing the tempestuous sea, binding the azure dragon with an overwhelming force. Buzzing resonated around him as an ancient palace floated overhead, emanating supreme divine light, rejuvenating amidst the thunder. "Is this ancient palace?" the white divine king whispered, familiar with its essence, recalling a trace of the heavenly sovereign's aura he had encountered within its confines. Could it be that this palace was a remnant left by Wang Ling? Was this individual, known as Xuandu, truly the inheritor of the heavenly sovereign's legacy? Though rife with speculation, he dared not affirm his thoughts. How could this grand hall appear here? Within the imperial city, astonishment rippled through the crowd. This ancient palace had once manifested across the 3,000 Tao states, regarded as a mysterious sanctuary where even saints paused and quasi-emperors hesitated to enter. Many a talented individual had met their demise within its depths, a harrowing fate indeed. A quasi-emperor's eyes sparkled with enigmatic light as he pierced through the void, proclaiming, "I perceive a connection between this ancient palace and Xuandu's essence." What? Could this palace be his Tao weapon? It has consumed numerous prodigies, many of whom became its guardians. Gasps of disbelief echoed, as the notion of such a mysterious sanctuary being the possession of a single individual was utterly unfathomable. The implications of this revelation were staggering, yet the actions of Xuandu along his journey left them bewildered, as it seemed grossly inconsistent with such strength. To speak candidly, this sudden contrast is indeed monumental. Xuandu, Hua Wuqi's countenance was etched with frost, her presence not yet revealed, yet her voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming brilliance of sword light. Countless beams of sword radiance blanketed the heavens, propelled by her master's unbridled fury, surging towards the royal mausoleum. At this critical juncture, she suddenly found herself engulfed in a tempest of thunder, and a deluge of forgotten memories assailed her. Hua Wuqi recalled her previous life, arriving at the far side of this starry expanse, struggling against the tribulations of thunder, enduring the onslaught of the heavenly calamity, having just grazed the profound imprint of the great Tao, only for the thunderstorm to pivot and strike the royal mausoleum instead. In her former existence, she was ambushed by a supreme being and subsequently injured by the celestial lightning, left with no recourse to contend with the royal mausoleum, forced to watch helplessly as it ascended to the path of emperorship. In this lifetime, however, a figure named Xuandu emerged, stealthily advancing with similar treachery, treading the path of others toward the other shore. This Xuandu bore the shadow of the royal mausoleum, explaining her instinctive urge to confront him. In this incarnation, Hua Wuqi possessed the agency to fight back, yearning to reclaim the fruits of enlightenment. Wang Ling swung his fists, shattering the myriad sword beams with a single blow. His hair stood on end as he defiantly stood amidst the thunder, showing no inclination to retreat, but rather to take the offensive. "Today shall be the day of my enlightenment," he roared, his formidable figure spinning violently, sending the incoming jade swords flying as his eyes blazed like torches. Emitting twin beams of silver light, his form lunging directly at Hua Wuqi, intent on obliterating her where she stood. What formidable physical prowess! Hua Wuqi resolved to withstand the onslaught, but her expression soon shifted. Had it not been for her unique constitution, she might have sustained grave injuries to her foundational essence. "You have been concealing your true strength." Hua Wuqi reevaluated the person before her, steadying herself amidst the tumult. Though wounded, her innate Xianfeng Dao body began to emanate a crimson hue. A flicker, a glimmer, and finally a radiant expanse enveloped her entire being as flames erupted from her eyes, her voice resonating like a celestial cry. Behind her, the Tao manifested into an unparalleled divine phoenix, its form unfurling, cradling elongated feathers, leaving indelible traces of the Tao across the firmament. The innate fire of the Xianfeng. Hua Wuqi was indeed formidable. She was only a hair's breadth weaker than the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones. If she exerted her utmost, she might even confront a supreme being directly. But if she invoked the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal, harnessing the energies within, even the supreme would likely shy away from her brilliance. Wang Ling assessed the situation, his heart filled with regret. This Xianhuang crystal had fallen into Hua Wuqi's hands due to his own miscalculations. Had he discovered it sooner, he could have diminished her power. Now it stood as a formidable adversary on his path to emperorship. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, possessing his own hidden trump cards. His body was forged from the complete essence of the Jinmu tree, boasting astonishing defenses. Even when struck by Taoist forces, he bore no marks. Above him loomed the ancient palace of Xuandu, where hundreds of guardians stood at the entrance, scanning for those of fate, preparing for spiritual transcendence, wishing him longevity. Moreover, his greatest ace, the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, had yet to be unleashed. "Let us see who can impede my progress." Wang Ling transformed from his previous demeanor, now unleashing his power with unparalleled dominance, instilling awe and trepidation in all who beheld him. He grappled with the Xianfeng, blood staining the starry sky, yet grew more valiant with each clash. Meanwhile, Hua Wuqi was in distress. The divine phoenix's feathers had been ruthlessly plucked by this wretched foe, and if this continued, the divine phoenix would surely become a mere bald bird. She felt a surge of anxiety, yet found herself unable to breach his defenses. He was already overflowing with vigor and formidable combat prowess, and within the ancient hall of Xuandu above him, hundreds of guardians were able to bestow upon him pure divine power. This being was imbued with an inexhaustible strength, seemingly boundless. Crack! Endless bolts of lightning struck down, and he stood like a deity amidst the celestial expanse. Our fates are intertwined. My son Lingu has suffered damage to his foundation because of you. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from the direction of the burial ground's forbidden zone, swiftly manifesting within this star field. His eyes glimmered with a ghostly light as he gazed upon Wang Ling, articulating his intent before ruthlessly launching an assault, intent on disrupting Wang Ling's path to emperorship. Have you ultimately succumbed to the urge to strike? Wang Ling had long sensed this, aware that another supreme being lurked in the shadows, seeking an opportunity to impede his ascension to emperor, and now, that moment had finally arrived. Chapter 34. Confronting the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone. The second coming of Wang Ling achieves enlightenment. The individual who arrived was none other than the guardian of the four-legged beast, Lingu. To be precise, he hailed from the ancient burial ground, the Kirin ancient emperor, the elder from the Lingu's summoning spell. He harbored a deep-seated grudge, fiercely protective of his own. Initially, Wang Ling merely observed the battle by Lingu's side, which caused Lingu to retreat from the ancient celestial path in a flurry. And this incident had left a lasting resentment. Now, this aged Kirin intended to intervene as Wang Ling sought enlightenment, aiming to resolve this karmic entanglement. Before him lay the formidable foe, Hua Wuqi, eager to contest for the fruit of transcendence. Above him, supreme thunderbolts rained down incessantly, a silver dragon coiling around him. And now, another supreme being from the Forbidden Zone had audaciously chosen to strike. Wang Ling remained composed in the face of adversity, his gaze sharp and radiant, exuding an aura of brilliance that cleaved through the heavens like a celestial sword, embodying the spirit of one who gazes down upon all heroes. The Kirin ancient emperor observed this with astonishment, realizing that even if this individual were to ascend to emperorhood, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Thus he resolved to unleash his full strength. Dingling, the imperial weapon soared forth, its radiant brilliance soaring into the ether as if breaking into an endless celestial domain. An array emerged upon the Kirin's ancient bell, revealing 7 ethereal swords, each capable of shaking the heavens and rending the earth, unleashing a relentless torrent of murderous intent towards Wang Ling. This array was crafted from his insights gained while observing the celestial realm, embedded within the imperial weapon, forming an unparalleled killing formation of extraordinary might. Regrettably, he lamented that he would never again behold that celestial expanse, nor witness the 7 spoon-shaped stars. A blazing light emanated from the ancient palace of Xuandu above Wang Ling, as the lost guardian of the palace exerted all his strength to assist, manifesting countless paths to counter the terrifying 7-star killing array. This spoon-shaped killing formation was particularly unique. Wang Ling mused, momentarily lost in thought. Allow me to disclose, the 7-star killing array is a manifestation of my comprehension from the star observation platform. Alas, after countless years of stargazing, I have never been able to locate that wondrous celestial realm again. The Kirin ancient emperor spoke slowly, his movements regal, exuding an overwhelming presence. As the ancient bell floated before him, sword chi intertwining, billions of strands surging forth. Wang Ling, with the strength of his physical body, repelled Hua Wuqi, turning amidst the torrents of murderous intent, as if striking the waters of a turbulent river, his might extraordinary. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced rather than retreated, swimming against the current. The ancient palace of Xuandu followed suit, delivering a powerful blow to the ancient bell, creating a terrifying ripple that illuminated the celestial expanse, rendering it dim in that fleeting moment. Within the imperial city, mighty beings gasped in astonishment, their hands trembling in disbelief. He actually confronted the supreme of the Forbidden Zone head-on. This kind of valor, I had thought belonged to some ancient deity or demon reincarnated, even a peerless immortal. Hua Wuqi paled before him. He had already manifested the stature of an emperor. Many were left in awe by this spectacle. Those who had previously dismissed Wang Ling now recognized his explosive power capable of contending with the Supreme, prompting a shift in perception, exclaiming, "The contrast is utterly remarkable. Kirin, ancient emperor, do you assume I am inconsequential?" The white god king glared fiercely, wielding his silver spear with a commanding presence. The interplay of black and white Tao rhythms was interspersed with chaotic hues, evidently indicating his profound insights and newfound wisdom gained amidst the desolation at the edge of the universe. The sight of his nemesis ignited a fiery rage within him. Once trapped in the forbidden zone of the burial ground, he had fallen victim to the intricate formations laid by the ancient Qilin emperor, who sought to exploit his Tao for personal gain. The White God King had longed to enter that forbidden domain for a confrontation. However, he was acutely aware of the formidable taboos that lay within, and thus had refrained from recklessly stepping forth. Now, with the ancient Qilin emperor presenting himself, the opportunity to exact revenge was too enticing to overlook. The ancient Qilin emperor remained silent, carefully assessing the situation. In that fleeting moment, he had struck, only to be met with the indomitable resistance of the king's fortress-like defense. Now, as the White God King sought vengeance, he found that the opportunity for retaliation had slipped away. The White God King's Tao could be absorbed by the Qilin's ancient bell. Yet he had evaded capture at the final juncture, inadvertently forging an alternative path to enlightenment, a circumstance that gnawed at the emperor's pride. Presently, the White God King's strength rivaled that of an unparalleled emperor. He wished to avoid prolonged conflict and sought to retreat back to the burial grounds. However, the world-stabilizing silver spear spiraled through the void like a dragon, ultimately positioning itself before the ancient Qilin emperor. The White God King followed suit, manifesting within this ethereal realm. White God King, your unconventional path to enlightenment is no trivial feat. Do not act recklessly. You must cherish your Tao opportunities. The ancient Qilin emperor, obstructed, uttered a cold snort as a warning. They, the supreme beings, had witnessed countless alternative paths to enlightenment extinguished at their hands, instilling within them a sense of pride. Even if today I can only strip away a couple of your scales, I shall find joy in that. Clad in a flowing white robe, his fighting spirit was boundless. In the void, the aura of 6 supreme beings surged and intertwined violently, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens, causing many stars to plummet. Meanwhile, the battle for the throne approached its climax, revealing a glimmer of resolution. Within the imperial city, a powerful figure seemed to discern a significant change, exclaiming, "The emperor's reversal is ceaseless. The flower fairy has even touched the celestial imprint of the Tao." Seizing the moment while Wang Ling clashed with the Qilin Supreme, Hua Wuqi leaped into the thunder tribulation, ascending against the tempest. She even summoned the Xian Huang energy to protect her, finally reconnecting with the celestial imprint of the Tao at that pivotal moment. "In this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly become emperor." A smile graced Hua Wuqi's face. After a long and arduous wait, her perseverance was finally rewarded. In the imperial city, the powerful figures continued to exclaim, "Our 3,000 Tao states shall witness the rise of an unparalleled empress. 100,000. 100,000 pounds of essence. We have struck gold. I knew you could do it." Ning Wushuang also felt elated. The return of his old acquaintance, Hua Wuqi, had infused his lengthy existence with newfound joy. He could now boast while drinking with other guides. Behold, 2 emperors of different lifetimes, both old friends. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Just as Hua Wuqi was about to merge with the celestial imprint, it abruptly chose to sever its connection with her, astonishing her as it sought out that insufferable man instead. Subsequently, the flower of the Tao blossomed, and myriad principles cascaded down, enveloping the surroundings in the potent force of the Tao's rules. A breath transcending all beings suddenly arose, an overwhelming pressure swiftly permeating the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states. Someone had finally merged with the heavenly heart seal of the great Tao, achieving the status of emperor. Alas, it was not her, Hua Wuqing. What is happening? Why the sudden twist? The battle for the throne of emperor in this lifetime is simply astonishing. Will there be further changes ahead? It seems unlikely. I can distinctly sense that the heavenly heart seal of the great Tao has been completely integrated by another. A formidable being has glimpsed the truth. In the final moment, the heavenly heart seal actively chose him. Ning Wushuang was no longer composed at the critical juncture of Hua Wuqing's ascension. The heavenly heart seal once again eluded capture, this time by deliberately selecting Xuandu. This is utterly outrageous. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, only to realize that the other guides were even more astonished than he. Clearly, the active choice of the heavenly heart seal was unprecedented. Ning Wushuang glanced at the odds, which had already soared to 30,000 times, the 10 pounds of source stones glimmering even more brilliantly. He marveled at the unexpected fortune of his dual bets. He raised his voice, exclaiming, "Fairy Hua, was it in a similar manner that your path to emperor was seized by Wang Ling back in the day? To allow me to witness this once more, Fairy Hua, you are truly considerate." Chapter 35. The Emperor's Unyielding Might. The 3,000 Tao states welcome the return of the great emperor. Could you kindly be silent? In the city of Emperor's Gate, a beam of sword light pierced through the void, aimed at Ning Wushuang's mouth, seeking to shatter it into pieces. Hua Wuqing, feeling the fusion of the great Tao's imprint, realized that her chances had vanished. To become an emperor, one could only endure and wait for the fall of this era's sovereign, for the flower of the great Tao to bloom anew. Though her heart ached, she dared not dwell on it for long, with no opportunity to ascend. She tore through the void and fled. After all, she had fought bloodily along Sichuando on the path to emperorhood, now that he had attained the Tao. What if he turned against her? Thus, retreat was the wisest course. However, as she ran, Ning Wushuang's words fell upon her like salt on an open wound. In both lives, just as she was poised to achieve emperorhood, she was surpassed, leaving her heart utterly despondent. She longed to return to her slumber, to employ the healing balm of time to mend her wounds. Buzzing, at that moment, centered around Wang Ling, a divine aura erupted, sweeping across billions of miles. Cloaked in divine radiance, every creature within the 3,000 Tao states trembled at his presence, a manifestation of overwhelming celestial might. This was the true imperishable emperor, master of the Tao and reason of the 3,000 Tao states. The long-awaited sensation of emperorhood had returned. Wang Ling gazed down upon the world. The previously tempestuous thunder calamity now transformed into a gentle dragon, and the vast expanse of calamity light quietly dissipated. He stood tall and proud, a majestic figure, with his back to the masses. Hovering above him was an ancient palace, having undergone a profound transformation through the trials of becoming an emperor. It had evolved into an unparalleled imperial weapon. Within his brow, the 9 layers of celestial spirit coffin resonated, as if in celebration, exuding a transcendent aura, undergoing a metamorphosis. The second layer of the coffin revealed itself, ready to be opened at the slightest thought. Yet, the moment was not ripe. Wang Ling still had matters to attend to. He raised his gaze towards the boundless void. There, numerous figures were embroiled in chaos, some even fleeing in panic. Had someone ascended to emperorhood? It was he. As the pressure of the great emperor reverberated throughout the 3,000 Tao states, those engaged in the fierce battle sensed the identity of this era's imperishable emperor. The white god king, gazing at the 2 pieces of scales in his hand, murmured, "The imperishable emperor of this era has emerged. I seek a duel." The scales belonged to the ancient Qilin emperor, yet they were not taken by force. Rather, sensing the emergence of the emperor and overwhelmed by fear of entanglement, he decisively tore off the scales and discarded them. The Qilin ancient emperor, having once lived a second life as an emperor, was formidable. Even his world-guarding spear could not pierce through him. Far away in the forbidden zone of the undying city, the shadow puppet emperor, observing someone attaining emperorhood, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all, he had been invited to confront Wang Ling, the imperishable emperor who would undoubtedly seek retribution in the future. What troubled him even more was the incessant, damnable chanting that echoed day and night outside the undying city. Desiring to reveal himself, yet apprehensive of the newly ascended Emperor Wuqing, The ancient Buddha of rebirth cast a glance upward. The transformation of the 3,000 provinces following the emperor's enlightenment sparked a flicker of envy deep within his gaze. In a previous life, he had guided the souls of the 3,000 provinces to transcendence, which granted him the merit to embark on an unorthodox path of enlightenment. Should he manage to aid the Supreme Shadow in achieving transcendence in this life, he could once again experience rebirth and live anew. It was evident that the ancient Buddha of rebirth had discovered his own path, yearning to traverse the road of rebirth, allowing himself to undergo multiple transformations and thus attain liberation. Had he become an emperor? This individual remained modest and unassuming, yet possessed formidable strength. Qing lightly awakened, sensing a shift in the resonance of the great Tao. The principles of the Tao began to retract. Their path to becoming emperors had been severed. Although previously a chasm ultimately still holds a path at its far end. Now, however, he could distinctly perceive a wall materializing at the chasm's terminus, constructed from the very rules of the Tao, unyielding and impenetrable. The entangled Supreme of buried earth panicked and, facing the old monkey, bellowed, "Ancient monarch of the moon, someone has already attained the position of emperor in this era. You once acted against him, and yet you linger here entangled with me. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Emperor Wuqing?" The ancient monarch of the moon remained silent, his fur bristling with battle intent still fervent. He swung his fists, summoning the power of heaven and earth to bury the Supreme of buried earth. "You lunatic!" The Supreme of buried earth, realizing persuasion was futile, pressed on defiantly, albeit this time retreating while fighting, drawing closer to the forbidden zone of the burial ground. Suddenly, an overarching principle descended, obstructing his path of retreat. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Supreme of buried earth hastily proclaimed, "Your path to becoming an emperor was once obstructed by the ancient monarch of the moon. I am now willing to assist you in suppressing this old monkey. Burial earth, I am here to conclude the karma." The second generation of the Wang Ling dynasty, upon achieving emperor status, immediately sought to eliminate the Supreme of buried earth. In the twilight of the first generation's reign, this old burial earth had acted against him, even seizing the blood of the emperor, a memory that Wang Ling could never forget. As the words left his lips, a divine radiance enveloped Wang Ling, dazzling and formidable. In an instant, he shattered the Supreme of buried earth. The latter's body disintegrated, astonishment etched across his face. He could not fathom why he was being struck down by one with whom he bore no enmity. In fact, his actions against Qing had indirectly aided the Emperor Wuqing. "Do you intend to slay me?" The Supreme of buried earth felt the collapse of the realm of blood and earth, a fundamental injury that transformed his expression. "Ah!" He roared in fury, simultaneously sensing the resurgence of an unparalleled aura of the great Tao, indicating that the Supreme of buried earth was striving for a profound elevation. Yet Wang Ling was determined not to grant him the opportunity. The ultimate imperial weapon, the ancient palace of Xuandu, spiraled around, severing the connection between the Supreme of buried earth and the Tao. Though but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient for Wang Ling to unleash his supreme powers. The imprints of the Tao manifested upon his fists. The essence of the tree of creation was summoned into action, rendering his magical prowess boundless and his might capable of rending the heavens. The Supreme of buried earth had already been excessively drained. Today presented a prime opportunity to subdue him. In the burial ground, terror ensued as he sensed his path intertwining with that of the current emperor, leading to its obliteration. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. This essence belonged to the sacred tree and the aura of the former celestial emperor from his past life. Amidst the shattered pathways, the truth unveiled itself. A cascade of blood fell, scattering from the rift in the void, as an innate Holy Spirit perished, reduced to mere dust, utterly annihilated. The ancient Qilin emperor seemed to sense something, his astonishment palpable. He inhaled deeply, murmuring, "The emperor of this era wields an overwhelming force. He is the supreme being of my burial ground." Within the forbidden zone of the burial site, the master of taboos awakened from his coffin. His hands, withered like old chicken claws, pressed firmly against the casket, revealing his inner turmoil. The Supreme Being represented the strength of the forbidden area. The loss of even one was a significant blow. He spoke, his voice a low murmur. Too formidable. I will keep a watchful eye. Beware. Such rigidity may lead to fracture. The fall of the Supreme Being did not go unnoticed by the powerful. In an instant, the sanctuary's major sects and imperial clans across the 3,000 realms were engulfed in shock. The emperor of this era was indeed formidable. Having just ascended, he directly vanquished a Supreme Being from the Forbidden Zone. Thus, could this emperor indeed cleanse the Forbidden Zone? Chapter 36. Forcing the Supreme to act. A drop of blood from the heart. The path of eternity. You are exceedingly formidable. In your twilight years, you may face the united onslaught of the various Forbidden Zones. The ancient Emperor of the Moon sighed, facing this flawless sovereign without any intention of fleeing. Instead, he gently placed Qing into a nearby, safe ancient star. A fond smile gracing his face. My vitality has waned significantly. My time is limited, so do not fret, for I do not intend to unleash the chaos of the apocalypse. The Moon Emperor transformed back into human form, standing across from the royal mausoleum with a smile, his eyes growing ever more profound as he began to reminisce. In the boundless wilderness of the 3,000 Tao states, there existed a small monkey that, through the absorption of the essence of the sun and moon, barely embarked on the path of cultivation, until one day, it inadvertently stumbled upon a secret place and retrieved a full moon from a well. As he spoke, a circular disc appeared in his hand, glowing like the moon and exuding the aura of an imperial artifact. From that moment onward, I began to rise within the 3,000 Tao states, stepping upon the blood and bones of others, ultimately attaining the path of an emperor. During the first 10,000 years of my existence, I too stood tall like you, engaging in fierce battles against the Supreme Beings of the Forbidden Zones amidst the starry skies. I was once filled with vigor, yet as I aged, I came to feel the cruel nature of the great Tao's principles. Time is merciless. Even a grand emperor, standing proudly in the 3,000 Tao states, cannot escape its shackles. Fortunately, in my twilight years, I finally discovered an immortal herb, allowing me to defy fate and live a second life. But what a third life? I grew fearful, yet yearned to experience it. Returning to the ancient well to contemplate, I unexpectedly acquired the supreme method of severing emotion. Thus, in the twilight of my third life, I chose to sever myself with a blade, dedicating my efforts to mastering the art of severing emotion. After that, I was blessed with a daughter, Changsheng. His expression softened. The affection he held for her was unmistakable. In the art of severing emotion, the deeper the love, the higher the cultivation of the beloved. When severing emotion, the rewards reaped are even greater, leading one potentially down the legendary path of immortality. The royal mausoleum had long sensed the secret between the old monkey and Changsheng, yet upon hearing it today, he was still profoundly shocked. The art of severing emotion? This old monkey is indeed a formidable figure, having doted on his daughter for countless years, and yet here he is, willing to sever that bond. According to his plan, once Changsheng ascends to emperorhood, he would seek the opportunity to personally sever his emotions, and thus the supreme method would be realized. The royal mausoleum glanced at Changsheng, understanding now why this woman had emerged multiple times, yet never partaken in the journey to become an emperor. She likely had already sensed it. But why this time the desperate pursuit of emperorhood? The royal mausoleum discerned the intent in her gaze, his heart trembling slightly. She must desire to become an emperor only to slay her father. Alas, a soft sigh reverberated through the starry expanse. The ancient emperor of the moon chuckled bitterly. I once thought the path to enlightenment was arduous. Who would have anticipated that the art of severing emotions is even more challenging? In this life, I have no opportunity left and no longer harbor hopes. He looked towards the royal mausoleum, feeling much more at peace, as the dense fur upon his body radiated the essence of the Tao. Droplets beginning to diffuse in all directions. Within the forbidden realm, a supreme being awakened from its hiding place, astonished and exclaiming, "Is the emperor of this era truly so formidable? He has compelled the moonlit ancient emperor to consider relinquishing his path. He shall be our formidable adversary, a barrier to our impending apocalypse. One bloodthirsty supreme spoke, while another echoed in agreement. I have a premonition that this emperor will prove to be quite troublesome. Wang Ling observed the moonlit ancient emperor before him. He had not forced him to abandon his path. Rather, it was the moonlit ancient emperor who chose to do so voluntarily. Should the moonlit ancient emperor opt for battle, even after reaching the pinnacle of transcendence? Although Wang Ling could strive to vanquish him with all his might, it would come at a cost. Upon achieving the status of emperor, he had undertaken the responsibilities of the emperor, striving for the well-being of all beings across the 3,000 Tao states. After severing a portion of himself, he concealed himself within the divine tomb. Yet he had never instigated an apocalyptic bloodbath. I believe I have done justice to the myriad beings of the 3,000 Tao states. In truth, I have only failed my daughter. He cast a glance at Changsheng, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. In the face of death, he became unexpectedly carefree, devoid of the anticipated terror. The path to enlightenment had become obstructed, as countless emperors deemed themselves invincible, unaware that they remained entrapped within a cage. Clearly, this moonlit ancient emperor, who defied fate to live a second life and concealed himself within the forbidden zone for so long, had made astonishing discoveries. Are you perplexed? You are the one who will attain enlightenment in this era, and in due time, you shall uncover a sliver of the secret regarding the 3,000 Tao states. Enough of this. I can share some insights with you to save you time. Do you remember the boundless sea within the ancient star domain of the starry ancient path? Within that sea lies another realm, accessible only to emperors. The moonlit ancient emperor provided direction, and Wang Ling's heart trembled with the revelation. He then extended his hand to caress the jade plate in his grasp and slowly spoke. After my demise, the imperial weapon shall safeguard my royal bloodline. I have little else to bequeath to you. Upon my relinquishing of the path, I shall leave you a drop of my blood, which will be of aid to you. Once his figure completely dissipated into the starry expanse, a drop of blood appeared before Wang Ling. This drop was extraordinary, pulsating with a heartbeat, resonating in harmony with the laws of this place. Wang Ling recognized it. The heart's blood of a second-life emperor. Legend spoke of the flawless emperor who, upon achieving the status of a second-life emperor, would produce a singular drop of extraordinary essence, hidden within the heart, containing the profound insights of a lifetime. Wang Ling believed that this drop might even assist a potential emperor in transforming into a unique path of enlightenment. This drop of heart's blood approached Changsheng, who felt the familiar rhythm. Tears streamed down her face like pearls. Father, Changsheng lamented, her sorrow deepening as her father departed, leaving her in a world devoid of love and care. Wang Ling chose not to seize the drop of heart's blood. To him, it held little significance and offered minimal assistance. Changsheng pursed her lips, her eyes glistening with moisture, her enchanting visage marked with tear stains. She cast a deeply complex glance at Wang Ling before departing, cradling the drop of heart's blood beneath the protection of the imperial weapon. She seeks to find a sanctuary, to swiftly merge this drop of her heart's blood, lest unforeseen calamities arise. Changsheng harbors a sense that by harnessing this drop of blood, she could not only mend her damaged foundation, but may also transcend to an alternative path of enlightenment. The starry sky resumed its normalcy, enveloped in the familiar stillness of yesteryears. Wang Ling witnessed firsthand the unparalleled moonlit ancient emperor's reluctance to sever the ties of affection, and his aversion to voluntarily striking down his own daughter, which led him to choose the path of dissolution. Observing Changsheng's initial hesitance to embark on the path of validation, only to resolutely vie for the fruit of emperorship in this lifetime, it became evident that her pursuit of ascendance was driven by the desire to slay her father. With the moonlit ancient emperor now deceased, Changsheng wept inconsolably beneath the celestial expanse, her tears cascading like stars. This father-daughter duo is indeed intriguing, both harboring intentions to eliminate one another, yet ultimately finding themselves in mutual dependence. Wang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, reflecting on the direction bestowed by the moonlit ancient emperor. In the lost ancient star domain, the boundless sea harbors a realm severed from the 3,000 paths. That dreadful eye remains open, surveying the surroundings. Has Yuan Ta, the one who cradles the imperial city, truly met his demise? Chapter 37. A Clash with the White God King. Identity revealed? After Wang Ling assimilated the great Tao heavenly seal, a familiar sensation enveloped him once more. With a mere thought, he traversed to the lost ancient star realm. He beheld a city floating amidst this celestial expanse, now devoid of inhabitants, steeped in an eerie silence. Only a dozen or so guides lay ensnared in slumber, and there he encountered an old acquaintance, Ning Wushuang, surrounded by heaps of source stones. It was evident that the battle for ascension to the throne had concluded, and the imperial pass had once again concealed itself within the ancient star realm. With a single step, he ascended to the skies above the boundless sea, his gaze piercing into the depths below. This time, unimpeded by the constraints of the great Tao, he swiftly locked eyes with a pair of enigmatic orbs. Seated amidst the lost ancient star realm, enveloped by the swirling rules of the great Tao, he commenced his calculations, seeking to unearth a fragment of truth, yearning to unveil the secrets behind the 3,000 Tao states. Concurrently, Wang Ling, renowned as the Emperor of Xuandu to the Xiandu ancient palace, was revered by many sacred lands, unparalleled sects, and imperial clans. The powerful within their ranks had witnessed the Emperor of Xuandu's ascension, where he vanquished a supreme from the Forbidden Zone and compelled another to willingly dissipate their essence. An act of sheer dominance that left many in awe. They were keen to discover whether this era's flawless emperor would sweep through the Forbidden Zones. However, this anticipation lingered for a millennium. The myriad beings of the 3,000 Tao states found themselves in a state of despair. Even many hopeful cultivators, having reached the end of their lifespans, departed without witnessing this moment. In their final breaths, they cried out, "Let me live for another year. I can wait a little longer. I wish to witness history." As the waiting stretched on, not only had the Emperor of Xuandu failed to sweep through the Forbidden Zones, he had not even set foot within them, nor had he uttered a single threatening word since his ascension. Numerous sacred sects delved into ancient texts, which clearly documented that upon their ascension, emperors vowed to eradicate the Forbidden Zones. Yet this Emperor of Xuandu, for a full millennium, he had not uttered a word. How utterly absurd! Even more absurd was the fact that after his ascension, the Emperor of Xuandu vanished entirely, never once gracing the 3,000 Tao states with his presence throughout the 1,000 years. Some powerful beings began to defy the heavens in their attempts to trace the Emperor's whereabouts, only to find no evidence of him within the 3,000 Tao states. This implied that the Emperor of Xuandu had simply disappeared, as if his ascension was merely a means to achieve that title. In an instant, the hope surrounding the Emperor of Xuandu transformed into disillusionment. Meanwhile, on the fringes of the universe, the White God King pursued a trace of Wang Ling's essence. The heavenly Yuan Emperor, after a millennium of calculations, he finally sensed something. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, piercing through the boundless laws and transcending the supreme void, witnessing the very center of the 3,000 Tao states. It was a colossal vortex akin to a black hole, unfathomable in depth, seemingly intent on devouring all. Yet, possessing strength comparable to an emperor, he managed to glimpse a sliver of truth. He exclaimed in astonishment, "The location of the great Tao imprint. I have deduced the aura of the heavenly origin emperor's tomb. Why would I discover the great Tao imprint? Could it be that, just as I initially conjectured, the tomb has not truly perished?" Numerous possibilities surged through the mind of the White God King, one of which stood out vividly, causing his heart to race. Where has the Xiandu Emperor gone? Rising to his feet, he wielded the silver spear of the towning world, tearing through the rift to arrive at the lost ancient star domain, where he beheld the Xiandu Emperor seated in meditation, his back turned to the imperial gate. After attaining the throne, the Xiandu Emperor had not uttered a single boast. It turned out he had been hiding here. Approaching the tomb, the White God King scrutinized the figure, seemingly attempting to reconcile this silhouette with his memories. An alternative path seeker, Have you come to challenge me? The tomb inquired. When I embarked on my alternative path, the heavenly origin emperor had already fallen, preventing me from battling the flawless emperor. It is with great regret that I now witness a flawless emperor attaining the throne. If only I could fight, my heart would be elated. The white god king hovered in midair, clad in white garments, brandishing his silver spear, exuding an air of flamboyance. I am the protagonist. You are but a supporting character, destined to be beaten and to weep. The tomb mused silently at the sight of this ostentatious display. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. I shall show you the distinction between an alternative path seeker and a true, flawless emperor. It is also my desire. Suddenly, the Xiandu ancient palace materialized. Countless strands of the great Tao's aura cascading down, forming a resplendent and sacred supreme path, evoking a desire to prostrate oneself in reverence. In contrast, the silver spear of the towning world, which appeared formidable, paled significantly when compared to these Daoic principles. The white god king marveled in unspeakable envy. Is this the difference between those with an established foundation and those without? His pent-up frustration transformed into aggression as he chose to strike first, the long spear piercing through the void to reach the tomb in an instant. The supreme imperial weapon above the tomb manifested its might, neutralizing the residual force of the towning spear. And then the roles of offense and defense were reversed, with the Xiandu ancient palace overpowering him. Meanwhile, the tomb closed in on the white god king, unleashing the might of the supreme imperial fist, rendering the white god king utterly helpless. Is this the true, flawless emperor? In mere moments of confrontation, the white god king realized he was no match for Xiandu's alternative path, which drew admiration, allowed him to suppress the supreme of the forbidden zone, claiming to stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperors. Yet this so-called equivalence was merely superficial. In reality, the flawless emperor towered over him, and with a single move, he was defeated. Ultimately, a flawless emperor recognized by the Tao is undeniably superior to an alternative path seeker. With a sigh, the white god king retreated, distancing himself from the Xiandu emperor, and sheathed his spear, ceasing the battle. He is said to be on par with the great emperor, yet he merely managed to escape the grasp of the impervious great emperor with ease. However, his gaze was sharp, brimming with martial intent, as he slowly spoke. Although my path to enlightenment is unconventional, I shall never abandon myself. In fact, I sense that should I once again defy the heavens and attain deeper understanding, my prowess will ascend to new heights. At that moment, a true contest between us shall truly be a matter of equality. In truth, Wang Ling acknowledges the strength of the white divine king. If the first incarnation of the emperor were to face him, their powers would indeed be evenly matched. However, he has since transcended to the status of a second-generation emperor, merging the fruits of 2 lifetimes. It is only reasonable that he could overwhelm the white divine king in battle, correct? Then let us await the elevation of your strength to new heights before we engage in combat again, Wang Ling declared. The white divine king sighed. While speaking of such matters seems effortless, the reality is that all his insights depend on the elusive reflections of celestial melodies. It has been quite some time since he last encountered that illuminating radiance. He mused inwardly. I wonder where that esteemed predecessor of the heavenly teaching is now. Wang Ling felt a twinge of emotion, instinctively rubbing his nose, as if he were being spoken of in some distant conversation. At that moment, the white divine king suddenly fixed his gaze upon the imperial weapon, the ancient palace of Xuandu, and inquired once more, Xuandu Great Emperor, is your path to enlightenment linked to the former heavenly Yuan Emperor Wang Ling of the previous era? Chapter 38, The Contaminated Star Domain. Once unchallenged for eternity. Has it been seen through? Wang Ling mused to himself, but upon reflection, if it had truly been discerned, the inquiry would not have been so tentative. The unconventional cultivator was indeed formidable, capable of sensing the aura of the great emperor and deducing from it. Wang Ling chose to remain silent and approached a well of void. The moon within was in a crescent state, emanating an exceedingly dim light. He gazed down into it. Previously, without having attained the Tao, He felt something but could not perceive its reality. Now, having achieved enlightenment, he instantly discerned the truth within. Wang Ling slowly spoke. The great emperor of the Taiyin, in defiance of fate, deliberately left behind a legacy. Now that the time has come, he seeks to occupy another's body to live once more, truly a master of schemes. Wang Yu, a descendant of his kin whom he had once held in high regard, now found herself at a disadvantage in the struggle for consciousness. After contemplating, he decided to intervene and offer assistance. With a gentle gesture, he infused his imperial power into the laws of this world, intending to intervene. Wang Yu's suppressed consciousness began to awaken slowly. She gazed at the thread of Tao power that protected her from within the moon, filled with gratitude. The great emperor of this era intervenes in my path. Within this moon, a stunningly beautiful figure in palace attire, her cold eyes scrutinizing the flicker of Tao energy before her, spoke with a voice of inquiry. For the sake of an unrelated individual, does the Xuandu great emperor seek to make enemies for himself? Alas, why must the Xuandu great emperor forcibly intervene in our contest? You shall bear unnecessary consequences. There is no need to forge formidable foes for yourself. Unbeknownst to Wen, the White God King had also arrived. Though an unconventional cultivator himself, he had long since unraveled the truth and refrained from intervening, thus failing to comprehend the Xuandu great emperor's actions. Wang Ling offered no explanation, thinking to himself, with my presence, who in the 3,000 Tao provinces shall ascend to the throne? I not only intend to live a second life, but I shall also defy fate to live a third, fourth, fifth, until the ninth life. Henceforth, you shall have no opportunities. Thus, I fear no retaliation. Upon hearing the threat, Wang Ling reached out and deftly drew the moon from the well. His gaze seemed to pierce through the figure within, and with a flick of his finger, the moon became marred. The figure within had not anticipated that the great emperor of this era would be so vengeful, showing no regard as he took action against her, without the slightest hint of tenderness. The Taiyin great emperor quickly sought refuge, leaving behind only this trace of divinity. Determined to avoid calamity, she hastily concealed herself within a palace, peeking out with her head, her pearly teeth biting down on silver, glaring fiercely at the outsider. Beside her, the White God King watched in astonishment, realizing that the Xuandu great emperor truly lacked any sense of compassion. According to ancient records, the Taiyin great emperor was unparalleled in grace. Now, having beheld the figure within the moon, he acknowledged her captivating aura and stunning beauty, compelling him to steal a few more glances. During the era of the Taiyin great emperor, she had countless admirers who chose to follow her unconditionally, at her beck and call. And yet, you dare to ruthlessly pluck the flower? The White God King spoke, and Wang Ling cast a curious glance at him, questioning his intellect. Are you perhaps a bit slow-witted? The White God King snorted coldly, opting to turn away, unwilling to engage in excessive interaction with the emperor of this era. This current Xuandu emperor had, shortly after ascending to power, executed a supreme being and forced another to voluntarily disperse their path. Now, merely a millennium later, he had provoked the former Taiyin emperor. Who knows how many more adversaries he would attract in the future? The White God King surmised that the late years of the Xuandu emperor were destined to be tumultuous. I should seek the elixir of immortality, he mused, calculating the passage of time. His lifespan in this incarnation was dwindling, yet he had not found the elusive elixir. Despite having achieved a path akin to that of an emperor, he could not evade the encroaching twilight of age. Would he, like other supremes, resort to self-immolation to enter the forbidden realm? He shook his head, rejecting that notion. Even in death, he did not wish to join their ranks. Are you in search of the elixir of immortality? How fortuitous, for I too am in need of it. Wang Ling observed the retreating figure of the White God King and resumed his meditation in this lost star domain, moving in harmony with the ebb and flow of the cosmos. The moon he held was placed anew into the void well, and he sent a warning to the Taiyin emperor. Should you disrespect me again, I will not hesitate to consign your moon to the chaotic void at the edge of the universe. You fiend, so ruthless. The figure within the moon fumed. yet felt powerless. At present, she was the prey on the butcher's block. Although she possessed means of escape, such actions would inflict severe harm upon herself. Then I shall endure further. Originally, I sought to attain enlightenment in this life. Who could have foreseen that Wang Yu had sensed my ambitions and realized my intentions to return upon her ascendance? Thus, she plunged into the void well. However, she vowed that in the next life, once this accursed Xuandu emperor had met his demise, she would undoubtedly ascend to become an emperor herself. The Tian emperor chose not to confront the situation head-on and fell into silence. Wang Ling harbored no malice toward her. It was not solely due to her unparalleled beauty, but rather because the Tian emperor exhibited a proud demeanor, refraining from the self-destructive act of entering the forbidden realm in her twilight years. The dragon slayer had not transformed into a malevolent dragon, which earned her a measure of respect. After returning the moon to the void well, Wang Ling once again locked eyes with the enigmatic orb. Upon entering its depths, he discovered yet another unknown star domain, filled with fragmented paths intertwining throughout. The celestial bodies within this realm were entwined by chaotic principles, perpetually colliding with one another. He observed 3 stars moving in an irregular pattern, following their collisions. The shattered remnants were reformed by some mysterious principle, reconstituting the 3 stars, which resumed their erratic dance. This cycle continued endlessly, leaving Wang Ling in awe of the craftsmanship of some great figure. Buzzing, a divine light erupted from the center of Wang Ling's brow. He sensed something profound, and the ninefold celestial spirit coffin emerged from his forehead. The ninefold celestial spirit coffin has undergone a transformation, revealing a second coffin adorned with intricate carvings. Among the myriad of images, one particularly astonished Wang Ling, depicting 3 irregularly moving celestial bodies. Could it truly be here? Wang Ling was taken aback. The origins of the ninefold celestial spirit coffin were shrouded in mystery, seemingly linked to the celestial realm. This implied that this bizarre star field was also connected to the divine. Could it be that this place is the path to immortality sought by numerous emperors? With such speculations swirling in his mind, Wang Ling pressed forward in search of answers. Yet, instead of clarity, he stumbled upon the traces left by the great Emperor Ling Tian, who had once graced this place and lingered here. Discovering the footprints of the great emperor, Wang Ling noticed a bloodstain on a towering mountain of an ancient star, which compelled him to pause, its sight both haunting and formidable. A great battle of emperors had once transpired here. That such blood could be shed by an emperor hinted at the terrors lurking within this star field. It was likely that some form of taboo existed. Seated upon this ancient star, he began to deduce, yearning to glimpse a fragment of the truth from ages past. As a millennium slipped by, he opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. This was a tainted star field, seemingly dictated by an ancient power. Chapter 39. The Strange Battle. The awful identity cannot be concealed. Wang Ling was no longer composed. He, the reincarnated emperor, had seen much in his time, yet he found himself profoundly astonished. Over a millennium, he had meticulously disentangled and classified the chaotic paths of this ancient star domain, employing the power of the 3,000 Tao states for simulation, and finally caught a glimpse of a bygone scene. He beheld a magnificent figure, standing solitary upon this celestial body, as an eerie force rent the void, reaching toward his heart, intent on seizing the blood of the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor unleashed his full might in a fierce assault, yet ultimately he was left bloodied upon the ancient star, compelled to retreat post-haste. This strange force evidently surpassed the celestial emperor, but it chose not to pursue. Instead, it was ensnared by an invisible power, retreating in sorrow and fury. In his deductions, he perceived that further ahead lay what appeared to be a wall, partitioning this expanse of starry sky. He even glimpsed the trace of an immortal elixir. Someone sought to collect the heart's blood of the reincarnated emperor. This was an enigmatic realm. Wang Ling comprehended the strange intent. A chill coursed through him as he prepared to flee when an uncanny force abruptly manifested, targeting his chest, its aim mirroring that which he had seen in his simulation. To forcibly extract his heart's blood, Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ninefold celestial spirit coffin enveloped him, emanating waves of Tao rhythm. The eerie force exhibited a momentary hesitation, and then, to Wang Ling's astonishment, it transformed into a humanoid beast, clad in golden armor, its visage somewhat indistinct. This was an unparalleled powerhouse, a legendary figure from the 3,000 Tao states, who had attained the status of emperor and defied fate to live a third life. He was known as the Eternal Ancient Emperor. He had carved his name into the annals of the 3,000 Tao states, yet his later years vanished without a trace. The beings of the 3,000 Tao states speculated that this ancient emperor either found a path to transcendence, disappearing into the cosmic wilderness, or chose to sever a path, entering a forbidden zone and becoming a taboo of that realm. Now it seemed that the former theory held the most veracity. This eternal ancient emperor had indeed discovered the path of transcendence. However, observing him shrouded in an eerie black aura, he appeared transformed, having embarked upon a peculiar and enigmatic journey. What this path entailed, Wang Ling could not articulate. The celestial coffin, the essence of the celestial realm. The eternal ancient emperor spoke, his gaze firmly fixed upon the ninefold celestial spirit light before Wang Ling, a long-lost clarity emerging in his eyes as he murmured, "The celestial has been tainted. The celestial, there are no more celestials in this world. And from whence did the celestial coffin come?" He whispered and murmured, and suddenly the black aura surrounding him intensified, rendering the eternal ancient emperor's gaze increasingly vague. Wang Ling caught fragments of his words, his shock deepening. The celestial has been tainted? There are no celestials left in the world? Indeed, from where did this celestial coffin originate? Simultaneously, he sensed a looming crisis. This was not the moment for contemplation. Now, confronted by an overwhelmingly formidable emperor who had transcended the heavens, Wang Ling felt confident in his ability to engage in battle. However, within this uncharted star domain, who could fathom the extent of the bizarre phenomena that might exist? Wang Ling dared not take chances. Even a powerhouse like the Supreme Emperor had met a bloody end here, so he opted for caution. Without further ado, he swiftly lifted the coffin lid and expertly nestled himself within. Boom! An eerie force surged forth. The eternal ancient emperor unleashed a grand divine power, activating the strange laws of this realm, directly colliding with the ninefold celestial spirit coffin. The intensity of this powerful impact was terrifying and beyond imagination, causing the cosmic river of stars to fracture. "You are not dead yet. Why have you returned to the coffin?" The voice of the sovereign echoed, laced with reproach. "You never offer prayers in times of peace, yet when danger arises, you expect me to intervene. You have ascended to the status of an emperor. Do you not see yourself? Do you embody the essence of a great emperor?" For the first time, the sovereign became quite loquacious, as the ninefold celestial spirit coffin swayed violently. Based on Wang Ling's conjecture, it was likely that the coffin had sustained damage this time. Should the emperor incur harm, his position would be precarious. It was prudent to exit, Wang Ling responded, clearly indicating that as his sovereign brother, it was imperative for him to step up in critical moments. Had he raised him for nothing? He urged forward, propelling the ninefold celestial spirit coffin at great speed, though the turbulence intensified, and he sensed another surge of power emerging. Wang Ling lifted a corner of the coffin lid and beheld another figure, shrouded in strange laws, deliberately obscuring their origins. The movements of these two individuals radiated brilliance, imbued with supreme temporal power. With a mere gesture, they threatened to annihilate all existence and collapse the universe. Boom! The ninefold celestial spirit coffin was struck once more, and Wang Ling felt as though he were ensnared in a dire predicament. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous encounters in the chaotic edges of the universe, where peril loomed. "I shall confront one of them." Wang Ling ceased his concealment, emerging from the ninefold celestial spirit coffin to assault the second individual. This second figure, enveloped in strange laws, possessed lesser true strength, relying solely on the bizarre laws for support. Wang Ling's fist struck the individual with the force of a supreme emperor, sending the figure reeling, causing them to cough blood and tumble into the infinite abyss. Clearly, this individual was merely a shadow of true power. The authentic, formidable presence remained with the eternal ancient emperor. Yet, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. The figure re-emerged, once again cloaked in the laws. Akin to a puppet, yet wielding strength rivaling that of an emperor. Wang Ling struggled to comprehend the situation, relentlessly attacking him. This cycle persisted until, on the 666th strike, he finally discerned the visage of this person. He was astounded. It was none other than the one who once held the imperial city in his grasp, Yuan Ta. He was uncertain how this individual had survived, but it was clear that he had not truly lived. Rather, he had transformed into a ghastly entity. In search of an opportunity, the ninefold celestial spirit coffin broke free from its constraints, and Wang Ling immediately leaped inside. At last, both he and the coffin escaped the bizarre realm of the eye. It appeared as though he had willingly offered himself as a sacrifice, thereby acquiring the strange powers of this place. His strength was not formidable, yet relying on the peculiar laws of this realm, he could resurrect infinitely. Emerging from the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, Wang Ling swiftly employed the myriad techniques of the First Era to restore himself. At that moment, the realm quivered. Wang Ling opened his eyes, initially believing that these anomalies had shattered their bindings and entered the 3,000 Dao provinces. However, he soon sensed the presence of an approaching figure. It was none other than the White Divine King, with the ninefold celestial spirit coffin shielding him and an aura of celestial grace enveloping him. The techniques of his past life as an emperor began to manifest. Alas, this situation could no longer be concealed. Chapter 40, Revelation. You are the celestial emperor from a past life, toying with all beings. For over a millennium, the White God King has tirelessly traversed the realms, relentlessly seeking the elusive elixir of immortality, hoping to decipher the secrets of eternal life it proffers. After all, he had once thrived on such an elixir, achieving enlightenment through an unconventional path, thus acquiring a certain understanding of its properties. He was acutely aware that a single dose could grant a sovereign a defiance against mortality for one lifetime, yet subsequent consumption would render the potion ineffective. However, throughout this millennium, he roamed the 3,000 Dao states and scoured the desolate fringes of the cosmos, ultimately returning empty-handed. As one who attained enlightenment through an unorthodox means, he now finds himself in the twilight of his years. Without the acknowledgement of the great Tao's celestial heart, he feels perpetually diminished, a source of profound sorrow. In his twilight, he often reminisces, in the absence of emperors across the 3,000 Dao states. I forged my own path and successfully averted the cataclysmic bloodshed of the end times. Surely, history shall record my significant contributions, shall it not? The White God King is a man of considerable purity. After over 1,000 years of fruitless pursuit, he has entered his later years. No longer the impetuous figure he once was. It is only upon reaching such heights that one truly faces the most arduous moments of existence. The White God King has chosen to relinquish his ambitions, no longer burdened by future uncertainties, seeking instead to savor the remaining moments of his life in quietude, while also seeking closure for the regrets that linger within. I have become one of the celestial court, yet have never laid eyes upon that venerable mentor who established the teachings. This remains one of the White God King's profound regrets. In recent years, he has searched the desolate cosmos, yet has seen no trace of that esteemed figure, the ethereal aura, that familiar celestial resonance. Suddenly, a spark ignited within the White God King's somewhat murky gaze, prompting him to pursue the source of this energy. To his astonishment, he found himself in the lost ancient stellar domain. Upon arriving at the boundless sea, the White God King's furrowed brow deepened. After millennia of a dormant heart, today it once again raced. Then he beheld a figure. That figure was one he recognized well, seated in meditation within the depths of the sea. A divine light flickered at his brow, accompanied by an unparalleled celestial resonance that echoed throughout the space. The Xiandu Emperor, the White God King, was taken aback. Even though a hint of suspicion had begun to form in his mind, the sight of the figure left him utterly bewildered. The presence before him was formidable. Seemingly hailing from the celestial realm, radiating an exalted aura. Yet now, this esteemed mentor was none other than the Xiandu Emperor? Could I be mistaken? The White God King questioned his own judgment, immediately delving into a new analysis, reflecting on the celestial images mirrored upon the world-shattering spear. After a thorough comparison, he could no longer maintain his composure. With a bitter gaze directed at the Xiandu Emperor, he uttered, "It truly is you." Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Ling shed any pretense, nodding gently, "Indeed, it is I." The White Divine King gazed at the individual before him, who candidly acknowledged the situation, and he felt an acute sense of discontent. If memory served him correctly, he had already attained a unique path to enlightenment, while Xuandu had yet to even touch the threshold of sanctity. This meant that throughout those years, he had been reverently addressing someone of a lesser cultivation level as senior. The adept is the teacher. Wang Ling seemed to perceive his embarrassment and offered an explanation. Had he just ascended to imperial status, or was he in the prime of his life? He would not have borne such indignity. He would have brandished his spear at the slightest provocation to seek justice. Yet, in his twilight years, that sentiment had faded. Instead, he turned and inquired, "I wish to know who else resides in the celestial court." He was filled with anticipation regarding this question. "Aside from you and me." Wang Ling hesitated, and amidst the White Divine King's eager expression, he continued, "Is still you and me." The White Divine King held his forehead, feeling as though his mind might explode. Damn it, this situation is already absurd enough. Why must I pursue it further? What am I truly hoping for? Resigned, he thought. I have lost all hope. He never imagined that this senior was solely his own elder, and the celestial court belonged to just the two of them. Absurd. Utterly absurd. What sins had he committed? On this matter, he felt no regrets. He believed that prolonging his stay might jeopardize his lifespan. The White Divine King now cherished life immensely, especially upon witnessing the mature Emperor Xuandu, and he deeply resonated with the saying, "Without comparison, there is no harm." Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed something. He abruptly turned, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Wait, the technique you just employed was the heavenly origin 10,000 methods divine art?" Doubtful. He scrutinized the situation several times before confirming. "I battled Wang Ling on the path to becoming an emperor, and his methods were varied and elusive. The technique he wielded was indeed the heavenly origin 10,000 methods divine art. You, Emperor Xuandu, how could you also possess this skill? Have you mastered the heavenly origin 10,000 methods divine art? That is conceivable, but your proficiency is astonishingly refined." The heart of the White Divine King, which had only just settled, surged once more as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He had once traced a faint aura of Wang Ling across the 3,000 Tao states, always believing that Wang Ling existed in another form. Could it be? Could it be? He hesitated, astonished, his eyes widening immensely, perhaps shaken by this dreadful notion to the extent that he could scarcely voice it. Wang Ling observed the expression of the White Divine King. Here was a venerable elder of millennia. Alas, he could not bear to witness his plight. After all, before his crossing, he had been a model youth, unable to ignore an elderly lady struggling to cross the street, hastening her pace. Now, seeing the White Divine King tormented by anguish, Wang Ling felt an even greater reluctance. Indeed, Wang Ling candidly acknowledged, "Your conjecture holds true. I have transcended the heavens to live a second life, and in this existence, I have once again attained the Tao, becoming the Emperor Xuandu." Hearing him speak these words, the White God King felt a buzzing in his head. Indeed, it is truly real. Xuandu is Wang Ling. The Emperor Xuandu is none other than the Emperor of Tianyuan. No wonder I once traced the footsteps of the Emperor of Tianyuan, only to be thwarted by the laws of the great Tao. No wonder you remained unperturbed before the ancient starry path, and when facing the tribulation of ascension, the heavenly seal of the great Tao chose you. Everything aligns perfectly. Within the heavenly seal of the great Tao, remnants of your past life still linger, regardless of circumstances. The one destined to become emperor in this life can only be you, while others merely serve as mere embellishments. Therefore he abruptly lifted his head, fixing an intense gaze upon Wang Ling, and declared, So this entire scheme was orchestrated by you, ensnaring the beings of the 3,000 Dao provinces, while also mocking the prodigies of this era and the sovereigns of the forbidden zones. The white god king envisioned a multitude of scenarios, suddenly gasping in astonishment. Wang Ling, what an audacious endeavor you have undertaken. Chapter 41. Unable to hold back the truth any longer. The god king has disappeared. The supreme tests. So you had your plans all along. It is no wonder you can defy fate and live a second life. As the white god king spoke, he suddenly shifted his tone, leaving Wang Ling in a state of bewilderment, prompting him to reflect. Have I truly toyed with all the beings across the 3,000 Dao states? Perhaps that is the case. Wang Ling gazed at the deranged yet pitiful old man before him and inquired, So, do you also wish to live a second life? The white god king appeared as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Wish? Of course. Who wouldn't he desire such a thing? Feeling that he had regained his composure, Wang Ling pointed towards the enigmatic world behind the eye and recounted all that he had witnessed. Upon hearing this, the white god king's brows furrowed, plunging him into silence. Are you suggesting that the eternal ancient emperor within has not only achieved a third life, but has also ambushed the celestial emperor, causing him to bleed? Wang Ling added, It seems that the strange substance can render the physical body immortal, while the consciousness transcends. Regardless, you are one of my celestial kin. Allow me to extend some benefits to you. He regarded the white god king earnestly, stating, I have glimpsed traces of the elixir of immortality within this realm of the bizarre. The mention of the elixir sent a tremor through the white god king's heart, his gaze fervently fixed upon that mysterious eye, filled with anticipation. Yet, he ultimately shook his head. I possess self-awareness. I am merely on par with the emperor. To rashly enter would only lead to my demise. I do not wish to be ensnared by the bizarre in my twilight years. The implication was clear. In high-stakes scenarios, I am afraid I am utterly outmatched. If I cannot even contend with you, how could I face the celestial emperor? If the celestial emperor has bled, why not be courting death? Furthermore, encountering the eternal emperor at the fringes, a being who has defied the heavens to achieve a third life, would lead only to a dead end. This line of thought was swiftly severed. The white god king looked at Wang Ling, his expression tinged with complexity. Your identity has finally been confirmed, sparing me regrets in my twilight years. Now, I must seek to rectify another regret. Our meeting today is akin to old acquaintances reuniting, perhaps even for the last time. He explained, having entered my later years, my time left in this world is limited. I will not recklessly sever myself to enter the forbidden zones. I could very well end up like you, ultimately remembered by the sovereigns of those realms. I once discovered a path in the chaos at the edge of the universe. The road ahead is shrouded in darkness, yet there seems to be an ethereal aura. I have resolved to tread this path. After speaking, he nodded solemnly to Wang Ling and then turned to depart. Wang Ling fell silent. He bore no animosity towards the white god king. They belonged to the same epoch. Witnessing the decline of an old friend, a wave of helplessness surged within him. So, what is the other regret you wish to rectify? The white god king smiled mysteriously. You shall soon find out. The white god king tore apart the fabric of space, arriving before a void at the edge of the universe. Standing before the abyss, he called out, Flower Fairy, an old friend is about to depart. Might you come forth for a final meeting? In the small world, Hua Wuqing stirred from the divine source, emerging with a heart still heavy with discontent. The memories of twice being on the brink of ascension to emperor, only to have her path snatched away, weighed heavily upon her. Though millennia had passed, her heart remained unsettled, and the recollections filled her with a profound sense of frustration. An old friend, Hua Wuqing's figure materialized, facing the white god king. Observing his aged visage, she couldn't help but sigh. Is yet another dear acquaintance nearing their end? The flower fairy, radiant as ever, stood independent in her brilliance. The white god king offered his praise, then gazed at her, sighing to attain the title of emperor, or perhaps to pursue an alternative path of enlightenment. May not be as advantageous as it seems. Living through the epochs within the divine source might not be as dreadful as imagined. White God King, are you attempting to disrupt my resolve? Hua Wuqing questioned, her dissatisfaction palpable. The White God King regarded her with a look of pity. She, a being of innate Xianfeng, dazzling and resplendent, had failed to ascend in 2 lifetimes, having had her chance usurped by another. Hua Wuqing, after my departure, you shall still have one old friend in this world. Who? Hua Wuqing pondered, realizing that the only one close to her was the White God King, the rest having faded into the annals of history. Wang Ling. What? Wang Ling. You, Who am I? He is still alive. The White God King revealed an explosive revelation. Hua Wuqing's mind buzzed. Recalling the last moment she witnessed him, she shook her head resolutely. Impossible. Wang Ling has become a specter. It has been over 10,000 years. He cannot still be alive. I once thought the same. Yet I continue to deduce Wang Ling's essence. Furthermore, if you can endure through numerous eras within the divine source, surely a great emperor would possess some means of survival. He cited his own example, which proved compelling. Hua Wuqing looked at the White God King, recognizing that his unique path might indeed reveal more secrets, adding weight to his argument. Nevertheless, she found it hard to believe. Astonished, she instinctively inquired, where is he? In what manner does he exist? The White God King pointed into the void, providing the answer. In this lifetime, he has successfully attained enlightenment, defying the heavens to live a second life. Revered across 3,000 states as the Xian-Du Emperor. Boom! This revelation struck Hua Wuqing like the cataclysm of a collapsing universe. Her first thought was, are you, White God King, jesting with me? However, immediately following the second thought, a third and then a fourth emerged in rapid succession. Upon first laying eyes on Xuandu, I found him utterly infuriating. Moreover, his demeanor on the path to ascension mirrored that of Wang Ling, marked by a certain servility, always inclined to shield others in front of him. And as for the fruit of enlightenment, once again this lifetime, it was snatched away from him. The method unchanged. The more Hua Wuqing pondered, the more she felt that what the White Divine King had said was indeed true, and a wave of despair washed over her. Why must you reveal all this to me? She directed her gaze at the White Divine King, her expression filled with confusion. Such painful revelations are best shared before my departure, he replied, as Hua Wuqing donned a mask of suffering, even wielding her jade sword against him. The White Divine King turned away, merging into the desolate edges of the universe, denying her any opportunity. He thought to himself, I still have my own frustrations to unleash. Wang Ling, Xuandu. Before the small world, Hua Wuqing was in a frenzy, shattering numerous stars which became her outlets for rage. Wang Ling, sensing this, instantaneously grasped the final regret of the White Divine King. Truly, for those of the same era, shared suffering is a bond that unites. He also felt the White Divine King stepping into a hidden realm within the desolate edges of the universe, his presence entirely vanishing from the 3,000 Dao states. Almost simultaneously, the auras of the supreme beings from the Forbidden Zone re-emerged within the 3,000 Dao states. Wang Ling's gaze sharpened, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Just as an unconventional ascender departs, are you already testing the waters? Chapter 42. Truly malevolent and devious. The mystery of the Forbidden Zone unveiled. In this realm of 3,000 states, there exists an unconventional achiever alongside an immaculate emperor, resulting in an unprecedented tranquility within the Forbidden Zones. The immaculate emperor has been absent for over 2 millennia, while the unconventional achiever has vanished into obscurity in his twilight years, leaving no trace behind. The various supreme beings within the Forbidden Zones, weary of solitude, yearn to test their strength, seeking to nourish themselves at the expense of the living. Wang Ling, observant of this unfolding drama, emerged from his secluded domain. In the boundless sea, his aura was no longer concealed. Under the expansive laws of the Great Path, his vigorous vitality surged forth like an ocean, permeating the entirety of the 3,000 states. The emperor still lives, his essence vast and unscathed, firmly in the prime of life. Perhaps we could join forces against him, suppressing this era's emperor. After all, without the unconventional achiever, he would struggle against overwhelming odds. You old wretch, your vitality has waned. You have but a few days left to live. Do you expect us to join you in a desperate struggle against the Immaculate Emperor? Well, it is not entirely impossible. You may go first. We shall follow closely behind. Heh, you wish for me to exhaust my strength to elevate him, do you? Your schemes are laid bare before me. Such insincerity. I shall take my leave for now. I believe I can still survive until his body falters. Then I shall emerge once more. The various forbidden zones began to converse, each wary of the others, akin to a dark forest where none dared to make the first move. Following their discussions, they dispersed, intent on waiting for a more opportune moment. Wang Ling, having locked onto the essence of 5 supreme beings, sought to trace their paths and mark them, but upon entering the Forbidden Zone, his divine awareness was severed. The Forbidden Zone is shrouded in mystery, its laws forcibly isolating it from the 3,000 states. Even the second-generation emperor remains incapable of probing its depths. The master of the Forbidden Zone, a figure of great secrecy, has become a taboo entity, exceedingly difficult to contend with. He recalled the burial emperor who had once clashed within the burial grounds Forbidden Zone, concealed within a coffin, exuding a terrifying pressure. This was a being who had lived 3 lifetimes, having personally transformed a Forbidden Zone that now lay steeped in a suffocating gloom, as if enshrouded by malevolent energy. Wait a moment. Wang Ling turned his gaze toward the 9-fold celestial spirit coffin, which had undergone a transformation. Intricate patterns of the Great Path adorned its interior. He recognized a particular pattern, evoking a sense of familiarity. Then, with a flicker, Wang Ling re-entered the burial grounds Forbidden Zone. As for the peculiar realm before him, a cunning plan began to formulate in his mind. His actions instantly captured the attention of the supreme beings from the various forbidden zones within the 3,000 states, awakening them to speculate on his intentions. Could the Immaculate Emperor of this era be preparing to confront the Forbidden Zone? Tension thickened in the burial grounds Forbidden Zone, and the previously vacant Kirin Ancient, now seized by fear, trembled as he shouted, "Father!" Boom! A supreme aura descended, and the Kirin Ancient Emperor swiftly shielded his son, exclaiming, "Have you come seeking vengeance? If so, I shall stand against you." However, Wang Ling did not spare him a glance. Under the watchful eyes of the supreme beings of the burial ground, he approached a mountain range, which appeared to be incomplete, severed by some unknown force, bearing the scars of time and an ominous, chilling energy. It resembled Mount Luofu, a hill from the ancient underworld revered alongside the celestial court of Yur. Wang Ling pondered deeply. Initially, he had merely sensed something amiss about this mountain. Now, upon revisiting, he could ascertain that it was indeed the Mount Luofu recorded in ancient texts. He bore no intention of combat. The Supremes of the burial ground refrained from initiating an attack, yet remained vigilant, unwilling to expend their vital essence unnecessarily. As long as they did not provoke him, he could proceed unimpeded. The figure within the coffin deep in the burial ground had fallen silent again after uttering a sound. His purpose for coming today was primarily to unravel the mystery behind the enduring presence of the 3,000 Dao provinces within the Forbidden Zone. Should anyone obstruct him, Wang Ling would not hesitate to engage in battle. However, if he sought to depart, these Supremes would find it challenging to detain him. Of course, extinguishing a Forbidden Zone was a feat beyond his capabilities, even with his imperial prowess attained in a previous life. Once upon a time, the Supreme Ling Tian defied fate to live 3 lifetimes, managing to eliminate over 10 Supremes, yet he lacked the strength to obliterate a Forbidden Zone. After leaving the burial ground, he arrived at the City of the Undying, a solitary city suspended in midair, perpetually exuding a dense aura of death, reminiscent of the burial ground. Upon the city walls, numerous headless knights patrolled, each a quasi-emperor in strength. Below the city, a monk was reciting scriptures amidst the thick, oppressive darkness, the faint glow of his Buddhist light strikingly bright against the overwhelming blackness. Flanking him were 2 knights, unlike those on the walls. These guardians bore the luminous light of enlightenment and were also bald. As the chanting resonated, wisps of souls occasionally broke free from their bonds, transcending in devotion. transforming into beams of light that soared across the vast expanse, reaching various locales within the 3,000 Dao provinces. It was said among the folk of the provinces that departed loved ones would transform into starlight, leaving traces in the sky. The emperor of the Xian, Du, had arrived, and the humble monk acknowledged him with a bow. Wang Ling nodded in return. Regarding the ancient Buddha of the afterlife, are you attempting to liberate the entire city of the undying? Such an endeavor seemed rather absurd. How would one know without attempting? Even if I were to sit in meditation here, or be suppressed by the city's master, I would still come to liberate them after passing on. Life after life in repetition, there will inevitably be one existence that achieves their liberation, will there not? The ancient Buddha of the afterlife smiled gently, offering his explanation. Such a Herculean task was spoken of so lightly by him. Wang Ling understood. This monk seemed to have a profound connection with the city of the undying. Or perhaps this was the path he was destined to tread? Wang Ling did not comprehend fully, yet he held a deep respect for the monk. Within the city of the undying, an atmosphere of imminent danger enveloped the air as the headless knights retreated, while more figures cloaked in black mist emerged from the walls, stealthily observing all that transpired outside. Meanwhile, beneath the city, the ancient Buddha of the afterlife continued his recitation, while Wang Ling meticulously scrutinized the cityscape. The City of Immortality is suspected to be a celestial palace within the ancient underworld. The celestial palace of Absolute Ein was transported from the cosmic chaos by an unparalleled emperor who transcended the heavens, establishing the City of Immortality and declaring himself its sovereign. The ancient Buddha of rebirth slowly opened his mouth, revealing the truths he had come to know. As Wang Ling learned the answers he sought and was about to depart, he abruptly turned and launched an assault. Buzz! A radiant light emanated from Wang Ling, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, while the galaxies quivered in response. His formidable presence seemed poised to engulf everything, and the terrifying laws of the universe cleaved through the oppressive aura of death, forging a path toward the City of Immortality. The supreme beings of the City of Immortality braced themselves for battle, sensing the imminent threat. The entire city began to whirl, and a dense fog of death obscured the starry sky. The ancient Buddha of rebirth, now unsettled, spoke. Emperor Xuandu, this City of Immortality is mine to ponder over. May I savor it at my leisure? Wang Ling nodded in agreement, hastily concluded his endeavor, and departed without a backward glance. A voice echoed in the ancient Buddha's ears. I have acted. If you deny me the chance to strike, our fates are now intertwined. The ancient Buddha had calculated that many prodigies would become half-guardians along their paths, leaving behind their destinies. He had initially intended to seek assistance from Wang Ling in times of great need, but now he realized the depths of Wang Ling's cunning. Wang Ling was disinclined to dwell on the ancient Buddha's true intentions. He sensed that this ancient figure was far from the simple facade he presented. He wished to sever their fates today, considering it a resolution of the debt incurred during their resistance against the supreme battle. In the days that followed, he traversed the divine tomb, the abyssal lake, the blood mine forbidden zone, and the ancient spirit forbidden zone, leaving traces of blood in these restricted areas. The reason for calling them bloodstains is that he had actively engaged in combat within these zones, eager to test the depths of their mysteries. However, he never anticipated the unexpected gains that would ensue. The Supremes of the Tomb Forbidden Zone received inquiries from other forbidden areas. The Emperor of this era has traversed few forbidden zones. Yet why did he unleash his fury upon us, leaving only footprints in your tomb, Forbidden Zone, without a trace of blood? Moreover, you, ancient Kirin Emperor, your son bears a grudge against Emperor Xuandu, yet he refrained from attacking you. Something must be amiss. The ancient Kirin Emperor, bewildered by the accusations, countered amidst the chaos. If you question me, who shall I question in return? Are you conspiring with this era's emperor in secret? Faced with the deluge of inquiries, the Tomb Forbidden Zone's guardians were left in a state of confusion. This era's Emperor Xuandu is far too cunning. Meanwhile, Wang Ling returned to the small world within the boundless sea, where he unraveled the enigmas of the Forbidden Zones. Chapter 43. As the newly ascended emperor seeks to live out his next life, has he truly discovered the method? In the burial grounds, the enigmatic Mount Luofu, originating from the ancient underworld, looms. The undying city and the palace of Absolute Yin, within the ancient underworld, serve as the dwelling place of a ghostly sovereign. The divine tomb, a venerable tower reduced to merely its apex, is safeguarded by its master. The lake of fallen immortals, shrouded in legend, is said to have witnessed the descent of celestial beings. As Wang Ling ventured forth, he scarcely glimpsed a severed arm. In the blood-mine forbidden zone lies a jade bed, concealed deep within the ancient mining grounds, its origins steeped in mystery. The ancient spirit forbidden zone harbors a broken sword, remarkable in nature, suspected to have plummeted from the realm of the immortals. Through diligent exploration, Wang Ling discerned that these relics did not belong to the 3,000 Dao provinces. Rather, they had been transported from beyond by the formidable sovereigns of these forbidden zones. Thus, the various forbidden zones established a distinct paradigm of the great Dao, isolating the principles of the 3,000 Dao provinces. They rely on these artifacts to persist within the confines of their realms. Wang Ling comprehended that the entirety of the 3,000 Dao provinces resembled a historical dynasty, where emperors rose and fell over millennia, and the supreme beings resembled the lords of various lands. The already independent vassals survived by appropriating divine objects from the chaos, while occasionally drawing upon the essence of living beings. The Dao ascending emperors, having received the recognition of the great Dao's celestial seal, found themselves bound by its regulations, unable to act against the myriad souls of the 3,000 Dao provinces. The previous emperor who dared to strike against the countless beings of the provinces faced dire consequences. Swiftly stripped of his great Dao mark, subjected to a relentless retribution, barely escaping with his life from the cataclysmic backlash of the great Dao's laws. Thus, upon ascending to the throne, emperors inherently stand in opposition to the sovereigns of the forbidden zones. Yet now, Wang Ling recognized that his power remained insufficient to decisively eliminate the various forbidden zones. With a clear self-awareness, he reflected upon his past life, which served as a perfect template for his current self. In his previous incarnation as an emperor, he was brimming with youthful vigor and recklessness, charging into the forbidden zones, only to be besieged from all sides, his vitality drained. Ultimately, he lived for a mere 8,000 years, earning the title of the weakest emperor. In this lifetime, though his strength has notably increased and his vitality surged, he resolved to proceed with caution, avoiding the pitfalls of his former path. Wang Ling believed that as long as he continued to live, he could instill dread in the sovereigns of the forbidden zones. If he endured long enough, it was not inconceivable that he might outlast a few of them. After him, no one else could ascend to emperorship. The supreme beings could not be reborn, and depleting one would suffice. He gazed at the eye within the secret realm, suppressing the urge to venture forth once more. The ancient sovereign who defied fate to attain 3 lifetimes. Who could contend with such a being, unless the heavenly emperor were to return? Alternatively, he could lure the masters of the forbidden zones into conflict, inciting them to turn upon one another. Wang Ling found this scheme plausible, yet shook his head. As masters of the forbidden zones, each one was exceedingly prudent, biding their time for the path to immortality, unless he believes that this place is the path to immortality. Wang Ling smiled, considering it worth a try. After all, success depends on one's efforts. If he were to succeed, even if the Lord of the Forbidden Zone did not arrive, ensnaring a supreme would still be a triumph. I desire longevity. I long to endure. It is time to devise a way to live out my third life. If the White God King were still present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. You have only been an emperor for less than 3,000 years, and you already yearn to experience your third life? Do you not wish to savor the pleasures of being an emperor? Ahem, just take the 9-fold immortal spirit coffin for a leisurely excursion within the eye. Do not delve too deeply. Merely invoking the ethereal aura will suffice, leaving a trace behind. You are quite cunning, seeking to ensnare others. I find it delightful. I shall begin my preparations to live out my third life. You are remarkably prudent. This system has indeed chosen the right person. Within the second layer of the coffin lies a method for you to attain your third life. After conversing with Brother Tongzi, Wang Ling promptly reclined within the coffin. If he could lie still for 10,000 years and thus achieve his third life, how splendid that would be. The essence lies in the simplicity of the great path. Alas, Brother Tongzi, why do you remain silent? Without receiving a response from Brother Tongzi, Wang Ling realized that the prospect of simplicity in the great path was dwindling. Thus, lying in the coffin, he began to reassess the intricate carvings of the Tao patterns before him when suddenly a peculiar force materialized. Upon opening his eyes again, Wang Ling found himself before a mountain. Gazing into the distance, ancient structures were interconnected, with humans, beasts, demons, and myriad beings flourishing, transforming into radiant rainbows, all hastening towards a singular direction. Ahead lay a small island, bathed in resplendent light, with celestial radiance pouring forth. Hey, are you here to listen to the teachings of the immortal sovereign? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, or you'll miss your seat. Wang Ling turned, only to see an animal with its mouth wide open, croaking at him. A toad? The creature, upon hearing this, widened its eyes like brass bells. You are the toad. Your entire family is comprised of toads. I'm a frog, named Prince, the croaking frog. The immortal sovereign has said to repay grievances with virtue. I shall not hold your words against you. Wang Ling was filled with questions. The teachings of the immortal sovereign. Yes, indeed. The extent of understanding depends on one's own enlightenment. The frog hopped away, bouncing with each leap. Wang Ling, astonished, realized he had touched the Tao patterns within the coffin. Leading him into this scene, he strode forward, arriving at the island, where an overwhelming number of listeners gathered, representing a plethora of races, epitomizing inclusivity in education. At the center of the island, a vague figure, indistinct yet clad in a black robe, floated in mid-air, with celestial light cascading behind him. Just as he was about to speak amidst the crowd's gaze, he suddenly sensed something, turning abruptly to look at Wang Ling. His deep voice tinged with surprise as he spoke, a listener from another space-time. Quite intriguing, quite intriguing. With that, he flicked his fingers towards Wang Ling, who felt as though he were suddenly bound by an unseen force. At the moment when Wang Ling, lying in the coffin, suddenly opened his eyes, his form vanished from the small island. Was everything that had just transpired merely an illusion? Yet why did it feel so tangible? It was simply too dreamlike. Wang Ling was certain that the enigmatic teacher was an immortal, capable of effortlessly restraining emperors. The 3,000 realms of Tao might easily succumb to his command. How terrifying! Was the reality of immortals truly this formidable? Wang Ling felt a lingering dread. Wait, what is this? He distinctly sensed a surge of profound truths emerging in his mind, and as these truths evolved, a formation materialized before him. Though incomplete, the formation exuded an unparalleled murderous intent and bore the power of sacrifice. The true self-killing array of the four symbols. I have been imparted wisdom from afar. However, this killing array is not yet perfect. It requires my continual evolution and the discovery of its true essence to reach its utmost potential. Wang Ling's eyes brimmed with hope. Is this the method to defy fate and live a third life? Chapter 44. All is ready. Sweep through every forbidden zone. The Supreme Hunt. Wang Ling sat in solitude for a millennium, continuously evolving myriad paths, as the grand Tao reverberated through this ancient star domain, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena. The deeper he delved into his calculations, the more formidable the four symbols' true self-killing array became, instilling a growing sense of awe within him. He meticulously unraveled its intricacies, akin to engaging in a puzzle, which captivated him and drew him deeper into understanding this intricate formation. Over the years, the ninefold celestial spirit coffin followed Wang Ling's intentions, occasionally emitting wisps of celestial aura, seeking to attract the attention of the supreme beings from the 3,000 forbidden zones. Wang Ling's strategy was straightforward. Recognizing the strangeness of the enigmatic realms, he aimed to draw these supremes into the fray, compelling them to confront the eternal ancient emperor ensnared by the bizarre. Indeed, his efforts bore fruit. Throughout this millennium, he could distinctly sense the presence of the Forbidden Zone Supremes manifesting within this lost ancient star domain, albeit fleetingly. It was evident that the Supremes, who had managed to survive countless lifetimes, exercised great caution. They were astute, elusive, and far from easy to deceive. Wang Ling mused, mentally preparing himself. His approach hinged on patience, while the Supremes sought certainty. Nonetheless, the results were promising. The bait had been cast, and the fish were taking notice. This was the most encouraging sign. Once they were thoroughly convinced, they would pounce with fervor, and that would signal the opportune moment for him to net them. Net? Indeed, like a mantis stalking a cicada with a hidden sparrow behind, Wang Ling intended to hunt the Supremes. Time slipped by, and another millennium passed. To avoid arousing suspicion among the Forbidden Zone Supremes, the ninefold celestial spirit coffin only released the celestial aura twice. The first instance attracted the essence of 5 Supremes, who upon their arrival dissipated instantly. Acting with utmost caution to evade the machinations of the contemporary emperors and avoid becoming prey. In the second instance, while immersed in his calculations, Wang Ling was suddenly awakened. For this time, not only did the aura of a Supreme appear, but also the presence of forbidden entities seeking to probe the depths. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he managed to discern the essence distinctly. Yet, identifying the source remained elusive. Had he finally captured the attention of the Forbidden Zone Lord? Excellent. After 2 millennia of the cyclical passage of time, Wang Ling emerged from his reverie, and the entire ancient star domain began to hum and tremble under the overwhelming might of emperors pressing in from all directions. The 4 symbols' true self-killing array. It still required the involvement of Supremes. Slaughter. Sacrifice. It turned out they held the key. Today, I have comprehended this. I seek to defy fate and live a third life. Wang Ling's gaze was fierce and bloodthirsty. Without hesitation, he resolved to act decisively, shedding his previous reticence. Henceforth, he would traverse the 3,000 Tao states, orchestrating a peerless killing array, in search of the necessary materials for the formation, exhibiting an undeniable aura of dominance. Wang Ling descended upon the burial grounds Forbidden Zone, seizing the ancient Qilin with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. I demand Qilin blood. Will the Qilin ancient emperor willingly shed blood to save his child, or shall I drain every drop from your son? His entire blood supply is sufficient to yield a single drop of Qilin blood, which is quite suitable. Lin Gu was grasped by the Imperator Wuxia, as if he were a mere chick. The overwhelming oppressive force emanating from Wuxia was akin to standing on the edge of an abyss, rendering Lin Gu's legs weak. A sense of frustration welled within him, tears cascading down his face. He felt as though fate had relentlessly targeted him over the years, subjected to constant humiliation and oppression. Life had become unbearably painful. As the Imperator Wuxia, must you stoop so low as to bully others? Xuandu the Great, have you not gone too far? The bell atop Lin Gu's head jingled, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him, as he yearned to confront the Imperator Wuxia. Boom! Wang Ling, uninterested in further discourse, unleashed the profound essence of the Xuandu ancient hall, which had been refined over 2 millennia to condense the myriad sources of the universe, directly suppressing with the bell. Very well, I shall grant you a drop of Qilin blood. The expression on Lin Gu's face fluctuated between green and white, ultimately surrendering a drop of his precious blood to save his son. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Ling cast Lin Gu aside, creating a deep crater upon impact. Fulfilling his desire and choosing not to linger, Lin Gu trembled, his face a mask of despair. What sins have I committed to deserve this torment? Always being bullied. The Qilin Emperor, filled with rage, lamented, what sins have I committed to have such a son? He glared in the direction Wang Ling had departed, his visage fierce. This grudge shall surely be avenged. Meanwhile, Wang Ling had arrived at the divine tomb, seeking the Panlong stone within. It was said that this stone was formed from the dissipated essence of the divine dragon, transforming into a mountain. In a previous life, he had fought fiercely in the blood mine, Forbidden Zone, shedding blood therein. In this life, upon his arrival, he wasted no time. The laws of the great Tao pressed towards the blood mine, driven by a singular purpose, to act. Wang Ling, brimming with vigor, infused his fists with true intent. manifesting supreme methods that tore through the eerie pathways shrouded by jade-like beds. His entire being radiated light, exuding an unparalleled divine power as spells and secret arts coalesced. The atmosphere thick with chaotic energy and murderous intent, as if he were on the verge of recreating the universe itself, threatening to shatter the very fabric of the Bloodmines realm. Xuandu the Great, what is it that you desire? I can fulfill it, spoke the master of the Forbidden Zone within the Bloodmine. Wang Ling smiled knowingly. Having confirmed that the one who had once gazed upon the lost ancient star domain was indeed this master of the Divine Tomb's Forbidden Zone. The Panlong Stone, Wang Ling declared imperiously, leaving no room for debate. After a prolonged silence, the master of the Bloodmine's Forbidden Zone responded, "Very well, I shall grant it to you. The consequences of today shall surely be settled in the future within my Bloodmine's domain. Await my call." Wang Ling scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. Having achieved his goal, he chose not to linger and subsequently descended into the Divine Tomb, shouting imperiously, "Master of the Divine Tomb, come forth." He spent 5 centuries traversing the various forbidden zones across the 3,000 states, engaging in numerous battles. Most of the forbidden zones understood Wang Ling's intentions. He did not come to obliterate them, nor to instigate conflict with the formidable imperators, and thus willingly surrendered the items he sought. Nevertheless, his actions had inevitably garnered the ire of all the forbidden zones. In the prime of his life, the Emperor of Perfection treats us, the denizens of the forbidden zones, with such disdain. Does he not fear the retribution that may come in his twilight years? Throughout history, no emperor has behaved in such a manner, akin to signing a treaty and paying reparations. I too was once an invincible force in this world, and I cannot swallow this affront. I shall continue to lie in wait, for there will come a day when even the fiercest tiger must rest. On that day, we shall hunt the emperor. Within the burial grounds of the Forbidden Zones, the ancient Kirin Emperor sensed that all the forbidden realms had been swept through by the Emperor of the mysterious capital. Instantly, a sense of calm washed over him, restoring his equilibrium. He could not help but sneer repeatedly. This era's emperor is truly foolish, having offended all the Forbidden Zones. His later years are bound to be fraught with suffering. At that moment, I too shall seize the opportunity for vengeance. The supreme being of the Forbidden Zones remained in hiding, intent on finding the right moment to hunt the royal mausoleum. By chance, the royal mausoleum was traversing the desolate edges of the universe at that very moment. After 5 centuries of diligent effort, he had finally gathered all the materials required for the 4 symbols true self-killing formation, with the same intention of hunting the supreme being of the Forbidden Zones. Chapter 45, The Hunt. In this life, I shall feast upon the supreme of the Forbidden Zone. As for the location of the hunt, Wang Ling had made his choice, the lost ancient star domain. This place is unique, capable of self-restoration, even if reduced to mere shards. It can gradually mend itself over the passage of time. Wang Ling meticulously placed all the materials he had gathered throughout the ancient star domain, and after 521 years, he positioned the various array nodes and stones. With a mere thought, he could activate this deadly formation. Everything was prepared, only awaiting the arrival of the east wind. Wang Ling murmured to himself. Suddenly, he gazed into the void well, where new movements emerged. The Wang family's little moon had gained the upper hand, the crescent moon growing ever brighter, silently proclaiming, "I desire not ascendance, but vengeance for my ancestor." This was her conviction, and it was through this belief that she could traverse the world in her mortal form, stepping over the corpses and bones of her companions to ascend the path of the extraordinary. What ancestor? Do you mean the Emperor of Tianyuan? As far as I know, he is utterly useless. The hidden Taiyin Emperor, sensing her indomitable spirit, continuously disrupted her, aiming to throw Wang Yu into disarray, thus facilitating a counterattack. Suddenly, a formidable pressure descended upon the well, dimming the radiance of the Taiyin Emperor, while the concealed palace emitted a low hum, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "You, Xuandu Emperor, I have not provoked you this time. Why must you interfere in our conflict?" The Taiyin Emperor furrowed her brow, though inwardly she was quite anxious, feigning calmness as she spoke. The palace had suffered several severe cracks, her power once again diminished. This is terrifying. If this continues, it shall inevitably fall. Speak no more, or I shall seal you forever. Wang Ling harbored no compassion, striking with ruthless intent. Upon hearing no further words from the Tian emperor, he withdrew the laws of the great Tao. After Wang Ling departed, the Tian emperor felt a profound sense of frustration, longing to escape the void well, wishing that this life as emperor would remain far away. She chose to compromise, slowly suggesting, Wang Yu, shall we strike a deal? This body shall belong to us half and half. You may have it by day, and I by night. Thus we both benefit, and there is no need to remain imprisoned within the void well. Once the Xuandu emperor falls, we shall ascend together. Another has found an alternative path to transcendence. A radiant light pierced through the ancient skies, in the desolate edges of the universe. A figure transformed into a blazing phoenix, flames roaring, threatening to melt the entire starry expanse. A cry resonated throughout the vastness, and from it emerged a woman, Hua Wuqing. Wang Ling, sensing a presence, gazed into the distance, intentionally drawing Hua Wuqing to this lost ancient star domain. Should I call you the Xuandu Emperor, or should I refer to you as the Tianyuan Emperor? Should I call you Wang Ling, or shall I name you Xuandu? Hua Wuqing approached, exuding an aura of lethal intent, her long, slender legs, exquisitely beautiful beneath her white, gauzy attire, now radiated a sense of deadly grace. She has concealed herself for countless lifetimes, only to discover that the potency of the divine source has waned, even showing signs of aging, a reality she finds hard to accept. She understands that she can no longer wait, nor can she anticipate continuing her path to enlightenment in the next life. With the assistance of the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal, she is compelled to choose an alternative route. Now, having achieved an unconventional form of enlightenment, she rushes to seek out Wang Ling, vowing to release the pent-up fury within her heart. Hua Wuqing's phoenix eyes blaze with anger, her pearly white teeth biting into her crimson lips, radiating a fiery red aura. A blazing phoenix unfurls its wings behind her, illuminating the sky with its brilliant flames. The divine wings of the fire phoenix tear through the heavens and the earth. With a resounding clang, she strikes first, her Taoist weapon, a jade sword, transforming into a fiery crimson hue, imbued with indomitable flames that cleave through the boundless expanse. What a fortuitous turn of events! Wang Ling feels an overwhelming joy, having been troubled about how to attract a supreme being's attention, only to find that a pillow has conveniently arrived as he dozed off. The clash between the two may well provoke the Supreme to intervene. The unparalleled killing formation is set, and his anticipation is palpable. With a metallic ring, Wang Ling rises to the challenge, activating the ancient palace of Xiandu. The supreme imperial weapon, imbued with unmatched imperial energy, erupts with a thunderous force, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the celestial realm collapses, and the rivers of stars are severed. Has another unconventional enlightened being emerged among the 3,000 Tao states? Just as the white god king departs, another Hua Wuqing arises, and they are both of the human race. Wait, something feels amiss. They are in combat, and Hua Wuqing holds a grave grudge against the Emperor of Xian. It comes to mind that during the battle for enlightenment, the Emperor snatched away Hua Wuqing's Tao fruit. Such a monumental enmity. This presents an excellent opportunity. We could secretly observe and then strike together, ensuring the Emperor's blood is spilled. Yes, just a little longer. Sensing that a supreme being has begun to spy on them, Wang Ling's heart stirs. Are they finally coming? However, at that moment, Hua Wuqing, who was engaged in battle with him, suddenly halts. She stands suspended in the void and proclaims loudly to the supreme being lurking in the shadows. If you dare to seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack, I shall retaliate fiercely. Upon her declaration, the aura of those supreme beings dissipates, retreating back into the forbidden zone. Wang Ling is taken aback. What? Noticing his astonishment, Hua Wuqing formally explains, though we have our grievances, they are but internal conflicts. If these supreme beings dare to pry, we must first cease our hostilities and suppress them. Dear lady, O ancient celestial maiden, do you realize you have jeopardized my grand plans? Wang Ling laments, very well then, let us resolve our internal strife. This time, he no longer holds back. He strikes decisively, leveraging his physical strength to sweep away all obstacles, closing in on Hua Wuqing for close combat. Hua Wuqing's physical power is not formidable. She merely seeks to distance herself from Wang Ling. However, once ensnared by him, escape becomes an arduous task. The consequence of her inability to break free is a relentless shedding of garments. Wang Ling, with sweeping hands, frequently strips away her clothing. No more fighting. We shall continue later. Originally intended to vent my frustrations, the more I fought, the more distressed I became. Hua Wuqing had painstakingly distanced herself from him and quickly sought to cease hostilities, her hands crossed protectively over her chest, her face a mask of sorrow and indignation. Wang Ling grasped a piece of gauzy fabric, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed as you wish. We shall resume our conflict after you have donned your attire. Amit, we will fight again later, not merely after you put on your clothes. Hua Wuqing, feeling humiliated and enraged, tore open a rift in space and retreated to her own little world, growing increasingly irate. Sighing repeatedly, the disparity between an unconventional path seeker and the flawless emperor is still vast. I cannot prevail, and that scoundrel employs two insidious tactics. She retrieved the Xian Huang Phoenix crystal, gazing at the cosmic essence within, murmuring to herself, if I could completely refine this item, perhaps I could rival the emperor. That old fairy has thwarted my good intentions. Wang Ling preserved the thin garment, deeming it worthy of remembrance. He calmed his mind and plotted once more to hunt the Supreme. This time, he resolved to serve as bait, to immerse himself in the fray. Wang Ling hesitated no longer, stepping into the bizarre realm with a ninefold celestial spirit coffin. Had the emperor's aura truly vanished? For a full millennium, within the 3,000 Dao states, the presence of the Xiandu emperor had not been felt. The Supremes in the Forbidden Zones tentatively sought the emperor's aura, hoping to trace Wang Ling's whereabouts. Indeed, it had disappeared. Even Hua Wuqing, awakened from her cultivation, murmured, "Where has Wang Ling gone? Has something occurred?" Worry etched across her features. The emperor's aura had indeed faded. Should we not instigate the apocalyptic bloodshed? With only one unconventional path seeker, we could not be thwarted. The Forbidden Zones spoke eagerly, displaying impatience. Yet at that moment, Wang Ling's aura returned once more. Many peered intently, discovering the emperor re-emerging in the lost ancient star domain, drenched in blood, his form withered, seemingly gravely injured in the path of the great Tao. Wang Ling once again entered the strange land, engaging in a bloody battle against bizarre forces, all the while seeking to uncover more of the territory. He found this peculiar realm to be vast, making even the emperor's body struggle to advance. The abundance of strange substances forced him to halt. Though perilous, he was nonetheless detected by the eternal ancient emperor, who struck. This time, Wang Ling decisively engaged, but after a brief skirmish, he quickly retreated, leading to the scene of his bloodied return. Brother Tongzi, do I appear convincing? This time, I've truly invested heavily. Wang Ling mused, feeling the weight of many scrutinizing gazes upon him. Indeed, it proved effective. After all, you have experience from your past life. Brother Tongzi's words left Wang Ling in a state of bittersweet amusement, a pang of heartache striking deep. Hua Wuqing, sensing something amiss, recalled the time of Wang Ling's first life, when he returned from the desolate edges of the universe, his body in dire straits. Her concern deepened. Wang Ling, have you embarked upon the same path as in your first life? In your twilight years, you may face an onslaught from the Supremes. Now, she has transformed into an extraordinary figure, her strength significantly enhanced compared to before. With a sigh, she remarked, this time, the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone seem poised to act collectively against you. It is far more perilous than in the last life. An excellent opportunity has arisen. The Emperor of Imperfections appears to have suffered damage to his great path. Consequently, his lifespan will undoubtedly be curtailed. The vigor of the current emperor has waned, lacking the gallant spirit of yesteryears. he is on the precipice of his twilight years. Ha! Our chance has arrived. This time, I too shall bathe in imperial blood. Let us proceed with caution. There is no need to rush. We shall wait. Until the emperor's old age, we will strike together, allowing this emperor to bleed across the starry sky. In this life, he has offended all the forbidden zones, and numerous supremes intend to jointly hunt the emperor, leading to a fate likely more tragic than that of the heavenly origin emperor in the previous life. The heavenly origin emperor was dubbed the weakest in history. This time, he shall not be alone. These old guardians of the forbidden zone are excessively cautious. Wang Ling was left speechless. Will they not take action? Then let us endure. Wang Ling chose to remain silent until the 10,000 years of the Xiandu emperor. The imprint of the heavenly heart of the Great Path suddenly emitted a wailing sound, beginning to resonate throughout the 3,000 Dao states. In the 3,000 Dao states, life forms have undergone numerous cycles. Those sacred lands and unparalleled sects have been replaced after their annihilation. What a pity! If this emperor had not suffered damage to his foundation of the Dao, relying on his immense vitality, living for 12,000 years should not pose a problem. New powers are rising in succession, all observing the movements of this emperor, wondering if he can transcend into the next life. Should the emperor fall silent, the imprint of the Great Path will once again blossom, rekindling the strife of the Great Path. Throughout the 3,000 Dao states, there's a collective sense. Has this emperor entered his twilight? In the Forbidden Zone, many supremes' consciousnesses began to covet the 3,000 Dao states, their greed palpable. Each one eyeing the aging emperor of this life, eager to act. This is a combined chapter. I will strive to increase the updates and quicken the pace for a more exhilarating experience. Remember to support the love. Chapter 46. The Four Supreme Beings Strike. Wang Ling, are you all bewildered? In the twilight years of the emperor, you have offended too many taboo areas in this life. They are all lurking in the shadows, eager to bathe in the blood of the emperor. Hua Wuqing is uncertain about when she will arrive. Observing the aged Wang Ling before her, a stark contrast to her own vibrant beauty. The defiant Wang Ling, who has lived a second life against the odds, could easily continue to conceal himself or seek the traces of immortality. There would always be a way to live a third life. Yet, why does he choose to make enemies with so many taboo areas? She finds it difficult to comprehend. With a complex expression, she gazes at the man before her, her red lips parting as she speaks. In this life, I have attained an alternative path, and I can help you delay one supreme being. But no, I intend to hunt the supremes. Do not disrupt my plans again. A wave of anxiety washes over Wang Ling as he thinks to himself. Some matters are simply too sensitive to articulate, and he does not wish for Hua Wuqing to be involved. After pondering, he casually gestures, retrieving an item from his small world and presenting it to Hua Wuqing with a smile. This item is returned to you, Flower Fairy. A rare blush graces Hua Wuqing's delicate face. The item is a piece of her close-fitting attire, previously torn by Wang Ling during their close combat. Now, he produces it at this moment, inciting her ire. You truly are infuriating. I almost wish to strike at you in your twilight years. With that, she turns to leave, exasperated. How vexing. Seeing her storm away in anger, Wang Ling breathes a sigh of relief. It seems his actions have had some effect. However, to be safe, he waves the torn garment in his hand. Fear not, Flower Fairy. I shall take it with me to the coffin. While Wuqing shudders, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. Meanwhile, in the realm of the 3,000 Dao states, numerous prodigies have emerged once more, including a notable member of the Wang family imperial clan, who has also aged in this life, though he has secluded himself within the divine source. Lacking any special material protection, he ultimately cannot escape the ravages of time. His dual pupils are exceptional, capable of piercing through the void, clearly perceiving the changes of the emperor in this life, unaffected by the backlash of the Great Dao's rules. What is the current state of the emperor in this life? Ancestor Wang Tong, please share with us swiftly. Will he defy fate and live a second life? Have any supremes already begun to lurk, contemplating an attack on the Xiandu emperor? Ancestor Wang Tong, why are you in a daze? Please enlighten us, your juniors. In the grand sacred city of Central State, a multitude of forces from the 3,000 Tao states have gathered. Within a certain residence, an extraordinary sect closely allied with the Wang imperial clan convenes with the sacred land, all eyes fixed on Wang Tong, their words laced with urgency. Listening to the persistent calls for his attention, Wang Tong cannot help but smile wryly. The once illustrious prodigies, awakened from their divine source, are merely seeking him to relay the late-life circumstances of the Xiandu Emperor. Yet, one cannot blame them. Ever since the Xiandu Emperor ascended, the foundational strength of the various forces across the 3,000 Tao states has succumbed to the passage of time, fading into the annals of history. Moreover, following his ascension to the throne, the spiritual essence of the 3,000 Tao regions began to wane, with only a handful of individuals attaining the quasi-emperor realm, let alone reaching the 9th tier. This phenomenon piqued Wang Tong's curiosity. After all, the Xiandu Emperor had merely achieved his imperial status in one lifetime. Yet the fundamental rules governing the 3,000 Tao regions had undergone such a remarkable transformation. As one of the few venerable ancestors, he had employed his dual pupils to pierce the veil of the void in search of the truth. Yet even as a wielder of dual sight, he remained unable to discern the obscured mists. However, one thing was certain. The Wang family as emperor had indeed flourished, evolving into a formidable power, with the entirety of the central continent nearing a state of monolithic control under the Wang family's influence. Reflecting on the Xiandu Emperor, Wang Tong recalled the moment he was rescued by this emperor, reminiscent of his own experiences in the past. Suddenly, Wang Tong sensed something amiss. With his flowing white hair and rotating dual pupils, he began to announce, "In the twilight years of the Xiandu Emperor, a supreme being has made their move." This proclamation elicited a stir among those present. The twilight years of an emperor being coveted by a supreme entity. This era was no exception. Alas, such is the fate of aging emperors, those who meet a peaceful and often engage in clandestine dealings with the forbidden zones. Would this generation's emperor tread the same path as the Tianjiao Emperor? At that moment, Wang Tong continued, "Not just one supreme being, but multiple supreme presences seem to have descended, appearing to hunt the aging emperor." The instant these words left his lips, the hearts of those gathered were gripped with trepidation. Multiple supremes acting together? It was over. This generation's emperor might endure a fate even more tragic than that of the Tianjiao Emperor. Boom! In the ancient star domain, a supreme forcefully tore through the barriers of the star realm, a green dragon coiling behind them. Wang Ling recognized this formidable figure as a giant of the demon clan. Having ascended to emperor status long ago, revered as the Crimson Dragon Emperor after achieving his imperial title, he hailed from the forbidden area known as the Fallen Immortal Sea, and his voice resonated with supreme intimidation. "Xiandu Emperor, today you shall be entombed in this ancient star domain." "Is that all you have?" Wang Ling scoffed. Although the Crimson Dragon Emperor possessed true dragon bloodline, his bloodthirsty nature post-ascension had not allowed him to live a second life. In this current state, he had merely become a pawn of the forbidden zones, unworthy of Wang Ling's concern. "And I as well." Before he was seen, a thunderous voice reverberated through the ancient star domain, as a figure of profound aura tore through the fabric of space. He gazed at Wang Ling. "Xiandu Emperor, your rigidity makes you prone to breakage. Your brilliance is too overwhelming. In your prime, you compelled many forbidden zones with the might of the Tao. Surely you must have considered the consequences in your twilight years?" The Radiant Light Emperor, once the sovereign of the Radiant Light Holy Land, had defied the heavens to attain a second life. It was unexpected that this human emperor, too, in his later years, would choose self-immolation, hiding within the forbidden zone. Now, he intended to act in the twilight years of another human emperor, burying him in the process. During the era of the Tianjiao Emperor, an unparalleled supreme had instigated chaos, reaping the lives across the 3,000 Tao regions. It must have been you, Radiant Light Emperor. Wang Ling had previously ventured to investigate, and upon sensing this aura once more, he finally made the connection. The path is indeed a road, and I have embarked upon this journey. inevitably destined to traverse it to the very end. The sovereign of radiant light stands proudly, devoid of regret, and he turns to urge, since we are all gathered here, let us cease concealing our auras and swiftly act together to siphon the last remnants of his imperial essence. Within the sacred land of radiant light, someone recognized this revered sovereign and instantly flushed with embarrassment. Quickly, remove his portrait. It is a disgrace to the emperor. Hiv hiv hiv. Boom, boom. The ancient star domain trembles, as if on the verge of collapse, with two more supreme entities descending. The distant floating imperial city is overturned, and the slumbering guides tumble down like beans spilling from a bamboo tube into the vast starry river. Wang Ling rises to collect their bodies, returning them to the city, and then counts. The four supreme beings, the numbers are sufficient. One among them gazes at Wang Ling in surprise and speaks. You are that esteemed sovereign. Though your renown seems rather obscure, I momentarily failed to recognize you. Ignorant junior, should I reveal my name, it would surely startle you. I am the Emperor of Heavenly Resentment. I almost defied fate to live a second life. The Supreme of Heavenly Resentment bellows. Oh, I am unfamiliar. Wang Ling shakes his head. He points to the two imperial weapons floating above the head of the Supreme of Heavenly Resentment and remarks, those two prominent imperial weapons, due to their lack of fame, are deliberately made conspicuous. Is this your way of seeking recognition? The Supreme of Heavenly Resentment is incensed, at which point the last arrival. The ancient Qilin Emperor speaks up. Ignorant junior, you are unaware of the illustrious name of the Supreme of Heavenly Resentment? No wonder you were once so arrogant. One of the imperial weapons belongs to the Supreme of Golden Demon, a former friend of the Supreme of Heavenly Resentment, who entrusted it to him before his demise, intending to take vengeance in his twilight years. Supreme of Golden Demon, do I have any enmity with him? Wang Ling counters. The Supreme of Heavenly Resentment scoffs. You caused his demise. Wang Ling replies, that is splendid news. The ancient Qilin Emperor squints. Truly, this generation of emperors is oblivious to danger, still daring to harbor grievances at such a juncture. He steps forward, the bell above his head resonating with a demonic melody. When you abducted my son, Lin Gu, to extract my Qilin blood, did you ever consider this day? Hiv hiv hiv. Suddenly, a bizarre laughter echoes through the air. This unexpected sound leaves the ancient Qilin Emperor in bewilderment, wondering, shouldn't this strange, triumphant laughter be mine? Chapter 47. Forging a Sword with Imperial Bones. A heavenly sacrifice to the Supreme. How utterly insane. Hey, hey, hey. Not only the ancient Qilin Emperor, but also the other three Supremes were perplexed, immediately using their divine consciousness to sense the surroundings. Could it be that there are other Supremes lurking in the shadows, wishing to make their grand entrance? However, they swiftly pinpointed the source of the sound, all eyes turning towards the meditating Wang Ling. Ah, it is you, the Xiandu Emperor, a late-stage emperor, surrounded by the four Supremes. What audacity is this laughter? Furthermore, might we inquire, does this sound befit you? We have either unleashed the cataclysmic bloodshed or battled fiercely against the emperors, or even launched surprise attacks on them. This sound is more suited to us. Does it not seem like a mockery of the heavens? Truly outrageous. Meanwhile, in the land of Zhongzhou, Wang Tong, with his dual pupils, discerned the truth and was momentarily stunned by the bizarre cry, instinctively broadcasting, hee hee. This strange sound instantly incited fury among those present. An elderly man with a prominent mustache wore a dark expression. What arrogance! To revel in the hunt of a late-stage sovereign while surrounded by several Supremes. How infuriating! They had all once been great emperors of the 3,000 states, yet now reduced to mere hounds of the forbidden zones, even daring to strike against a late-stage emperor. What merit is there in such pride? This was a quasi-emperor, his status immensely revered, yet regrettably, his vitality had waned significantly. Upon closer inspection, he appeared as a frail elder, yet at this moment he clenched his fists, a spark igniting in his murky eyes, voicing his indignation for the Xiandu Emperor. Their arrogance knows no bounds. They long to eradicate the forbidden zone. These extraordinary sects, with their profound historical legacies, possess ancient texts passed down through generations, and as leaders, they are somewhat aware of the origins of the Forbidden Zone Supremes. Just as these elderly figures stared wide-eyed, seething with rage, Wang Tong turned to clarify. You have misunderstood. The Sound Yi belongs to the Xiandu Emperor. Oh, the group of elders was momentarily taken aback, their minds struggling to comprehend. Even Wang Tong found it difficult to understand. Why would the Xiandu Emperor emit such a triumphant cry while being besieged? Hey, hey, hey! The ancient Kirin Emperor interjected, unable to contain himself. As memories of the time he lost his Kirin blood surged forth, ringing a bell, and he was the first to act, initiating an attack. Your enemy is me. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A figure emerged from the void, cloaked in fiery red battle attire, a sword hovering above her head, illuminating the entire starry expanse in crimson. Hua Wuqi, without a moment's hesitation, launched an assault against the ancient Kirin Emperor. Although the Flower Fairy had yet to attain the status of Emperor, she had embarked on a unique path to enlightenment. Wang Tong observed this scene, sighing inwardly. He had been injured during the Imperial Ascension battle on 2 occasions, shattering his Tao heart, leaving him devoid of aspirations for enlightenment. The alternative path to transcendence remained elusive, and he had relinquished hope. However, even witnessing Hua Wuqi's assistance, Wang Ling still had to confront the 3 Supremes alone, making victory exceedingly difficult. After all, she was merely an ally. What merit was there in your triumphant laughter? Moreover, Hua Wuqi is merely an unconventional path seeker, capable at most of restraining a single supreme being. Supreme Yang Wang scoffed, mistakenly believing Hua Wuqi to be his ace in the hole, thinking that Wang Ling's triumph stemmed from her assistance. Wang Ling was no longer cackling. He gazed at Hua Wuqi battling against the ancient Qilin Emperor in the void. As the starry sky crumbled and celestial bodies shattered, his heart felt as though it were on the verge of breaking. Why must you extend your hand in aid? Wang Ling was deeply troubled. The true self of the 4 symbols killing formation required the demise of 4 supreme beings. Now, with 1 less, should the formation activate, it would only prolong life by subduing a supreme, unable to bestow a 3rd life. After thousands of years of scheming, was it all to come to naught today? In response to his inquiry, Hua Wuqi stated, I have previously proclaimed that when faced with external foes, if I possess the capability, I shall naturally stand with you against them. Hua Wuqi regarded the aged man before her, reflecting on their entangled fates over the past 20,000 years, her heart burdened with complex emotions. She yearned to witness Wang Ling drenched in the blood of the Supremes. Yet the thought of him bleeding amidst the celestial expanse stirred her compassion. In her previous life, as the heavenly Yuan Emperor, she had come to bid him farewell. Having sensed his blood spilling across the cosmos, leaving not a shred of bone behind, the feelings at that moment were ineffable. Though she did not comprehend the means by which he defied fate to attain a 2nd life, the twilight of that existence was beset by the 4 supreme beings. If they were to exert their utmost, how could you, weakened and your foundation damaged, withstand them? Hua Wuqi pursed her lips, unable to bear it, resolutely wishing to avert her eyes from such a scene. As for whether Wang Ling possessed any transcendent methods to attain a 3rd life, she deemed it utterly impossible. To speak candidly, she felt a pang of sorrow, unable to suppress a whisper, Old friend, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. In the face of the assault from the 4 supreme beings, even the aged Supreme Ling Tian would likely struggle to endure, thus sealing Wang Ling's fate. Enough with the idle chatter. I shall do my utmost to fight. And you must also give your all. Hua Wuqi's voice resonated. Wang Ling sensed the shift in her emotions, casting a complex gaze upon her. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that her intentions were commendable. Given this circumstance, let us commence. Wang Ling found himself devoid of options. He would first subdue the 3 supreme beings with the killing formation, at the very least replenishing his vitality to survive for a few more millennia. As long as he remained alive, there would still be opportunities to seek a way to attain a 3rd life. Yet at that moment, a change transpired. Although your vitality has waned, your physical form is exceptionally unique. To achieve complete victory, it requires the intervention of 4 supreme beings. We have long since plotted. accounting for the possibility of Hua Wuqing's assistance. Thus, we still possess one supreme being who has yet to take action. With that, the conversation concluded. A piercing sound echoed through the air, heralding the emergence of yet another supreme being from the depths of the forbidden zone of the burial grounds. This figure, engulfed in flames, descended from the void, incinerating a star beneath its feet to mere ashes. The flames atop its head blazed the brightest, a testament to its audacious presence. The newcomer was none other than the Fire Sovereign, the Flame Spirit Supreme, well known to Wang Ling. Upon arrival, his first utterance ignited the flames of indignation. Emperor Xiandu, you have committed heinous acts of plunder against all present here. This proclamation ignited a fury within the hearts of the supreme beings, Zhao Guang, Qi Long, and Hen Tian. Indeed, they had suffered greatly from such plundering. Once proud emperors, they had been treated with utter disdain, a humiliation beyond measure. Exchanging glances, they could no longer restrain themselves, on the verge of striking simultaneously. The four supreme beings had finally gathered. What momentous occasion this was. Wang Ling rose abruptly, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, his once white hair transformed back to a deep black, cascading down like a waterfall. His weathered visage, marked by deep lines, reverted to its former youthful appearance. His murky eyes suddenly clarified, revealing a profound brilliance akin to stars, radiating transcendent light. Even the celestial seals of the 3,000 states resonated with renewed vigor and excitement. After 7 millennia of scheming, today would finally bear fruit. Today, I shall forge a sword from your imperial bones, offering the blood you have gathered in your hearts as a sacrifice. The true formation of the four symbols. Awaken for me. Chapter 48. In his twilight years, rise up, subduing the four supreme beings. The true self of the four symbols. Unleash the killing array. Wang Ling stood magnificently, exuding an aura that seemed to pierce the heavens. All eyes were drawn to him as the once-aged emperor of this era shed his frail appearance, leaving the onlookers in awe. A sense of deception surged within the hearts of the supreme beings, who realized they had fallen victim to the schemes of the Xiandu emperor. Though his tactics were cunning, what could it achieve if they were provoked? The four revered supremes, each once an emperor in their own right, though having sacrificed themselves, retained a formidable 90% of their strength. Should they be driven too hard, their collective power would soar, and the Xiandu emperor would find himself in peril. One of the supremes spoke, attempting to stabilize the morale of their ranks, while subtly warning that they should retreat and negotiate, seeking a path of mutual safety. The hunters had become the hunted, and this role reversal left them uneasy. The atmosphere was unsettling, as the killing array appeared dreadfully formidable. Regrets surged within them. They wished to retract their earlier actions. Enough of this chatter. I demand your demise, Wang Ling declared, resolutely severing any chance of retreat. Indeed, these supremes were adept at both yielding and asserting themselves, yet Wang Ling would not acquiesce. After 7 millennia of plotting and defying fate to attain his third life, they were merely sustenance for him. Boom! The lost ancient star domain underwent a transformation. The heavens and earth appeared vast and desolate, yet the shattered star river began to rapidly reassemble, forming an intricate line upon distant observation. Supreme Tao laws descended, isolating the ancient star domain from the outside world. Clang, 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 clang. The overwhelming aura of killing coalesced into ethereal swords, resonating from the 4 cardinal directions. The terrifying pressure manifested as a cascade of celestial essence, dazzling and magnificent, showering down like a waterfall. Dripping with unrivaled murderous intent, these forces pierced through countless stars. The ancient Qilin emperor detected a familiar essence and gasped in astonishment. What kind of formation is this? Is my Qilin blood aiding it? Beside him, Hua Wuqing gazed at the striking figure before her, who stood poised and authoritative, surveying all life with an expression of profound complexity. She had initially believed he had exhausted all options, truly reached the twilight of his years, and fallen prey to the Supremes. Yet, She was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this was all a premeditated act, and he was the true hunter. Could one man encircle four? Hua Wuqing felt a chuckle rising within her, but upon realizing Wang Ling was not in his twilight, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ancient Qilin Emperor, I too wish to extract a drop of your Qilin blood. No longer fixating on Wang Ling, she resolved to continue her battle with the ancient Qilin Emperor. This ancient monarch of the demon race had lived a second life and possessed considerable prowess. Engaging him could aid in her own evolution. Furthermore, obtaining a drop of Qilin blood would greatly facilitate her future transformations. Younger one, I will not fight. The ancient Qilin Emperor hastily waved his hand, glancing nervously towards the sealed ancient star domain. He felt a surge of gratitude that he had been chosen by Hua Wuqing. The battlefield had been sealed by an unparalleled array, isolating the four supreme beings. He even witnessed the Supreme of Hatred attempting to elevate himself to restore his imperial strength. However, before he could fully ascend, dark chains descended from the heavens, binding him and severing his pathways, rendering him utterly at the mercy of this force. What kind of power is this? The black chains ensnared him, inflicting pain upon his heart. He turned to gaze once more at Hua Wuqing without uttering a word, willingly offering a drop of Qilin blood before turning to depart. This left Hua Wuqing in a state of bewilderment, pondering why the ancient Qilin Emperor would voluntarily offer his blood, his expression filled with gratitude. Yet, when she glanced toward another battlefield, she beheld the once invincible Yaoguang Emperor, now ensnared by the array, entangled in chains infused with Tao patterns and murderous intent, making escape nearly impossible. What a terrifying, killing formation, Hua Wuqing mused, realizing that had she stepped into this star domain, she would have likely met her demise. Simultaneously, she comprehended why the ancient Qilin Emperor appeared so grateful. I have indirectly saved his life. Hua Wuqing remained speechless, accepting the Qilin blood, and sat in the void, beginning to observe the battle. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed in astonishment. Since all of this was orchestrated by Wang Ling, did I almost thwart his plans? Meanwhile, in the land of Zhongzhou, Wang Tong's pupils dilated and contracted repeatedly. He remained silent, fixated on the battlefield, rendered speechless with shock. The elders beside him exchanged glances, perplexed about the unfolding events. Why had Wang Tong ceased his broadcast? Ultimately, a quasi-emperor from the Wang family spoke up, asking, Ancestor, why are you silent? We are frightened. I am truly afraid. Will you spare me? Why do you not speak, Emperor Xuandu? The fire spirit supreme then interjected, transforming into a blazing inferno, yearning to incinerate the expanse of the starry sky. Yet he found himself ensnared by an order chain, unable to break free. Eventually, the fierce flames above his head extinguished, and he began to plead for mercy, seeking to negotiate with Wang Ling for his release. Especially upon witnessing the flesh of the Supreme of Hatred being gradually stripped away by the order chains, his fear intensified, and he hastily declared, Emperor Xuandu, I am willing to serve as a slave or servant. What kind of formation is this? The Crimson Dragon Supreme transformed into a dragon form, his immense body coiling within this ancient star domain. Possessing the true dragon bloodline, he prided himself on his expertise in the void arts, believing he could break the formation, only to be thwarted by a layer of mysterious Tao that severed his connection to the void, leaving him powerless. To make matters worse, he caught a whiff of the Panlong Stone's aura. The Panlong Stone harbored the essence of the supreme, true dragon and held great significance to him. Yet now, the Panlong Stone had become an obstacle to his escape. Helplessly trapped within a star domain, bound by chains whose patterns burned with intensity, he thrashed about in frustration, his eyes wide as saucers, gasping for breath, feeling utterly constrained. Why must those of the same root contend with one another so hastily? Wang Ling approached the Supreme of Hatred, observing intently as the flesh was gradually stripped from his body, causing him to wither further. Upon the arrival of Wang Ling, the Heavenly Emperor of Hatred abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bulging grotesquely, his visage reminiscent of a ghoul, with shattered teeth protruding outward, presenting a rather chilling sight. What is this? A massacre formation? I am in torment. Xiandu Emperor, Are you subjecting me to this torment? As Wang Ling beheld the pitiful state of the heavenly emperor of hatred, he chuckled and proclaimed, I shall preserve your bones to forge the emperor's sword. Meanwhile, the supreme of flickering light, who was desperately resisting, had been closely observing Wang Ling's movements. Upon witnessing the plight of the heavenly emperor and hearing Wang Ling's words, a shiver coursed through him. A powerful instinct for survival ignited a fierce rebellion within him. Boom! Flickering light exerted every ounce of strength, striving for transcendence. Yet this star domain was utterly ensnared by the massacre formation, confining his realm and rendering him incapable of regaining his former imperial prowess. This formation resembled a cage, imprisoning and tormenting him, ultimately draining his flesh and blood, leaving even his bones subject to the forging of the emperor's sword. The supreme of flickering light was thoroughly frightened. He began to seek Wang Ling once more to negotiate, offering generous terms. Xiandu Emperor, your formation would permit the recognition of a supreme. If you allow me to depart, I shall personally capture another supreme for you. What do you think? Furthermore, I will gift you all my treasured imperial scriptures. Why seek the distant when the near is readily available? Wang Ling let out a scoff, gazing at this former dragon slayer of humanity, now transformed into a vile dragon, his face adorned with mockery. Chapter 49. Live out the third life. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone's frantic attention. Is this the path to immortality? O Supreme of the Shaking Light, are you aware that your portrait has been unveiled by the sacred land of Shaking Light, and it has been placed alongside the disgrace of emperors? Wang Ling mercilessly mocked, while simultaneously employing his suppressive techniques. The other three supremes had already been ensnared by autumn, their flesh being extracted, yet the supreme of Shaking Light, relying on the unparalleled Shaking Light Emperor Sutra he once created, continued to resist with all his might. To ensure that this malevolent dragon experiences utmost agony, two formidable chains descended from the heavens, completely subduing him. Even though the supreme verses of the Shaking Light Sutra still erupted with laws, they were soon suppressed as well. Rumble, rumble. The ancient star domain was filled with extraordinary phenomena, and the overwhelming principles were in utter chaos. Countless fragments of stars collided within the cosmic expanse, rendering the ancient star domain utterly obliterated. The distinction between heaven and earth had vanished, dissolving into chaos. Wang Ling traversed through the tumultuous ancient star domain, stripping away the principles of the four supremes, ultimately erasing all traces of them from the 3,000 Tao states. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. The flesh of the four supremes had been entirely extracted, leaving only their gleaming skeletons behind. Forging the sword. Over the course of a millennium, the void slaughter swords from the four cardinal directions had been nurtured to fruition, and the essence of the void sword began to seek a corporeal form for fusion. Wang Ling sat in the central position, his hands continuously forming seals to refine the killing sword. The current emperor has orchestrated a scheme to hunt down our Forbidden Zone Supremes. He's gone too far. Shall we unite our efforts to bury him completely? This formation feels amiss. I sense the aura of immortality. The entire ancient star domain has been transformed by Emperor Xiandu, with every corner serving as part of a killing formation that resembles the realms of immortality described in ancient texts. The realm of immortality, a unique domain for those who have attained immortality, invincible within a certain realm. If this truly is the realm of immortality, then if we proceed, it is we who shall be buried. The lords of the Forbidden Zone have awakened, their attention drawn to this battle. They have lived for ages and founded the Forbidden Zones, thus holding significant influence. If this is indeed the realm of immortality, does it imply that Emperor Xiandu has possibly discovered traces of the immortal realm? This notion unsettled many of the Forbidden Zone Supremes. Immortality, those who have severed their ties and resorted to any means to survive, all in the pursuit of the elusive immortal realm, in hopes of embarking on the path to immortality. Meanwhile, in the city of Zhongzhou, various sacred lands were draped in white cloth. Many, unable to await the outcome of this battle, had already departed this mortal coil. Some observed Wang Tong's arrival for a memorial, inquiring before my ancestor passed away. He questioned what transpired with this generation's emperor. His heart is filled with regret. I hope the elder of the Wang family can enlighten us. Wang Tong opened his mouth, having indeed glimpsed the truth, yet remained silent, gazing at the holy sun of the sacred land of shaking light, uncertain of how to begin. Surely he cannot say, "Your ancestor was sacrificed in a living rite," could he? Flesh stripped away, bones forged into swords. What a tragic scene it evokes. Wang Tong's gaze was profound as he contemplated the horrifying actions of the sovereign of this era, who meticulously orchestrated schemes over 7 millennia solely to hunt the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone. The terror of it all was overwhelming. Clang, 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 clang. In the ancient star domain, Wang Ling opened his eyes, and suddenly, long swords materialized beside him. The imperial bones vanished, replaced by the swords. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly struck, causing the starry river to shatter, as if the very heavens were on the verge of being torn asunder. The long swords soared through the air, exuding an unmatched pressure, seemingly linked to the celestial realm, yet stifled by the constraints of this world, possessing only the essence of Dao soldiers. Devoid of the might of imperial weapons, Wang Ling reached out to caress the long swords, whispering amidst the swirling mists of chaos. Having sacrificed the 4 supreme beings, it was time to defy fate and manifest his third existence, the true self of the 4 symbols killing formation. The 4 symbols represented the imperial bones that forged the Dao soldiers. The true self signified the pursuit of one's true essence, living out another life. At this moment, Wang Ling had successfully crafted an imperial weapon. The flesh and blood of the 4 supreme beings had been offered as sacrifice, coalescing into a single drop of blood within this chaotic universe. He summoned this drop close and integrated it into himself. Boom! The blood energy within him surged like a roaring river, radiating an unparalleled golden light, while his bronze skin bore the imprints of the Tao like scattered stars. Throughout this millennium, Hua Wuqi had established herself in a realm of emptiness, tirelessly utilizing that single drop of Qilin blood to continuously evolve the path of the ancient Qilin emperor, striving for further advancement. Yet at that moment, she caught sight of Wang Ling's state and instinctively lowered her head, unwilling to gaze any longer. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Hua Wuqi perceived a semblance of truth. His figure seemed familiar. A realization struck her as she gasped in astonishment. Wang Ling's body was forged from that very block of Jianmu. Could it be that he had hidden within the Jianmu block in his previous life? Hua Wuqi could no longer contain herself, her expression turning fearsome. If her memory served her right, this Jianmu block had once roamed freely in her small world, even bathing in the essence of her innate spirit. How infuriating! Wang Ling, you have lived your second life in this manner. Hua Wuqi comprehended the unspeakable sorrow and frustration within her heart, her face flushed with heat, her body trembling. How I longed to kill you. She bit her red lip, the jade sword behind her poised in the air. When she suddenly noticed Wang Ling's body was also trembling, Hua Wuqi paused momentarily. Do you also tremble when I see through you? However, in truth, she was overthinking it. At that moment, Wang Ling trembled not from her gaze, but due to the violent blood energy surging within him, careening wildly until it reached his internal sanctuary. Only then did Wang Ling employ the Tao principles of the emperor to subdue it, ultimately succeeding in refining it. As he completed the refinement, Wang Ling rose to his feet. With a casual gesture, the ancient star domain reverted to its former state, as if the preceding battle had never transpired. Yet he had defied the heavens to manifest his third existence. Clang! The 4 long swords emanated a formidable force of the Tao, leading to their evolution and transformation, taking a pivotal step to become the 4 symbol swords, standing shoulder to shoulder with the supreme divine weapons. The imprint of the great Tao began to unleash terrifying ripples across the vast expanse of the 3,000 Tao states. In that moment, all cultivators felt its resonance. Numerous prodigies emerged, exclaiming, "What a terrifying fluctuation of the Tao! The great contest of the ages is upon us. I aspire to become an emperor." Suddenly, someone sensed a familiar Tao and spoke. The Tao has not dissipated. The blossoming of the great Tao's flower is solely for the Xian Emperor, for he has defied fate and lived a second life. The louder their voices grew, the deeper their disappointment became. Is it truly so? The emperor defies fate to live a second life. What shall we do? Alas, such is the time and fate. I have grown old, and even if I were to seal myself within the divine source, I could not endure. This generation's emperor is indeed resilient. How many once great prodigies will perish in this era? As more prodigies emerged, disheartened by the lack of hope, their eyes dimmed, and their ambition to attain the Tao vanished, wandering through the mortal realm to savor their final moments. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden Zone, those supreme beings who had survived through peculiar means across lifetimes found themselves unable to remain still upon witnessing this generation's emperor defying fate to live a second life. I had once come across ancient texts detailing the realm of immortality, which bore a striking resemblance to the four-symbol true self-formation of the Xian Emperor. The formations capable of evoking the essence of immortality are shrouded in mystery. Through my calculations, I discovered a hidden location concealed beyond the 3,000 Tao states. I also found it a mysterious eye, with numerous traces of immortal essence, seemingly a path to immortality. A lord of the Forbidden Zone, unable to contain his excitement, took action, following the deliberate traces left by the royal tomb to uncover the enigmatic secret of the eye. He was exhilarated. This generation's emperor, capable of defying fate to live a second life through a suspected realm of immortality, must surely be connected to this place. Could it truly be the path to immortality? Chapter 50. The Supreme's Bitter Tears. Pass it on. The Xuandu Emperor is not a serious person. Have you finally paid attention to this place? This great pit has been excavated for quite some time, yielding rather mediocre results. Although the aura of supremacy has descended upon it, it has not brought satisfaction to Wang Ling. After all, he has exerted immense effort to dig this pit, aiming to entrap the master of the Forbidden Zone. However, unexpectedly, the true impact arose from his defiance of fate in living a third life, which is also related to the four symbols' true self-killing array. He gazes at the four symbols' killing sword floating behind him, a weapon whose power rivals that of Hua Wuqi's Taoist soldiers. When all four are unleashed, they form a complete sword array, akin to a mobile four symbols' true self-killing array, capable of ensnaring the unparalleled emperor. Wang Ling, who has defied fate to live a third life, feels a surge of ambition within, his eyes glimmering with intensity. He recalls the illustrious achievements of the Supreme Ling Tian and is suddenly filled with a sense of fervor. Ling Tian had once subdued over 10 Supremes. Surely he could do the same. Now, having transcended to a third life and enhanced his comprehension of the great Tao, Wang Ling has greatly benefited from the evolution of the Tao during his sword forging from the four imperial bones. With the four symbols sword array at his disposal, coupled with his formidable strength, he should be able to confront the master of the Forbidden Zone head-on, slaughtering ordinary Supremes with the ease of butchering chickens. Moreover, there exists a crucial advantage. The various Forbidden Zones remain oblivious to his true identity as the first generation's Tianyuan Emperor Wang Ling. They merely perceive him as the Xuandu Emperor who has lived a second life. This ignorance serves as a terrifying trump card. Ultimately, Wang Ling restrains his urge to actively assault the Forbidden Zone. He remains composed, not allowing his mind to be clouded by impulse. The later his true identity is revealed within the Forbidden Zones, the better. Otherwise, he may become a target of deliberate assault. Even should he be exposed, it would be prudent to first hunt several Supremes, ideally slaying a master of the Forbidden Zone. Wang Ling reestablishes his future path when suddenly a warning from the great Tao alerts him of impending malice. The four symbols sword behind him reacts first, its resonant clang echoing throughout the starry expanse, swiftly charging forth with overwhelming murderous intent. Wang Ling, I will kill you, Hua Wuqi shouts, though she hastily retracts her jade sword. The earlier display of the four symbols sword has left her in shock. Her jade sword is no match, and she quickly withdraws it, fearful of being engulfed by such terrifying aura. She realizes that the gap between her and Wang Ling is widening. Yet the memory of his earlier glance while she was bathing leaves her unable to swallow her pride. Do you have the ability to put away the four-symbol sword? It is not impossible. Wang Ling nods, fulfilling her wish, as the overwhelming bloodlust surges from him. He steps forward, closing the distance between them, adopting a stance. Then let us engage in a contest of physical strength, shall we? I. Hua Wuqi instinctively guard her attire. You, having defied fate to live a third life, you wish to do this? Wang Ling is left puzzled, thinking, I merely wanted to relieve your frustration and grant your wish. Why are you still guarding your clothing? Do you truly believe I would tear it apart and take your garments? Hua Wuqi now finds herself in a predicament. She cannot overcome her adversary with Dao soldiers, and engaging in close combat would only play into his malevolent tendencies. How detestable! How loathsome! How shameful! Unable to prevail through force, she resorts to words. Wang Ling, I never anticipated that you would scheme against me so profoundly, inflicting countless misdeeds within my own realm. Hua Wuqi begins her verbal onslaught. You are concealed too deeply, utterly sinister and wicked. Only then does Wang Ling comprehend the depth of her ire. He clears his throat and explains, all of this was initiated by your own actions. Had you not brought the Jinmu block into my world, how could I have possibly seen it? Noticing the mounting murderous intent behind Hua Wuqi, he counters, when I defied fate and lived through my third life. You too bore witness to my vulnerability. Does this not render us even? You are my tribulation. I shall ultimately overcome it, and I shall return to confront you. Hua Wuqi is thoroughly defeated. Whether through Dao soldiers or close combat, she is no match for him. Even in verbal exchanges, she finds herself subdued by Wang Ling. She can only endure. For her strength is insufficient, she resolves to return swiftly and enhance her capabilities, vowing that one day she shall confront Wang Ling in battle. Observing Hua Wuqi depart in silence, Wang Ling smirks with satisfaction. Have I convinced her? Excellent. Now that the master of the Forbidden Zone has begun to take notice, Wang Ling promptly allows the ninefold celestial spirit coffin to emit a hint of celestial aura, creating an illusion. As anticipated, one of the supreme masters becomes agitated, unable to contain himself. Is this truly the path to immortality? This is utterly unexpected. After hundreds of thousands of years of dormancy, the emergence of the path to immortality has finally arrived. A master of the Forbidden Zone perceives the will rising before the eye, as if the brilliance of the celestial path is cascading down, awakening from the Forbidden Zone. The first unparalleled emperor of the 3,000 Dao states, Emperor Fenggu, once defied fate and lived through 8 lifetimes, ultimately enduring until the path to immortality was unveiled, stepping into the ancient celestial path and ascending to the celestial realm. He left behind a written testament, stating that the path to immortality exists in a realm of ethereal void, accessible only through sufficient waiting until the moment of manifestation arrives. The path to immortality have I finally awaited its arrival. This master of the Forbidden Zone hails from the Undying City in his third life. He became lost in the chaos of the cosmos and inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient underworld ruin, uncovering secrets regarding the ancient underworld and the celestial realm. Subsequently transporting the shattered absolute in heavenly palace into the 3,000 Dao states, transforming into the master of the Forbidden Zone. He begins to awaken, his aura reverberating throughout the Undying City. Hearing the chanting from outside the hall, this master of the Forbidden Zone strikes a blow, severing the head of the ancient Buddha of rebirth, sending him to the cycle of reincarnation. I foresaw this calamity, yet alas, the karmic ties of Emperor Xian do have already been utilized. Nevertheless, I am unafraid. I shall return from the cycle of rebirth, my old friend. Await me. The head of the ancient Buddha of rebirth falls to the ground, its gaze fixed upon the supreme In puppet. The smile upon the supreme In puppet's face freezes. As one who gathers souls for life, he feels ensnared by a foul entity, a chill creeping along his scalp. Unable to shake it off, now that the path to immortality has manifested, what are your intentions, everyone, within the myriad forbidden zones of the 3,000 Dao states? An unprecedented fervor has erupted. Various supreme presences emanate from their abodes, no longer concealing themselves, but instead stirring with intent to tread upon the path of immortality. Following his defiance of fate and the emergence of his third incarnation, Wang Ling has sensed this shift. Beyond the realm of emperors lies another path. It was unforeseen that the Tao emperors of the 3,000 states are merely at the pinnacle of humanity. To transcend, one must attain immortality. With the advent of the path to immortality, Wang Ling has also drawn attention. The masters of the Forbidden Zones convened with numerous supremes, deliberating. This generation's Tao emperor is a formidable adversary, harboring a deep-seated vendetta against us. Should we venture to explore the path to immortality, he will undoubtedly attempt to thwart us, or may even lie in wait to ambush and eliminate us. Many supremes nodded in agreement. Clearly, the massacre orchestrated by Wang Ling in his later years has left an indelible psychological scar upon them. Which esteemed emperor would initiate a scheme of slaughter over 7,000 years in advance? Chapter 51. Old Deng's Arrogance. The Battle of the Three Sovereigns in the Forbidden Zone. The current sovereign is exceedingly cunning, capable of executing any scheme, necessitating vigilance. However, they cannot forsake the path to immortality. Their wait of several 100,000 years has culminated in this moment. They must seize this opportunity. Ultimately, they reached a consensus and commenced their actions. Wang Ling sat solemnly in the void, surveying the 3,000 realms, perceiving several formidable auras emerging from the Forbidden Zone, beginning to tread upon this celestial expanse. Without hesitation, he initiated his obstruction. Did you consult me before your emergence? Did you seek my permission? In my ascension to emperor, should any of you dare to appear, I shall eliminate you. Wang Ling spoke, standing with arms crossed, his back turned to the multitude, emanating a terrifying aura of Tao power, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing in the ears of the many sovereigns present. Before him appeared 5 sovereigns, all wielding Tao weapons, poised to engage the emperor before them, merely a reincarnated sovereign. Yet if I were to fully elevate my essence and restore my imperial strength, I could match you, one of the sovereigns declared, his entire being radiating a golden brilliance, exuding supreme might. His physical strength was formidable, his body glowing as if forged from gold, exuding an air of arrogance and haughtiness. Moreover, I have 4 other sovereigns to assist me. How dare you obstruct my path? What audacity! He continued, employing an all-too-familiar tactic of intimidation followed by persuasion. Unfortunately, Wang Ling was impervious to such tactics, his blood surging with fervor, igniting an indomitable spirit of battle. Your adversary is me. Boom! A terrifying presence enveloped the space, and Wang Ling felt his fervor intensify, his blood boiling with an uncontrollable desire to engage. The newcomer was a fearsome lord of the Forbidden Zone, possessing various secret arts and divine abilities, having defied the heavens to achieve a 3rd reincarnation. His comprehension of the principles of the Tao was profound, and his imperial scriptures were perfected, his Tao weapons imbued with formidable depth, sufficient to suppress an ordinary sovereign alone. Having transcended to a 3rd life, Wang Ling had gained insight, realizing that the 3rd reincarnation represented a significant threshold. It became clear to him why the heavenly emperor, after his 3rd life, could stand invincible, single-handedly confronting the Forbidden Zone and vanquishing over 10 sovereigns while retreating unscathed. Lord of the Divine Tomb, Wang Ling recognized the newcomer, having previously sought items from the Divine Tomb's Forbidden Zone. The voice of the Lord of the Divine Tomb echoed softly. Xiandu Emperor, you must have sensed it. The path to immortality has been unveiled. Wang Ling thought to himself, the path to immortality has opened? I'm more than familiar with it. Observing the 5 sovereigns, who had arrived first, hastily departing towards the enigmatic location, he swiftly turned, invoking the Tao with great prowess, unleashing waves of Tao light to impede their advance. I have stated it clearly. Your adversary is me. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone spoke coldly, seemingly displeased with Wang Ling's audacity to confront him directly, an affront he could not tolerate. This was indeed the plan they had deliberated upon. One of the dominators of the Forbidden Zones would entangle themselves with me, while the others ventured forth to explore the path to immortality. At least 2 forbidden zones were uniting to jointly investigate the path to immortality. Wang Ling could distinctly sense a terrifying aura lurking nearby, belonging to yet another dominator of the forbidden zones. As he watched the 5 supreme beings set off towards the path to immortality, his heart brimmed with delight. Go on, all of you. That place is the burial ground I have meticulously chosen for you, with excellent geomantic conditions, ensuring that your blood will be completely drained by the eternal ancient emperor, leaving not a trace of your bones behind. Yet, he appeared exceedingly grim. His expression darkened to the utmost degree, and his eyes suddenly ignited with fervent light. The 4 symbols soared behind him emanated a murderous intent, surrounding the dominator of the forbidden zone and forming a unique domain. Indeed, it was the realm of immortality. Have you truly discovered the path to immortality? Are all these insights derived from it? The tone of the Lord of the Divine Tomb grew increasingly urgent. A twinge of regret gnawed at him. Why had he proactively sought to intercept the Emperor of Xuandu? His decision stemmed from a flicker of doubt regarding this path to immortality. The incessant, cunning tactics of the current Emperor of Xuandu rendered him uncertain, prompting him to allow others to scout ahead. If it truly was the path to immortality, he would have ample opportunities to venture forth later. Now, having closely experienced the supreme domain embodied in the 4-symbol sword, the Lord of the Divine Tomb was filled with regret, profound regret. Cleverness had been his downfall. Emperor Xuandu, I have lived 3 lifetimes and have touched the threshold of apostolic mandate. Even in self-dismemberment, I can channel the power of the apostolic mandate. You may be the perfect emperor, having lived a 2nd life, yet you have not grasped the apostolic mandate, nor have you lived a 3rd life. You cannot defeat me. Apostolic mandate. Wang Ling was somewhat unclear about this concept, but upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Divine Tomb, he suddenly comprehended. After defying the heavens and living a 3rd life, he could distinctly perceive changes in the great laws surrounding him, an array of principles etched into his being, continuously conveying messages. Wang Ling had once listened intently, hearing the sighs of an emperor, as if one who had reached this realm had left behind edicts for posterity. So this is the realm of the apostolic mandate. Ruler, what lies beyond this realm? During this time, Wang Ling had been preoccupied with ensnaring the forbidden zones. Momentarily forgetting about his brother, the ruler, he tentatively inquired about the ruler's insights. Apostolic mandate, spiritual resonance, domain. The ruler provided answers that left Wang Ling in confusion. Are you jesting with me? Aren't they merely variations of the same term? It was not until the ruler urged him to visualize these concepts that clarity struck. This was indeed the path beyond that of the emperors. Only after the 3rd life could one perceive the existence of the apostolic mandate. No wonder the emperor of Ling Tian vanished. He must have uncovered some secret knowledge within the apostolic mandate and ventured forth alone in search of the truth. Doubts lingered in Wang Ling's heart. Though I have self-dismembered, I have gleaned many supreme divine abilities from the apostolic mandate. They were all once the paths of the supreme emperors. Oh, I nearly forgot. You have merely lived a 2nd life. Discussing this with you is futile. The Lord of the Divine Tomb scoffed as the chaotic laws scattered in all directions began to coalesce around him, forming a suit of armor that emanated an unparalleled might. Old Deng, how astute of you to don your armor at the first opportunity. Are you afraid that my fists will reduce your body to mere particles? Wang Ling gazed at the armor enveloping his adversary. In the past, these laws had appeared utterly chaotic, yet now they revealed a certain order, marked by imprints that interconnected in subtle ways, almost imperceptible. Enough of this banter. I dare assert that you will not survive to see your 3rd incarnation. The Lord of the Divine Tomb, vexed by the moniker of Old Deng, felt a growing irritation and was determined to teach this impudent junior a lesson. How audacious this Old Deng was. Relying on his experience of living through a 3rd life, he wore an expression of disdain, looking down upon all. Though the disparity in power between those who had lived 2 lives and those who had traversed 3 was indeed vast, one should not underestimate me, the flawless emperor. Wang Ling yearned to unveil the might of his third incarnation and silence this arrogant old deng. He turned his gaze toward the streams of energy heading to the immortal land, urging inwardly, "Could you not hasten your pace? I'm growing weary of this charade." Chapter 52. The Blood Battle of the Dominant Blood. Are the two emperors one? Vanquishing the master of the Forbidden Zone. The master of the Divine Tomb had once proclaimed that even in self-sacrifice, he could still harness the scattered principles across the 3,000 states, utilizing the supreme divine armor to engage in close combat with the master of the royal tomb. From afar, two colossal entities clashed, each confrontation akin to the explosion of a star, with terrifying flames engulfing the surroundings and causing the very stars of the celestial domain to tremble. Is this the might of the master of the Forbidden Zone? A supreme being of the Forbidden Zone, on the path to immortal ascendance, suddenly paused to gaze in astonishment. Deeply moved by the sight, the master of the Forbidden Zone, having lived through 3 lifetimes, could contend with the current emperor without resorting to ultimate transcendence. Their eyes ignited with fervor. Ancient texts had documented that the path to immortality is replete with countless treasures and ethereal essences, which could aid in comprehending the great principles and elevating one's realm. As long as we step onto the path to immortality, there shall come a day when we stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the Forbidden Zone. They murmured, convinced that stepping onto this path would herald a transformation, freeing them from the constraints of the great principles governing the 3,000 states. In a concealed realm at the edge of the universe, Hua Wuqing observed the battle in her own way. The path of the master of the Forbidden Zone seems distinct from ours. After self-sacrifice, he is still able to oppose the royal tomb and does not appear to be at a disadvantage. No, Hua Wuqing suddenly discerned something, her expression shifting in surprise. This fellow, Wang Ling, has reserved his strength and is not exerting his full power. He has grown increasingly cunning, plotting who knows what. At this moment, she found Wang Ling utterly inscrutable. "Wang Ling, what are you up to? Could it be that you intend to ensnare another wave of supremes? You're still too weak." The master of the Divine Tomb spoke slowly, his tone laced with arrogance. He continued, "If I were to fully transcend, perhaps I could suppress you." Upon hearing this, Wang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. He sensed that approximately a dozen supremes from the 3,000 states had mobilized, along with one master of the Forbidden Zone, stepping onto the path to immortality. The rest remained utterly still, like an ancient tortoise, showcasing remarkable patience. Is there no one left? Has no supreme emerged at last? Wang Ling sensed the peculiar orbs ahead, as the master of the Forbidden Zone and a multitude of supremes vanished, evidently having entered a realm of strangeness. At last, the charade was over. Wang Ling abruptly lifted his head to face the master of the Divine Tomb, exclaiming indignantly, "You old pretender. You truly excel at putting on a show." The expression of the master of the Divine Tomb shifted, taken aback by the lack of respect shown by this era's emperor. He scoffed, "The current emperor lacks the strength to gain the upper hand against me. Feeling embarrassed, are we? Resorting to mere words now? Xuandu Emperor, I have long asserted that you have yet to live through your 3rd lifetime. You know not what the proclamations entail. How could you possibly be my adversary?" As he spoke, he prepared to strike again, eager to impart a lesson to the Xuandu Emperor. Crack! Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed, and the Lord of the Divine Tomb gazed incredulously at the divine armor adorning his form, which now bore a fissure, as the very laws were shattered by Wang Ling's formidable punch. "How can this be? You have not comprehended the power of the edict. How could you possibly breach my divine armor with mere physical strength? This armor is forged from the essence of a supreme emperor from ancient times, a being of innate, domineering blood who suppressed countless eras, having once slain the perfected holy body, bathing in golden blood." The Lord of the Divine Tomb shouted, utterly astounded by the might of the punch delivered by the Emperor Xian due to defy the heavens and attain a second life. "How could this be possible? I shall lay my cards on the table. I no longer feign ignorance." Wang Ling stepped forward and unleashed another punch, summoning the scattered golden patterns of 3,000 avenues that coalesced into a singular force, striking the divine armor with a tremendous impact creating a deep crater. The Lord of the Divine Tomb felt a sharp pain coursing through him, the fundamental laws within him fracturing under the onslaught. Yet he had no time to contemplate restoration, as he was left astonished by the Emperor of Xiandu's prowess. This is the power of the edict. When did you defy the heavens to attain a third life? After all this time, to even ascend to the pinnacle and become the master of the Forbidden Zone. This was the first moment he truly felt his intellect falter. He had merely defied the heavens to achieve a second life. How could he possess the capabilities of a third? Such a coincidence. I once grasped a fragment of the laws scattered throughout the 3,000 avenues, a law that originated from the former holy body of the past. During the primeval era, when the path of the holy body had yet to be severed, allowing the golden blood to subdue all foes. Even his greatest adversary, the dominating blood, had once been vanquished. Today, I shall utilize this power of golden blood to shatter your dominating blood armor. Wang Ling's blood surged with an overwhelming vigor, delivering punch after punch that left the Lord of the Divine Tomb struggling to defend himself, stripped of his previous arrogance. With a single blow, he shattered the divine armor that the Lord of the Divine Tomb had so proudly worn, declaring with an air of unrestrained arrogance, "Old Deng, are you still so audacious?" The Lord of the Divine Tomb's face was devoid of the earlier bravado, replaced instead with panic. Wang Ling's overwhelming momentum had obliterated his pride with relentless strikes. In the midst of the beating, he came to a profound realization. The Emperor of Xiandu before him was no ordinary foe. His Tao encompassed the might of 2 imperial lives. The Lord of the Divine Tomb grasped the truth, filled with shock. What a painful epiphany this was. Emperor Tiang Yuan, you are not dead. The second incarnation of you has transformed into the Emperor of Xiandu. You have indeed lived out a third life in this manner. Wang Ling, you have managed to deceive all the forbidden zones. Do you comprehend? It is already too late. Wang Ling scoffed, as the ancient hall of Xiandu sealed off the starry expanse above, for supreme swords of slaughter piercing towards the Lord of the Divine Tomb, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Do you intend to detain me? I am the Lord of the Divine Tomb, who once defied the heavens to attain a third life. If I wish to depart, can you truly stop me? Wang Ling, do you still wish to fight? Are you not afraid of my ultimate ascension? Ultimate ascension, restoring the formidable might of the third emperor? Wang Ling felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, he still possessed a contingency. A flash of golden light emanated from his brow as a coffin suddenly enlarged, suspended in the void, radiating an unparalleled celestial aura that left the Lord of the Divine Tomb utterly disconcerted. For at the moment this coffin materialized, his aspirations for transcendence were thwarted by an inexplicable force. He could elevate himself to the utmost, but could only impede the Lord of the Divine Tomb for a fleeting moment. The voice of the sovereign echoed, and in that instant, Wang Ling unleashed all his might, launching an assault towards the Lord of the Divine Tomb. The celestial aura emanating from the coffin bore a striking resemblance to the turbulence ignited within his own eye. Could it be that this dastardly, cunning celestial emperor has orchestrated this scheme? A chill ran through the Lord of the Divine Tomb. At this moment, he found himself severed from the principles of the great Tao by the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, ensnared within this celestial expanse by the ancient hall of Xuandu, and trapped within the domain unleashed by the 4 symbols killing sword, rendering him utterly powerless, as if neither heaven nor earth would respond to his plight. Chapter 53. The Guardian of the Royal Tomb. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone reduced to tears. We have been deceived. The Lord of the Divine Tomb cried out, desperately attempting to convey a message, but found himself utterly powerless. The Royal Tomb offered him no respite, striking with unwavering resolve. In the wake of his relentless assault, the Lord of the Divine Tomb was completely obliterated within this starry realm. The murderous intent of the 4 symbols killing sword grew increasingly formidable. Wang Ling inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Is this the sensation of subduing the master of the Forbidden Zone? It is indeed exhilarating. However, he had exhausted all his relied-upon means. Had it not been for the ninefold celestial spirit coffin, which ultimately severed the connection between the Lord of the Divine Tomb and the laws of the Great Tao. If the Lord had transcended to his utmost potential, this battle would have undoubtedly required considerable effort for his complete annihilation. Thus, it can be concluded that the thrill of betrayal is quite delightful. Yet, one wonders what expression would adorn the face of another Lord of the Forbidden Zone when confronted by the eternal ancient emperor in the peculiar realm of the Eye. Wang Ling decided to bide his time. Venturing too early would yield no spoils, as the battle was not yet concluded. He commenced the task of clearing the battlefield and approached the abyssal well, where he observed two rare wills beginning to merge within its depths. It appeared that Wang Yu and Emperor Tian had struck some form of pact, seeking to achieve a symbiotic existence. Wang Ling discerned the truth, but refrained from excessive interference. This was the path chosen by his junior. As the starry realm remained momentarily sealed, no one realized that a lord of the Forbidden Zone had perished. Once the barriers of the Great Tao dissipated, the onlookers re-examined the battlefield, merely sensing that a great conflict had transpired, noting the current emperor's unscathed state, leading them to believe he had emerged victorious. As for the Lord of the Divine Tomb, he was presumed to have returned to the Forbidden Zone. Would anyone consider the fall of a Lord of the Forbidden Zone preposterous? The Emperor of Xuandu had merely lived out a second life. What right did he possess to annihilate a lord who had traversed into a third life? Wang Ling hoped they would maintain such beliefs. As the later his true identity was revealed to the various Forbidden Zones, the better. This way, he could live one life and conceal another. A familiar strategy reminiscent of the ancient ways from Blue Star's rabbit family, executed with great proficiency. It was truly authentic, possessing its own unique flavor. Suddenly, Wang Ling sensed a presence in the peculiar realm of the Eye, a supreme aura descending. This time, it did not emanate from the Forbidden Zone, but emerged from the enigmatic domain itself. Wang Ling promptly took up his post as a guardian. The four symbols killing sword immediately formed an unparalleled killing formation, enveloping the area outside the Eye, creating a distinctive domain. Above the Eye, an ancient hall radiated imperial might. What path to immortality? This is clearly a path to becoming a specter. This was a supreme being of the demon race. Once an emperor of the Fire Crow, who had never lived out a second life and had decisively severed his own existence. Due to his identity as the Fire Crow Emperor, he was scorned by many, deemed ominous, and numerous Forbidden Zones refused to accept him. Ultimately, it was the Lord of the Undying City who took him in, and he subsequently concealed himself within the Forbidden Zone of the Undying City. Upon hearing of the emergence of the path to immortality, he was the first to respond with fervent eagerness, yearning to tread this path, seize unparalleled opportunities, and demonstrate to those who once scorned him the might of the Fire Crow Emperor. However, little did he anticipate that upon entering this path to immortality, he would be utterly bewildered by the chaotic principles and the presence of bizarre energies. Initially, he did not perceive any imminent danger, though he sensed something amiss. The thought of a sovereign of the Forbidden Zones ahead and numerous supreme beings behind him instilled confidence, rendering him fearless in the face of potential peril. Such a formidable assembly would instigate fear even in the mightiest of emperors. Yet, as they journeyed forth, the path seemed devoid of peril. They began to form small groups, embarking on an exploration of this extraordinary realm. On an ancient celestial body, a colossal hand tore through the fabric of space, swiftly crushing one of the accompanying supreme beings and extracting their heart's blood, prompting him to retreat in terror. While fleeing, he sensed the presence of numerous supreme beings, all in disarray, with some having already perished. Even the Lord of the Undying City found himself ensnared by a peculiar creature. The term undying was warranted, for he witnessed the Lord of the Undying City sever the arm of this enigmatic being, only for it to rapidly regenerate. This was no mere path to immortality, but rather a realm of the uncanny, where these strange entities were as formidable as the supreme beings among them, and capable of infinite resurrection. We have been deceived. The so-called celestial aura, aside from a faint whiff upon entry, was non-existent within. We must flee. These bizarre creatures can effortlessly devour supreme beings, reducing them to mere sustenance. It appeared as though someone was breeding such uncanny entities within this peculiar star domain. Wu Zhong, ancient emperor, a voice cried out, spotting a figure adrift in this strange land. He was the unparalleled emperor who defied fate to live a third life, leaving behind countless legends across the 3,000 realms. Tales spoke of his later years, where he chose not to self-immolate, but vanished quietly, rumored to have discovered the path to immortality. Yet, it was utterly unforeseen that he would fall here, becoming one of the undying, uncanny beings. Run. Although he had perished, he retained the unblemished might of an emperor, capable of infinite restoration, rendering them incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. The Lord of the Undying City felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had thought he had discovered the true path to immortality, only to find himself ensnared in a path to damnation. Sensing the supreme beings scattering in all directions, he too wished to escape, but was ensnared by the Wu Zhong ancient emperor, unable to break free. As he battled the Wu Zhong ancient emperor, blood spilled across the starry expanse. Gritting his teeth, he shouted in exasperation, "Who dares to scheme against me?" With a thunderous roar, the formidable Dao soldiers of the Wu Zhong ancient emperor pierced his body, enveloping the Lord of the Undying City in swirling black mist, which immediately began to repair itself. However, this restorative power was drawn from the depleting black aura of the soul, which would inevitably run out, rendering him incomparable to the Wu Zhong ancient emperor. The emperor of fire ravens was engulfed in profound terror, instinctively emitting a series of cawing sounds. The Lord of the Undying City was overwhelmed with frustration. "You wretched bird, how unfortunate!" The most infuriating part is that this fire raven sovereign stands motionless in the distance, offering no assistance. After enduring a blow from the eternal ancient emperor, he bellowed, "Fire raven sovereign, cease your idle observation and come to my aid. You are the master of this forbidden zone. You can withstand it while I fetch reinforcements." Yet, the emperor of fire ravens, torn between choices, had no intention of intervening. Without uttering a word, he swiftly turned and fled, surpassing all other sovereigns. Witnessing the fire raven sovereign from his own forbidden zone take flight, the Lord of the Undying City felt a sharp pang in his chest, akin to being struck by an arrow. In truth, he had indeed been struck by the arrow of the principles unleashed by the eternal ancient emperor. When the time came for the forbidden zone to harbor the fire raven sovereign, I chose to leave him behind. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he muttered in hindsight, "It seems I have misplaced my trust." Meanwhile, the fire raven sovereign soon arrived before the secret realm of the eye, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Letting out a couple of caws. A dead friend does not mean a living hermit. With that, he promptly escaped the mysterious eye, feeling immensely grateful to be alive. As he once again caught the scent of the 3,000 Dao states, his spirits lifted considerably. However, just as he stepped out of the peculiar realm, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, as if he had entered an even more bizarre place, surrounded by an aura of murderous intent. The four-symbol sword. Is it the unparalleled emperor of this era lying in ambush here? The fire raven sovereign discerned the source of the killing formation. He quickly regained his composure, intending to resist, yet the principles of the emperor's weapon enveloped him, the descending laws of the Tao ensnaring him. An ancient palace was suspended above, rapidly descending towards him. Chapter 54. The oppressed sovereign of the Forbidden Zone, evolving to new heights. Your methods are ruthless. In my ancient palace, only the supreme souls are welcomed. My sword requires the nourishment of supreme flesh and blood. As Wang Ling emerged, the majesty of the three-realm emperor radiated from him, instilling great alarm in the heart of the Fire Crow sovereign, who could only gaze up in awe, as if confronted by the full moon. To live again as the emperor of the third realm is not the emperor of Xuandu among the 3,000 realms, merely a two-realm emperor. The Fire Crow sovereign found himself enveloped by the symbols of the great Tao, and a terrifying force swept over him like a tsunami. Wang Ling's voice rumbled like thunder, deafening and overwhelming. He was not the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone and lacked the ability to issue decrees. Despite his suspicions, He could not derive answers and thus struggled to uncover Wang Ling's true identity. Everything was a scheme orchestrated by the Xuandu Emperor. This era's sovereign was exceedingly difficult to contend with, cunning and devious, exploiting the eerie domain to ensnare the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones. Just as he had escaped the jaws of death, he found himself once more at the gates of the underworld. In his final moments, the Fire Crow sovereign howled in despair, his ambitions shattered like fragile illusions upon his demise. Wang Ling observed the complete obliteration of the Fire Crow sovereign, leaving no trace behind, his heart serene amidst the chaos. Compared to his first life, the third life after receiving the decree made the annihilation of a Forbidden Zone sovereign seem astonishingly simple, a profound transformation indeed. Had the Fire Crow sovereign still been alive, he would surely have raged against Wang Ling, admonishing him for his lofty ideals, comparing his own life and death to that of the sovereign. Alas, the Fire Crow sovereign dissipated entirely within the 3,000 realms. Upon his death, all his Tao principles were absorbed by the four-symbol sword array. Becoming part of the domain, Wang Ling swiftly tidied the battlefield, erasing all evidence as he awaited the arrival of the next visitor. Meanwhile, within the Void Well, the Tian Emperor, engaged in consciousness fusion with Wang Yu, shuddered at the realization. There was no path to immortality here. It was evidently a burial ground. The Xuandu Emperor was exceedingly ruthless and cunning, truly not to be trifled with. Her initial plan had been to subtly influence Wang Yu after their consciousness merged, preparing for vengeance against the Xuandu Emperor. However, the current situation made her hesitant. Just then, a sovereign of the Forbidden Zone stepped forth from the eye. This was the three-eyed divine hound who had ascended to become the emperor, known as the Howling Sky Emperor. The Howling Sky Emperor had garnered a rather dubious reputation across the 3,000 realms, having never antagonized any Forbidden Zone since his ascension, instead opting for a life of caution. While other emperors lived for a maximum of 12,000 years, he had remarkably survived for an additional 1,000 years. Most astonishingly, he had defied fate to live a second life, which lasted an impressive 13,000 years. When Wang Ling first learned of this news, he was left speechless. In terms of longevity alone, this individual could rival the three-realm emperors. As the Howling Sky sovereign stepped out of the eye, his fur bristled, and a divine light erupted from the center of his forehead, seeking to unravel the rules of the great Tao present in this place to carve out a path for himself. Howling Sky Sovereign, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. From atop the royal tomb, Wang Ling gazed intently, as the four-symbol sword encircled the supreme Xiantian with an impenetrable force, rendering his third eye ineffective. Xiantian Emperor, this is all your scheme. Supreme Xiantian let out a mournful wail, fully comprehending his dire situation. With furrowed brows, he lamented, in my lifetime, this is my singular chance. I ventured onto the path of immortality, only to find myself ambushed by you. Xiantian Emperor, I may be but a dog, yet you are even more cunning. This time, he offered no resistance. Feeling the lethal aura of the four-symbol sword, he cradled his head in despair, pleading, might you spare my wretched life. It is said that my ancestors were celestial pets of a divine being, and I possess the bloodline of the Sun Devourer, ready to follow you. Supreme Xiantian spoke, hoping to barter for a flicker of hope. You, who transformed into the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone, once ignited a cataclysmic bloodshed. Wang Ling pronounced his death sentence. Although this three-eyed divine hound was unique, he had no inclination to take it under his wing. A dog picked up midway might prove untrustworthy, potentially turning against its master in the future. Wang Ling was unwilling to gamble. Moreover, Supreme Xiantian had instigated the cataclysmic bloodshed. At this moment, it was merely a desperate ploy for self-preservation. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the four symbols sword resonated with a fierce, murderous intent, flooding the ancient hall with radiant light. In their coordinated assault, Supreme Xiantian found himself bereft of any escape, unable even to mount a semblance of resistance. Severely drained in this enigmatic realm, he now faced a formidable foe, devoid of the strength to battle. A perfect ambush, ruthless and cunning. After sensing the situation, the Tian Emperor hesitated no longer, resolutely deciding that as long as her strength did not surpass that of the Xintian Emperor, she would refrain from provoking him. Yet at that moment, she seemed to perceive something, her expression shifting dramatically. Wang Yu, you intend to suppress my consciousness? You wish to seal it completely. Are you intent on breaking our agreement? The voice of the Tian Emperor grew fainter, only for another voice to emerge, clearer and more pronounced. Though the current emperor is formidable, you too have been an emperor, yet you choose to shy away from confrontation. Your resolve has faltered. It is not I who disrupt our pact, but this body has willingly chosen me. Wang Ling lay in ambush for a while, finding no trace of a third supreme. Suddenly, he felt he had acted too hastily, failing to compel the Fire Crow Supreme and Supreme Xiantian to disclose the state of affairs in the enigmatic realm. Reluctantly, he ventured forth to investigate himself. Upon re-entering this strange domain, he fortuitously collided head-on with a panicked Supreme. Wang Ling wasted no words. Seizing the opportunity, while the Supreme was gravely injured, he struck without granting any chance for a response. How has the Xintian Emperor arrived? Did the Master of the Divine Tomb not stop you? The Supreme questioned in his dying breaths. Wang Ling responded with a cold smirk, collecting his flesh and blood to nurture the supreme killing sword. At the same time, he extended his consciousness to perceive this enigmatic realm, discovering that fragments of star stones were scattered throughout the entire star domain, interspersed with remnants of shattered divine soldiers and the blood of sovereigns. Except for the 3 sovereigns he had personally slain, the majority of the others had perished here, their essence now serving as sustenance for this peculiar land. Only 2 sovereigns and 1 sovereign lord remained, engaged in a fierce battle against the eternal ancient emperor, confronted by an adversary capable of infinite resurrection. The 2 sovereigns found themselves significantly drained, and even the lord of the undying city had nearly exhausted his spectral energy. Suddenly, a terrifying aura abruptly enveloped this space. The 2 sovereigns turned their gaze, their eyes alight with hope. Could this formidable presence be the reinforcement summoned by the Firecrow Sovereign? Even the Lord of the Undying City felt a wave of relief. He had initially assumed that the Firecrow Sovereign was merely seeking to save himself, not to summon aid. Now, it seemed he had misjudged the situation. Yet, he pondered which sovereign of the Forbidden Zone had come to their assistance. He murmured, immediately employing his authority to discern the source of the path's allegiance. Then, the Lord of the Undying City was left dumbfounded. Chapter 55. The Celestial Power from the Reverse Time and Space. 1 finger to slay the 3 Era Emperors. Xiandu Emperor, are you the savior summoned by the Firecrow Sovereign? The Lord of the Undying City gazed in astonishment at the newcomer. How could the Firecrow Sovereign have brought the Xiandu Emperor as reinforcements? Are you satisfied with the burial ground I have chosen for you? Wang Ling spoke, shattering their hopes with a single statement. He turned to the 2 supreme beings from the forbidden zone of the burial ground, who were still in shock, and smiled. It is indeed fitting for you to exit the burial ground and return here for your final rest. Boom! The eternal ancient emperor continued his assault, his golden battle armor stained with the blood of the supremes. Unaware of how many supremes he had personally slain, he grew increasingly valiant in battle. His Taoist soldiers swept across the Lord of the Undying City, unleashing formidable Tao principles and enigmatic powers that tore through the frail body of the Lord of the Undying City. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ling also attacked the 2 supremes from the Forbidden Zone, showing no mercy as they were weakened. He unleashed 2 imperial weapons, the Xiandu Ancient Palace and the 4 Symbols Killing Array, each targeting one of them, intent on utterly annihilating them. Ah, Lord of the Forbidden Zone, save me. They felt their flesh being gradually stripped away, their Emperor Tao principles burning to ashes. Once the paragons of this realm, they now found themselves ensnared and doomed, their demise utterly humiliating. Xiandu Emperor, you are the unparalleled emperor of this era. How could you engage in such deeds? Though the Lord of the Undying City was preoccupied, he did not wish for these 2 supremes to perish. Should they fall, there would be no one left to restrain the Xiandu Emperor, placing him in an even more precarious situation. At that moment, even a fool would comprehend that the so-called land of immortality was merely a trap, a grave for the unwary. There was no path to ascension. It was simply a road to becoming a ghost. The Lord of the Undying City, having lived for 250,000 years in the palace of the underworld, was witnessing such a treacherous and dark emperor for the first time. His heart bled, scolding himself for his foolishness. After living for so long, had he truly lived like a dog? This was utterly intolerable. At this moment, over half of the Supremes in the Undying City were dead or wounded, and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone found himself ensnared and in peril. As for why the Lord of the Divine Tomb did not engage the Xiandu Emperor, the Lord of the Undying City discerned some truths. The old fellow, sensing the situation was dire and realizing the path to immortality was flawed, had fled early. This also explained why the old man had volunteered to come and restrain the Xiandu Emperor. The Lord of the Undying City could not help but curse. A swirling black mist enveloped the eternal ancient emperor as he reached out in an attempt to rescue the two Supremes. Wang Ling shouted, "Eternal ancient emperor, muster your strength." A dignified, unparalleled three-era emperor, possessing the enigmatic power of immortality, yet unable to subdue even a self-slashing three-era supreme. What a laughingstock. The blood of the Lord of the Undying City harbored the power of command, even more precious, causing Wang Ling to covet it. The eternal ancient emperor, hearing these words, cast a blank stare at Wang Ling. It was evident that he recognized the visitor, his eyes, usually calm and undisturbed, now reflected a flicker of surprise, to defy fate and live a third life. He murmured to himself, then retaliated against the Lord of the Undying City with even greater ferocity, radiating golden light, his colossal frame resembling a divine mountain. The terrifying Tao soldiers enveloped the Lord of the Undying City, intent on subduing him right there. Is this even possible? The Lord of the Undying City, emulating his adversary, quickly retorted, "The great Emperor Xiandu is the unparalleled sovereign of our era. The blood of his heart burst forth with the rules of the great Tao, far more precious than mine." Yet, the eternal ancient emperor did not advance to assault the royal mausoleum. Instead, he intermittently declared, "They all must die." As for the two supreme beings from the burial ground, they were effortlessly returned to their graves by the royal mausoleum, their Tao essence absorbed by the ancient palace of Xiandu, forming souls within the palace. As the number of these souls increased, the aura of the ancient palace grew increasingly terrifying, seemingly undergoing a transformation, elevating to a higher realm. The four symbols killing formation, while dense with murderous intent and possessing sharper blades, revealed no extraordinary qualities. Wang Ling speculated that while subduing the supreme beings might replenish the aura of killing, it could not enhance the realm itself. To catalyze a transformation in the four symbols sword, one as cultivation must reach the level of Ling Yun to gain insight into the realm. Sensing the demise of the last two supreme allies, who had turned into the essence of the sword, the Lord of the Undying City lost his composure entirely. At that moment, being relentlessly pressed by the eternal ancient emperor, his mentality began to crumble, and he cursed vehemently, "Xiandu, you are truly despicable," launching a sneak attack from behind. What a disgrace to the emperor. Wang Ling was taken aback. For the first time, he was being admonished from the moral high ground. "You, who have become the master of the Forbidden Zone, allowing your subordinates to wreak havoc across the 3,000 Tao provinces, dare to lecture me on morality? Do you even possess such a thing?" Witnessing the Lord of the Undying City, devoid of any moral integrity, yet condemning others, Wang Ling immediately retaliated. He deftly commanded the four symbols killing sword to attack relentlessly from the side. As the Lord of the Undying City was locked in fierce combat with the Eternal Emperor, the sword struck, targeting his most vulnerable points. In the blink of an eye, gaping wounds appeared on his waist and back, and in his fury, he bit off his last decayed tooth, howling at the heavens, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He was no longer inclined to continue fighting. Instead, he chose to pay a price to escape. However, at that moment, he was astounded to find an ancient palace blocking his chosen escape route, preventing his advance. Gazing at Wang Ling, who stood afar with a mocking smile, the Lord of the Undying City's composure shattered completely. "Great Emperor Xiandu, you are utterly shameless." Wang Ling pointed at his own mouth, You are the true, toothless one. If this continued, the only fate awaiting the Lord of the Undying City was to be utterly exhausted. He yearned for transcendence, wishing to fight to the death. Yet the bizarre rules here sealed their great Tao, severing the connections of the 3,000 Tao rules entirely. At last, the Lord of the Undying City could barely withstand the pressure. Wang Ling, no longer content to observe, seized the opportunity and swiftly descended into the fray. He suddenly approached, seizing the heart of the Lord of the Undying City before the latter could fully heal, extracting the vital essence from him. The once mighty sovereign of the Forbidden Zone ultimately met his demise in such a humiliating manner, slowly worn down. Seizing the heart's essence, death, the eternal ancient emperor fixed his gaze upon Wang Ling, his colossal frame looming above, embodying the awe of 3 generations of emperors. After such a prolonged battle, how could he contain his fury at being outmaneuvered? The consumption of so many supreme beings against him was surprisingly minimal. Wang Ling stepped forward, his combat spirit soaring. You are the unparalleled emperor of 3 generations. I too am an emperor who has defied fate to live through 3 lifetimes. I am in need of a sparring partner to test my true strength. Above him, the ancient palace of Xiandu radiated, the laws cascading like a waterfall. With 4 swords of slaughter orbiting around him, exuding an unparalleled murderous intent. His entire being was enveloped in golden laws, revealing the might of his sacred body. He commenced with his utmost battle prowess, holding nothing back, yearning to engage the eternal ancient emperor in combat. But at that moment, the rules of the great Tao began to dissipate, and this uncanny realm suddenly spun into chaos. The stars abruptly lost their gravitational pull. The 3 stars that had been revolving now began to align correctly, seeking attachment to a singular star, commencing their orbit. Wang Ling furrowed his brows. Raising his hand to find that time in this star domain seemed to have come to a standstill, devoid of any breath of the flowing laws. Opposite him, the massive form of the eternal ancient emperor was momentarily imprisoned. He roared defiantly towards the heavens, but to Wang Ling, his movements appeared in slow motion. The bizarre realm grew even more enigmatic. What had transpired? Just as he pondered, a figure radiating an ethereal aura appeared, emanating the powers of time and space. She seemed astonished to find herself in this star domain, a hint of confusion crossing her stunning face, her gem-like eyes surveying the surroundings. Upon hearing the unwilling roar of the eternal ancient emperor beside her, she murmured softly, "How noisy." Then, with a flick of her finger, she struck the center of the eternal ancient emperor's brow. His massive form erupted into fragments, and more terrifyingly, the peculiar laws scattered without granting him the chance for resurrection. She then fixed her gaze upon Wang Ling, her voice imbued with a tinge of regret and an otherworldly quality as she spoke. I've traversed time and space, journeying through the river of time, but alas, I have arrived too early. You have just reached the pinnacle of humanity. You are still too weak. Will the celestial being have a brief appearance? Is her popularity high? In the early stages, some readers struggled to comprehend the worldview surrounding this book, which cannot be disclosed, resulting in a few low ratings. Thus, the current score is somewhat low. I kindly ask the esteemed readers for some 5-star reviews, if possible. Chapter 56, The Terrifying Woman, the Living Immortal, Boundless Fantasies. Her slender, flawless legs were straight and long, cascading like a waterfall of dark silken hair, enveloped in a mystical aura. With ease, she dispatched the ancient emperor of Wuzhong, her gem-like eyes glinting with mischief as her ethereal voice resonated. I have vanquished a formidable foe for you. How shall you express your gratitude? Before Wang Ling could utter a word, she interjected, there is no need for immediate repayment. When you have fully matured, you shall encounter me, and then we can speak of debts owed. I have traversed time and space. I cannot linger here for too long, as I must journey through the river of time to seek the grown version of you. Tilting her head in contemplation, she inquired, do you have any questions for me? Wang Ling steadied his emotions, recognizing that this sudden apparition, capable of effortlessly subduing a 3rd-generation emperor with a mere gesture, was undoubtedly a true immortal. What is the pinnacle of humanity? The 3,000 Tao states represent a relatively perfect world, once unilaterally divided by a great figure, who left behind a realm for cultivation, guiding this world onto the path of enlightenment. The pinnacle of humanity is what you refer to as attaining the status of an emperor. Beyond the emperor, there exists further paths, which you must forge yourselves, as that is the aspiration of the one who divided the realms. Without the ability to pioneer the great way, how could one stand alongside him in future battles? She gazed into this strange domain, grasping Wang Ling's hand, and they stepped into the heart of this eerie, starry expanse. In this core position, Wang Ling beheld an astonishing sight. Palaces floated, enshrouded by an eerie aura. He could distinctly sense the presence of many terrifying energies within these ancient halls. Were great figures lying in slumber here? The strange aura resonated with the essence of the ancient Emperor Wuzhong. In other words, the formidable Wuzhong, who had defied destiny across 3 generations, was merely a servant to those slumbering within the ancient palace. Who are they? Wang Ling could not suppress his curiosity. He felt that this woman's appearance might unveil the truth of the world. From the bygone era of immortals, she paused, gazing intently, and continued to be precise. They are remnants of immortals. After the celestial realm shattered, they became ensnared by the bizarre and have been lying in wait here in deep slumber. One day, they shall awaken, intent on devouring the 3,000 Tao states. Suddenly, a powerful will descended, soaring upwards, as the path of immortality within one of the palaces burst forth in radiant glory. The eerie aura swirled violently, as if the end of the world was upon them. Wang Ling felt his heart race, overwhelmed by an intense pressure. A remnant immortal was awakening, attempting to rise, shattering the very paths of existence. Subdue! She squeezed a drop of blood from her jade-like finger, radiating a pure, sanctified light, resembling golden blood, yet imbued with supreme Tao essence. This drop of blood was so pure that the eerie energies recoiled from it. As it descended upon this realm, the golden blood shimmered, transforming into myriad paths that scattered like a vast net, enveloping the area. Wang Ling sensed the oppressive force dissipate as the remnant immortal succumbed once more to slumber. The time they fought for me has come. I must take my leave. In different times and places, we shall meet again, she whispered, her form dissolving into a constellation of stars, bestowing a smile upon Wang Ling before vanishing like a fleeting breath. Wang Ling, having returned to safety, found the entire experience akin to a dream. As he reached out to touch the scattered glimmers of light, he realized that everything had indeed transpired. The woman's brief presence and her few words had opened a new world for him. The 3,000 Tao states were undoubtedly dictated by someone with immense authority over the ages. That person had also left behind methods for cultivating within the human secret realms. The 3,000 Tao states were deliberately protected, while the path above the great emperor was severed in this realm. The celestial realm lay shattered, leaving behind remnants of immortals exuding an eerie aura, asleep and unaware of when they might awaken. If they do awaken, they will surely encroach upon the 3,000 Tao states. This drop of blood from her is uncertain in how long it can sustain the passage of time. Wang Ling murmured, feeling the urgency of time slipping away, yearning to pursue a more distant path. This woman's physique was extraordinary. Her formidable corporeal strength resonated with his own, igniting a desire for collision. The supreme sacred blood path he once comprehended was also stirred by her unique constitution, reminiscent of the legendary primordial spirit sacred body. Such a physique was inherently terrifying, possessing an astonishing corporeal strength, nearly unmatched. Naturally attuned to the spiritual energies of the universe, she could swiftly restore her power, rendering her devoid of weaknesses and capable of suppressing all worldly foes. It was said that such a physique was born destined for the quasi-emperor realm. From her words, it seemed as though all in this world were mere pawns. Though she bore no malice, Wang Ling did not wish to be a pawn. He aspired to be the one holding the chess pieces. Attaining the path to emperorhood was merely the pinnacle of humanity. Beyond humanity lay the celestial path. What lies above the celestial path? The threshold Wang Ling now touched was but the celestial path itself, with the road beyond obscured and distant. It was time to return and cleanse the battlefield. Wang Ling contemplated the four epochs, aspiring to forge the true supreme path and embark upon the celestial journey. Presently, the 3,000 Tao states were perilous, with dormant remnants of immortals lurking outside, and numerous forbidden zones within that often hindered progress, provoking great ire. While Wang Ling remained within the 3,000 Tao states, he concealed this lost star domain with his path, rendering the myriad supreme beings of the forbidden zones incapable of discerning the truth. Once Wang Ling's presence dissipated, the veil of concealment would lift, revealing the reality. The Lord of the Divine Tomb is dead. A terrifying divine thought emanated from the blood mine's forbidden zone. Although Wang Ling had erased his traces, the taboo entities within the blood mine, employing special means, glimpsed the truth and were left astounded. A splash. This divine thought radiated outward like a droplet falling into a pot of oil. This news swiftly spread across numerous forbidden zones. How could the Emperor of Xiandu, merely a second-generation emperor, slay the Lord of the Divine Tomb of the Command Realm? This was utterly impossible. The current emperor's schemes were unceasing, sending shivers down my spine. Do you recall the scene in the Twilight Years when he orchestrated the downfall of the four supreme beings? This emperor of the present age is truly formidable. Thus, the path to immortality is also a fabrication, is it not? Is it related to the emperor of the mystical capital? Suddenly, they recalled something, and in an instant, countless gazes were fixated upon the lost ancient star region. At long last, a master of the forbidden zone spoke. Several supreme beings perished on the path to immortality. This path must be a deception. One wonders about the fate of the master of the undying city. Has it been uncovered? Ultimately, it cannot remain concealed. Just as Wang Ling stepped out of the eerie realm, he felt an overwhelming concentration of gazes upon him. Among them were not a few masters of the forbidden zones, surpassing even the realm of edicts. Evidently, within the forbidden zone, there are exceptional individuals. Some masters may have transcended the realm of edicts and ascended to a higher plane, for they would not have unraveled the truth from the traces he had erased otherwise. Those possessing such capabilities have likely already sensed the spiritual resonance, Wang Ling mused. Thus concluding, Chapter 57, Identity Exposed. Hua Wuqi curses, Wang Ling embraces murder. Only by transcending the decree can one perceive and probe into the ethereal rules within the path of enlightenment. The remaining forbidden zones harbor formidable beings. Wang Ling suddenly harbored suspicion, believing that his scheme to ensnare the Supreme through the path to immortality might have already been sensed by the masters of these forbidden zones who had reached the realm of ethereality. However, they might find it difficult to ascertain this, which is why they have chosen not to venture into the path to immortality. The Lord of the Divine Tomb and the Lord of the Undying City are merely their vanguards. Should it truly be the path to immortality, they would tread cautiously. If not, then it is a case of a dead ally versus a living practitioner. In contrast, they have exhibited considerable caution. Ultimately, these masters of forbidden zones are exceedingly troublesome, despite having eliminated two of their leaders and numerous supremes. Wang Ling pondered that his identity would eventually be revealed, making concealment increasingly futile. Given this realization, he resolved to cease any deliberate attempts at obfuscation, now that he had embarked upon a path beyond the third reincarnation. It seemed unlikely that these masters could inflict harm upon him. After two consecutive schemes of ambush, it was probable that the supremes of the forbidden zones would no longer fall victim to such traps. The moment he stepped beyond the bizarre eye, the supremes of the forbidden zones erupted in uproar. The aura of the supreme of the tomb's domain lingered around the emperor of Xiandu. He was like the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind. This eye appeared perilous. Having been discovered and exploited, it lured the supremes inside, while he prepared an ambush from the shadows. Ruthless, cunning, and infuriatingly powerful, he was merely an emperor who had lived for 2 lifetimes. How could they not unite against him? Such a formidable figure should not exist among the 3,000 states. Unable to contain their agitation, some supremes began to conspire. This emperor posed a lethal threat to them, counting the lives lost at his hand, nearly 20 Supremes had perished. Supremes constitute the primary combat strength of the various forbidden zones. Should the path to immortality open, these beings are their reliance, yet one by one. They were being hunted down. Such a thought was heart-wrenching. The Emperor of Xiandu's origins are shrouded in mystery. Before ascending to emperor, he possessed no notable reputation. Yet he has risen abruptly, repeatedly committing acts against the heavens. Do you not have any conjectures? Are you suggesting that his identity is extraordinary, possibly the reincarnation of a great being, aiming to transcend through lifetimes? Supremes began to converse, speculating about Wang Ling's true identity. Suddenly, one Supreme spoke up. Could he be the reincarnation of the Heavenly Origin Emperor? Or perhaps the Heavenly Origin Emperor never truly perished? Upon this declaration, the atmosphere within the Forbidden Zone became lively, filled with laughter and derision. Are you referring to the Wang Ling we exhausted through relentless assaults? How could it possibly be him? A newly ascended emperor who has only lived for 8,000 years. What prowess could he possess to transcend into his second life? You are the Nightmare Supreme. Have you fallen into a dream within a dream, ensnaring yourself? Do not overthink it. The Heavenly Origin Emperor was obliterated by the Supreme of the tomb. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. The myriad Supreme beings simultaneously denied the allegations. Yet the Nightmarish Supreme ultimately sighed in acknowledgement, conceding that perhaps it was indeed an overestimation on their part. It was certainly the reincarnation of a certain emperor. Yet the identity remained obscured from my perception, cloaked by an enigmatic principle that veiled all traces. Eventually, within the confines of the Forbidden Zone, a master endowed with the ability of spiritual resonance spoke up through divination. He discerned the essence of the resonance and confirmed that the identity of Wang Ling was anything but ordinary. Indeed, if this were true, could it imply that the Lord of the Undying City is facing grave peril? A query arose swiftly, and upon investigation, it was revealed that the one who had spoken was the Puppet Supreme of the Undying City. The Lord of the Undying City had ventured towards the path to ascendancy accompanied by numerous Supremes, leaving behind those who safeguarded the home, with the Puppet Supreme among them. I can no longer perceive the whereabouts of the Lord of the Undying City, came the response from a master of the Forbidden Zone. Do you wish to behold the trail of the Lord of the Undying City? Wang Ling, in a display of audacity, raised a severed head aloft, a ghastly, emaciated visage with eyes devoid of pupils and a mouth bereft of teeth, a truly pitiful sight. With a singular step, he approached the gates of the Undying City, suspending the head upon the archway, standing with arms crossed, his back turned to the masses, yet gazing intently at the various forbidden zones. Silent, he incited considerable ire among the remaining supreme beings of the 3,000 states. What could this signify? The implication was unmistakable: provocation. Must we endure further? If he continues unabated, will the various forbidden zones ever witness the opening of the path to ascendancy? Voices clamored in discontent, while Wang Ling's heart brimmed with cold mirth, eagerly anticipating a supreme to present themselves. When they arrive, I shall unleash my might. After all, while infiltrating the Forbidden Zone was a simple endeavor, annihilating its supremes posed a formidable challenge. Following the decree, Wang Ling comprehended fully that the masters of the Forbidden Zones, having forged their realms from the remnants of the shattered celestial domain and the ancient underworld, shared a kinship with the four-symbol sword, representing a domain in its own right. To slay a master of the Forbidden Zone within their own domain would be no trivial task. Was this truly Wang Ling's ultimate prowess? To be capable of subduing a master of the Forbidden Zone. Yet in the years since my unconventional enlightenment, I have only engaged in battle with a supreme once. In the miniature world, Hua Wuqing sensed a shift, her emotions swirling chaotically, with the current emperors displaying such dominance. Which supreme would dare to emerge from seclusion? When shall I be able to catch up to him, to surpass him? Gazing upon the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal before her, she clenched her teeth and ultimately chose to merge with the crystal. Little did she know that 5,000 years would swiftly pass. During this span, some supremes, unable to restrain their impulses, attempted to strike against Wang Ling, yet their fates were already sealed, falling effortlessly to his might. Meanwhile, the masters of the Forbidden Zones incessantly scrutinized Wang Ling's every move, seeking to uncover his true identity and thereby identify his vulnerabilities. Thunderous roars echoed. In a realm of void stars, a principle was torn asunder. Wang Ling opened his eyes, casting his gaze upon the newcomer. Instinctively exhaling a sigh, the once vibrant strands of hair now bore a semblance of decay. Though his visage remained tender, his complexion was pallid, with a lack of vitality. Hua Wuqing smiled softly as she approached Wang Ling, candidly declaring, "I have aged, and you remain robust, brimming with vitality." She reminisced about the time when Wang Ling was the emperor of the First Era, when she radiated grace while he appeared disheartened. Today, however, their roles had reversed. Having achieved an alternate path to enlightenment, the possibility of becoming an emperor eluded her. Time had inevitably rushed forth, leading her to the brink of her journey. Wang Ling fell silent. The 3,000 Dao states had long since vanished. For millennia prior, Wang Tong could no longer endure and had departed from this realm. The beings of the 3,000 Dao states had been replaced through the relentless passage of time. Many were only aware of their existence during the era of the Emperor Xuandu, yet few had ever witnessed the majesty of the emperor himself. The emperor's earlier struggles on the path to sovereignty had transformed into endless legends spoken of by the denizens of the 3,000 Dao states. Was Hua Wuqing, having taken an alternate path, destined to fade away as well? Was it truly the case that flowers bloom without ever wilting? Was this the road to immortality, a path forever solitary, traversed life after life? Wang Ling murmured, deeply contemplative. He turned to the frail figure of his old acquaintance and inquired, "Do you harbor any regrets?" "Regrets?" "Naturally," she replied. "In the First Era, I was deprived of the fruit of emperorship by you. In the Second Era, once again, you seized the fruit of emperorship from me. Finally, in the Third Era, I attained an alternate path, yet your overwhelming strength rendered the supreme ones timid, leaving me without the freedom that Bai Shen Wang enjoyed in his own rise." Recalling the countless times Wang Ling had overshadowed her, Hua Wuqing glared at him, her eyes aflame with indignation. "May I unleash my wrath upon you?" Yet, almost immediately, she broke into a serene smile, seemingly untroubled by the passage of time and the impending end of her existence. She tucked her hair behind her ear and contemplated before speaking. "If there is a regret, it is that I never ascended to emperorship to voice the grand aspirations of the generations of emperors." Wang Ling gazed at her, suddenly rising to embrace her waist. "Come, I shall take you to venture into the Forbidden Zones. Let us unleash our wrath upon the world." P.S. Hua Wuqing will not fade from the narrative. The storyline will encounter further twists ahead. Chapter 58. A Grand Reversal. Is it truly exhilarating to engage in such adventures in one's twilight years? Come, allow me to escort you into the Forbidden Realm. Hua Wuqing instinctively lifted her gaze to behold Wang Ling's resolute visage, a swell of emotions stirring within her, evoking a sense of profound appreciation. Does he harbor a sense of guilt towards me? Is he endeavoring to personally rectify past regrets? To venture into the Forbidden Zone? To take lives? Indeed, it is a rather unconventional form of romance. Hua Wuqing did not refuse Wang Ling's proposal. She murmured to herself, "Very well, let it be. It is but a resolution to the entangled fates of our 3 lifetimes." With a single step, Wang Ling tore through the boundless heavens, traversing the void to reach the Forbidden Zone as if it were mere steps away. This audacious act instantly drew the attention of the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, who keenly sought to discern the self-serving intentions of this era's Emperor Xian. His target was the Divine Tomb's Forbidden Zone. The ruler of the Forbidden Zone spoke, discerning the truth with clarity. It should have been anticipated. Previously, he had led to the demise of 2 rulers of the Forbidden Zone, displaying their heads upon the city of immortals as a means of instilling fear. With the Divine Tomb's ruler absent, it was only a matter of time before he would clear out the remaining forces. I had assumed he would seize the opportunity to cleanse the area back then, yet he chose to leave the Divine Tomb intact. Now, He embraces a woman as they journey towards it. Could it be that he seeks to fulfill her desires by purging the divine tomb? Whispers among the supreme beings echoed derisively. The actions of Emperor Xian are ultimately beneath him. What does he need a woman for? Women only serve to distract one's path to enlightenment. But soon, a rebuttal arose from another supreme being. You old fool, what do you understand? Although Emperor Xian possesses a cunning nature, I find myself admiring him for this choice. She is a female supreme, likely an extraordinary seeker from another era, devotedly following the footsteps of a great emperor, ultimately left unfulfilled in love. Achieving supremacy allows her to endure long, awaiting the return of that vanished emperor for one final encounter. Clang, 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 clang. Upon reaching the outskirts of the divine tomb, for lethal swords transformed into streaks of vibrant rainbows, swiftly penetrating the divine tomb, their overwhelming murderous intent sweeping across the entire forbidden zone. Emperor Xian, the ruler of the divine tomb, has perished, and you have orchestrated the demise of most of the supremes within. Why pursue absolute extermination? For supreme beings emerged, representing the last vestiges of strength of the divine tomb. Enveloped in mist, they were shrouded by the unique rules of the divine tomb, which mitigated the oppressive force of the four elemental swords' murderous intent. Indeed, as I surmised, the peculiar domain aligns with the rules governing the Forbidden Zone. It possesses its own domain, which explains the ability to obscure the grand rules of the 3,000 Tao states. It is no wonder that emperors of yore who ventured into the Forbidden Zone were met with bloodshed. Had the ruler of the Forbidden Zone still been alive, having defied fate across 3 lifetimes, he would have been able to comprehend the rules, and, even in self-sacrifice, would not have been inferior to an ordinary emperor. Moreover, with the unique abilities inherent within the Forbidden Realm, it becomes evident that the emperor's demise was orchestrated through extraordinary means. We, the 4 supreme beings, bear no ill will towards you, Xiandu Emperor. Our sole desire is to find refuge within the sacred tomb and patiently await the opening of the path to immortality. The remaining 4 supreme beings of the sacred tomb stand united, and Wang Ling has sensed that 2 among them are former emperors who have lived through a second life. Naturally, it is these 2 formidable sovereigns who speak first. Following the demise of the Lord of the sacred tomb, they are acutely aware that the reigning emperors will inevitably venture into the Forbidden Zone. They had indeed anticipated such a standoff, albeit they had not anticipated waiting for a full 5 millennia. After 5,000 years, Xiandu Emperor unexpectedly arrives with an unconventional path seeker in the twilight of life. As witnesses to the enmity between Xiandu Emperor and Hua Wuqi, they can surmise that the emperor has come to rectify the regrets tied to her. This suggests that the woman holds significant importance to him. Should negotiations falter, we may resort to attacking this woman. The 4 supreme beings covertly communicate, while Hua Wuqi senses their malice directed towards her, instinctively furrowing her brow and casting a glance at Wang Ling, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Wang Ling shakes his head. Today, the sacred tomb's forbidden area must be liberated from the 3,000 Tao provinces. I assert that even deities cannot offer salvation. Alas, this venerable yet aged sovereign emanates a terrifying aura. Sighing deeply, his gaze earnest and seemingly pitiful. Upon hearing Wang Ling's response, he persists in his inquiry. Xiandu Emperor, is there truly no room for negotiation? Without the protection of the sacred tomb's forbidden area, we cannot remain concealed. Wang Ling responds with a cold smirk. Qingmin Emperor, a being who has transcended to the realm of innate spiritual jade and defied fate to live a second life, now hides within the forbidden area of the sacred tomb. Having once unleashed bloodshed, otherwise, how could he have survived for so long? Hearing this, Qingmin's sovereign drops the pretense, his murky eyes glinting with bloodlust. He exchanges glances with the other 3 supreme beings, and after a brief communion, they unleash an overwhelming torrent of Tao energy. Boom! The 4 supreme beings, almost in unison, summon their formidable Tao weapons, collapsing the very heavens and earth of the sacred tomb's forbidden area, shattering the void and stirring the awakening of this forbidden domain. Although the Lord of the Sacred Tomb has perished, we have gleaned insights into the unique nature of the Forbidden Area, and activating 50% of its power should suffice to contend with an Emperor of the Second Life. Suddenly, the four Supreme Beings turn their attention, unleashing their most potent Tao weapons, all aimed directly at Hua Wuqi. This abrupt turn of events leaves Hua Wuqi momentarily stunned. Wang Ling seeks to sweep through the Sacred Tomb's Forbidden Area to subdue you. Why then do you attack me, and all at once? Qing Min's sovereign elucidates her confusion, stating, Xiandu Emperor has endured 5,000 years without stepping into our Sacred Tomb's Forbidden Area solely to await your arrival, which indicates your significance to him. If we can seize you, we may yet negotiate terms with him. Hua Wuqi finally comprehended the situation. She yearned to elucidate her intentions, stating that she had entered her twilight years and had come here today merely to rectify a lingering regret, also as a mere spectator. The focus, she believed, should rightfully be on Wang Ling. Yet, upon reflection, she pondered whether it was worth expending her breath to explain so much to them. Were they unaware that Wang Ling had defied fate to live 3 lives, not merely the second emperor in their limited understanding? Surely, he possessed the formidable strength to clear the forbidden zones and subdue them. Moreover, he had arrogantly declared his intent to sweep through the forbidden area to take lives, and it was inconceivable that he would idly watch her being besieged without intervening. However, in an instant, Hua Wuqi's countenance shifted, her thoughts transformed, and her mindset altered. The 4 supreme beings of the Divine Tomb were unleashing their formidable Taoist attacks upon her, threatening to engulf her with their unparalleled principles. Yet, rather than offering her protection, Wang Ling unleashed the 4-symbol sword, directing his assault towards the endless mountain range of the Divine Tomb. With a thunderous roar, the mountain crumbled as if a dragon were awakening. From the debris, the pinnacle of a small tower shimmered with ethereal radiance, soaring into the sky. Concurrently, Wang Ling's voice resonated. Fairy Hua, hold your ground. Chapter 59. The Flower Fairy of the Royal Tomb is deceptively cunning. At what level is this high-stakes game? Flower Fairy, hold your ground. These 6 words sent a jolt through Hua Wuqing's mind, and the ominous premonition she harbored ultimately came to fruition, nearly leading her to a sudden betrayal. Though she had gained insights into an unconventional path and was no less formidable than an ordinary emperor, her advanced age inevitably diminished her combat prowess. Confronted with the terrifying onslaught of the 4 supreme beings, she felt suffocated, requiring every ounce of her strength to respond. The Taoist weapon, the Jade Sword, unleashed an overwhelming brilliance of countless sword lights, illuminating the cosmos as they surged forth at her command, countering the 4 Taoist warriors. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of clashing Taoist principles shattered the silence, and despite her valiant effort in a 4-against-1 scenario, the Jade Sword could not withstand the assault indefinitely. However, it bought her precious time, allowing her to retreat and evade. As the 4 Taoist warriors advanced once more, a fiery red crystal materialized above her head, her most potent resource, the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal. Upon its appearance, the crystal radiated torrents of fiery Taoist principles, coalescing into a celestial firebird that stood against the 4 Taoist warriors. While she managed to fend off their attacks, it was a fleeting victory, and the strain was increasingly evident. Hua Wuqing cast an exasperated glance at Wang Ling, biting her crimson lip, her irritation palpable. You promised to bring me to the Forbidden Zone to slay foes. Yet here I am, single-handedly facing the might of 4 supreme beings. You scheming emperor, how foolish I was to feel moved by you before. In my twilight years, you seek to make me your combat aid. No, rather, a living target to draw fire. Wang Ling, are you even human? Wang Ling remained steadfast in his actions, although this small tower had been flattened, leaving only a solitary spire. The power contained within its domain allowed the master of the Forbidden Zone to once again delineate a territory, severing the Taoist principles, an extraordinary feat. Wang Ling felt a profound connection with the 3rd layer of the 9-fold celestial spirit coffin, realizing that if he could harness this object, he might grasp the supreme Tao. However, it was a formidable challenge, requiring more time to subdue. Hearing Hua Wuqing's furious voice echoing, he cast a deep glance at the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal hovering above her. Ah, the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal. I was ensnared by its allure before. Thus, how could the puppeteer allow you to easily fade away in your twilight? As the curses against him grew louder, Wang Ling replied with righteous indignation. Flower Fairy, did I not bring you to the Forbidden Zone? Are you not engaged in battle? Do you not harbor regrets? I am here to help you rectify those regrets and to restrain your formidable adversaries. You should be grateful to me. Without my intervention with this domain tower, your predicament would be far more dire. Hua Wuqing could only respond with silence. Meanwhile, within the various forbidden zones, the absence of a master in the divine tomb allowed many supreme beings to glimpse the fierce battle unfolding within. One supreme being, possessing keen insight, felt a chill in their heart and remarked, "The Xiandu Emperor is truly terrifying. Indeed, I initially believed that he would be influenced by a woman in his quest to pave the way. Yet I never anticipated that this very woman would serve as a diversion. Emperor Xuandu, are you unwell?" That unconventional female supreme, hidden within the forbidden zone, observed everything with keen eyes. A stunning reversal ensued, leaving her visage bruised. Wang Ling's image in her heart shattered in an instant, shrouded in a veil of darkness. Yearning to emerge and seek justice for Hua Wuqing, eager to engage in battle with this era's Emperor Xuandu. The outcome of this conflict was already devoid of suspense. For Emperor Xuandu was poised to eradicate a section of the Forbidden Zone. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone witnessed the unfolding battle and observed Wang Ling's intervention, which summoned the supreme domain of slaughter, suppressing the pinnacle of the small tower. From this day forth, there shall be no more divine tomb, forbidden zone within the 3,000 Dao states. The supreme taboo of the blood mine, forbidden zone murmured, feeling a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox, contemplating a surreptitious strike, yet this thought was quickly extinguished. Although Emperor Xuandu had defied fate to live a second life, the power he exhibited did not align with that of a second-generation emperor. He harbored an apparent great secret that warranted caution before any rash actions could be taken. Even in this battle, I have gleaned some insights. I shall extract a thread of the Tao and retreat for further contemplation to discern the true identity of Emperor Xuandu. The lords of the various forbidden zones continued to murmur, their voices dwindling into silence. Their doubts regarding Wang Ling's exhibited strength deepened, prompting them to seek various means to uncover his true identity. Meanwhile, within the divine tomb, forbidden zone, as Wang Ling wielded the power of the edict, combined with the confinement of the four symbols killing formation, he finally discovered a breakthrough. The domain of the tower's peak surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. Unable to be restrained any longer, the power of the domain poured out uncontrollably. Wang Ling gestured, drawing the tiny pinnacle into his possession. At that very moment, as the pinnacle was secured, all present could distinctly perceive the disappearance of the domain's rules. The mysterious divine tomb, forbidden zone, revealed its true form to the outside world. Emperor Xuandu. The four supreme beings comprehended fully. Under Wang Ling's deliberate guidance, they had all directed their assaults towards Hua Wuqing, failing to utilize the power of the forbidden zone's domain more effectively. A moment's hesitation rendered all efforts futile. Without the protective power of the small tower's domain, their strongest trump cards were lost. Now, they were left with but one path to pursue, a battle of utmost transcendence. Do you wish to seek ultimate transcendence? Alas, I shall not grant you that opportunity. As Wang Ling spoke, the four symbols killing formation returned to its quadrants, forming a domain that ensnared them, thoroughly isolating them from the principles of the great Tao. I, the third-generation emperor, with the four symbols killing formation, find it exceedingly simple to sever your path to ultimate transcendence. In life, you are all supreme beings of the divine tomb. In death, you serve as guardians within the ancient hall of Xuandu. This is quite reasonable, is it not? He was overwhelmingly powerful, radiating a brilliant light, effortlessly subduing the four supreme beings, his presence astonishingly captivating. In comparison to him, these supreme beings of the forbidden zones appeared as insignificant as fireflies. Though Hua Wuqing harbored resentment, she was nonetheless astounded by Wang Ling's displayed prowess. The Three-Era Emperor had swept through a forbidden zone, a feat unparalleled throughout history. Accomplished solely by you, Wang Ling. Yet, this does not serve as a justification for attracting firepower. Hua Wuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her heart brimming with pent-up frustration. Reflecting on her past lives, the first, second, and third, she found herself in her twilight years, yet still targeted for a scheme? Must you orchestrate such a thrilling and unforgettable event at the twilight of my life? With a lingering gaze fixed on Wang Ling, she could not help but sigh. The flower fairy, who could navigate alternative paths to uncover ways to defy fate and live anew, now sought me out in her later years, deliberately teasing me. Wang Ling responded with a smile. Isn't it only fitting to indulge you in something exhilarating? Upon hearing this, Hua Wuqing's bright eyes sparkled. So you were aware all along. What? It seems from your tone that she is not the victim after all. The supreme being within the forbidden zone stirred from its silence, renewing its focus, to traverse alternative paths and discover methods to defy fate and live again. What are these methods? This Hua Wuqing, once an obscure individual, has now emerged with such formidable strength. The Xiandu, a cunning and formidable emperor, was already an arduous opponent. Now, with Hua Wuqing's emergence, it appears she too possesses a scheming nature. The two of them played a high-stakes game today. Upon reflection, it is indeed terrifying. Chapter 60. The veil of Hua Wuqing's great secret is lifted. Wang Ling. So, it was I who intercepted? One emperor of the Xiandu is already sufficiently cunning. Yet this Hua Wuqing appears equally formidable, his origins shrouded in mystery. They yearn to delve deeper, but are deliberately obscured by Wang Ling. For the forthcoming revelations must remain concealed from the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone. Sensing the barrier against their divine awareness, the supreme beings wear grim expressions, and one murmurs. In this life, one is a Tao emperor, and the other an unconventional achiever. Neither are virtuous beings. This statement leaves many of the supremes, who retain a modicum of conscience, in a state of bewilderment. Most of us, the supremes of the Forbidden Zone, feed upon the essence of the myriad beings across the 3,000 Tao states. Are we truly virtuous? One supreme, realizing the inaccuracy of his previous assertion, hastily amended, virtue is relative. In comparison to the emperor of Xiandu and this Hua Wuqing, we are indeed the virtuous ones. Upon hearing this, numerous supremes nodded in agreement, clearly in accord. When enumerating the deeds of the emperor of Xiandu post-enlightenment, his ruthless methods and cunning schemes that have led to the demise of 2 waves of supremes, as well as the eradication of 2 Forbidden Zone lords, how could one not feel trepidation? Meanwhile, this Hua Wuqing, though nameless, has uncovered the means to reverse his fate in this life, demonstrating considerable prowess. Coexisting with these 2 figures, the supremes of the Forbidden Zone are engulfed in a profound darkness. What intentions do the numerous lords of the Forbidden Zone harbor? Having collectively purged a section of the Forbidden Zone, their gaze will inevitably turn towards us. One supreme, deep within the confines of the Forbidden Zone, spoke forth. Observing these unfolding events, a sense of urgency arose within them. They no longer wished to remain passive. Do not fret. I have conferred with the lords of various forbidden zones and am in pursuit of the emperor of Xiandu's past and present. During his cleansing of the divine tomb, Forbidden Zone, we detected another essence of his Tao. Thus, we have made some progress. Clearly, there is a degree of trepidation towards the formidable and cunning emperor of Xiandu. Yet, merely living a second life is already outrageous. Should he manifest a third life, would his actions not become even more audacious? They do not desire such a powerful emperor to exist within the 3,000 Tao states. An emperor, attuned to the resonances of the spirit, responded, Soon, his past and present shall soon be revealed. After the divine tomb, Forbidden Zone was cleared, the nearest cultivators, positioned advantageously, swiftly entered the Forbidden Zone in search of opportunities. Soon, renowned sects and esteemed sanctuaries arrived, their eyes glistening with desire at the sight of unparalleled divine materials and herbs. Quickly, the various forbidden zones sealed off this area, allowing only disciples of major sects to enter, acting with great force and a lack of empathy. Numerous wandering cultivators traveled great distances to arrive here, and upon witnessing the situation, they became discontented, uniting to confront these illustrious sects and esteemed sanctuaries. Two saints from the renowned sect emerged, effortlessly dispersing the gathering of wandering cultivators. Yet in that very moment, many cultivators within the wandering organization suddenly experienced breakthroughs, their eyes sparkling with brilliance. The Tao has shifted. The spiritual energy has surged. Heaven aids me. Wang Ling suddenly appeared somewhat astonished. It was not due to the blood-soaked battle raging below over the coveted treasures of the Forbidden Zone. He remained indifferent to such conflicts. The path of cultivation was inherently brutal. One either advanced over the blood and bones of others or became the very blood and bones that others trampled upon. Ever since he defied fate and lived through his third life, the spiritual energy across the 3,000 Tao states had grown increasingly sparse. Over time, the number of quasi-emperors had dwindled to a mere handful, and saints had become the foundation of great teachings. Now, after clearing a life-restricting zone, the spiritual energy in the 3,000 Tao states had surprisingly begun to recover. The supreme beings of the life-restricting zones not only fed upon the lifeblood of all living beings, but also plundered the spiritual energy of the 3,000 Tao states. Wang Ling came to a profound realization. If all these forbidden zones could be eradicated, perhaps several extraordinary path-seekers would emerge in this world. He suddenly recalled the White God King, who had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. And now, in his heavenly court, he stood alone as the sole commander. After murmuring to himself, he turned his gaze towards Hua Wuqing, who appeared hesitant to speak, and inquired, "Is there a domain behind you as well?" Hua Wuqing, taken aback, did not expect Wang Ling to possess such profound insight. Hadn't the 3 generations of emperors only recently glimpsed the ability to perceive the domain? How could he have discerned it so swiftly? Wang Ling's demeanor grew increasingly enigmatic, prompting Hua Wuqing to ask, "How do you know of the domain?" With a flicker of his consciousness, for killing swords materialized behind him. "Would you care to enter and experience it?" Realization dawned on Hua Wuqing. The 4-symbol sword array already encompassed the domain. Wang Ling offered no explanation, merely smiling lightly, as he awaited her clarification. He warned, "Should you attempt to utilize the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal to create a forbidden zone, I shall immediately slay you." With a resonant clang, the 4-symbol swords began to tremble, exuding a torrent of murderous intent on enveloping Hua Wuqing. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, undeterred by the terrifying aura, responded with a radiant smile, "I once said this to you during the twilight of your first life. However, unlike then, when you could have self-sacrificed to become a supreme being, and I might have fought fiercely to defeat you. Now, if you wish to kill me, it would indeed be quite simple." As she spoke, Hua Wuqing cradled the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal in her hands. "You likely harbor suspicions that this object also possesses a domain, and that there was a mastermind who buried it within the head of a supreme being, waiting for my emergence to acquire it." Wang Ling remained silent, yet his mind was rife with speculation. Could the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal possess powers akin to his 9-fold immortal spirit coffin? Or was it possible that Hua Wuqing was also a possessor of a unifying entity? He shook his head, deeming the thought too far-fetched. "You two are curious about the identity of this mastermind, are you not? One who could scheme against you." The formidable and cunning emperor, without any pretense, she swiftly provided the answer. "It is I." "You, yourself?" Wang Ling was profoundly taken aback by this revelation. Hua Wuqing nodded slightly, stating that it would be more accurate to refer to her as the former fire phoenix of the celestial realm, who, by unforeseen circumstances, descended into this world and, deprived of the celestial essence, became a fragmented immortal. The fire phoenix crystal was, in essence, a manifestation of this fragmented immortal's core. With her consciousness submerged within the 3,000 states, ultimately entering the cycle of reincarnation 30,000 years ago, reconstructing herself, and embarking on the path to emperorship. Furthermore, you are more aware of the subsequent events than I. Her voice was laced with resentment as she directed an intense glare at Wang Ling, expressing that if she could achieve enlightenment and ascend to emperorship, she would be able to rely on the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal to live countless lifetimes, ultimately merging with it to attain the form of a fragmented immortal. At that point, perhaps she could return to the celestial realm. Wang Ling felt a surge of unease upon hearing this. A fragmented immortal from the celestial realm, the body of a fire phoenix. The Xianhuang Phoenix crystal, she was destined to tread the path of a protagonist, an undeniable leading lady. It dawned on him that he, as a transmigrator, had inadvertently seized this woman's narrative from the very outset. Chapter 61. Secrets of the Celestial Realm. A fractured mindset. A misplaced trust. The forbidden zone strikes. Did I just intercept Hua Wuqing? In this moment, the value of Tongzi Ge continues to rise. After listening, Wang Ling had gained a rough understanding. He scanned Hua Wuqing from head to toe, ensuring there was no trace of an otherworldly aura, and felt a twinge of pity for this unfortunate woman. What was even more tragic was that she remained oblivious to the shattering of the celestial realm. Want to return home? The path home has long been severed. With a heavy heart, Wang Ling spoke. I once gleaned some secrets of the celestial realm in a strange land. Upon hearing this, Hua Wuqing's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Wang Ling decisively continued. The celestial realm has collapsed. The bizarre land is filled with remnants of celestial beings ensnared by the uncanny. And I cannot ascertain if your kin are among them. Hua Wuqing responded, I thought the celestial path was merely obstructed. I never anticipated that my home has crumbled. She yearned to venture to the strange land Wang Ling spoke of to investigate, but upon reflection, she realized that the uncanny land was likely the burial ground of the undying city's lord. Her current strength was insufficient, and she had already reached her twilight years. When I accidentally fell from the celestial realm, I was but a child, filled with an obsession to return, yet now my home is lost, though that obsession remains. She sighed deeply and turned to Wang Ling, saying, You harbor secrets. I sense it, and I shall not be your adversary. I can stand beside you in battle, for I only wish to return to the celestial realm one day. I must return to the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal to slumber, and when I awaken, I shall live a second life. Although Hua Wuqing did not articulate it explicitly, the implication of her words was clear. The Xianhuang Phoenix crystal was not safe anywhere but in Wang Ling's company. Observing Wang Ling's hesitation, she presumed he would have conditions, which was indeed within her expectations. So she inquired, What are your conditions? I will consider acquiescing. Wang Ling pondered for a moment before voicing his thoughts. Is the Xianhuang Phoenix crystal truly that formidable? Could you endure a bit longer and allow me to lie within for a time? Seeing Hua Wuqing's eyes widen in surprise, he quickly amended, That request is indeed excessive. After all, it belongs to you and should rightfully be yours to occupy first. How about this? You enter first, make some space for me, and we can squeeze together. I shall not mind your presence. Hua Wuqing's fair visage turned icy, leaving her utterly bewildered by Wang Ling's words. She began to doubt whether she had chosen the right person to accompany her in her slumber. Suppressing her ire, she clarified, The Xianhuang Phoenix crystal is effective solely for me. Ah, I see. In that case, I invite you, Fairy Hua, to join my celestial court. As the sovereign, it is my duty to protect those who are part of it. Wang Ling contemplated the situation, realizing that this fiery phoenix, with her unique path to transcendence, could indeed achieve a second life, a prospect both formidable and astonishing. Who knows what heights she might reach in the future? Such strength would undoubtedly bolster the celestial court's power. It turns out that the celestial realm, which the White God King has joined, was established by you. Hua Wuqing suddenly gained enlightenment and, without hesitation, nodded in agreement, saying, Very well. Immediately, she stepped into the Shuangguang wind crystal, vanishing from sight. Wang Ling beckoned, cradling the Shuangguang wind crystal in his hand. He could sense Hua Wuqing's presence, yet within the 3,000 Dao provinces, the essence of an alternative cultivator was dissipating. This delighted the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone. I perceived the essence of the alternative cultivator fading in the 3,000 Dao provinces. Has she perished? Did she not claim to have discovered a method for alternative cultivators to defy fate and live anew? Is it truly that simple? After we ascend to the throne, how arduous it is to defy fate and attain a second life. And she's merely an alternative cultivator. How could she so easily achieve a second life? It is sheer folly. Even if she fortuitously stumbled upon a way to live anew, it would likely be fraught with peril. Clearly, now that her essence has vanished, she has probably met her demise. Suddenly, one supreme being shifted their tone. With the absence of an alternative cultivator, the current emperors lose an ally. I sense that our opportunity has arrived. Such is the reasoning. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone seemed to be deliberating strategies while we await favorable news. Wang Ling sensed some of the discussions from the Forbidden Zone. He gazed at the Xuanguang wind crystal in his hand, his bright eyes flashing. And an involuntary smile graced his lips. They all believe you have perished, Flower Fairy. You have become a significant trump card in my hand. He had already devised a plan. In future battles against the Supremes of the Forbidden Zone, he would cast the Xuanguang wind crystal, allowing the Flower Fairy to confront them head-on. Hua Wuqing, still not deeply asleep, suddenly felt a stirring within her. Her heart racing as she realized she had entrusted herself to the wrong person. What should she do? Awaiting a response. Just then, a terrifying aura emerged within the 3,000 Dao provinces. It was comparable to that of a supreme being, not emanating from the various forbidden zones, yet captured the attention of all the supremes. Someone seeks to become an alternative cultivator. One of the supremes could no longer contain themselves, having just dealt with one. Another appeared. They acted decisively, intent on preventing the emergence of another alternative cultivator in the 3,000 Dao provinces, and especially not allowing Wang Ling to gain another ally. They aimed to crush this potential alternative cultivator in its infancy. Suddenly, in the bright daylight of the 3,000 Dao provinces, a full moon emerged, obscuring the blazing sun and radiating endless silver light, its Dao principles permeating the air, instilling boundless terror. A round-faced woman, not exceptionally beautiful and rather ordinary in appearance, stepped out from the abyss of void with resolute determination. She gazed at the distant looming hand, igniting a fierce battle spirit within her eyes. I fear no one who comes. My life is solely for battle. To become an alternative cultivator is not for immortality, but to avenge the great Emperor Tianyuan. She snorted coldly, ready to charge forth. With a sudden crack, the sky was torn asunder, and Wang Ling emerged from the void. Observing this junior before him, he felt a sense of relief. The resolute Wang family's little moon had ultimately reached this pivotal moment. He nodded toward Wang Yu, urging, "Hurry and attain the Tao." With that, he concluded. He charged toward the two ominous black hands, delivering a single, delicate punch that brought the cosmos to a standstill. In tandem, those formidable hands halted abruptly, their power, forged from the runes of the great Tao, dimming into insignificance before vanishing entirely. The Emperor of Xuandu intervened to protect. The supreme being of the Forbidden Zone felt a deep sense of reluctance. They had but one opportunity to strike, and having missed it, they were left with no recourse but to retreat in resignation. Beyond the confines of the Forbidden Zone, none but its master could pose a challenge to him. His strength was overwhelming. The mere essence of his sword aura, imbued with lethal intent, could shatter the fabric of the universe, instilling awe in all who beheld it. All of this was observed by the Empress of the Dark Moon, who resided in the subconscious of Wang Yu, her astonishment palpable. Despite Wang Yu's undeniable talents, her appearance was rather unremarkable. Why, then, would the Emperor of Xuandu take note of her? Why had he repeatedly come to her aid? As for beauty, I once possessed a captivating allure that left many envious. Even now, I remain a formidable presence. Why does the Emperor of Xuandu not extend his assistance to me? She inquired of Wang Yu. Do share with me the secret that lies between you and the Emperor of Xuandu. Please excuse my absence for a day. My spirit is adrift, and the quality of my writing has suffered, leading me to delete it all. I have decided to postpone my updates until tomorrow, and I promise to fulfill the outstanding updates afterward. Oh, how I long to write, yet my hands refuse to rest upon the keyboard. I failed to deliver an update today. I confess my guilt. I accept my punishment, and all may line up for their share of the author's 5 minutes of reckoning. Chapter 62. The Unparalleled Battle Immortal. The heart of Tao turns out to be the tomb of the great emperor. Wang Yu remained silent, not out of a lack of desire to respond, but rather from uncertainty in how to articulate her thoughts. Within her heart lay questions, particularly regarding the repeated interventions of the Xuandu emperor. This matter held great significance. Perhaps only after the alternative path to enlightenment was traversed would the answers be unveiled. As the moon ascended from the sea, it hung majestically above the 3,000 Tao states, the supreme aura of the Tao reverberating, felt by all living beings across the realms. Yet another individual had embarked on an alternative path to enlightenment. The journey of cultivation resembled a race among countless vessels, all vying for supremacy. While only one may ascend to the throne of emperor in this world, the pathways to enlightenment remain open, allowing alternative practitioners to also stand tall among the 3,000 Tao states. Witnessing Wang Yu's ascension, ambitions ignited within some hearts. Meanwhile, within the Wang family's imperial lineage, the passage of endless epochs had led to the demise of the venerable ancestor, Wang Tong. The status of the Wang family within the central state had diminished, gradually falling into decline. The atmosphere in the council hall was heavy with tension. The current head of the Wang family, Wang Tong, sat in the main seat, his countenance ashen and grim. A stunningly beautiful woman spoke with an air of arrogance. I shall enter the Tianjiao sacred land and become the contemporary saintess. He is unworthy of me. The engagement of yesteryear is no longer valid. Wang Tong is merely a waste now. In the center of the hall, Wang Tong's hands were tightly clenched, his nails digging into his flesh. Yet he felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of humiliation. To be confronted with a request for annulment. Could he endure such indignity? With a resounding clap, Wang Tong slammed his hand upon the table, his voice booming with anger. Do you not understand? My son Wang Tong possesses the potential of an emperor. A senior member of the Lan family cleared his throat gently and rose. Bowing slightly to Wang Tong, Brother Wang, it was I who sought out this engagement in the past. But now my daughter is on the verge of becoming the Tianjiao saintess, while Wang Tong has stagnated in his cultivation for a decade. At this, he glanced at the Wang family members, who remained immobile and unresponsive. Lan Zhan sneered, shedding any pretense. In the past, Wang Tong was indeed a prodigy of central state, but now he is but a waste. Let me be clear. While my Lan family was weak, we could not compare to the Wang family, which had produced an emperor in its lineage. Now, with my daughter as the Tianjiao saintess, our status has risen, surpassing yours. Even if your son Wang Tong were to improve his cultivation, we would not consider him worthy. Therefore, this marriage must be annulled, no matter what. The Wang family has no choice. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the Wang family head and the elders turned a deep shade of anger and humiliation. Wang Tong's tightly clenched fists reflected his profound sense of shame as he began to utter, 30 years in the east. However, before he could finish, a moon rose in the sky, radiating divine light, capturing the attention of all present. Lan Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. Has someone embarked on an alternative path to enlightenment? Lan Fei furrowed her brow and nodded. According to the ancient texts of the Tianjiao sacred land, there is indeed a movement towards alternative enlightenment, but we do not know who possesses such audacity. Could it be this moon? In the annals of our clan, there exists an ancient record that speaks of a figure known as the Little Moon of the Wang family. With a sudden exclamation, Wang Tong rose, pointing towards the luminous orb in the sky, trembling with intensity. Lan Zhan turned, scoffing. What stirs your excitement, Wang Tong? Does that moon hold any significance for your family? How laughable. Your lineage is bereft of even a single sage, let alone an alternative path to enlightenment. Lan Fei chimed in with a derisive laugh. If anyone in this world is likely to achieve an alternative enlightenment, it is undoubtedly the ancestors of our Tianjiao Holy Land. Your family's past glory has faded into obscurity, and from my studies of ancient texts, the so-called Wang family imperial sovereign produced merely the weakest emperor in history. So this is the essence of an alternative path to enlightenment. In a lost ancient star domain, The former little moon of the Wang family had attained the great Tao, capable of perceiving the sounds of the world. She directed her focus towards the Wang family of Zhongzhou, where her descendants resided. What? To dare slander our imperial sovereign, to defame the light I pursue. You're courting death. Wang Yu was enraged, her aura radiating with overwhelming power, the moonlight behind her bursting forth in resplendent brilliance. Meanwhile, within the Wang family, the members beheld a full moon descending upon Zhongzhou, specifically hovering above their ancestral home. Lan Fei, you shall meet your end. At the very center of the luminous moon stood a figure that compelled all present to bow in reverence, breathless. With a mere gesture, Lan Fei's head was pierced through, her essence reduced to a crimson skeleton. The saintess of the Tianjiao Holy Land, you shall fall today. If you seek vengeance, my door is always open. Wang Yu. Her declaration made the saint of Tianjiao sweat profusely, nodding repeatedly. I dare not. The Wang family. Indeed, the little moon of the Wang family is a revered elder among us. The head of the Wang family and the elders wept openly. Her emergence rekindled the glory of their lineage. Wang Tung, too, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Has our ancestor truly attained the alternative path to enlightenment? This feeling is sublime, akin to a once-fallen family, beleaguered for over 20 years, suddenly being visited by an ancestor proclaiming our lineage as supreme. He was moved to tears. This humiliation shall no longer be borne. Wang Yu glanced at the now dwindled Wang family. She offered little assistance. For had it not been for today, as affront to the great emperor of Tianyuan, she would not have intervened at all. Wang Ling observed everything closely, finding solace in Wang Yu's fierce defense of the great emperor of Tianyuan. Simultaneously, he discerned the essence of her determination. The great emperor was the light she sought, the guiding force for her transformation from mortal to enlightened being. With the emergence of yet another practitioner of the alternative path across the 3,000 realms, a forbidden zone was cleansed, and spiritual energy began to revive. Wang Ling pondered whether to invite her to pay homage to this elder, but then reconsidered, deciding it was best to leave such matters to fate. Currently, the most pressing concern remained the pinnacle of that small tower. Wang Ling caressed the tip of a tower in his hand, sourced from the forbidden zone of the divine tomb. Its inner pathways were intricate, and he intended to explore them, seeking the spiritual resonance contained within, aspiring to embark upon the path of the fourth generation. Just then, a surge of martial intent filled the heavens. A crisp voice reverberated throughout the 3,000 Tao states. Is the supreme being of the forbidden zone, who once acted against the venerable ancestor, the celestial emperor, still present? I yearn for battle. After a prolonged silence, no one answered. Her cultivation emanated swiftly across the 3,000 Tao states, her fighting spirit soaring as she approached a forbidden zone. If there is no response, then I shall inquire at each forbidden zone in turn. The celestial emperor, taken aback, remarked, You have only recently attained your unique path. You can only engage in combat with those who have self-destructed. There are many supremes within the forbidden zones, and your two fists cannot withstand their four limbs. I implored, can we not exercise restraint? You have only just embarked on your unique path. Must you be so reckless? Wang Yu, her demeanor unruffled, turned to respond. My journey is fundamentally one of enlightenment through battle. Without fighting, how can I attain understanding? The supremes of the forbidden zones provide the finest crucible for my trials. Furthermore, should I perish in battle, the celestial emperor would meet the same fate. The celestial emperor, initially stunned, soon wore an expression of indignation. You. Wang Ling witnessed Wang Yu's audacious actions and could not help but commend her. What a remarkable battle immortal. Chapter 63. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone discerns the truth. The identities of Wang Ling and Wang Yu. Wang Ling observed that Wang Yu had arrived at the fallen immortal lake. Within this forbidden realm, the spectral form of an emperor emerged, eyes closed and a cold smile upon its visage. Ignorant youth, it scoffed, having only recently embarked on the path of transcendence. You dare to act with such audacity in the forbidden zone? With an expression of haughty defiance, and an aura brimming with combativeness. Wang Yu parted her crimson lips and declared, "I do not seek immortality. I only wish to avenge my ancestor." She took the celestial heart of her clan's great emperor as her guiding principle, and through bloodshed, she traversed the path of enlightenment. Her resolve was unwavering, and her martial spirit unyielding. "I am but an unconventional transcendent, yet you are merely a self-slain sovereign. How could I possibly shy away from battle?" Behind her, a portentous phenomenon manifested. A full moon rose and fell, its ethereal light radiating forth, striking towards the supreme emperor's corpse. Having embraced an unorthodox path, she shattered the shackles of her corporeal form, her mystical arts coalescing into a singular force, bridging the insurmountable chasm. Her body had undergone a true metamorphosis, and the blood coursing within her veins now surged with fervor and martial intent. "Let me pass. None among the supreme beings of this forbidden zone shall dare to challenge me." Suddenly, a voice resonated from the depths of the fallen immortal lake. The supreme emperor's corpse, desirous of imparting a lesson to the young one, hesitated upon hearing the words of the forbidden zone's lord. Though tempted to defy the will of the zone's sovereign, it ultimately submerged into the waters of the lake. "Young one, you may leave. The fallen immortal lake has had no part in the assassination of the great emperor. There exists no causation with your clan's celestial sovereign," spoke the lord of the forbidden zone. The Tian emperor observed the reluctance of the forbidden zone's sovereign to engage in combat, and its surprisingly conciliatory demeanor left her astounded, brimming with confusion. Has the era truly shifted? When did they become so accommodating? She vividly recalled the time when, upon ascending to emperorship, she was beset by numerous sovereigns, each more ruthless than the last, the scene stained with blood, a memory that still haunted her. As the emperor's corpse sank into the depths, it voiced its bewilderment. "Why do you refuse to let me strike? In this forbidden zone, an unconventional transcendent daring to act with such insolence should surely be met with bloodshed." The lord of the forbidden zone replied, "Wang Yu's unorthodox path has garnered the protection of the Xiandu emperor. Are you not wary of this ancient schemer's machinations? Currently, it is best to avoid provoking the Xiandu emperor, for we, the lords of the forbidden zones, are on the verge of uncovering the secrets that shroud him. Furthermore, this unconventional transcendent harbors an aura reminiscent of ancient emperors. We must deduce her true identity." Wang Yu, having gleaned no gains at the fallen immortal lake, proceeded with her fervent martial spirit to the blood mine forbidden zone. The Tian emperor hastily intervened. The sovereigns of the blood mine forbidden zone are notoriously brutal, their methods merciless. Once a friend of mine vowed to eradicate the blood mine forbidden zone, yet was beset by dozens of sovereigns, never to emerge. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you not speaking of yourself? Did you truly believe I was unaware? Ancient texts speak of your fate. The great emperor ventured into the blood mine forbidden zone in his twilight years, yet could not find his way out. Moreover, ancient texts record that your venture into the blood mine forbidden zone was not to wage war, but rather to seek the elixir of immortality. Thus, cease embellishing your own image." The great emperor of the Dark Moon, feeling exposed, was visibly displeased and retorted, "Is this how you show respect to your elders?" As Wang Yu stepped into the blood mine forbidden zone, she inquired, "What are your thoughts upon revisiting this place, esteemed Dark Moon?" The great emperor, incensed, suddenly sensed several supreme presences emerging, all fixated on Wang Yu, and declared, "What do you think? I was lying, was I? The supremes in the blood mine forbidden zone are not to be trifled with. Each possesses formidable strength and a volatile temperament. You should depart while you still can." Wang Yu's response brimmed with excitement, her martial spirit surging forth, her gaze ablaze. "For great supremes, today's battle, though it may be brutal and likely stained with blood, will yield profound insights into the Tao." She was resolutely prepared, while the great emperor of the Dark Moon sighed at her fervor. Once overjoyed at the girl's unique path to enlightenment, she now lamented, "This child has unwittingly stepped into a perilous pit. Should she fall in battle, I too shall perish. How did I ever choose her?" Recalling the day she discovered the girl, Nearly moved to tears after countless millennia of waiting for a fated companion, she now felt a sense of swelling anxiety. I must do everything in my power to ensure her survival. The great emperor, exasperated, anticipated a bloodied confrontation. However, as they waited, the four supremes in the blood mine Forbidden Zone did not engage. Moments later, a voice resonated. I have never ambushed the late emperor in my territory. If you persist, you may take any spiritual objects you desire from the blood mine Forbidden Zone. As for combat, we decline. With that, they turned away, vanishing from Wang Yu's sight. With her fighting spirit unspent, Wang Yu questioned, "Are you certain that the Supremes in the blood mine Forbidden Zone are the most fierce and quick to anger, eager to engage in battle the moment they meet?" The great emperor widened her beautiful eyes, momentarily dazed. "Is this truly the same blood mine Forbidden Zone that once crushed me? When did these Supremes become so amiable? Not only are they willing to converse, but they also permit you to enter the forbidden area to select spiritual objects?" Undeterred, Wang Yu continued her relentless pursuit towards the next Forbidden Zone. Yet, similar to the preceding ones, none were inclined to engage her in combat. This left her disheartened by the end of her run. Her head hung low as she sighed in frustration. What has happened? I seek battle, yet no one will fight me? The great emperor of the Dark Moon fell into a complete silence, recalling the hardships of her own imperial era. Witnessing Wang Yu's current treatment left her breathless. Comparisons among individuals can be utterly disheartening. She found herself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. In that moment, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. Both enveloped in their own silence, each at a loss for words. At long last, after the passage of 2 centuries, she detected the presence of the contemporary great emperor. Unable to contain herself any longer, she hastened towards him and earnestly inquired, "Might you grant me the honor of a duel?" She added, "I am aware of the protective grace bestowed upon me by the great Emperor Xiandu, yet no one is willing to engage me in battle. My fighting spirit is waning. Could you possibly fulfill my desire for a confrontation?" Wang Ling observed Wang Yu, whose tone bore an air of grievance, and he could not help but stifle a chuckle. These supreme beings were now wary of the traps they had laid, fearing that Wang Yu might seek them out, a predicament of their own making. Simultaneously, within the various forbidden zones, the lords of these domains, upon sensing Wang Yu's aura, began to engage in incessant calculations. Soon, the lords found themselves unsettled and restless. Although the essence of the great Emperor Xiandu was shrouded by the terrifying laws of the Tao, why was it that the fluctuating energy emanating from Wang Yu bore a connection to him? Was there a link between them? Chapter 64. Enduring Through the Ages? The most enigmatic forbidden zone. Elevation of cultivation. The result of this deduction left the masters of the various forbidden zones in a state of agitation. The connection between the Grand Emperor of Xiandu and Wang Yu is minimal, with the only shared experience being their journey along the ancient celestial road. Wang Yu's unconventional path to enlightenment, having acquired the legacy of a certain emperor, now appears to be linked to the once astonishing and unparalleled Taiyin Emperor. The Grand Emperor of Xiandu, having defied fate to live a second life, possesses an aura of mystery. He too may have inherited the legacy of an ancient emperor. Wang Yu belongs to the Wang family, which has a historical connection to the Tianyuan Emperor Wang Ling. Could it be that the legacy obtained by the Grand Emperor of Xiandu originated from the tomb of the Tianyuan Emperor? After extensive deliberation, the masters of the Forbidden Zones were both shocked and skeptical of this conjecture, feeling its improbability yet sensing a faint possibility, leaving them in a state of internal conflict. The taboo supreme being in the lake of fallen immortals, who had once grasped the essence of spiritual resonance, had painstakingly unraveled the truth, but remained shrouded by the obscurity of the great Tao, unable to progress further in the pursuit of the ultimate truth. Some supremes expressed regret, acknowledging the formidable prowess of contemporary emperors who wield the rules of the great Tao and govern the will of the 3,000 regions. For a master of a forbidden zone to reach such heights is indeed commendable. In summary, it is prudent to avoid provoking them for now. One certainty has emerged. The Grand Emperor of Xiandu seemingly possesses the might of 3 generations of emperors. Patience is advised, as an invincible supreme being, transcending spiritual resonance, has sensed that the path to immortality is no longer distant from us. The numerous masters of the Forbidden Zones issued warnings for their respective supremes to refrain from engaging in conflict and to prepare for the opening of the path to immortality. Existences that transcend spiritual resonance. Do we truly have such formidable figures within our 3,000 regions? Beings capable of defying the heavens to live beyond 6 lifetimes? Is there indeed such a powerful presence among us? Some supremes found it inconceivable in their eyes. Living through 3 lifetimes is already terrifying enough to be deemed a supreme emperor. The thought of transcending to 6 lifetimes was beyond their imagination. You may not be aware of this. An ancient supreme, resembling a venerable celestial crane, appeared frail and fraught with a persistent cough. He began to elucidate. The 3,000 regions have existed for countless ages. It is said that during the primordial era, the 3,000 regions were interconnected in the celestial realm, possessing 3,000 paths of the great Tao. There is indeed a path beyond the attainment of the Tao, and it is a misconception that only one emperor can exist per lifetime. There is no need for any of you to self-sacrifice to enter the Forbidden Zones. Once the path beyond the Tao is found, one may ascend to the celestial realm via the path to immortality. In the primordial era, not only were there those who comprehended spiritual resonance, but there were also numerous emperors who grasped realms, unlike the present. Alas, to encounter an emperor capable of traversing 3 lifetimes is already astonishing. If that is the case, then do we still have figures from the primordial era within our various Forbidden Zones? Absolutely impossible. The celestial crane supreme shook his head. The primordial era is eons past. No one could possibly survive such a span. Then were your earlier words mere folly? Some supremes began to question, suspecting that this elder was merely posturing, attempting to deceive them. I have also encountered accounts in ancient texts, and what are the astonishing emperors that emerge from the myriad eras? Primordial, ancient, distant, and recent? Why is it that, after ascending to the throne, we remain utterly oblivious? The supreme celestial crane chuckled lightly, coughing heavily until he regained his composure before continuing. Those who possess the extraordinary ability to transcend and live beyond 6 lifetimes already possess near-immortal capabilities. They can effortlessly erase all traces from this world. Do you still wish to perceive their presence? A delusion. Alas, do you, old man, hold us in such contempt? We too were once the great emperors of our time. Were it not for your reliance on a cane, I would have surely given you a thrashing. An old man, clearly on the brink of death, exuding no chaotic aura of bloodshed, too timid even to unleash the chaos of the end times. The crowd erupted in derision. Yet the supreme celestial crane merely smiled serenely, unfazed. He moved slowly, yet in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, his form dissipating into the depths of the forbidden wilderness. At this moment, the supreme of the Forbidden Zone suddenly recognized, how could this supreme celestial crane endure so well? Why has he not perished? Both of my esteemed friends from the blood mine, Forbidden Zone, have succumbed to his endurance, yet he remains alive. Occasionally, he even ventures into other Forbidden Zones to spread rumors' weight. He has disappeared into the depths of the Forbidden Wilderness, among the myriad states. The most enigmatic of all is indeed the Forbidden Wilderness. Deep within, the supreme celestial crane bowed respectfully, upon hearing that the path to immortality is about to open. All the Forbidden Zones are stirred with excitement, yet they do not wish to provoke this era's grand emperor of the mystical capital. As the years drift by, waiting in uncertainty, perhaps we may find fortune in this celestial jade as we are reborn, and the path to immortality may yield its rewards. Another sigh echoed. The path to immortality, although you have sensed the resonance of immortality drawing near, cough, cough, I fear I may not endure much longer. You were once a divine general, and you still possess great resilience. The leaders of the Forbidden Zones across the 3,000 states have perished, yet you will remain unharmed. Cough, 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 one can only hope in the void of the starry sky. Wang Ling gazed at Wang Yu, who bore an expression of grievance, yet was brimming with martial fervor. In response to her eager gaze, he finally nodded, signaling his agreement. Splendid. Wang Yu felt the battle spirit within her roar, no longer willing to wait. How fortunate it is to engage in combat with the reigning emperor who defies the heavens and has lived through 2 lifetimes. Her blood surged with fervor, an overwhelming battle intent that seemed poised to transcend the heavens, radiating a cool lunar brilliance that gathered from all directions, transforming into the most resplendent divine radiance, illuminating the entire starry expanse. Wang Yu activated the Great Path's runes and commenced her assault, shouting, "Grand Emperor of the mystical capital, I must offend you with that." Wang Ling made his move. With a mere pinch, the supreme divine radiance instantly contracted, and the extraordinary crescent moon that had formed above Wang Yu shattered with a resounding crack. Wang Yu found herself ensnared, cast aside. Her face was one of astonishment, disbelief etched upon her features. She was aware of Wang Ling's formidable strength, yet the extent of his terrifying prowess was indeed unforeseen. "I am truly no match for you." She stood in place, murmuring to herself, lost in thought for quite some time. Wang Ling cast a sidelong glance at her. He had already moderated his power, yet still easily defeated Wang Yu, which must have been somewhat disheartening. "Surely, this will not affect the resolve of this child. My ancestor, the great Emperor Tianyuan, fought valiantly throughout his life, and I too shall not waver in my determination, nor cease my fighting spirit." She cupped her hands towards the Emperor Xuandu, her face alight with yearning, and said, "Next time, I hope to endure a bit longer in your presence." It seems her resolve remains unshaken. Wang Ling observed the young one's demeanor, a smile gracing his face. Then, as if sensing something, he turned his gaze toward a certain forbidden zone, his smile swiftly vanishing. In the most enigmatic forbidden forest, an esteemed elder has returned. Is he the master of this forbidden realm? He has already mastered the essence of spiritual resonance. Chapter 65, Defying Fate. Unbelievable. The great emperor of the celestial origin has been resurrected. The origins of the forbidden zone of the wild forest remain shrouded in mystery. Wang Ling has scoured ancient texts, uncovering only sparse fragments of information regarding it. It is said to be the earliest of the forbidden zones, tracing back to the primordial era, enduring through endless epochs, yet remaining the most discreet of all. This zone does not accept any self-destructing sovereigns, almost entirely isolating itself from the outside world. It is rumored that the Emperor Ling Tian once sought entry, stepping into the depths of the wild forest forbidden zone, only to retreat thereafter. Wang Ling, during his quest for the materials required to establish the 4 symbols true self-array, had also ventured into the wild forest forbidden zone, where he perceived no sovereign fluctuations, yet suspected the presence of profound taboos within. The fundamental laws of the great Tao in this realm felt distinctly unique. Now, wielding the tip of a small tower and having attained the status of a 3-time emperor, he finally discerned a subtle difference. The great Tao rules of the wild forest forbidden zone are remarkably complete, resembling a flawless artifact. Wang Ling's heart brimmed with speculation as he descended once more into the wild forest forbidden zone, re-encountering the great Tao rules embedded within. Upon careful contemplation, he believed his conjectures were validated. This complete artifact, whether derived from the ancient celestial realm or the netherworld, remains unknown. With the power of a 3-time emperor and the capacity to comprehend edicts, he once again stepped into the wild forest forbidden zone, eager to reap new rewards. The boundless wild forest stretched before him, filled with peculiar trees and an infinite sea devoid of any signs of life, as if the world had fallen into an eerie silence. Beyond the mountains and across the seas lay a bridge at the deepest depths, leading to an unknown destination. Wang Ling's domain detected a variance in the sea. Upon reaching its surface, he found himself bobbing like a water lily in the vast ocean. He casually tossed a stone into the sea, only to be astonished to see the heavy rock float upon the water. Bending down, he scooped a handful of seawater, discovering that the water was entirely composed of the great Tao, densely packed with no gaps, malleable to his will, capable of being shaped into any desired form. As he advanced, a radiant glow enveloped him, emanating an enigmatic aura that shielded his body. Within his being, Divine light flickered within the hidden recesses of his organs, illuminating his insides with intermittent thunderous sounds. The sea of Tao had, unbeknownst to him, enveloped him completely. The dense laws of the Tao covered Wang Ling's entire body, penetrating into him as if he were absorbing them. In an instant, he sat in silence for a millennium. On this day, Wang Ling opened his eyes, which radiated divine light. He seemed to have gained profound insights as he gazed upon the supreme great Tao. Having comprehended the edicts of all things, he sensed a hint of spiritual resonance, indicating that it was time to ascend to a higher plane. He prepared to seek a hidden locale, where the nine-tiered celestial spirit coffin would guard him, intending to elevate his realm and touch the thresholds of spiritual resonance. As he was about to depart, Wang Ling cast a deep gaze into the depths of the mountains, as though glimpsing the terrifying taboos within. After his departure, the celestial crane sovereign coughed incessantly, struggling for breath for a long while before finally stabilizing. "This is too difficult for me. To avoid detection, I must suppress my cough, nearly suffocating myself." Can one truly suffocate oneself? The voice was imbued with curiosity and anticipation. Upon sensing this, the supreme crane shook its head vigorously, as if in a state of disbelief. No, it must not be attempted. After a moment pause, it conceded, "Well, it appears that this Emperor Xuandu has already discerned our presence. I wonder how he came to perceive us. He seems even more formidable than the former Emperor Ling Tian. Though he presents himself as living a second life, he is likely a reincarnation of some ancient being, undoubtedly belonging to the third life." This raises the question of why this so-called terrifying taboo speaks in such a gentle tone. "Today, you released the sea of Tao principles. Did you not? Is it not to lend him a hand?" The supreme crane inquired. The previously gentle voice suddenly took on an air of age and wisdom. "Indeed. Assisting him in comprehending the myriad principles of the sea of Tao will enable him, with his innate understanding, to soon grasp the threshold of spiritual resonance." To touch upon the threshold of spiritual resonance, one must gather the Tao soldiers from 3 lifetimes, thereby achieving unity in comprehension. At that point, as soon as his Tao soldier from the first life manifests, we shall uncover the true identity of his primordial self. The supreme crane regarded the child before it with unreserved admiration. "You are far more astute than I." Wang Ling discovered a hidden locale. Intending to digest the spiritual insights gleaned from the sea of Tao and touch upon the threshold of spiritual resonance, aspiring to manifest a 4th life. "Could you engage me in another duel?" Wang Yu timidly ventured. After a millennium, she believed she had made progress, and, upon witnessing the emergence of this era's emperor, hastened to challenge him, eager not to miss the opportunity. Wang Ling remained silent, responding with action. Amidst the formidable Tao principles, an indescribable resonance suddenly emerged. After comprehending, the principles seemed to possess a spirit of their own. Seizing the opportunity to test the sensation of touching the threshold of spiritual resonance, Wang Yu presented herself, and he was equally unwilling to forego this chance. With a resounding crash, Wang Yu's figure vanished, sent flying. In an unknown void, she regained her footing, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed in the direction of the vanished Emperor Xuandu. "This time, I couldn't withstand even half a move. I have merely reached the pinnacle of comprehension and touched the threshold of spiritual resonance. Is it truly this terrifying?" Wang Ling was equally astonished. With his current strength, should he enter the forbidden zone, those who had only lived 1 lifetime before self-termination would appear as nothing more than waste in his eyes. The assault of spiritual resonance came swiftly, resulting in a one-sided battle. If I successfully master spiritual resonance, to what extent might my power grow? Could I sweep through the forbidden zone? Wang Ling mused. Behind him, the 9-fold celestial spirit coffin materialized, guarding him. The ancient palace of Xuandu floated above, where many of the palace's guardians rejoiced, eagerly anticipating Wang Ling's elevation in cultivation. It seemed that the value of the phrase, "the ancient palace of Xuandu," will ultimately lead one to immortality, saving countless years of detours, was still on the rise. With a clang, the power of the 4 symbols unleashed its domain, completely sealing off this starry realm. After a millennium of diligent exploration, Wang Ling finally unraveled the path of spiritual resonance. The three Tao soldiers must converge, and many edicts shall unify before one can ascend the ethereal path. My first generation of Tao soldiers has shattered, scattered across the myriad Tao states. Moreover, the mere emergence of the first Tao soldier will irrevocably unveil my true identity. This is precisely why, after the ascension of the second emperor, the royal tomb refrained from reforging the first Tao soldier. Yet now, I find myself devoid of options. The royal tomb no longer hesitates. His divine consciousness sweeps across the vast expanse of the 3,000 Tao states, even extending to the remote corners of the universe, where the fragments of Tao soldiers suddenly begin to tremble, as if revived with newfound vitality, and commence their gathering from all directions towards this starry domain. This spectacle resonates with all living beings within the 3,000 Tao states. Even the forbidden zones across the lands begin to gaze in wonder, questioning, why are the fragments of the imperial soldiers scattered across various regions reassembling? The masters of the forbidden zones, having once experienced the ethereal resonance, immediately discern the truth. Someone is treading the path they once traversed. They swiftly surmise the revelation and hasten to take notice. It is the Emperor of Xiandu. He has touched the threshold of ethereal resonance. He seeks to reforge the shards of the first generation of Tao soldiers. Esteemed ones, the first identity of the Emperor of Xiandu is on the verge of revelation. Chapter 66. Reforging the Imperial Artifact of an Era. The aura of the Tianjiao Emperor re-emerges across the 3,000 prefectures. The various forbidden zones are keenly observing, and their masters are awakening from their depths, each bearing a complex expression. Those sovereigns who have yet to experience their third life gaze upon this spectacle with longing. The masters of the forbidden zones who have lived through their third life exhibit a sense of nostalgia, as if they are witnessing the youth who once chased the setting sun. The burial land forbidden zone, having suffered the loss of many sovereigns, has become significantly subdued. The sovereign taboo, rare in revealing his withered and decayed visage, now pries open the coffin lid, showing an unusual interest in the Tianjiao Emperor at this critical moment. This aura feels familiar to me. We have clashed before. I perceive a trace of Tao rhythm, confirming our past intersection. In the void, a figure stands tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary presence. His body is forged from the essence of the Jinmu wood, and after transcending to his third life, he comprehended the great principles of the sacred body. The essence of the Jinmu wood no longer conceals itself, its golden patterns swirling and occasionally radiating divine might. Powerful enough to easily subdue a sovereign of the forbidden zone with sheer physical strength. The master of the forbidden zone clings tightly to the divine coffin, his eyes widening in astonishment. It is no wonder that I feel a sense of familiarity. He is indeed that piece of Jinmu wood. However, what astonishes him even more follows. Fragments of imperial artifact from the 3,000 prefectures transform into radiant rainbows, streaking across the sky like shooting stars, fleeting yet palpable. Yet he manages to capture a hint of an aura. Is this the aura of the Tianjiao Emperor? Although the former Tianjiao Emperor had no direct connection with him, he did share ties with the burial sovereign within his forbidden zone. In the past, when the burial sovereign ambushed the aging emperor upon his return, he sensed the aura of the Tianjiao Emperor emanating from the burial sovereign. Clearly, during those times, the burial sovereign had endured significant assaults from the Tao soldiers. Meanwhile, in the blood mine forbidden zone, the master is even more astounded. It is him. It truly is him. If one were to inquire which forbidden zone was most entangled with the Tianjiao Emperor's era, it would undoubtedly be theirs. The blood mine forbidden zone. After all, when the Tianjiao Emperor first ascended, he ventured into the blood mine forbidden zone and was besieged by numerous sovereigns, resulting in a scene of great bloodshed. Now, the master of the forbidden zone feels a twinge of anxiety. Having ascended thrice, he holds a sense of pride. After establishing the blood mine forbidden zone, he took in various emperors, asserting that they must be formidable. Thus, the ethos of the blood mine forbidden zone is characterized by a fierce bravado, challenging anyone who dares to confront them. Yet now he feels apprehensive, recalling the bloody scene of yore, convinced that should Wang Ling ascend to his fourth life, he would undoubtedly come to cleanse the blood mine, forbidden zone. He sends a message to a certain location. Can you sense it? This individual must not be allowed to remain. He will bring calamity to all our forbidden zones. Ah, I sense it. In the desolate woods, a soft, childlike voice resonates once more. Upon closer inspection, it reveals a delicate young girl, resembling Jade. Her bright eyes gaze forward, seemingly capable of piercing through the void to witness Wang Ling, who is currently evolving the great Tao. Ah, it is you. Truly unexpected. This is a grand game orchestrated by a master strategist, leaving us all to ponder the unpredictable outcome. Now, having defied the heavens to live a third life, the various forbidden zones can no longer pose a threat to him. Who could have imagined that Wang Ling, once deemed the weakest emperor in history, having barely survived 8,000 years, would still be alive? Not only is he alive, but he has also transcended to a third life. On the brink of entering a fourth, the supreme crane, suddenly ceasing his cough, revealed a chilling glint in his murky eyes, unmistakably a formidable character. Ultimately, he has yet to attain his fourth life, and the masters of the forbidden zones need not hesitate any longer. They can take action. Boom! The very heavens and earth of this star domain crumbled as Wang Ling's physical prowess radiated divine brilliance, shattering the stars like boiling water, splattering everywhere. I once comprehended the sacred body as principles. Today, I shall manifest the sacred path through my physical might. The outcome was splendid. Within that principle, I touched a fleeting essence, and though it was ephemeral, I seized it, unwilling to relinquish it, as it is the key to ascending to greater heights. Yet, it is not enough. Far from it. A brilliant light erupted from Wang Ling's eyes. The emperor's divine pattern shattered, and an endless surge of principal power rushed toward him. With a mighty roar, Wang Ling summoned countless divine patterns from the ancient palace of Xiandu. As the guardians within began to fervently channel their own spiritual energy to assist him, amidst the infinite divine patterns, a banner took shape, shrouded in a sinister aura, ensnaring numerous restless spirits, seemingly a sole banner of some emperor's divine soldiers, now intertwined with the ancient palace of Xiandu, one soul trapped, another reborn. In that moment, a resonance formed upon the principles. This was the might of a certain emperor's principles, which he had comprehended through the ancient palace of Xiandu. The fragments of the first life's divine soldiers were also on the verge of complete reassembly. He cast his gaze downward upon a jade tablet, once shattered beyond recognition during the first life, scattered across the myriad states of the Tao. Now summoned back, it was in the process of reconstituting. Meanwhile, in the ancient sacred ground of the Wang family within the central state of the 3,000 Tao states, the head of the Wang family and numerous elders were leading their kin in honoring their ancestors. The Wang clan was filled with joy, and Wang Tong wore an unbroken smile, reverently offering incense, tears streaming down his face. May our ancestral emperor bless us. The Wang imperial lineage has been in decline for 10,000 years, and now, an extraordinary pathfinder has emerged. The glory of our imperial lineage shall be restored. The Wang family echoed this sentiment, their voices rising in unison, as Wang Tong, hailed as possessing the bearing of an emperor, spoke with fervor. Ancestral blessings. Grant me the strength to lead the Wang family to resurgence. Suddenly, a transformation occurred within the sacred ground, a radiant light bursting forth. An elder of the Wang family sensed an anomaly. The fragments of our imperial ancestors' divine soldiers are undergoing a revival. How could this be? Wang Tong gazed intently at the small jade tablet fragment, fully aware of its origins. It was once the divine soldier of the Tianyuan emperor, shattered after a surprise attack in his twilight years. At that time, the elders of the clan scoured the 3,000 Tao states to retrieve this piece, which was housed within the family's sacred ground. Suddenly, the fragments of the Tao soldier revived, prompting Wang Tong to ponder what momentous event had transpired. In an instant, the fragments soared into the sky, slicing through the air before vanishing from sight. When the final piece of the jade tablet emerged, the entire artifact became utterly complete. The myriad cracks upon its surface were forcibly mended by Wang Ling using formidable techniques, and as the jade tablet approached, it pulsated rhythmically, seemingly rejoicing in its newfound wholeness. Gazing upon the 10,000 laws jade tablet, which had accompanied him in battles for 8 millennia, Wang Ling was enveloped in nostalgia. He reached out to caress it and murmured, "Assist me in comprehending the final essence, enabling the achievement of my fourfold existence. This time, I shall lead you to sweep through the forbidden zones and relive the cherished days of yore." In this instance, the aura emanating from Wang Ling was no longer concealed. The presence of the celestial Yuan Emperor reverberated throughout the expanse of the 3,000 Tao states. Chapter 67. The mask is off. The celestial emperor and the primordial emperor merge into one. Initially, only the sovereigns of the forbidden zones across various lands were able to perceive the truth of Wang Ling's identity through their decrees. However, Wang Ling has cast aside all pretense, directly lifting the veil that concealed the great Tao. The essence belonging to the primordial emperor, Wang Ling, instantly resonated throughout the 3,000 Tao states. Renowned sects and esteemed sacred lands alike sensed the monumental shift. What transpired? How could the aura of an emperor manifest? Had someone shattered the curse that decreed only one emperor could exist? The emergence of imperial energy from a sect that had been established merely for several millennia astounded them, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. It was undoubtedly the aura of an emperor, yet the identity of this newfound sovereign remained a mystery. The era of the primordial emperor had long since faded. A millennium had sufficed to transform the world beyond recognition, and Wang Ling's ascension to imperial status across 3 lifetimes had undoubtedly claimed the lives of countless souls. Surprisingly, no one was able to recognize the essence of the primordial emperor. It was not until an ancient quasi-emperor from a sacred land, which had inherited its legacy for hundreds of thousands of years, sensed the familiar aura. Having lived through the era of the primordial emperor, he recalled the tales of the emperor's assassination from his childhood, which had inspired him to embark on the path of ascension. Alas, fate had played its cruel hand, and he had languished in the divine source for ages. Now, on the brink of death, he lay within the sacred land, preparing to relay his final wishes to the younger generation. Upon sensing the aura of the primordial emperor, a rare glimmer sparked in his murky eyes. Suddenly, he sprang up, overcoming the lethargy that had weighed him down. The primordial emperor's essence. He was still alive. He emerged from the sacred land, suspended in midair, basking in the familiar celestial principles, and began to laugh uncontrollably. The primordial emperor? His ancestor referred to him as the primordial emperor. Was he truly the weakest emperor in history? Ancient texts recorded that his Tao soldiers were the myriad laws of jade, and he recognized the essence of those laws within the aura he sensed. The sacred land deciphered the mystery and provided an answer. An uproar swept across the 3,000 Tao states. When one mentions the primordial emperor, there might be a brief pause. But the moment the title of the weakest emperor in history is uttered, reactions are swift and immediate. How could his essence manifest? Was the account in ancient texts regarding his assassination in his later years a mere fabrication? Did he choose to self-destruct and enter the forbidden zone in his twilight? Speculations arose. How outrageous it was to think that the weakest emperor had contrived a scheme in his later years, transforming into the supreme being of the forbidden zone. A sage from one of the great sects spoke up, having discerned certain secrets of the 3,000 Tao states at his level of understanding. Was he plotting to assassinate the celestial emperor? Did he seek to bathe in the blood of emperors? The dragon slayer had ultimately become a malevolent dragon. As they sensed the proximity of the primordial emperor's essence to that of the celestial emperor, their anger intensified. Many began to believe that Wang Ling's initial posthumous title was far too lenient. The members of the Wang family hastily sealed their gates, for the number of ominous visitors had begun to swell. Had the ancient ancestor truly transformed into the lord of the forbidden zone? Wang Tung clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury. It appears so. If not, why would the long-deceased emperor ancestor suddenly manifest? Wang Tong sighed. casting his gaze upon an image within the sacred ground, subtly gesturing towards Wang Tung. The implication was clear. The shame of the emperor necessitated a revelation if one wished to navigate the realms of the 3,000 states. Wang Tung, swift as a meteor, rushed forward and tore down the image. At that moment, the scattered principles belonging to the heavenly origin emperor unexpectedly converged with the principles of the Xuandu emperor. The elders of the Wang family sensed this and hurried to the sacred ground, their faces alight with excitement as they exclaimed, "The Xuandu emperor and the heavenly origin emperor are one and the same." Some elders became utterly frenzied, their hair disheveled as they ran barefoot in a wild frenzy. One elder, overwhelmed with emotion, fainted on the spot, a rather alarming sight. Fortunately, someone was nearby to assist him, and as he regained consciousness, he remained agitated. "I was so overwhelmed, I nearly met our ancestor. Our family's emperor did not self-destruct to become a sovereign of the Forbidden Zone. He has never died. He is indeed the Xuandu emperor of this era." The elders collectively gathered in the sacred ground, vociferously proclaiming their revelation. Wang Tung, clutching the image, looked down and met the gaze of Wang Ling, causing his heart to tremble. Wang Tung appeared utterly bewildered, yet under the piercing stares of the elders, he abruptly stood up and kicked Wang Tung. "Unfilial child, what are you doing? How dare you show disrespect to our Wang family's emperor ancestor?" Wang Tung was once again perplexed, gazing at his furious father. "Didn't you tell me to take it down?" "Father, esteemed elders, please do not misunderstand." At this crucial moment, Wang Tung had a sudden inspiration and embraced the image, the portrait of our ancestor, my inspiration. Sensing the murderous intent dissipate behind him, Wang Tung finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, in a secluded realm, the alternative path of the Wang family's little moon was wide-eyed. Her small mouth agape as she sensed that familiar aura and beheld the towering figure, tears streaming down her face. "So it turns out, he's your ancestor?" The Tian emperor, who had always been curious about the relationship between the Xuandu emperor and Wang Yu, now comprehended fully, feeling a significant reduction in her resentment. After all, it is only natural for an ancestor to look after the promising descendants of their lineage, and her grievances towards Wang Ling had considerably lessened. At last, you ceased to feign. Within the Xinyuan Phoenix crystal, Hua Wuqing awakened rarely, uttering a single phrase before wishing to fall back into slumber. She had dreamt for a millennium and had entirely discovered the means to live a second life. She merely needed to undergo metamorphosis and rebirth. However, there was no response from Wang Ling beside him. The myriad laws of the jade mirror flowed and radiated boundless divine light, intertwining with numerous principles. Wang Ling had reached a pivotal moment, earnestly seeking enlightenment, meticulously unraveling the threads to discover the essence of spirit and mastering it completely. This sensation was akin to being engulfed in endless chaos, surrounded only by an overwhelming sense of void, solely in pursuit of that elusive breath of tranquility. At this pivotal moment, the void was rent asunder, and the laws governing this star domain were forcibly obliterated. The four symbols' sword array emitted a resonant clang, and an inexorable intent to kill enveloped the incoming visitor. With a thunderous roar, the immense fissure erupted, the sound of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering resonated throughout the cosmos. What an unparalleled sword of slaughter, imbued with the power of realms. It is a great pity that such a weapon lies in your grasp. It shall henceforth belong to me. On the opposite side, the void was once again torn apart, and a figure appeared with astonishing swiftness. A dreadful aura permeated the area, revealing that the earlier display was merely a ruse. Though his entire form was colossal, rivaling the sun and moon, it remained elusive to the eye. Wang Ling understood all too well that this was the ability of spiritual resonance, concealing his physical presence. This indicated that the assailant was indeed a true taboo from the Forbidden Zones. However, what was even more terrifying was that the ambush was not conducted by a solitary sovereign. A coffin descended from the heavens, shattering the void and fracturing the boundless laws. As two withered hands pried open the coffin lid. Chapter 68. the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, afraid of being deceived. A prelude to infighting. The figure within the coffin revealed its true visage, a pair of dark, eerie eyes fixed upon Wang Ling. Emperor of the Celestial Origin, what a clever ploy. To live through countless lifetimes in such a manner, we have all been deceived. The speaker was none other than the Lord of the Forbidden Zone of the burial ground, who had once clashed with Wang Ling using coffins as weapons, only to be repelled by him. Now, his participation in this battle was evidently motivated by the desire for that very coffin. Should he acquire it, his three-generation divine coffin would resonate with celestial essence, enabling a transformation and granting him the opportunity to comprehend the spiritual resonance. It had been said by the great taboo of the Wild Forest Forbidden Zone that the path to ascension was soon to be unveiled, and one must be thoroughly prepared. This fourth life would not allow you to endure it, no matter what. The first to arrive, a supreme being, spoke with a voice that resonated like thunderclaps. He hailed from the ancient spirit mine and had lived for an extensive period, having comprehended the spiritual resonance, his words strikingly profound. Earlier, he had withstood the four symbols sword without sustaining any damage, exhibiting formidable strength. Wang Ling cast a deep glance at him, coveting his ability to wield the resonance, his eyes betraying a yearning. However, this gaze caused the Lord of the ancient spirit mine to momentarily falter. He was well aware of the machinations of the current emperor, who was notorious for his cunning and treachery, having ensnared two other lords of the Forbidden Zones in his schemes. With such a precedent, he couldn't help but harbor doubts. Would there be yet another deception at play? I have clashed with your blood mine, Forbidden Zone, too many times. If my conjectures hold true, once you transcend into your fourth life and grasp the spiritual resonance, the next to be swept away will be my blood mine, Forbidden Zone. The taboo from the blood mine, Forbidden Zone sighed, stepping forth from the void to reveal a proud, arrogant countenance. While Wang Ling could not discern the true nature of the Lord of the ancient spirit mine, he immediately recognized the supreme taboo from the blood mine, Forbidden Zone, the Lord of the Divine Dynasty. It was unexpected that the ruler of the great wilderness divine dynasty, which had unified the 3,000 states 300,000 years ago, had chosen to sever himself and enter the blood mine, Forbidden Zone. Wang Ling scoffed. The great wilderness divine dynasty once left a resounding legacy across the 3,000 states. There were whispers that this divine lord, having defied the heavens and lived through 3 lifetimes, seemingly discovered the path to ascension, thus leading the entire dynasty to conquer the path, aiming for national ascension, leaving behind endless legends throughout the 3,000 states. Yet now, it seems the rumors were false. Not as imagined. Ha ha ha, divine lord of the dynasty, feel free to enlighten him. The so-called national ascension is merely an elaborate ruse, remarked the taboo from the burial earth Forbidden Zone, their tone laced with mockery as it appeared that the two were at odds. To ensure your own defiance of fate in this fourth life, you sacrificed the supreme dynasty you crafted with your own hands. Quite a ruthless character you are. What are you? A mere rebirth of an ancient imperial corpse, concealed within a coffin, unfit to be in the limelight, retorted the Lord of the Divine Dynasty, showing no hesitation in his response. Enough from both of you. Let us not forget the purpose of our gathering here. Do not let infighting ensue. The taboo figure, shrouded in ethereal resonance, finally spoke. The Lord of the Divine Dynasty and the Supreme Emperor of the Burial Realm exchanged cold snorts, choosing silence thereafter. You two shall lead the charge, he commanded with a dismissive wave of his hand. The Divine Lord and the Burial Emperor were momentarily taken aback. Are you not leading the assault? Are you, the Supreme of ethereal resonance, sensing some imminent danger? Both were astute individuals, reluctant to be the first to take the plunge. They began to harbor doubts about Wang Ling. His cunning was notorious. As emperors of 3 lifetimes, both were proud and would not allow themselves to be mere pawns. How dare you? The Burial Emperor sneered darkly, his malevolent aura enveloping him as he sought a companion for his dark intentions. You old fool, we are here to collaborate, not to follow your orders. The Divine Lord retorted with equal disdain, having already touched upon the powers of ethereal resonance. As the Divine Lord, he had once commanded the veneration of 3,000 states, pride coursed through him, and he would not be commanded by anyone. You, hiding behind ethereal resonance, dare not show your face. Do you believe we cannot end your life together? In that moment, neither the Divine Lord nor the Burial Emperor made a move. They stood in mutual defiance, neither willing to strike first. In the forbidden forest, the Supreme Crane furrowed his brow, exasperatedly clutching his head. He perceived the intentions of these rulers of the taboo zones and observed the behavior of the two other three-lifetime supremes. Realizing that an internal conflict was imminent, he glanced toward the little girl swinging nearby. Her innocent voice chimed, "There are no traps. Let them be bold." With a discreet transmission, she added, "Do not be anxious. This time there are no pitfalls." Upon hearing this, the Supreme of the Ancient Spirit Zone ceased to hesitate, commencing an assault with effortless control over the Tao. Embodying the essence of a war deity as he advanced towards Wang Ling, witnessing this initiative, the Divine Lord and the Burial Emperor joined the fray without reservation. Their divine light surging forth, their supreme auras soaring skyward. Even the slightest emanation of their power could instill dread in the hearts of countless beings across the 3,000 states, igniting a profound fear within. A voice trembled from one of the Holy Land's leaders. A ruler of the taboo zone is actively assaulting this era's emperor, seeking to thwart the comprehension of the heavenly origin emperor. The threat is not singular. I sense three supreme auras, each more formidable than the last. The former emperor, who had returned to his bed, now found himself inexplicably rejuvenated, rising to his feet with newfound vigor. This unexpected revival left those preparing the ceremonial hall in stunned silence, uncertain whether to proceed. The old emperor waved dismissively. "Unconcerned, continue your preparations. I will inevitably meet my end one day." He gazed skyward, a sigh escaping his lips. "These supremes are more powerful than any I have encountered before. They come prepared. I wonder if the heavenly origin emperor can withstand this tribulation." Within the royal family of the Wang clan, an unsettling awareness permeated the air. The patriarch, Wang Tong, exclaimed in astonishment, "Who dares to lay hands upon our clan's great emperor?" It was not merely a singular presence he sensed, but rather the formidable essence of three supreme beings. The old quasi-emperor had just dispatched word, indicating that these three omnipotent entities were likely of the caliber befitting the lords of the Forbidden Zones. A most troublesome predicament that necessitated our mental preparedness. "What?" Wang Tong was taken aback, gazing at the portrait cradled in his arms. "Could it be that I am holding a posthumous image?" A sudden chill swept over him, accompanied by a gust of wind. As he opened his eyes, he found himself soaring into the sky, while the elders of the Wang clan below seethed with fury, shouting, "You reckless fool." Chapter 69. A Pyrrhic Victory? As the grip tightened around his throat, he rolled his eyes, only to boast once released. "What an insolent fool!" Concurrently voicing her thoughts was the unconventional cultivator, Wang Yu. She sensed Wang Tong's words and muttered a curse under her breath before rising to join the fray. Deep within her subconscious, the Tian Emperor opened his mouth, aware that his words of caution would likely go unheeded, yet he still managed to utter a plea. "Can you not go? Our clan's emperor is in peril. As an unconventional cultivator, I stand shoulder to shoulder with the Supreme. Thus, I must join the battle to aid our emperor," Wang Yu asserted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. The three supreme beings are formidable. Two have defied the heavens to live 3 lifetimes, while the third has already discerned the essence of spirit. "You will find your efforts futile," the Tian Emperor elaborated. Wang Yu countered with a sudden retort. "You have lived a second lifetime against the odds. Is that not enough?" With that, she stepped on a battlefield, exuding an aura of battle intent as she fixed her gaze upon the three supreme beings. "A mere unconventional cultivator should retreat," one scoffed. "Child, this is not a place for you. Have a clear understanding of your own limitations." Another added, "A mere child, should that entity within you manifest. Perhaps then you would possess the strength to fight." Wang Yu regarded them deeply, aware of her own limitations. Even in a fierce battle, she would struggle to withstand the might of these supreme beings. Thus, she nodded earnestly, "As you wish." At this critical juncture, recognizing her inability to contend, And wishing not to hinder, Wang Yu relinquished control of her body for the sake of the Tianyuan Emperor. Suddenly, her entire aura shifted dramatically. The Taiyin Emperor, having regained control of the body, admired her own reflection as she gathered her flowing hair. The figure is still commendable, though the appearance pales in comparison to mine, she mused, glancing back at Wang Ling with a smile. Your little moon seems to hold the Ancestor in such high regard that she voluntarily allowed me to control this unconventional cultivator's body. I could simply turn and flee if I wished. As she spoke, a surge of restlessness surged within her. Quickly, she soothed the turmoil. Very well. I shall lend my full support to your Ancestor. The Taiyin Emperor, once a paragon of grace and beauty, had dazzled 2 eras. The world believed her to be dead. Yet she remained alive in this unexpected form. Critique me? Do you, a mere corpse, even have the right? A haunting beam of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens, stirring the hearts of all who beheld it. Between her brows, a crescent moon softly emerged, radiating celestial light, pure and resplendent. She placed great importance on appearance. This corpse was withered, its sparse hair barely existent, the forehead marred by deep creases, and the eyes resembling marbles, with only a hint of blackness amidst the lifeless pallor. The Taiyin Emperor favored the vigorous and robust, brimming with vitality. She could not help but steal a few glances at Wang Ling, clearly finding him to align with her aesthetic standards. In my coffin, there is space for 2. The Taiyin Emperor has lived a second lifetime, barely qualifying to accompany me in my final resting place. The Lord of the Burial Emperor proactively pushed open the coffin lid, even rising upright to face the great Emperor of the Taiyin, seemingly wishing to allow her a closer glimpse of his future abode. Thunderous sounds echoed as the full moon continuously collided with the divine coffin, the essence of the Tao permeating the air, while the great Emperor of the Taiyin wore a somber expression. Confronting the unparalleled being who had lived through 3 lifetimes was a formidable challenge. Had he possessed complete imperial prowess, she would have had no fear, yet now he merely embodied an alternative form of enlightenment. His stature diminished compared to that of an emperor, compounded by the presence of an enigmatic coffin. Wang Ling observed everything keenly and resolved to assist the great Emperor of the Taiyin. He retrieved the Xianhuang wind crystal and hurled it towards the coffin of the burial emperor. The slumbering figure within, Hua Wuqing, abruptly awakened. Sensing the overwhelming forces surrounding her and the pervasive essence of the Tao, she was immediately overwhelmed. Wang Ling, she exclaimed. Wang Ling calmly responded, as a member of my heavenly court, you understand the necessity to share the burdens of our sovereign. Your voluntary awakening, Fairy Hua, is indeed commendable. I hereby elevate you to the position of left war immortal of the heavenly court. Ascend now. Hua Wuqing gritted her teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. Fight? The reality was that she could scarcely escape. The 3 lifetimes coffin of the burial emperor had already locked onto the Xianhuang wind crystal, and the 2 began a fierce confrontation. If you possess means, then that is splendid, the great emperor of the Taiyin sighed in relief. Without the coffin's support, she believed she could still contend with a mere corpse of an emperor. Wang Ling, too, was not idle. He anticipated this battle, for the lords of the Forbidden Zones would not let such an opportunity slip by. Yet he felt no trepidation, as few could harm his physical form in this world. He raised his hand to strike, his palm like rolling thunder, tearing through space and exerting the utmost power of the sacred body's Tao. This effortless motion could easily dispatch an ordinary sovereign, yet it was deftly neutralized by the ancient spirit mind. The adeptness of the sovereign who comprehended the spirit resonance was indeed formidable, able to intertwine with the Tao's resonance to negate the attack. Wang Ling moved again, swift as lightning, instantly breaking through the confines of space to appear beside his adversary. He reached out once more, stripping away a layer of Tao. This time, not only did he strike the body of his opponent, but he also tore away a significant portion of the Tao that enveloped him. The might of the 3 lifetimes can no longer be allowed to grow unchecked, the ancient spirit's sovereign coldly remarked, communicating with the spirit resonance to once again shroud himself. He was overly cautious, continuously reinforcing his defenses against Wang Ling's physical assaults. He summoned a thunder eagle beast, which suddenly manifested and soared into the sky, tearing the very fabric of space as its sharp claws lunged toward Wang Ling. "Is this all you are capable of?" Wang Ling retorted, his voice resonating across the myriad realms, as the terrifying essence of the Tao surged forth like an unbounded sea, vast and infinite, akin to countless suns exploding in brilliance. Wang Ling grasped the beast, fiercely tightening his grip around its neck, causing it to roll its eyes in distress. With a swift motion, the Thunder Eagle beast left behind a flurry of feathers, ultimately transforming into starlit electricity, subdued effortlessly by the ancient emperor's palace. Yet, it soon reappeared in another void, speaking in human tongue. "Just now, I nearly ended your life. Wait until I completely finish you off." The bird is quite intriguing. It evokes a phrase in Wang Ling's mind. Choke the neck, and the eyes turn white. Release the grip, and the boasting ensues. Moreover, it appears to embody the essence of spiritual victory. The ruler of the divine dynasty has descended upon the battlefield, wielding a jade seal inscribed with 8 grand characters that emanate unparalleled divine might. This has formed a formidable formation, encircling Wang Ling at its center. He wears an expression of icy resolve, a golden light flickering upon his forehead, as if a bloodline within him is awakening, allowing him to hear the resonant sounds of dragon roars. Indeed, the ruler of the divine dynasty is extraordinary. Regrettably, you have betrayed your followers and sacrificed them. The Tao soldiers of the First Era once again accompany the emperor into battle, the jade espionage shining with myriad rays of brilliance, radiating a unique mist of celestial principles as it assaults the ruler of the divine dynasty, shattering all obstacles and crashing towards that figure. Chapter 70, Blood Battle. 1 against 2. The true power of Wang Ling. Though the lord of the divine dynasty had subdued countless eras, he ultimately could not withstand the unparalleled emperor of this age. Wang Ling radiated an emperor's brilliance, resplendent and dazzling, exuding confidence and arrogance, as he clashed with the imperial seal, effectively suppressing it with steadfast resolve. "I was once the supreme emperor," observing the rise of the new emperor. The former sovereign of the divine dynasty burned with resentment, his fury ignited, infused with unparalleled imperial might. The imperial seal erupted with magnificent splendor in the sky, countless images reflecting across the heavens. Every inch of land, every golden ray, all were memories of the divine dynasty's glorious past. The remnants of a bygone era remained ensnared in their self-importance, unable to extricate themselves from the grandeur of their former time. Wang Ling compelled him to recognize the reality. The jade disc struck fiercely against the imperial seal, shattering the images like a mirror. Wang Ling strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, delivering a powerful blow to the lord of the divine dynasty's face, causing blood to splatter. Once the supreme emperor, now merely a punching bag beneath my fist. Wang Ling scoffed, mocking the lord of the divine dynasty's misplaced pride, who, in his desperation to transcend mortality and achieve the fourth life, was willing to sacrifice the entire divine dynasty and its followers. The lord of the divine dynasty rose, seething with fury. As an emperor, one must be ruthless. Followers are but pawns. Should I succeed in my quest for immortality and mastery of the Tao, I might consider resurrecting them. Wang Ling, the heart of an emperor, is something you cannot comprehend, nor do you need to. The lord of the divine dynasty spoke defiantly, though he had taken numerous blows, hastily summoning the imperial seal back to his side, countless laws descending to form a protective barrier. "Wang Ling, do you think I am inconsequential?" The ancient spirit supreme bellowed, a being who had once achieved the fourth life, now unable to safeguard his allies, a display of utter incompetence, akin to a slap in the face. Armed with a colossal halberd, towering as if to touch the heavens, his muscles were a terrifying sight, his eyes fierce like brass bells. "How arrogant you are! Watch as my companion vanquishes you." The bird spoke once more, but this time transformed into a bird-human hybrid, revealing a human face, incessantly launching mental assaults upon Wang Ling companion. Wang Ling faced the combined onslaught of the Lord of the Divine Dynasty and the Ancient Spirit Supreme with ease, unfazed and even able to respond to the bizarre creature's taunts. Indeed, companion, were it not for me, do you think the Ancient Spirit Emperor could defy fate and achieve the fourth life? He is my companion now. The peculiar being grinned broadly, its smile reminiscent of a wily wolf, and continued, what say you? If you submit to me now as my companion, I can teach you to become an emperor of the fourth life. Teach me? You foolish birds speak not but falsehoods. Wang Ling engaged in close combat with the Ancient Spirit Supreme, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, his laws scattering chaotically in the air. Once I have dealt with them completely, I will treat you well. I shall pluck your feathers and render you a bald bird. Ah, I despise that title. How infuriating. He erupted in fury. Supreme Ancient Spirit, unleash your wrath upon him. I shall teach you the essence of spirituality, elevating you to new heights. As he sensed the Supreme Ancient Spirit's escalating ferocity, Wang Ling was astounded. This seemingly madcap bird, with its foul mouth, appeared to wield genuine control over the Supreme Ancient Spirit. It even bestowed upon him a fleeting illusion that this foolish creature had indeed garnered a loyal follower. This absurd bird had successfully captured his attention. He could not afford to let it slip away. This battle must culminate in its capture. How infuriating it was that such a formidable emperor existed in this era. The Supreme Ancient Spirit felt a quiet dread, his once gallant demeanor now coalescing into a tense focus. He bore an intent to annihilate. Once, he had been a terror across the 3,000 states, a nightmare for many sovereigns. His unparalleled imperial laws had birthed numerous legacies throughout the realms, each a testament to supreme lineage, basking in the power of ancestral reverence. Yet now, he found himself obstructed by a mere junior. With a long spear that cleaved the heavens, that frigid weapon instantaneously split the cosmos, embodying an unparalleled war deity. The torrents of the Tao surged around him, terrifying patterns rippling forth, intent on burying generations beneath the weight of his might. The Supreme Ancient Spirit had to concede his rank among the forbidden territories. In the era of the unblemished emperor, he could reign over a domain, but that epoch of dominance had vanished. I shall suppress all adversaries in this world. Nearby, the Tian emperor observed with a keen eye, her eyelids twitching. From a distance, the exchange between the two appeared deceptively simple. Yet each strike could easily devastate an ordinary sovereign, particularly Wang Ling, whose entire being pulsed with vitality, wielding his spear with a might rivaling that of supreme Tao weapons. Astonishingly, 3 Tao weapons hovered around him. The path above the emperors was exceedingly treacherous, and this generation's emperors were even more formidable. She gazed intently at the Xian Phoenix Wind crystal before her and exclaimed, Flower Fairy, your man is indeed powerful. Tian Emperor, cease your nonsense. This conniving man is detestable. Hua Wuqi gritted her teeth, her perception clouded by bias, automatically filtering out Wang Ling's merits. Although he radiated brilliance, the memory of being hurled by him in anger ignited her ire. How vexing it was to be mistaken. What was even more infuriating was her inability to vent her frustration upon Wang Ling. Thus, she turned her attention to the Burial Emperor Supreme, unleashing torrents of flames from the Xian Phoenix Wind crystal, enveloping the Burial Emperor Supreme's coffin entirely. Upon seeing this spectacle, the Burial Emperor Supreme was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted, Are you attempting to incinerate me? The Tian Emperor chuckled lightly. Fear not, old coot. I have devised a miraculous path for you to live anew. Once you are cremated, I shall arrange for you a place of utmost ease, illuminated by the great moon. It shall be splendid, so hurry. In that moment, the battle intensified. Wang Ling, emboldened by the fray, radiated a unique glow, an illumination of the Tao itself. Accompanied by a chilling sound, Wang Ling struck fiercely upon the great halberd, a resounding crack echoing as fissures appeared, ultimately shattering it into fragments. The ancient spirit sovereign was taken aback, pointing at Wang Ling and exclaiming, You have actually broken through amidst battle. comprehending the essence of the spirit, and embarking upon the path of the 4 generations. With a swift turn, Wang Ling charged towards the sovereign of the divine dynasty. A thunderous roar erupted as his fist forcefully penetrated the body of the divine dynasty's ruler, whose formidable form suddenly plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the distance. The sovereign, shielded by the imperial seal, rose to his feet, staring in horror at the gaping wound in his abdomen. Had he been merely injured before, his body would have swiftly mended itself, but now, the essence of the spirit within obstructed his internal pathways, inflicting unbearable agony. I cannot withstand this. The sovereign of the divine dynasty was stripped of his earlier arrogance, his face contorted in disbelief. Observing this dire situation, the burial emperor sovereign realized the precariousness of the circumstances and immediately concealed himself within the 3 generations' divine coffin, merely lifting the coffin lid to reveal a narrow opening. Gazing intently at the battlefield. Chapter 71. The Celestial Sovereign's Tao Fruit. The essence of a divine. That woman has arrived. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the supreme ancient spirit realized that they were destined to lose this battle. The burial emperor, that cunning old wretch, had concealed himself within the divine coffin. Should he falter, the old scoundrel would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. The sovereign of the divine dynasty bore a gaping wound in his abdomen, blood and flesh a gruesome sight. The imperial blood cascading down, collapsing the very stars. He was grievously injured, his combat prowess severely diminished. My 4 symbols' sword still had the potential to evolve. Infused with the bones and blood of the 3 lifetimes emperor, it surely yearned for this. Wang Ling stood before them like a god of war, surveying the realm with an air of superiority akin to a newly crowned monarch declaring his dominion. If this continued, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary on our path to ascension. The sovereign of the divine dynasty, filled with resentment, spoke fiercely. The supreme ancient spirit beside him nodded subtly, then sighed, expressing, as a junior, I am powerless to vanquish this era's emperor, and have even allowed him to successfully comprehend the essence of the Tao. It was both anticipated and yet unforeseen. A childlike voice echoed, merely a sound, yet capable of shattering the very fabric of this realm instantaneously. The Tian emperor, taken aback, was sent flying far before regaining composure. Upon seeing the newcomer, her scalp tingled. Wang Yu, come forth, it's your turn, allow me a respite. Wang Yu. Fortunately, Hua Wuqing was untroubled, for his Xianyuan Phoenix Wind crystal possessed significant origins, enabling him to breach such field powers and reach Wang Ling's side. Witnessing this, the Tian emperor lamented, others have men to protect them. I must bear the burden alone. Meanwhile, Wang Ling felt a deep astonishment. The 4 symbols' sword seemed to sense the imminent peril, transforming its field power to thwart the incoming assault. Observing the seemingly harmless little girl, who had transported an entire wilderness zone and was now swinging joyfully, a sense of vigilance stirred within Wang Ling. Just as I suspected, all forbidden zones were remnants of destruction, while the wilderness zone remained an intact entity. The adorable little girl hiding within the wilderness zone was indeed formidable, seemingly harboring ill intent. Upon her arrival, she materialized in the void, commencing her swing, her feet swaying delightfully as she called out in a sweet, childlike voice, Big Brother, would you like to join me in the wilderness zone while we await the path to ascension? I can help you ascend to the celestial realm. She added, if you desire their demise, I can fulfill that wish immediately. Upon hearing these words, the 3 sovereigns of the forbidden zones, the supreme ancient spirit, the sovereign of the divine dynasty, and the burial emperor, turned their heads in a flurry, an indescribable anxiety enveloping them. They had each reigned with arrogance for countless generations, yet now found themselves treated as mere pawns to be discarded at will, an unsettling realization. They yearned to return to their forbidden zones, relying solely on the unique Tao rules of those realms. Even this master of the wilderness could do nothing against them. The wilderness, too, was a forbidden zone, and in time, I shall cleanse you all. Wang Ling could hardly believe a single word uttered by the young girl, for he detected the aura of a Tao fruit emanating from her being. This essence, upon analysis by the system, led him to a profound realization. It was likely a remnant of a celestial being, a Tao fruit left behind in the 3,000 Tao provinces. Such a formidable entity must have long since recognized the peculiarities of this place, those remnants of immortals, yet refrained from taking action to cleanse it. Clearly, they were not of virtuous character. Thus, in Wang Ling's eyes, while the young girl was indeed endearing, she was no different from the master of the Forbidden Zone. They were cut from the same cloth. Ah, it seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. Very well, she rose, letting out a sigh. There once was an emperor who, much like you, astonished me with his ambition to defy fate and attain the 4th cycle of emperorhood. Yet, upon discovering my existence, he fled in terror. His whereabouts remain unknown to this day. By the way, this emperor shares a connection with you. His name was Ling Tian. Now you too have embarked on the path he once sought. The young girl sighed again. To ascend as a 4th cycle emperor, one must comprehend the essence of spirit, leading to a transformation. I cannot allow the existence of such a fearsome emperor as yourself. Her tone was tinged with regret. Yet she felt compelled to act, as if scheming some grand design was brewing within her. It appears you harbor a deep-seated fear of a 4th cycle emperor emerging from the 3,000 Tao provinces. Wang Ling turned his gaze to the master of the divine dynasty, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Is it possible that your ascension to the 4th cycle emperor was thwarted by her interference?" The master of the divine dynasty cast a penetrating glance at the young girl, yet uttered nary a word. Nevertheless, the seed of animosity had been sown. "What nonsense! I was once a 4th cycle emperor," declared the ancient spirit sovereign. The avian creature transformed once again, becoming a black crow, casting a sidelong glance at the young girl while calling. "Do you think you attained the 4th cycle emperor status by mere chance? It is all because you became my cherished companion." The young girl merely extended a favor. With a playful smile, the young girl beckoned, "Thousand Mechanisms Beast, come here, let me embrace you." The bird let out a huff and immediately concealed itself behind her, still managing to boast to Wang Ling, Hey, you have one final choice left. Become my cherished companion, and I shall spare you this once." The 4th cycle emperor was a formidable threshold. Why did the Lord of the Wild Forest impose such restrictions? What was she plotting? Countless questions arose within Wang Ling's mind, yet he felt no fear in the face of his adversaries. The followers nearby were in a state of panic. Although the supreme emperor of the Tian yearned to flee, he understood the futility of escape in such circumstances. Their only hope lay in unity, perhaps offering a sliver of survival. "Wang Yu, ask the Ancestor if you have any further strategies," urged the supreme emperor of the Tian. Wang Yu replied, "When have I expressed a desire to inquire? I only wish to follow the Ancestor into battle, no matter the cost. I do not wish for a fight to the death, nor do I desire further conflict." The supreme emperor of the Tian stated. Hua Wuqi glanced at Wang Ling, who remained remarkably composed. The words she intended to voice were swallowed back. She had no choice now but to follow suit. Wang Ling, too, had made his preparations. "Enemies approaching? What is there to fear? Do you wish to send me away? Forgive me, but I shall make my own journey, if you don't mind. I possess a coffin, and he's already made his arrangements. The moment this young girl takes action, he will allow the system to control the ninefold celestial spirits to confront her directly. Do you disagree?" The 1,000 Mechanisms Beast let out a cry, saying, "You may find yourself in dire straits. Do not claim I did not afford you an opportunity." Wang Ling chuckled mischievously. "Pluck the feathers." The 1,000 Mechanisms Beast trembled in fright, suddenly transforming into a phoenix, its eyes ablaze with fire. "Go after him, swiftly." "Very well," the young girl responded, preparing to strike. Just then, an unexpected force of time surged. The cosmos turned upside down, and the sun, moon, and stars shifted their positions. In the distance, a dark void materialized. From within this abyss, an ethereal voice echoed, "I have caught the scent of immortality. Wang Ling, have I found the ascendant you?" Chapter 72. A single individual overwhelms eternity. The secret of the immortal. The ancient venerable Qinkuan. "Is it you, Wang Ling?" Her ethereal tone was laced with an unmistakable joy as she was propelled into the river of time through grand means. perpetually flowing against the current, while also in relentless pursuit. The last time she saw Wang Ling, he was too feeble in her desire for his growth. She had even used a drop of her blood to confine the enigmatic realm, aiding his development. As she traversed the endless river, the passage of countless ages became a blur, until she finally discovered the celestial energy emanating from the 3,000 Tao states. What did this signify? The implications were self-evident. Had Wang Ling finally achieved immortality after 9 lifetimes? Once more, she employed her defiant methods to step into the 3,000 Tao states from the river of time. The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Once mighty emperors now felt the oppressive aura, too intimidated to even breathe. The young girl from the desolate forest wore a grave expression, devoid of any joy. She comprehended that the newcomer had a connection to Wang Ling. If she was linked to him, then she was an adversary to herself. Moreover, the aura radiating from this woman instilled a profound fear within her. Had she miscalculated again? Yet, upon seeing Wang Ling and surveying the gathered crowd, her brows furrowed, and the smile vanished from her face as she realized her error once more. She turned and complained, "Why are you still so weak?" Wang Ling, observing her, couldn't help but chuckle at her lost demeanor. "Have you taken another wrong turn?" "Oomph." She snorted in dissatisfaction, lamenting, "Who deceived me into coming here? Do you have any notion of how difficult it is for me to step into the 3,000 Tao states?" Without hesitation, Wang Ling pointed towards the young girl from the desolate forest. It was her. In that instant, the young girl felt a chill run down her spine, as a terrifying pressure descended upon her. The reincarnation of an immortal's Tao fruit? This piqued her interest. She swiftly summoned the girl from the forest, scrutinizing her from head to toe, before suddenly reaching out and delivering a resounding slap. "Master!" The supreme celestial crane rushed to assist, but was effortlessly swatted away. "Stay away. You old fool." The sting of pain radiated from her backside, causing the young girl to widen her eyes, filled with indignation. Tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down like raindrops. This sense of grievance was foreign to her. It was her first experience of such humiliation. Feeling utterly defeated, she whimpered, "I'm so sad." The young girl, with an overly intense heart for slaughter, was advised to retreat and reflect in seclusion, awaiting the arrival of a new era. Disobedient children must face their consequences, and thus she was cast aside. The young girl cast a lingering gaze at the breathtakingly beautiful woman, holding back tears as she departed. Upon returning to the desolate forest, the supreme celestial crane gathered around her. "Master, are you all right? This woman is unreasonably powerful, not belonging to this realm." The young girl rubbed her sore backside, murmuring as she walked away, "She is far too terrifying. Ina baigonera." Even the celestial realm had not witnessed such a character. The supreme crane, seemingly contemplative, turned and remarked, "It appears there was indeed such a figure, albeit not him." A glimmer of reminiscence sparkled in his murky gaze as he recounted. Legend spoke of an enigmatic individual who was vanquished, relegated to a place of exile. The little girl wept softly, her voice laced with innocence. A place of exile, yet one that is fervently sought after. It is quite amusing to ponder. "Master, shall we still partake in their strife?" she inquired, her trepidation palpable. "We shall endure," came the reply. Did that woman not say so? We await the arrival of an epoch. If we remain hidden, can the sovereigns of the 3,000 forbidden zones withstand the pressure? Should they falter, we shall patiently observe as this era's emperor purges them completely. Only those who endure shall be worthy to embark with me on the path to immortality that is soon to unfold. The little girl wiped away her tears, fear gnawing at her. The woman who had appeared today was extraordinary, seemingly connected to the shattered celestial realm. It was prudent to avoid provoking her. She even suspected that someone was orchestrating a grand, unsettling game in this world. To delve too deeply might reduce her to a mere pawn in the hands of the player. She shook her head. This murky water was best left untouched. Meanwhile, at the royal mausoleum, the sight of this woman effortlessly subduing the two most formidable figures left the nearby ancient spirit sovereign and the lord of the divine dynasty in a state of dread, their scalps prickling with fear. They dared not draw a breath as she paid them no heed, her attention solely directed at the thousand mechanisms beast. The beast, suddenly agitated, bristled like a porcupine, fear coursing through it. Could you treat me as inconsequential? It blurted out. Otherwise, I might just retaliate. Noticing her silence, it hastily continued. Ancient spirit, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. She chuckled lightly, as though recognizing a long-lost acquaintance. Ancient spirit? Thousand mechanisms? Are you referring to me? The beast scratched its head, bewildered. Am I really that impressive? It seemed to yearn for memories of the past, but a sharp pang in its mind brought it back to the present. I observe that this young lad possesses remarkable potential. Perhaps I could reluctantly take him as my pet. What do you think? Upon seeing the creature point its claw at him, the royal heir's anger flared. You featherless freak. Do you dare to think of me as your pet? Just wait until I deal with them. I shall strip you of your feathers. Thousand mechanisms beast from now on. You shall accompany Wang Ling, and in time, you will discover your true self. At her command, the beast refrained from dissent, haughtily striding to Wang Ling's side, muttering, Pet number 1, come forth. Wang Ling swiftly smacked its forehead. Face reality, or I shall roast you for dinner. At this moment, the supreme being of ancient spirits felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The supreme of the burial emperor and the lord of the divine dynasty, in the face of peril, set aside their grievances and sought opportunities to extricate themselves from their predicament. Fortunately, it appeared that this woman harbored no intention of attacking them. At this juncture, she spoke once more. The path to immortality is about to be unveiled. The celestial realm is inherently a place of exile. Even the enigmatic lands are showing signs of disturbance, and you must remain vigilant. The 3,000 Dao states are your support. Hasten to elevate your realm, for we have been waiting for you. Waiting for me? There is no need for further inquiries. Once you reach a certain threshold, you shall understand. She laughed softly while conversing with Wang Ling, and upon their reunion, she felt as though time was fleeting, with countless thoughts yearning to be expressed. With a sigh, she remarked, primarily, those over there enduring great hardships and require someone to share the burden. Nearby, the supreme being of ancient spirits, the supreme of the burial emperor, and the lord of the divine dynasty felt increasingly disheartened, wishing to cover their ears and shut out the overwhelming revelations. Such astounding news. Do you truly believe we would divulge such secrets? What more is there to discuss about waiting or not waiting? Alas, the less one knows, the longer one survives. They sensed that their hopes of survival were dwindling. Chapter 73. All are the sixth. The intent of the sacred body fist. Ultimately, it is a treacherous path, and the time left for you is scarce. Her form gradually dissipated, yet her voice lingered in the ears of the crowd. Each time this woman appeared, she invariably brought forth news that was profoundly shocking. Equally astonishing were the reactions of the great emperor of the Taiyin and Hua Wuqi. The entrance of this woman, ethereal and majestic, evoked an overwhelming sense of unattainability. Was she a being close to immortality? The great emperor of the Taiyin could not help but inquire. Wang Yu gazed at the vanishing black hole, lost in thought. Hua Wuqi cast a deep glance at Wang Ling, an expression of sorrow in his eyes. Was everything predestined? Was he merely a pawn in another's game? Wang Ling perceived Hua Wuqi's thoughts and replied with a smile. I refuse to be a mere piece. I aspire to be the master of the board. He then fixed his gaze upon the three great sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones, his eyes brimming with fervor and indomitable combat spirit. Come forth in battle. Wang Ling stepped forward, his blood surging like a tumultuous tide, as his fist descended, shattering the stars. The ancient spirit sovereign promptly shouted, Everyone, he has yet to comprehend the essence of the spirit. The three of us together still possess the strength for one last fight. Very well, responded the lord of the divine dynasty. Let us battle. The sovereign of the burial emperor lifted the coffin lid. With this affirmation, the ancient spirit sovereign felt a wave of relief. With allies by his side, even in the absence of those from the wild forest forbidden zone, the three of them could still contend fiercely against the current emperors. Then let us engage in battle. The ancient spirit sovereign had no path of retreat, nor did he wish to retreat, for he had once been an emperor, and pride resided within him. Boom! Two figures collided. unleashing an endless clash of principles that formed a terrifying whirlwind, sweeping across the starry sky and causing the entire star domain to tremble. Where have they gone? At that moment, the ancient spirit sovereign suddenly realized that the two allies he relied upon had not joined the fray. Instead, they had chosen to retreat while he engaged Wang Ling. You promised to combine forces, yet you left me to fend for myself. The ancient spirit sovereign seethed with indignation, fury igniting within him. I shall remember your debt today. If you perish, I shall tread the path to immortality in your stead. The sovereign of the burial emperor sealed the coffin lid tightly, using the supreme power of principles to tear open a rift, disappearing into the void at great speed, returning to the forbidden zone of the burial grounds. The ancient spirit sovereign was formidable, surpassing our realms. I granted you the opportunity to confront Wang Ling alone. The lord of the divine dynasty, having experience in such matters, acted with remarkable ease, turning and fleeing without a hint of psychological burden, his speed even surpassing that of the sovereign of the burial emperor. You have gone too far. The ancient spirit sovereign was deeply enraged, and during the battle, his doppelganger was pierced through the abdomen by the four symbols lethal force, a powerful killing intent enveloping him, akin to ants gnawing at his flesh, causing immense discomfort. You wish to kill me? That will prove quite difficult. The ancient spirit sovereign chose not to continue fighting, but rather to retreat. He departed with ease, and Wang Ling did not pursue him, for it is unwise to chase a cornered foe. Moreover, even if he did pursue, his realm was insufficient to subdue them. The accounts will be settled in due course. Wang Ling harbored his plans, for at this moment, the paramount objective was to embrace the fourth era and forge the fourth emperor's weapon. Observing Wang Ling's actions, Wang Yu instinctively retreated to a distant corner of the starry sky, assuming the role of a guardian. The thought of being cast aside by Wang Ling filled Hua Wuqi with indignation. He shot a fierce glare at Wang Ling and contemplated returning to slumber. However, he ultimately gritted his teeth and positioned himself in another corner, also taking on a role of a protector. With the two guardians in place, Wang Ling unleashed the four symbols killing sword, manifesting a domain around him. The Xiandu ancient palace and the 10,000 laws jade scroll soared into the air, dispersing to other directions. All preparations in place, Wang Ling commenced the final step towards the realm above the emperor, the spirit resonance realm. All paths possess a way, and all ways harbor a spirit. Within the realm of the Tao lies the supreme resonance, capable of creating myriad beings and phenomena. Wang Ling sat motionless in meditation, his mind as clear as a mirror, while the principles within him transformed silently, wielding an inconceivable, unparalleled power. Every bone in his body resonated softly, his organs vibrating in unison, as the secret realms of his physique underwent a metamorphosis, igniting the spirit resonance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, unleashing a supreme fist intent, terrifying and extraordinary, seemingly capable of cleaving through all heavens and realms, sweeping aside all sacred spirits of the world. This was the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. According to legend, it was an unparalleled martial art comprehended by the supreme sacred body, and apart from him, no one else could grasp its essence. Yet Wang Ling had comprehended it thoroughly. The Taiyan emperor could not help but exclaim in astonishment, drawing Wang Yu's gaze. She beheld Wang Ling's surging vitality, wielding fist intent that suppressed the heavens, her eyes shining with supreme admiration. In her heart, she could not help but exclaim, "Oh, my charming ancestor!" Hua Wuqi was equally astonished. Although he had unraveled his identity with the aid of the Xian Huang Feng crystal, discovering that there were paths beyond the emperor, Wang Ling's display was still beyond expectation. To comprehend the spirit resonance realm and fully grasp the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist so swiftly, it was said that the supreme sacred body had swept away all contemporaneous prodigies with this fist intent, suppressing all enemies in the world. Was this the spirit resonance realm? The ability to unravel the principles of the earth and utilize them for oneself. Indeed intriguing. Young man, your insight is truly extraordinary. The ancient being of 1,000 mechanisms expressed its satisfaction. A sudden voice broke the air, revealing the loquacious 1,000 mechanisms beast, who bellowed incessantly. Those who wish to be my pet must stand in line. I observe your remarkable bones. You possess talent. Well then, if you are willing to be my pet, I can grant you a special exception. As soon as the words left its mouth, Wang Ling seized its neck, causing it to gasp for breath, its eyes rolling back in distress. Wang Ling scoffed, saying, "Nonsense from the 1,000 mechanisms, ancient being. I only know that the immortal realm has immortal sovereigns. Do you still wish to collect pets? I shall first pluck all your feathers." He then called out to the distant Wang Yu. "Can you cook?" Wang Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Returning to the Ancestor, "I am adept at barbecuing in the wild." "That is fortuitous," Wang Ling remarked, casually tossing the Tianjiao beast before Wang Yu, causing it to stagger and dazedly blink. Grasping the featherless creature, Wang Yu examined it closely and said, "It is far too lean for grilling. However, it would be splendid for a stew." The Tianjiao beast immediately transformed into a diminutive bird, attempting to take flight, but after a few flaps of its wings, it was rendered utterly incapable. Wang Yu glanced at it and remarked to Wang Ling, "Ancestor is no longer suitable for stewing in this condition." Let us stew it anyway. It will suffice for my own consumption," Wang Ling replied. The Tianjiao beast's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wang Ling, have you lost your humanity? This is utterly deranged." Wang Yu obediently retrieved a small pot and unceremoniously tossed the Tianjiao beast inside. Tears streamed down the creature's face, and Wang Yu observed, "I have yet to add water. Yet you have taken the initiative to do so." The Tianjiao beast lamented, "I tread on thin ice throughout my life. Shall I truly never reach the other shore? Is my plan for companionship destined for failure?" Wang Yu slapped its forehead, stating, "There is too little water. Cry some more." The Tianjiao beast shivered, realizing that this seemingly gentle girl might be even more ruthless than Wang Ling's sighing. It resigned itself to its fate. At that moment, Wang Ling cast a sidelong glance at the Tianjiao beast, and its eyes suddenly sparkled as if it had grasped a lifeline. Chapter 74. The Exotic Emperor Beneath the Bell, a special realm on the path to immortality. This bird, I must say, is truly foolish. It seems to lack a certain mental acuity, as if a string is missing. How could it not perceive the clever ruse devised by Wang Ling and Wang Yu? Even Hua Wuqi, standing nearby, could no longer bear to witness the scene. She believed that even if this bird were to be stewed, the resulting broth would adversely affect one's intellect. In truth, the 1,000 mechanisms beast is indeed incomplete. It is but a fragment of its former self, having met its demise in a grand battle, obliterated by supreme power, its body torn asunder. Ultimately, its remains were gathered by a dear friend and interred in a forbidden location, with hopes of resurrection. Time to rest. Hua Wuqi returned to the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal. Having personally experienced the battle today, she fully comprehended the vast gulf between her strength and that of Wang Ling. She resolved to thoroughly grasp the Tao fruit of the Xianhuang Phoenix Crystal, aspiring to tread the path of ultimate strength. "What do you wish to know?" "I can simply tell you." The 1,000 mechanisms beast exclaimed. "Why go so far as to stew me? I am so frail, devoid of flesh. Even in broth, I would be unpalatable." Noticing a softening in Wang Ling's tone, the 1,000 mechanisms beast quickly took advantage of the situation, continuing, "So, what is it that you wish to learn? I shall divulge all. What is your relationship with the ancient spirit sovereign?" Wang Ling inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Ah, he is merely my cherished companion, one who once knelt at my mountain gate for a staggering 4,977 years in the guise of an emperor, until I was moved by his sincerity and benevolently accepted him," the beast replied. Wang Ling cast a sidelong glance at it and waved his hand, saying, "Wang Yu, prepare the fire." "Ah, no." The 1,000 mechanisms beast chuckled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I've gotten used to this. Allow me to rephrase. When the ancient spirit sovereign transcended and lived his third life, he rescued me from a secret place on the fringes of the universe, and in return, I imparted to him the understanding of spiritual resonance. Is that all?" Wang Ling pressed, intrigued. "That is indeed all," the 1,000 mechanisms beast insisted. "Is that truly all?" Wang Yu, Wait, it is just that. The beast interjected. Wang Yu. I also recall something else. The thousand mechanisms beast hastily added. In the 5,600th year of the ancient spirit's sovereign's fourth life, a resounding bell echoed through the 3,000 states, startling him. He ventured into the cosmic wilderness and beheld a great bell amidst the mist, its sound reverberating throughout the realm. At that moment, the ancient spirit's sovereign was incensed. Being acutely sensitive to matters of life and death, he believed it heralded his demise, a dire omen. Thus, he stepped into the chaotic mist and engaged in battle with the arrival. Reflecting on that scene, the thousand mechanisms beast murmured, that was another emperor. Yet not one from our 3,000 states, but from a different domain from another world. His power was formidable. With a single bell, he caused the ancient spirit sovereign to vomit blood. Amidst the shock of the ancient spirit sovereign, he departed lightly, merely uttering, where indeed lies the path to immortality. Wang Ling, upon hearing this, was left profoundly astonished. The sovereign of another realm, adorned with a colossal clock upon his head, must have comprehended the essence of domain. For how else could he have caused the ancient spirit supreme, who has lived through 4 lifetimes, to vomit blood? Humanity once believed that ascending to the rank of emperor constituted the pinnacle of the 3,000 Tao states. However, in reality, the 3,000 Tao states are merely a deliberately isolated realm. Beyond these confines, countless other foreign lands and supreme beings remain unknown. Thus, where lies the path to immortality? Similarly, Wang Ling harbored this very doubt. Generations of emperors from the 3,000 Tao states have sought the immortal path, yet this path is not fixed. The Qinji beast spoke with startling revelations. Furthermore, the immortal path intertwines with numerous foreign realms, with the current strength of the 3,000 Tao states. Should the path to immortality open, they might merely serve as stepping stones for others entering the realm of the immortals. The Qinji beast, relentless in its proclamations, left Wang Ling profoundly shaken. This suggests that formidable beings had once severed the connection between the 3,000 Tao states and other lands, thereby also cutting off the path to immortality. This must indeed be the case. The Qinji beast, rarely nodding in agreement, exhibited a fleeting moment of melancholy, which quickly dissipated as it resumed its usual demeanor, boasting, "So, did you realize how much I know? Here's another opportunity. How about becoming my pet? I shall guide you to the path of immortality." Wang Yu, Ancestor. Wang Yu appeared at once. The Qinji beast recoiled slightly, casting a wary glance at Wang Ling. The little one in the wild forest possesses the heart of the immortal sovereign and can sense the imminent emergence of the immortal path. Thus, the forbidden zones across the lands hold the wild forest in high regard. The little one has already sensed that the path to immortality is about to open. It fluttered onto Wang Ling's shoulder, disdain evident in its expression. "Wang Ling, you are the emperor of this era, having defied fate to live through your 4th lifetime. Yet should the immortal path open, your current strength remains insufficient. I have another secret to share. Once one treads the immortal path, the supreme beings of the forbidden zones shall no longer be constrained by the grand principles of the 3,000 Tao states. To put it simply, within the immortal path, they can elevate themselves to unprecedented heights without self-dismemberment, wielding unparalleled imperial might. I sense you are deceiving me," Wang Yu interjected, feeling a chill as the foolish bird spoke. Wang Ling fell into silence, refraining from further discussion. Whether the words of the Qinji beast were true or false could be verified in due course. It served as a clarion call for him. Indeed, the 4th lifetime still seemed inadequate. Although Wang Ling had lived through his 4th lifetime, it had been an abrupt existence, compounded by the targeting from the wild forest and the 3 masters of the forbidden zones, leaving the 4th emperor's weapon unrefined. Wang Yu also needed to enhance her combat prowess, while Hua Wuqi was engrossed in comprehending the Xianhuang wind crystal. Thus, the next objective became clear. Once the 4th weapon was fully refined, they could commence the sweeping of the forbidden zones, liberating the spiritual energy of the 3,000 Tao states to fortify the heavenly court. The ninefold celestial spirit coffin has now unveiled its 4th layer. leaving one to ponder what revelations may lie above. Wang Ling summoned the coffin from his third eye, and at the very moment, the ninefold celestial spirit coffin materialized. The thousand mechanisms beast seemed to be struck by some unseen force. Its demeanor drastically altered. This coffin, this coffin, this coffin, Wang Ling observed as tears cascaded down its feathery cheeks. It remained blissfully unaware of its own sorrow. The thousand mechanisms beast continued its murmurs. But suddenly its tears vanished, replaced by a glimmer of joy in its eyes. Is this coffin meant for me? You, young one, do you think it polite to bestow a coffin upon me? Then, with a solemn expression, it began to tenderly caress the ninefold celestial spirit coffin with its wings, pressing its entire form against it. However, considering your heartfelt intentions, I shall overlook this slight. Wang Ling watched the peculiar behavior of the thousand mechanisms beast with growing intrigue. Could it be that this foolish bird possesses a remarkable lineage, far beyond what he could perceive? Wang Ling stroked his chin, gazing intently at the creature, contemplating whether, during the next confrontation with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, he should consider casting this foolish bird into the fray first. Chapter 75, Bewilderment. The celestial soldiers entombed within the coffin. The trail of the White God King. As a ninefold celestial spirit coffin made its entrance, the behavior of the thousand mechanisms beast became decidedly peculiar. Wang Ling sensed that this foolish bird seemed to recognize the coffin before it. After transcending into the fourth life, the interior of the ninefold celestial spirit coffin underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The supreme principles contained within were discerned by Wang Ling, revealing an uncanny scene. Within the fourth coffin, tombstones abruptly materialized, only to suddenly, revealing a multitude of terrifying skeletal hands that began to emerge slowly. It appeared as if they harbored an unyielding obsession, yearning for another battle. Lacking flesh and blood, they were mere frameworks of bone. Yet, the aura emanating from these skeletal remains was undeniably fearsome. Each could rival the might of the peerless emperor. They were adorned with decayed garments of armor, all exhibiting a similar design. To Wang Ling's astonishment, these were the celestial soldiers of the immortal realm. The coffin concealed countless celestial warriors, an unexpected revelation indeed. The thousand mechanisms beast, taken aback, spoke up at that moment. Initially, Wang Ling thought he had misjudged the scene before him. Disbelief washed over him, causing his scalp to prickle and a chill to seep through his pores, instilling a sense of dread in his heart. System, elucidate for me why these celestial soldiers are interred within the fourth coffin? Wang Ling inquired, feeling uneasy at the thought of lying within a coffin alongside such ancestral figures. Someone has sealed them within the coffin, now transformed. They have become mere piles of white bones, legends of their former valor. Rest assured, they pose no threat to you. Rather, they could assist you in the complete evolution of the four-symbol sword array. When these celestial soldiers were alive, any one of them could contend with a peerless emperor. Wang Ling was profoundly astonished by the system's revelations. With this newfound understanding, he grasped the reality. Once ordinary emperors, revered by myriad races across the 3,000 Dao states and other realms, were relegated to the status of mere celestial soldiers upon entering the immortal realm. Wang Ling placed the four-symbol sword within the coffin for nurturing. His curiosity piqued regarding the potential of the sword. It was time to forge the fourth imperial weapon. He murmured, already formulating plans in his mind. Wang Yu and Hua Wuqi had retreated into seclusion, seeking to contribute to the forthcoming battle against the Forbidden Zone. Wang Ling commenced a search for materials across the 3,000 Dao states. Yet at his current level, many resources within the Forbidden Zone no longer appealed to him. He turned his gaze toward the thousand mechanisms beast, though he sensed this foolish bird possessed a significant background. Wang Ling couldn't shake the feeling that it was quite insufferable, often feeling the urge to grasp its neck and provoke its eyes to roll back in exasperation. The thousand mechanisms beast, under such scrutiny, began to shiver. Wang Ling, disinterested in further conversation, decisively seized the beast and ventured to the edge of the cosmic wasteland. The formidable turbulence of the Dao states surged against Wang Ling, yet it dissipated effortlessly. leaving him more adept than before, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. "What do you intend to do by bringing me here?" The thousand mechanisms beast gasped, its eyes flitting in panic. "I seek the trail of that foreign emperor. My fourth soldier shall also be a bell." Whispering softly, Wang Ling began to navigate through the tumultuous currents, even venturing into the realm of chaos in search of elusive traces. You seek the whereabouts of that otherworldly emperor? Are you out of your mind? Wang Ling, are you not afraid of encountering him and being transformed into a wraith?" cried the thousand mechanisms beast. Wang Ling nonchalantly plucked a strand of fur from his body and cast it aside, retorting with a cold smirk, "If I were to meet him, the first thing I would do is hurl you at him as a sacrificial pawn, so he can rid you of your sparse fur." "Wang Ling, you are exceedingly cunning." The thousand mechanisms beast howled, seething with rage, transforming into a ferocious tiger. Yet, Wang Ling maintained his grip on its neck, rendering the tiger as docile as a kitten, unable to retaliate, resorting only to verbal sparring. "Do you not fear that I might refuse to take you to that secret place with such treatment?" Wang Ling prepared his stance, directly plucking more fur. "If you take me there, perhaps some of your meager fur will remain. If not, I shall pluck you clean." A startled cry escaped the thousand mechanisms beast, followed by a subdued voice, "You have won." Thus, the thousand mechanisms beast guided Wang Ling through a chaotic expanse, rife with tumultuous currents and the terrifying light of celestial beings. Each wisp of this celestial light exuded an overwhelming aura of transcendence, even at Wang Ling's level. He dared not confront it head-on, opting instead to navigate cautiously through the cosmic chaos. In this chaotic universe, no paths existed. Only peril lurked in every corner. Wang Ling suddenly noticed that the thousand mechanisms beast exhibited remarkable immunity to the celestial light. Without hesitation, he grasped its neck, commanding, "Fly with me." The beast glared fiercely at Wang Ling. "Wang Ling, you are insufferable." Yet, it ultimately complied, for it was at the mercy of Wang Ling's grip. Moreover, the thousand mechanisms beast had come to realize that despite Wang Ling's cunning demeanor, he possessed an array of exceptional tactics and was seemingly favored by certain prominent figures from other realms, destined to soar to great heights. Curiously, the beast felt an incessant summons, as if it were being beckoned to uncover something. "Could it be that I am to trace my path back?" it pondered. Following Wang Ling was certainly preferable to accompanying that useless ancient spirit sovereign. The thousand mechanisms beast transformed into a featherless crane, drifting through the chaos, traversing a shrouded mist and a desolate, ravaged star domain. Suddenly, Wang Ling tightened his grip on the beast's neck, urgently instructing it to halt. The thousand mechanisms beast rolled its eyes, stabilizing itself by grasping a fallen star, finally regaining its balance, and grumbled, "Could you not give me a heads up next time? You nearly choked me to death." Ignoring its complaints, Wang Ling meticulously surveyed the star domain, murmuring to himself, "This place bears the aura of the White God King. He has been here before? The White God King?" The thousand mechanisms beast contemplated, recalling its time deep within the Forbidden Zone, where it had gained knowledge of the world without ever stepping outside. It held a vivid impression of the White God King and remarked, "Are you referring to the one wielding the legendary spear? It is indeed a pity he did not ascend to the throne." It added, "Had he become an emperor, he would undoubtedly surpass you." Wang Ling offered no response, dismissing the need for further discourse, and instead unfurled his spiritual awareness, meticulously tracing the laws of this realm in a quest for understanding. How could he have traversed such perilous terrain? His movements were swift. Upon sensing the ethereal resonance, his capacity for deduction amplified 100-fold, rapidly revealing the intricacies of this place. The pathways imbued with the essence of the White God King materialized, forming his silhouette, which advanced deeper into the unknown. He had not perished. Rather, he had ventured further into the abyss. The thousand mechanisms beast seized the moment, exclaiming, "Did you witness that? This extraordinary being has managed to reach this juncture." Just as it spoke, its gaze shifted towards the direction where the White God King had vanished. Suddenly, its eyes widened in astonishment, pupils trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. Wings lifted in instinctive response, and it instinctively touched the tufts of fur atop its head. Not far ahead lay the realm of the foreign emperor, crowned with a grand bell. Could it be that the White God King's objective was also him? Apologies for the delay. The past 3 days of harvesting have been both sweltering and exhausting, resulting in limited time for writing. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 76. The Supreme of the Enclosed Zone. A shocking secret. The path to ascendancy awaits. With this perplexity in mind, the 1,000 Mechanisms Beast said little and took the initiative to lead the way. You're not going to wait for me? Wang Ling leaped onto its back, nearly causing the creature's bones to shatter. The duo swiftly arrived at the entrance of a chaotic secret realm, where the laws of the Tao felt unexpectedly gentle, devoid of any piercing sensation. We have arrived. The 1,000 Mechanisms Beast, with an air of pride, glanced at Wang Ling and spoke in a tone of exaggerated wisdom. Do not blame me for not warning you. While the laws here may seem mild, any reckless movement on your part will incite a terrifying ferocity. Do not inquire how I know this. You have a prior example to ponder. Wang Ling summoned the power of the Tao, and indeed, the atmosphere shifted instantaneously, enveloped in a chilling aura. The 1,000 Mechanisms Beast was not deceiving him. The prior example you speak of, is it the ancient spirit emperor? Indeed, this fellow once approached with great arrogance, yet he was thoroughly taught a lesson by the meticulously arranged laws of this place. When that foreign emperor made his appearance, the ancient spirit emperor could only endure a passive beating. The 1,000 Mechanisms Beast elucidated. Wang Ling strode confidently into this enigmatic sanctuary, where he sensed the lingering presence of the White Divine King, now vanished without a trace. The area exuded an aura of celestial pathways, though it had been concealed by someone, seemingly the seclusion of that foreign emperor. It remained uncertain whether he had truly succumbed to enlightenment. Succumbed to enlightenment? If that foreign emperor truly met his end here, would we not be tomb raiders? As the 1,000 Mechanisms Beast spoke, its eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and it nostalgically considered the term tomb raider. It abruptly turned to Wang Ling and instinctively suggested, Wang Ling, why don't we become tomb raiders from now on? The site of a former emperor's enlightenment must be filled with countless hidden treasures. If we succeed, what about a profit sharing of 70-30? I take 70, you take 30. The more the 1,000 Mechanisms Beast spoke, the more exhilarated it became, convinced of its unique aptitude for this endeavor, continuing, you possess strength, I possess capability. Together, who could thwart us from plundering those imperial tombs? We shall undoubtedly etch our names in history. Is the 1,000 Mechanisms' ancient respect truly a tomb raider? Wang Ling mused internally, recognizing the creature's extraordinary ability to transform and its fearless nature toward celestial laws. If it were to stir trouble, perhaps it could indeed succeed. Despite the beast's ramblings, Wang Ling did not respond, instead focusing earnestly on searching the secret realm. After all, he thought it absurd to consider joining a tomb raiding venture with a mere beast.